Qin Huaian traversed into the realm of cultivation, only to discover that the original owner of his body was a wretched, low-ranking rogue cultivator. Just as he lamented the hopelessness of eternal life, he stumbled upon the seventh seed space. Lacking talent? The mirror body has been created. Cultivation can now be automated. Lacking comprehension? Consume 400 spirit stones, and the Qinghua Sutra can be cultivated to perfection. Consume 160 spirit stones, and the fireball technique can also be perfected. Isn't this a bit too much for a microtransaction? Qin Huaian mused as he glanced at the few remaining spirit stones in his possession. Years later, as the seeds grew into towering trees, Qin Huaian proclaimed, "You ask how I achieved this?" In a single phrase, refuse to lie flat and work tirelessly. Chapter 1. Qin Huaian. Brother, could this lad be dead? If he is, the Huangshan Sword Sect will surely not let us off the hook. Don't be ridiculous. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with us. If he's dead, it's merely because the mine collapsed and crushed him. A burly man shot a fierce glare at his companion and barked. As Qin Huaian groggily regained consciousness, he happened upon their conversation. At that moment, a cascade of memories that did not belong to him flooded his mind, causing an excruciating headache. He instinctively rubbed his temples. He's still alive. Consider this lad fortunate. Let's leave. The burly man cast a wary glance at Qin Huaian before deftly pouring the ores from his basket into his own and hurriedly departing with his companions. After a prolonged moment, Qin Huaian's gaze gradually cleared. He had crossed over, transforming from a weary office worker into a miner. This was a mining site of the Huangshan Sword Sect, the largest cultivation sect within hundreds of thousands of miles. Even the local bullies dared not cause fatalities here, lest they face dire consequences. The original owner was also named Qin Huaian, a rogue cultivator struggling for survival in the southern border of the Qi Kingdom, relying on occasional herb gathering in the mountains or performing menial tasks for local shops to earn some meager resources for cultivation. Yintian Workshop was the only gathering place for cultivators established by the Huangshan Sword Sect in the Qi Kingdom, with boundless mountains to the south. Recently, the Huangshan Sword Sect had been recruiting miners for its copper or vein, offering generous compensation. Qin Huaian had signed up, only to encounter the local bullies just 2 days later. The mine was a labyrinthine structure, filled with numerous twists and turns. These ruffians specifically targeted solitary cultivators, robbing them of the ores they had mined. Unless fatalities occurred or matters escalated, the mine management typically turned a blind eye. The original owner was headstrong and refused to relinquish his mined ores. After being punched by the burly man, he was flung against the mine wall, meeting his end. It was then that Qin Huaian took possession of the original owner's body. Jumping into the Taiping River to rescue a drowning girl cost me my life. The Taiping River is anything but peaceful. Perhaps I will receive a medal for my act of bravery, Qin Huaian thought with a bitter smile. Grumble, grumble. At that moment, a deep protest emanated from his stomach, reminding him that he had not eaten for an entire day. He fished out a grain of a fasting pill from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. A delightful, strawberry-flavored tea. Oh, his surprise. The ruffians had left in haste without searching him. Were they truly benevolent? Did they fear he might retaliate and die in front of them? Or did they simply perceive him as too destitute to bother with? Qin Huaian chuckled awkwardly and dismissed the thought. He then rummaged through his belongings and found a few items. 3 low-grade spirit stones, 2 fasting pills, 1 energy recovery pill, a teleportation talisman, a diamond talisman, and a small booklet detailing the Qinghua Sutra. This comprised all his possessions. The original owner had rented a cave dwelling in Yintian Workshop, which would expire in 2 months without earning more spirit stones. He would soon be homeless. 1 fasting pill only lasts a day. I must mine for spirit stones. These despicable ruffian shaving never experienced workplace bullying in my past life. I am now subjected to it all at once. Qin Huaian reflected wryly, hoisting his mining basket and wielding his pickaxe as he ventured deeper into the mine, determined to survive. The copper ore was extraordinarily hard, impossible for ordinary mortals to extract. Even cultivators required specially crafted pickaxes for mining. 2 days later, he had filled over half his basket with the crimson ore. It seemed his luck had turned. He had mined more in these 2 days than in the preceding ones combined. Was this a beginner's bonus? The ore was heavy, with immense density. Fortunately, as a cultivator, Qin Huaian possessed greater strength than an average mortal, despite his mediocre cultivation level. He wiped the sweat from his brow and consumed his last fasting pill that it was time to return to the workshop for a respite. Continuous mining was not a sustainable strategy. 0.813 gene in total. It'll give you 8 spirit stones. The mine management personnel at the entrance of the mine said expressionlessly, casually handing Qin Huaian the spirit stones. For every 100 gene of ordinary copper or mined, 1 spirit stone was awarded. For every gene of refined copper, 1 spirit stone was also granted. Thank you, Senior. Qin Huaian accepted the spirit stones and expressed his gratitude to the management personnel. Just as he was about to exit, he heard a familiar voice. Brother, we've had quite a harvest these past 2 days. The ores they mined are more plentiful than usual. That if we continue like this for a few more days, we could save up some money and indulge ourselves at the Fengwa Pavilion. The melodies of Fairy Mangdai are simply enchanting. Haha, I see you have ulterior motives beyond mere music, you rascal, haha. Qin Huaian lifted his gaze and spotted 4 cultivators, jovially approaching the mine entrance, their baskets filled to the brim with ores. They were none other than the ruffians who had robbed the original owner. One man, sporting a thick beard, seemed to sense Qin Huaian's gaze and glanced back at him, but paid him no heed as he quickly approached the management personnel with a broad smile. Manager Chun, you've worked hard. We're here to deliver the ores. Qin Huaian lingered only briefly, casting a deep glance at the group before turning and exiting the mining area. Each day, a flying vessel transported ores from the copper vein to Yintian workshop, and miners could also board this vessel for their return journey, costing 1 spirit stone per trip. Traveling by flying vessel was expensive, but well worth it. The copper ore was located on the outskirts of the boundless mountains, over 1,000 miles from the workshop. Returning alone was perilous. Upon reaching the city gates of Yintian workshop, it was already dusk. Rather than a mere workshop, Yintian was akin to a fortress, with inner and outer cities, both protected by walls and magical arrays. As Qin Huaian entered the outer city gate, the guards did not question him. Generally, the workshop had no restrictions on entry or exit, but the gates closed at nightfall, prohibiting further access. Following the path etched in the original owner's memory, he navigated through winding streets until he arrived at a row of lowly houses at the foot of the outer city wall, halting before one door to perform a spell that lifted the barrier. This was Qin Huaian's rented dwelling in the workshop, a modest flat without a yard. Upon entering, he found a small suite with a few simple pieces of furniture in the outer room. The inner room served as a bedroom, containing a single bed and a round cushion about 3 feet in diameter, used for meditation and cultivation. The room was rather austere, but remained tidy and clean. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, Qin Huaian began to circulate his cultivation method, absorbing streams of unique energy into his body as they flowed through his meridians, cleansing the acupoints throughout his being before eventually converging in his dantian. This special energy was the spiritual essence of the world. The cultivation method had been acquired by the original owner at the age of 15, known as the Qinhua Sutra, capable of cultivating to the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, the method he possessed lacked the subsequent foundation-building portion. The original owner spent 2 years breaking through to the 1st layer of Qi refinement and an additional 4 years to reach the 2nd layer. Now, at the age of 22, the prospect of advancing to the 3rd layer seems distant and elusive. How exasperatingly slow this progress is. It appears that no amount of effort will yield hope for foundation establishment. Could it be that the original owner possesses woefully inadequate cultivation talent? After circulating his qi for several cycles, Qin Huaian felt that the spiritual energy within his dantian had scarcely increased. Upon halting, a lingering sense of unreality enveloped him. I wonder how heartbroken my parents will be upon learning of my noble demise. My girlfriend must also be profoundly saddened, I suppose. Will I ever return? This is a world of cultivation. If I were to attain a formidable level of strength, would I then be able to discover the path back home? Becoming stronger in the world of cultivation is no simple feat. Qin Huaian's heart was a tumult of emotions, encompassing both nostalgia for his loved ones on Blue Star and a yearning for the wonders of the cultivation world. He fantasized about the day he could soar on a sword through the winds, wandering freely amidst the heavens and the earth. However, upon assimilating the original owner's memories, he realized he had been overly optimistic. The original owner was a mere loose cultivator with mediocre aptitude and ordinary techniques. He was neither adept in alchemy nor in artifact crafting, nor could he inscribe talismans or set up formations. He merely possessed a rudimentary herbal compendium acquired alongside his cultivation method, which allowed him to identify a few medicinal plants, barely sustaining his practice. In Yintian Square, through diligent effort, he had managed to reach the second layer of Qi refinement. Qin Huaian understood that while effort in the face of talent and resources cannot be deemed entirely futile, only those who have truly striven comprehend the significance of talent and resources. The lifespan during the Qi refinement period typically spans around 120 years. Given the original owner's aptitude, the prospect of attaining immortality was dim. It seemed even establishing a foundation would be a formidable challenge in this lifetime. Seed number 7 has been activated. Host is binding. Just as Qin Huaian was lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind, followed by a moment of disorientation. Moments later, his consciousness was transported to a strange new realm. Chapter 2. The Seed Space No. 7. This is a spherical space with a radius of approximately 10 zhang, its boundaries pristine and smooth. Qin Huaian's consciousness can expand freely to every corner of this domain. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host has been bound. Do you wish to construct the body's mirror image? Construct. After a brief pause, Qin Huaian silently contemplated. He had come to grasp the concept of the body's mirror image. The mirror image is a replica within this space that possesses an identical state to the original body. The mirror image can perform techniques, cultivate skills, and practice arts just as the original body does. Qin Huaian's heart surged with ecstasy. This was indeed a game changer, a seductive space for online cultivation. With this mirror image, both the original and the mirror could cultivate together, effectively doubling the speed of advancement, and the mirror image could maintain a constant state of cultivation. Why is it called Seed No. 7? Is there a Seed No. 1 or No. 2? What does seed signify? Is the mirror image cultivated like a seed? Clearly, these were questions beyond Qin Huaian's current understanding. He chose not to dwell on them, pacing excitedly in his room. I wonder if this space can store items? With that thought, he proceeded to the outer room, envisioning the table being absorbed into the space, yet the table remained unmoved. Can it not be stored? After a moment of contemplation, he placed his palm on the table and imagined once more, and suddenly, the table vanished. Entering the space, he discovered that the table had indeed been stored. Within the space, the mirror image stood with eyes gently closed at the center, while the table occupied a corner, easily repositioned at his will. Indeed, it can be done. Only items that I physically touch can be stored here. Qin Huaian repeated the process of storing and retrieving various items around the room, gradually uncovering the pattern. Only items he came into contact with could be stored in this space. Having only tested with furniture thus far, he was curious if living beings could also be accommodated. He had already experimented on himself and found that his original body could not enter the space. After testing the storage function, he placed his spiritual stones and elixirs into the seed space. Since this was a space formed by Seed No. 7, he decided to call it the seed space. Storage treasures are highly coveted in the realm of cultivation. Even the most basic storage pouch is valued at no less than 1,000 spiritual stones. And it is said that such spaces are merely 3 feet in dimension. Yet, the seed space boasts a full 10 zhang in diameter. Qin Huaian settled cross-legged on the mat in his room, eager to test the mirror image's cultivation. In the space, the mirror image stood tall and poised, with a well-proportioned figure and striking features, entirely mirroring his original self. Qin Huaian was quite pleased, reflecting the elegance and grace of his original form. However, even in the seed space, one ought to wear clothing, otherwise, it felt rather drafty. Enlightened by this thought, he realized that the mirror image's attire could change according to his will. With a mere flicker of his mind, a simple Taoist robe draped over him. Much better, indeed. Qin Huaian guided the mirror image to commence the Qinghua technique. Spiritual energy began to flow through the meridians. After several cycles, a series of characters suddenly appeared before him. Cultivation level, Qi refinement, second layer 11100, technique, Qinghua technique, beginner 94100, can be deduced, data panel. Qin Huaian was not entirely unfamiliar with this. After all, one does not need to have eaten pork to have seen a pig run. The progress at the second layer of Qi refinement stood at merely 11%, and at this rate, without the mirror image, it would take 9 years to break through to the third layer. The technique can be deduced, but how does one deduce it? A line of small text materialized. Consume 6 spiritual stones. The mirror image can deduce the Qinghua technique to proficiency in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Consume 12 spiritual stones. And the time can be halved. deduce with 6 spiritual stones. Subsequently, a refreshing stream seemed to flow through Qin Huaian's mind, illuminating his understanding of the Qinghua technique. And before long, the incense had burned down. As the deduction concluded, he activated the technique, experiencing a marked increase in the absorption speed of spiritual energy by 50 to 60%. With both the original body and the mirror image operating simultaneously, the speed of spiritual energy absorption was more than threefold. Turning to the system interface, he noted, cultivation level, Qi refinement, second layer 11100, technique, Qinghua technique, proficient 1100. Can be deduced. How many spiritual stones are required for further deduction? Consume 200 spiritual stones. The Qinghua technique can be deduced to minor completion, taking 12 hours. A wave of realization washed over him. Qin Huaian had always been a purist in gaming, looking down upon spending money. But now, as long as the mirror image could deduce techniques, it would be akin to possessing an extraordinary innate talent. The previous deduction to proficiency had only consumed 6 spiritual stones. Yet moving from proficiency to minor completion required a staggering 200 stones. However, considering that he had progressed from beginner to proficiency with a current standing of 94,100, only 6 percentage points remained to reach proficiency. Those 6 percentage points cost 6 spiritual stones, meaning that the actual cost from beginner to proficiency through deduction was 100 spiritual stones. How impoverished he felt. Now that he had the seed space, could he continue mining? Upon glancing at the 5 remaining spiritual stones in the corner of the space, Qin Huaian mused quietly. The red copper mine area prohibited cultivators from bringing storage treasures inside. The entrances were guarded by Foundation establishment cultivators, and every miner entering or exiting was subjected to a mental scan to prevent the smuggling of storage treasures or hidden ores. Naturally, miners typically could not afford such treasures. He was uncertain whether the seed space could be discovered. It should not be, as even Qin Huaian himself was unaware of its exact location, and it certainly did not appear to be an ordinary object. At that moment, the distant sound of a gong echoed, signaling the 4th watch of the night. There was still time before dawn. He decided to cultivate a bit longer and progress further. Qin Huaian sat cross-legged on the mat, simultaneously operating the proficient-level Qinghua technique with his mirror image, as the refined spiritual energy gradually accumulated in his dantian. Feeling the current speed of his cultivation, he swept away the shadows of his recent arrival and was filled with hope for the future. From the memories of the original owner, he learned that Qi refinement cultivators could directly absorb spiritual stones for cultivation, supplemented by elixirs. And even those with average spiritual roots could cultivate at a rapid pace. Many clans and sects provided abundant resources for their disciples, far exceeding those available to most lone cultivators. Unfortunately, he was merely a solitary cultivator without the backing of a sect or family. After an hour, the original body ceased cultivation, preparing to rest. Early-stage Qi refinement cultivators still required appropriate periods of rest. The night passed without incident. The following day, as the sun began to rise, Qin Huaian opened his eyes, finding the mirror image still engaged in uninterrupted cultivation. Truly a saintly warrior who never goes offline. Qin Huaian resolved to venture out today to procure some supplies. Upon opening the door, he inhaled the refreshing air untainted by industrial pollution, feeling revitalized. At that moment, a young man approached from the morning light, appearing to be around 30, clad in a white robe, his steps somewhat unsteady, with faint dark circles under his eyes. Though not particularly radiant, he possessed a certain charm. Qin Huaian recognized him as Sui Qin, his neighbor from next door, a Qi refinement cultivator at the 3rd layer. He was one of the few acquaintances Qin Huaian had, being the descendant of a prince from the Qi kingdom. Brother Su, are you off to see Miss Chuli again? Qin Huaian greeted him with a smile. Sui Qin looked up at Qin Huaian, momentarily taken aback, then sheepishly replied, "Ah, Brother Qin, you caught me. I haven't seen you for a few days. Have you been out gathering herbs?" Brother Qin seems to have transformed. Your gaze is no longer so evasive, and you speak with newfound confidence. Have you shed your former reclusiveness? I've recently been mining at the red copper mine of the Huangshan Sword Sect, and came back to restock some supplies. The red copper mine. Last night at Itsue Pavilion, I overheard discussions regarding the recent high yield of the red copper or veins. It appears that the miners have been reaping bountiful rewards. It's no wonder there has been an uptick in mining activity. It's not merely a stroke of luck for individuals, but rather a collective fortune. Qin Huaian chuckled. Brother Su, shall we go together? No, thank you. My luck has been rather favorable lately. I've teamed up with others to hunt a steelback bear, which should suffice for my cultivation for a while. It's no surprise he sought out Miss Chuli again. It seems he has come into a modest fortune. Brother Su is a decent fellow, though he has become infatuated with Miss Chu Li of Itsue Pavilion over the past 6 months. Observing Su Ichen's dejected demeanor, he mused. Women only serve to hinder the swiftness of my blade. Then I shall take my leave. I wish you a restful day, Brother Su. With a smile, Qin Huaian waved farewell to Sui Qin and proceeded towards the inner city. Chapter 3. The Marketplace. As Qin Huaian traversed the path leading to the inner city, he observed the architecture of the marketplace. The outer city primarily consisted of structures akin to the one he rented, arranged in dense rows with only a narrow path separating them, creating a bustling yet orderly environment. Approaching the inner city, solitary buildings with courtyards began to emerge, and the roads widened significantly. The trading venues of Yintian Market are situated within the inner city, safeguarded by the Huangshan Sword Sect, which prohibits forced sales. After approximately half an hour, Qin Huaian entered the inner city. The streets were abuzz with activity, lined with shops on either side. Vendors crowded the sidewalks, offering an array of spiritual herbs, materials for refining, medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and talismans essential for cultivation. Spirit warding pills, unique formula, exquisite taste, swift movement talisman, spirit fire talisman, diamond talisman, indispensable items for your journey. Dear friends, come take a look. Prices are unbeatable. The calls of vendors echoed all around. Qin Huaian needed to replenish his stock of spirit warding pills. Rather than purchasing from the roadside stalls, he headed directly to Danxia Pavilion, where he usually did odd jobs and sold spiritual herbs. Danxia Pavilion specializes in the sale of medicinal pills and also acquires and sells spiritual herbs. It boasts several branches within Yintian Market and is recognized as a sizable establishment. The one he visited was among these branches. Upon entering, a lively little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, rushed towards him, clad in a soft yellow outfit, her skin delicately smooth, and her bright eyes radiating vivacity. Brother Qin, you haven't come to play with Ling Yun for several days, she exclaimed gleefully, running to Qin Huaian's side. She is the granddaughter of Manager Shui, and having frequented the place over the years, the girl has grown fond of pestering him for playtime. Qin Huaian wondered why the little girl was so enamored with the original owner. Perhaps it was due to his handsome visage? That shouldn't be the case. She is merely a child of 8 or 9 years. Could it be the original owner's amiable smile? Ling Yun. Manager Shui approached, casting a stern glance at the little girl. Ling Yun stuck out her tongue and trotted off to play by herself. Manager Shui then smiled and inquired, do you have medicinal herbs to sell, young friend Qin? Not today, Manager Shui. I'm here to purchase some spirit warding pills. Oh, I see. How many would you like? 4 vials, please. Here are 2 spirit stones. Manager Shui accepted the spirit stones and called to his assistant, Wang Gui. Fetch 5 vials of spirit warding pills for our young friend Qin. The assistant Wang Gui reluctantly brought over 5 vials of the pills and handed them to Qin Huaian with a hint of displeasure. Humph, a mere temp worker. And the manager treats him so well. Manager Shui, Qin Huaian hesitated, yet his hand reached out to accept the 5 vials of pills. Haha, young friend Qin. When you collect more herbs, continue to sell them to Danxia Pavilion. Manager Shui observed Qin Huaian's swift acceptance of the pills with mild surprise, then laughed heartily. It seems our young friend has matured considerably in just a few days. Indeed, I shan't impose further, Qin Huaian replied, cupping his hands in respect as he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to depart, little Ling Yun rushed over and tugged at his sleeve. Brother Qin, play with Ling Yun for a little while longer and tell me more stories about the Million Mountains. Qin Huaian knelt down, his expression warm and smiling. Little Ling Yun, practice diligently. When you grow up, you'll be able to venture out into the world on your own. I have matters to attend to now, but we shall play again next time. Little Ling Yun exhibits commendable talent, having already begun to cultivate at such a tender age. In a few years, when the sect recruits, she may have the opportunity to join and train. After bidding farewell to Manager Shui and Ling Yun, Qin Huaian exited Danxia Pavilion. On his way back to the outer city, he spotted a stall selling materials for refining, displaying an assortment of large and small items. Pointing to one of the ores, he inquired, friend, how much for this ore? Ah, you have a discerning eye. This red copper ore is of exceptional quality. It's 1 spirit stone per pound, and this piece weighs about 50 pounds. Shall I weigh it for you? Feigning contemplation, Qin Huaian replied, your price seems a bit steep. I'll take a look elsewhere. He turned to leave, astonished at how exorbitantly priced the raw ore was. Don't go, my friend. I can offer you a discount of 20%. You want to find a better deal. 70%. That is my final offer. Seeing Qin Huaian's intent to depart, the vendor hastily called out. Yet, Qin Huaian pressed on, his heart ablaze with excitement, rushing to mine. No, what he sought was not merely ore but spirit stones. Once outside the inner city, Qin Huaian made a beeline for the outer city gate, where he intended to take a flying boat back to the mining area. With only 3 spirit stones left in his possession, he was on the brink of destitution. Fortunately, those 5 vials of spirit warding pills contained 50 pills, sufficient to sustain him for some time. Upon reaching the outer city gate, it was already midday, with about an hour remaining before the flying boat's departure. A few cultivators were already waiting there, indicating that news of the red copper or recent abundance had spread. Finding a vacant spot, Qin Huaian prepared to meditate and cultivate when a rosy-faced, slightly plump young man approached him, clasping his hands in greeting. "Friend, are you also heading to the red copper or veins? Have you been there before?" Not one to turn away a smiling face, Qin Huaian replied with a smile. "What counsel do you have?" The young man leaned closer and whispered, "You may not be aware, but it's not quite peaceful within the mines." "Oh." Qin Huaian responded with genuine curiosity. The young man glanced around, ensuring that others had paused their activities, their attention now fixed on him. Though his voice was low, the surrounding cultivators were close enough to hear every word clearly. Seeing that he had captivated the audience, the young man smirked and continued. "While this mine belongs to the Huangshan Sword Sect, such small veins are not taken seriously by the major sections. They only send a few outer disciples to oversee the mine entrance. Inside, there are bandits. Do you know what that means? A group of individuals who collude to rob other cultivators of their ore, then exchange it for spirit stones. The overseers from the Huangshan Sword Sect only care about collecting the ore and paying out rewards. As long as things don't escalate, they turn a blind eye." The young man's expression while discussing the bandits conveyed genuine indignation, suggesting he had his own story to tell. "When we go mining together, should we encounter these bandits, we can assist each other. What do you think?" Before Qin Huaian could respond, several others gathered around. One tall and robust middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor spoke up. "Is that true? We toil away for scarce resources, and such scoundrels dare to engage in such despicable acts." "Indeed," echoed another. "Does the Huangshan Sword Sect not intervene?" "Shoo. Is the Huangshan Sword Sect a topic we can freely discuss?" A cacophony of voices erupted as everyone voiced their opinions. The young man, filled with righteous indignation, proposed, "Why don't we form a team? If we encounter the bandits, we can unite against them." The crowd nodded in agreement, and Qin Huaian felt that this was indeed a commendable approach. They introduced themselves, comprising a total of 7 individuals. The stout fellow was named Wang Baol, at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. The burly man, Jiang Yuan, was at the 3rd level, the most accomplished among them. As the time for departure approached, more individuals began to gather, including both those who had previously visited and newly recruited members of the Huangshan Sword Sect. At that moment, a colossal flying vessel descended from the sky, measuring approximately 30 to 40 feet in length and 20 to 30 feet in width. Though incomparable to the grand ships of the past, the sight of such a massive vessel descending from the heavens was undeniably awe-inspiring. As the side of the vessel opened to reveal a hatch, 2 cultivators emerged, one of whom called out, "All holders of work badges, please board. Each must pay 1 spirit stone. Those without badges are not permitted to board." The work badge was a token issued by the Huangshan Sword Sect to miners, bearing only a serial number and a sword-shaped emblem. Only with this badge could one enter the mining area. One by one, the crowd submitted their spirit stones to board the vessel. As the hatch closed, the flying vessel ascended slowly into the sky. Chapter 4. Return to the mining area. When the vessel landed in the mining area, the sun was already slanting toward the west. The mining supervisors distributed mining tools and baskets, leading the group toward the mine entrance. Let me reiterate the rules. First, no storage artifacts are allowed inside the mine. If anyone possesses one, they may surrender it now for safekeeping. Second, all mined or must be handed over to the mining supervisors and cannot be taken out of the mining area. Third, for every 100 pounds of red copper ore, 1 spirit stone will be awarded, with no upper limit. If fortune smiles upon you and you unearth red copper essence, 1 pound of it will yield 1 spirit stone. You may exit the mine at any time to exchange your ore. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred slightly, and Qin Huaian noticed some individuals' eyes blazing with fervor. Having mined for several days, he understood that even ordinary red copper ore was not easily extracted. It often took considerable effort to unearth just a few pounds of it. As they approached the mine entrance, Qin Huaian sensed a wave of spiritual awareness scanning the area. This awareness was not concealed, and all cultivators could feel it, serving as a deterrent. Qin Huaian felt reassured that his seed space had not been discovered by the cultivators here. Upon entering the mine, they encountered multiple paths leading deeper into the veins. "I will leave you here. You may choose your own paths to mine. Best of luck to you all," said the supervisor before exiting the mine. There were 7 or 8 paths, each branching into numerous smaller tunnels. The entire mountain and subterranean area resembling a honeycomb of interconnected passages. After a brief hesitation, the group formed small teams, each selecting different paths to delve into the depths of the mine. "Which path shall we take?" Wang Baol inquired. "We'll take this one. I had good fortune mining here last time," Qin Huaian replied, recalling his previous successful harvest. The others, being first-time visitors, had no objections. After navigating several forks, they arrived at the location where Qin Huaian had mined before. This was a relatively spacious area, with over 10 smaller tunnels extending outward. This is the spot. Everyone can choose a small tunnel to mine freely, Qin Huaian announced before selecting one to begin his work. If anything happens, call for help. We must support one another. Wang Baol added urgently. The others nodded in agreement before each choosing a tunnel and entering. A day later, Qin Huaian's basket contained nearly half a basket of ore, approximately 500 pounds. In truth, only half of that amount was what he had mined that day. The rest he had silently stored in his seed space. Were it not for the fear of arousing suspicion, he would have preferred to deposit all the mined ore into the seed space. This mining vein was indeed as rumored. Having reached a rich ore zone, the quantity mined in a single day surpassed that of his previous 2 days combined. Qin Huaian consumed a grain of a fasting pill and continued to excavate. His mirror body was continuously operating the Qinghua formula, tirelessly absorbing spiritual energy. Thus he felt no fatigue, and even his true qi within the dantian was slowly increasing. Truly, a human-shaped machine, a saintly body for mining. Half a day later, Qin Huaian's basket contained approximately 800 pounds of ore. At that moment, as he struck the wall of the mine with his pickaxe, a glimmer of reddish gold appeared. It was red copper essence. Cautiously, he cleared the surrounding rubble and unearthed a fist-sized piece of red copper essence. While small in size, it was remarkably heavy, weighing over 20 pounds. Although he was unaware of the market value of red copper essence, judging by the compensation ratio provided by the mine, it should be worth over 100 times that of raw ore. Quietly, he stored it in his seed space and resumed mining. As the day progressed, his basket was nearly full, yet no further red copper essence was found. Just then, Wang Baol's voice echoed from outside. Fellow cultivators, would anyone like to accompany me to exchange the mined ore? I'll go. Me too. Several individuals emerged from their small tunnels, and Qin Huaian followed suit. He glanced around to see that Wang Baol's basket was full, while the others were also nearing capacity. What good fortune! The mining pace is significantly quicker than before. Wang Baol exclaimed with a grin, realizing he had the most ore. The group made their way to the ore exchange point, where the supervisors weighed their ore and promptly rewarded them with spirit stones. Wang Baol received 13 spirit stones, while Qin Huaian and Jiang Yuan each earned 12. The other 2 cultivators received 10 and 11 stones, respectively. On their return to the mine, the group was filled with excitement. How could they not be? At this rate, a monthly income exceeding 100 stones seemed effortless. Most individuals coming to mine were at the early stage of qi refinement, and for those without a specialized skill, earning spirit stones was arduous. Mining here posed little risk. It merely required some physical effort, albeit at the expense of precious cultivation time. Yet, they were all independent cultivators, constrained by their financial limitations. Once back in the mine, the group re-entered their respective tunnels. Although Qin Huaian's spirit stones were insufficient to advance the Qinghua formula to a minor completion stage, he chose to utilize them for direct cultivation. The spiritual energy within the spirit stones was remarkably pure, making absorption easier. The speed at which early-stage qi refinement cultivators could cultivate with spirit stones was 2 to 3 times faster than absorbing natural spiritual energy. If aided by medicinal pills, the speed would be even greater. Many scions of prominent families could elevate their cultivation to the later stages of qi refinement, even with slightly inferior talent. Simply by leveraging resources, Qin Huaian had his mirror body hold the spirit stones for cultivation while his main body continued mining. After 2 days of practice, he discovered that the mirror body could absorb 4 spirit stones daily. 2 days later, when he checked the system interface, it displayed cultivation level, qi refinement, second level 13100, technique, Qinghua formula, proficient 1100, can deduce. Having absorbed 8 spirit stones, the progress of his second level of qi refinement increased by 2 points. If he continued to absorb spirit stones for cultivation, he would require approximately 348 spirit stones, equating to around 87 days. If his main body cultivated simultaneously, he could potentially reach the 3rd level of qi refinement in less than 2 months. Without the mirror body to deduce the technique and cultivating alongside his main body without the aid of spirit stones or medicinal pills, it would take 9 years to reach the 3rd level of qi refinement. The current speed was astonishingly swift. Was this the allure of a cheat code combined with monetary investment? Before long, a month passed, and Qin Huaian was fortunate enough to unearth another fist-sized piece of red copper essence, which he once again stored in his seed space. On that day, Wang Baol also discovered a piece of red copper essence weighing over 30 pounds, and the 2 of them proceeded together to exchange their mined ore. On the return journey, the chubby man was brimming with excitement. Haha, brother Qin, the mine you chose for us is simply marvelous. When we reach the market, I must treat you to a sumptuous meal. Qin Huaian and the chubby man had grown quite familiar with each other, their exchanges now devoid of formality. Well then, we ought to find a fine restaurant, Qin Huaian jested. Absolutely. We have no shortage of spirit stones. Haha. Nowadays, I can directly absorb spirit stones while meditating and cultivating during my breaks. Chubby, I plan to return to the market in a couple of days. Would you like to come along? I think I'll pass this time. I have ample supplies prepared and will return next month. The following day, Qin Huaian set out alone, carrying a half basket of ore from the mine. After exchanging the ore, he proceeded to wait for the flying vessel at the entrance of the mining area. He needed to convert the ore in his spatial realm into spirit stones. Chapter 5. Realization. By the time Qin Huaian returned to his cave abode, evening had fallen. He took stock of the items in his spatial realm. He had 64 spirit stones remaining, having exchanged over 180 spirit stones for the ore throughout the month, with 120 stones consumed in the cultivation of his mirror body. Within his spatial realm lay nearly 20,000 pounds of red copper ore and 2 fist-sized pieces of refined red copper. Ore could not enhance his cultivation directly. It must be transformed into spirit stones. Furthermore, the original owner had focused solely on increasing their cultivation level, neglecting the study of combat techniques or spells. Of course, the original owner could not be entirely blamed. In the vicinity of Yuntian Market, the Huangshan sword sect held unparalleled dominance, and the smaller sects and families were largely restrained by it, resulting in relative tranquility. Among low-level cultivators, aside from those who frequently hunted demonic beasts for survival, especially loose cultivators, most were solely engaged in the cultivation of their techniques to elevate their realms, devoting little energy to learning combat skills. Loose cultivators typically possessed average talent and mostly learned simple skills related to the myriad of arts in cultivation to make a living. The time spent acquiring cultivation resources and enhancing their realms consumed the majority of their hours, leaving little room for the study of combat techniques. This had led to a significant number of low-level loose cultivators lacking battle experience. After being robbed by a mining bully shortly after his arrival, Qin Huaian had firmly believed in the necessity of having means for self-defense. Merely improving his cultivation level would not suffice for the long journey ahead. The Qinghua Sutra, which the original owner had obtained, contained a few minor spells. However, the original owner had only cultivated the foundational techniques and had not practiced the subsequent spells. With a thought, the Qinghua Sutra appeared in Qin Huaian's hands. Upon opening the booklet, he found 3 recorded spells: Fireball Technique, Spirit Eye Technique, and Dust Removal Technique. The Fireball Technique allowed for the manipulation of spiritual energy to condense a fireball for attack. The stronger the spiritual energy, the greater the fireball's power. This spell was quite useful as an offensive method. The Spirit Eye Technique enabled one to discern the cultivation level of any cultivator not exceeding their own, proving to be very practical. As for the Dust Removal Technique, it could rid one's body and clothing of dust. One might say it was akin to a cleansing ritual. He decided to first experiment with the Fireball Technique, silently reciting its formulation in his mind. Consumption of 20 spirit stones. The mirror body can condense the Fireball Technique to the entry level, requiring 1 hour. Consumption of 40 spirit stones can have the time. He spent 20 spirit stones to reach the entry level. An hour later, he comprehended the operational route of the Fireball Technique. He opened his interface. Cultivation level. Qi refining. Second layer 41100. Technique. Qinghua Sutra, proficient 1100, can be further refined. Fireball Technique. Entry level 1100. Can be further refined. Qin Huaian attempted to condense a fireball in his palm, noting that a single fireball could consume up to 5 of his internal spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy expended, the greater the fireball's power, and correspondingly, the longer the time required to condense it. For instance, condensing a small flame could be accomplished instantaneously with minimal spiritual energy. However, creating a fireball that contained 5 units of energy would take approximately a breath's time, a duration that was rather lengthy in the midst of battle. He needed to continue refining his skills. Only through investment could he advance. Early the next morning, Qin Huaian headed directly to the inner city. Instead of visiting the Danxia Pavilion, he opted for a shop called Baohua Tower, a relatively large establishment in Yuntian Market specializing in magical artifacts and refining materials. Esteemed friend, is there something you wish to purchase? Upon entering Baohua Tower, a beautiful female cultivator approached him with a warm smile. I wish to sell some refining materials. Right this way, please. Have a seat for a moment while I fetch our appraiser. The female cultivator led Qin Huaian to a small partitioned area, where each customer could conduct transactions privately to protect their confidentiality. Qin Huaian was not concerned about any potential unfair treatment or avarice from the shop. On one hand, the Huangshan sword sect maintained a relatively peaceful environment, and large establishments valued their reputations highly. On the other, the daily transaction volume was significant, rendering his modest offerings inconsequential. Moments later, the female cultivator returned with an elderly man with a white beard. The old man, though gray-haired, appeared youthful and spirited, aligning perfectly with Qin Huaian's mental image of a cultivator. "This is Master Nangong from our shop. You may present your materials for his appraisal." Qin Huaian produced 2 pieces of refined red copper and placed them on the table, having retrieved them from his spatial realm before setting out. The old man examined the pieces for a moment and said, "Refined red copper, remarkably pure. The purchase price is 160 low-grade spirit stones per pound. What do you think?" "Young friend, that sounds agreeable, Master Nangong," Qin Huaian replied with a respectful nod. "All right, Luo Yan, please calculate how many spirit stones this young friend will receive." After weighing the pieces, the female cultivator smiled at Qin Huaian, stating, "The 2 pieces of refined red copper total 53 pounds and 6 ounces, amounting to 8,576 low-grade spirit stones. Do you have any other items for sale?" "None for now. What is the price of your storage pouches?" Qin Huaian decided to purchase one for convenience in selling his, or a basic storage pouch costs 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, an intermediate pouch 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a high-grade pouch 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. "I'll take a basic storage pouch." "Very well, please wait a moment." After a brief period, the female cultivator returned, handing him a storage pouch. "Your 76 low-grade spirit stones have been placed in this pouch. Please take care." "Thank you." Qin Huaian accepted the pouch, channeling his spiritual energy to confirm its integrity before speaking. Although cultivators in the Qi refining stage could not project their consciousness outward, they could input spiritual energy to retrieve items from the storage pouch. He examined the basic storage pouch, noting that it had dimensions of less than 1.5 meters, providing an approximate volume of 3 cubic meters, a rather considerable capacity. Of course, it paled in comparison to his spatial realm. Exiting Baohua Tower, Qin Huaian appeared composed on the outside, though internally, he was elated. No longer would he need to count spirit stones in increments of 3 or 5. The prospect of acquiring spirit stones felt exhilarating. Qin Huaian was untroubled by the potential for suspicion regarding his sale of ore. He had observed numerous stalls selling or throughout the streets, and the quantity he intended to sell was trivial compared to the shops. It could barely even afford a decent storage pouch. As far as Qin Huaian knew, these shops typically did not inquire about the origins of the items they purchased, whether they be spiritual herbs or materials from demonic beasts. His only concern was the risk of exposing his wealth, attracting unwanted attention, by selling to these larger establishments. He aimed to mitigate such risks. Reputable shops generally upheld good credibility and privacy, with rare occurrences of customer information being leaked. Qin Huaian discreetly stored the bulk of his spirit stones and the storage pouch within his spatial realm, leaving only a small quantity on his person. He then set off to procure some medicinal pills, making his way to a location nearly 10 miles away from the Danxia Pavilion. As he walked, he divided his focus, continuing to refine the fireball technique in his spatial realm. Consuming 40 spirit stones, the mirror body can deduce the fireball technique to mastery, taking 2 hours. Consuming 80 spirit stones can have the time. Choosing to deduce with the expenditure of 40 spirit stones, Qin Huaian opted not to accelerate the process, feeling that an additional hour was inconsequential, as spirit stones were hard to procure. "Greetings, Manager Shui." Qin Huaian entered the Danxia Pavilion, nodding at Manager Shui. "Oh, young friend Qin, you've come. Have you been out gathering herbs recently?" "It's been quite a while since your last visit," Manager Shui responded with a smile. "Not recently. I have been mining at the Qitong vein of the Huangshan Sword Sect." "Haha, splendid. I've heard that this vein has been yielding quite a bounty lately. Moreover, the Huangshan Sword Sect has ceased increasing the number of miners. Many are seeking to purchase mining badges, with a single badge transferring for as much as 500 spirit stones." Qin Huaian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Is it really that in demand?" A hint of envy flickered in the eyes of the attendant, Wang Gui, nearby. "Haha, I was fortunate enough to sign up a while back," Manager Shui continued. "Young friend Qin, I presume you're here to purchase some elixirs? I'll need 20 bottles of the Big Dan, 2 bottles of the Huichi Dan, and 1 Peiyuan Dan." "Ah, so you plan to stay at the mining site for a while?" Manager Shui chuckled. "It's quite troublesome to travel back and forth. With the income from the Qitong vein being good, it's wise to accumulate some spirit stones." "Wang Gui, please assist young friend Qin with his elixirs," Manager Shui instructed. A moment later, Wang Gui handed over several vials, his expression impassive. 20 bottles of Big Dan, 10 spirit stones, 2 bottles of Huichi Dan, 200 spirit stones, 1 Peiyuan Dan, 100 spirit stones. The total is 310 spirit stones. Mining is so lucrative. Even if it is, one shouldn't squander like this. Using Huichi Dan already? What a spendthrift. Wang Gui thought to himself, secretly incredulous. Ignoring Wang Gui's tone, Qin Huaian inspected the items, found them satisfactory, and placed the spirit stones on the counter. He then turned to Manager Shui and cupped his fists. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Do come again. Manager Shui replied. The Huaiqi Dan can swiftly restore spiritual energy and is also useful for cultivation. Relying solely on spirit stones for cultivation may lead to bottlenecks. It is not as if boundless spirit stones can yield limitless progress. However, using Huaiqi Dan for cultivation allows one, provided their aptitude is not too lacking, to advance to the later stages of qi refining. Naturally, this method requires a considerable quantity of Huaiqi Dan, far exceeding the consumption when utilizing spirit stones for cultivation. Generally, large sects and prominent families would not permit their disciples to cultivate in this manner. Moreover, disciples from major sects possess commendable aptitudes. Those with inferior talent find it challenging to gain entry, and their normal cultivation speed is already quite rapid. The Peiyuan Dan is a healing elixir, significantly beneficial to practitioners in the qi refining stage. Exiting the Danxia Pavilion, Qin Huaian made his way towards the largest commercial establishment in Yuntian Fangshi, the Wanbao Hall. Chapter 6, Wanbao Hall. Wanbao Hall stands on the most bustling street of the inner city, a grand 5-story edifice among predominantly 3-story structures, exuding magnificence. Upon entering Wanbao Hall, the first floor is divided into sections for pills, talismans, and artifacts. Qin Huaian proceeded to the artifact area. What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? A young attendant inquired. I wish to sell some more. Right this way. The attendant led Qin Huaian to a small cubicle reminiscent of Baohua Tower, where a middle-aged cultivator awaited. This is our appraiser, Master Peng. You may present your items to him for valuation, the attendant announced. Having previously stored the qitong, or in his storage bag, Qin Huaian retrieved it and handed it to the appraiser. The storage bag was unsealed. The appraiser infused his spiritual energy into it, extracting several ores for examination. Qitong, or 1 gene for 6 spirit stones. Our appraiser at Wanbao Hall offers fair prices. Shall I calculate the total for you? The attendant asked. Please do. Certainly. After weighing the ore, the attendant continued. We have 19, for 155 genes of qitong, or, totaling 11. 673 lower-grade spirit stones. Here are 116 medium-grade spirit stones and 73 lower-grade spirit stones. Please accept them. Thank you. Could you show me the defensive artifacts? Qin Huaian decided to prioritize his safety. Of course. The attendant guided Qin Huaian to the artifact section. This is a one-time defensive jade pendant. When attacked, it can instantly generate a protective barrier capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 4th-layer qi refining practitioner, priced at 400 spirit stones. This here is a lower-grade artifact. The Xian Iron Shield, crafted from Xian Iron and inscribed with a defensive formation, able to withstand a full-force strike from a 6th-layer qi refining practitioner, available for 1,600 lower-grade spirit stones. And this is the Heavenly Silkworm Jade Garment, a medium-grade artifact made from the silk of the 2nd-class demon beast, the Ink Jade Heavenly Silkworm. Inscribed with a defensive formation, capable of withstanding a strike from a 9th-layer qi refining practitioner, priced at 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The prices for defensive artifacts are exorbitant, significantly higher than those for comparable offensive artifacts. After surveying several artifacts, Qin Huaian ultimately chose to purchase the Jade Pendant and the Heavenly Silkworm Jade Garment. The Jade Garment was lightweight and could be worn underneath clothing. Although defensive artifacts were costly, the memory of the previous owner's demise from a single punch lingered vividly, necessitating precaution. He then procured 5 swift movement talismans, 5 diamond talismans, and 3 shield talismans, all first-tier medium-grade talismans, each priced around 50 spirit stones, totaling 650 lower-grade spirit stones. Finally, he selected a medium-grade offensive artifact, the 7 Stars Bone-Piercing Needle, capable of launching 7 finely crafted Xian iron needles at once. This artifact's compact and discreet design could potentially allow one to strike above their level if the enemy were caught off guard. He also purchased 500 Xian iron needles to accompany it, totaling 2,000 spirit stones. Exiting Wanbao Hall, Qin Huaian found himself with 36 medium-grade spirit stones and approximately 300 lower-grade spirit stones remaining. He did not linger in the inner city, but returned directly to his rented cave abode. Upon arriving at the cave, now in the afternoon, he gazed at the modest dwelling and the narrow alleyway outside, sighing inwardly. Once I earn a bit more spirit stones, I must move to a better place. Upon returning, Qin Huaian did not rest. He sat cross-legged on a mat. At this moment, the fireball technique had been fully deduced. He opened the interface. Cultivation level, Qi refining, 2nd layer 41, 100. Techniques, Qinghua Ju, Mastery 1, 100, can be deduced. Fireball technique, Mastery 1, 100, can be deduced. Qin Huaian sensed the mastery level fireball technique. The flow of spiritual energy while condensing the fireball was noticeably smoother, and the fireball itself was more refined and powerful. A mastery-level fireball could condense a single sphere containing 10 spirit stones worth of energy, taking about a breath to reach maximum potency. If condensing a fireball of 5 spirit stones, it could be released almost instantaneously. Continuing to deduce the fireball technique, consuming 80 spirit stones. The mirror body can deduce the fireball technique to minor success, taking 4 hours. Consuming 160 spirit stones can have the time. Consuming 80 spirit stones to deduce. Qin Huaian returned his consciousness to his main body, retrieved a medium-grade spirit stone, and began to circulate the Xianxiaaudiobooks. He felt that the spiritual energy from the medium-grade spirit stone was purer and easier to absorb, with a speed approximately 50 faster than that of lower-grade spirit stones. Such a fine resource. Using medium-grade spirit stones for cultivation in the future would surely be more expedient. Recalling the expenditure of 80 medium-grade spirit stones at Wanbao Hall, Qin Huaian felt a pang of regret. A day later, Qin Huaian opened his eyes. In the meantime, he spent another 160 spirit stones over 8 hours to elevate the fireball technique to great success. A great success fireball could condense a single sphere containing 20 spirit stones worth of energy, taking about a breath to reach maximum potency. If condensing a fireball of 10 spirit stones, it needed less than half a breath to form. Concentrating 20 spirit stones into a fireball for a single release wielded terrifying power, essentially serving as a trump card. He opened the interface, cultivation level, Qi refining, second layer 43, 100. Cultivation technique, Xianxiaaudiobooks, mastery 1100, can be deduced. Fireball technique, great accomplishment, can be optimized. The fireball technique has an additional optimization option. What does optimization mean in this context? Optimization refers to the upgrading and refining of the current technique, allowing it to achieve a state that is most compatible with the host. What are the requirements for optimizing the fireball technique? It requires the consumption of 1,600 spirit stones. The mirror body can optimize the fireball technique to perfection, taking 16 hours. Consuming 3,200 spirit stones can have the time. With such a large number of spirit stones, it feels like robbery. However, one cannot deny the immense power of this feature. Does it not mean that with sufficient investment, any technique can be cultivated to a state of complete compatibility with the practitioner? This must be limited by the inherent quality of the technique itself. No matter how powerful the fireball technique becomes, it remains merely a fireball technique. Just as no matter how skilled one becomes in archery, it cannot surpass the might of wielding a high-caliber sniper rifle. Thus, one must seek more profound and esoteric advanced techniques. The higher the technique, the more formidable its power when fully realized. Qin Huaian chose not to optimize the fireball technique, but instead to elevate his foundational technique, thereby accelerating his cultivation progress. He proceeded to deduce Xianxiaaudiobooks. It requires the consumption of 200 spirit stones. The mirror body can deduce Xianxiaaudiobooks to the initial success, taking 12 hours. Consuming 400 spirit stones can have the time. He consumed 200 spirit stones to deduce it to initial success. After achieving initial success with Xianxiaaudiobooks, Qin Huaian then expended 400 spirit stones, taking 24 hours, to deduce it to great accomplishment. 3 days later, while operating at the great accomplishment level of Xianxiaaudiobooks, Qin Huaian's absorption rate of spirit stones increased by approximately 25 times compared to the mastery level. What are the conditions for optimizing Xianxiaaudiobooks? It requires the consumption of 4,000 spirit stones. The mirror body can optimize Xianxiaaudiobooks to perfection, taking 48 hours. Consuming 8,000 spirit stones can have the time. What a voracious beast of consumption this is. Glancing at the data panel, cultivation level, Qi refinement, second layer 48100. Techniques, Xianxiaaudiobooks, great accomplishment, can be optimized. Fireball technique, great accomplishment, can be optimized. Qin Huaian noticed that he still had 6,450 low-grade spirit stones remaining, having not absorbed even one medium-grade spirit stone over the past few days of cultivation. If both techniques were to be optimized to perfection, it would consume more than half of his remaining spirit stones. One must not be overly frugal, lest one fail to capture the wolf. Once the spirit stones are exhausted, he could earn more. Determined, Qin Huaian made a firm decision. Chapter 7, Breakthrough. Optimized Xianxiaaudiobooks. It requires the consumption of 4,000 spirit stones. The mirror body can optimize Xianxiaaudiobooks to perfection, taking 48 hours. Consuming 8,000 spirit stones can have the time. He consumed 4,000 spirit stones to optimize it to perfection. Qin Huaian's main body cultivated while the mirror body deduced the technique. 4 days later, he optimized the fireball technique. It requires the consumption of 1,600 spirit stones. The mirror body can optimize the fireball technique to perfection, taking 16 hours. Consuming 3,200 spirit stones can have the time. He consumed 1,600 spirit stones to optimize it to perfection. 2 days later, upon checking the data panel, cultivation level, Qi refinement, second layer 68100. Techniques, Qin Huaian, perfection. Fireball technique, perfection. Both Qin Huaian and the fireball technique have reached the state of perfection. The perfected fireball technique can condense a fireball containing 30 units of spiritual power, requiring approximately 1 breath to gather the maximum power. If condensing a fireball with 20 units of spiritual power, it takes about half a breath. To unleash a fireball containing 30 units of spiritual power at once, few cultivators of the same rank could rival it. Alas, it can only be used 3 times. If 3 attempts fail to defeat an enemy, one must flee. It lacks sustainability. However, 1 breath is still somewhat lengthy and not particularly practical in combat, serving only as a means for ambush. After experiencing the potency of the fireball technique, Qin Huaian, alongside the mirror body, began cultivating with medium-grade spirit stones. The pure spiritual power was swiftly absorbed into his body, flowing smoothly and seamlessly, washing through his meridians and acupoints, ultimately converging in his dantian. Time flowed by unnoticed. 3 days later, the spiritual power in his dantian seemed to break through a barrier, and Qin Huaian reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. He did not cease his cultivation, continuing for approximately another half-month. His dantian became full, and under the circulation of spiritual power, it broke through its limits, expanding several times in size, swelling dramatically. The medium-grade spirit stones in his hand were instantly consumed, and the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged, being absorbed into Qin Huaian's body. He advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. His body absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy at an astonishing rate to fill the bloated dantian. Qin Huaian understood this to be a normal phenomenon following a breakthrough. He took out some medium-grade spirit stones, and the spiritual power within them rapidly replenished his expanded dantian. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, everything settled into tranquility. Qin Huaian halted his cultivation, introspecting the full dantian. He felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. The increase in spiritual power from the 2nd to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement was only about double, but from the 3rd to the 4th layer, it increased by over 5 times. Mid-stage Qi refinement completely overwhelmed early-stage Qi refinement. In just 1 month, he ascended from the 2nd layer to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. In the Yuntian market, and even among the great sects and prominent families, he would likely be regarded as a genius. Of course, aside from the considerable expenditure of spirit stones, there were no other issues. Checking the data panel, cultivation level, Qi refinement, 4th layer 1100. Techniques, Qin Huaian, perfection. Fireball technique, perfection. Upon reviewing the remaining spirit stones, he found 850 low-grade spirit stones and 9 medium-grade spirit stones. Indeed, they were consumed rather quickly. Qin Huaian, feeling the immense spiritual power within, found some solace. Were it not for the seed space, even with these spirit stones, it would have been impossible to achieve such rapid advancement to mid-stage Qi refinement. A lack of aptitude requires the investment of resources. He must continue to procure spirit stones and further enhance his abilities. I wonder how the situation is at the Qitong mine. Is the yield still as high as it was previously? Qin Huaian opened the door and stepped outside, the sun just cresting the treetops. At that moment, the door next door opened simultaneously, revealing Sui Chen, who emerged with a bundle, his right arm conspicuously empty. Qin Huaian approached and inquired, "Brother Su, what brings you out?" Sui Chen looked at Qin Huaian and sighed. "Brother Qin, I must return to the secular world." "Brother Su, why? What happened to your right arm?" "Not long ago, I teamed up with others to hunt beasts in the Million Mountain Range, where I was injured by a shadow leopard. For some reason, the beasts we encountered during this hunt were extraordinarily ferocious. Had it not been for the rescue of my companions, I might have lost not just my right arm, but my life as well. I have surpassed 30 years of age, and my cultivation has only recently reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, with the loss of my right arm. My prospects for cultivation are effectively extinguished. It would be better to return and be a secular immortal teacher, especially since I can inherit the title of Duke." Qin Huaian fell silent. Without the seed space, he would likely be no better off than Sui Chen. The Huangshan Sword Sect and other nearby sects recruit a new batch of disciples every 10 years. Those with exceptional aptitude may be directly chosen by the sect. If one's aptitude is merely average but they reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement before the age of 30, they may still be accepted as outer disciples by smaller sections. Of course, if one possesses talents in alchemy, weapon crafting, talismans, or formations, many sects would vie for them even with lesser cultivation aptitude. Qin Huaian said little, as cultivators in the market came and went, exchanging many resources. The lifespan of those in the Qi refinement stage is not significantly different from that of mortals. If they do not reach the foundation establishment stage, they will inevitably turn to dust within 120 years. Many cultivators who see no hope of reaching foundation establishment choose to return to the secular world, marry, and lead lives of prosperity. May the winds favor you, Brother Su. Qin Huaian clasped his fists in farewell. Su Yichen nodded slightly at Qin Huaian, casting a lingering glance at the small room he had occupied for the past 2 years. He closed the door behind him and turned to walk towards the city gates. Despite the limited interactions between Qin Huaian and Su Yichen, his departure brought Qin Huaian back to a state of calm after the excitement of his recent breakthrough. Though he had reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement, he remained a mere novice in the vast realm of cultivation. In this world, unforeseen events could transpire at any moment, and only through cultivation could one secure their foundation. Hence, he must hasten his training. After bidding farewell to Su Yichen, Qin Huaian visited the district management office to pay 6 months' rent, amounting to 60 spirit stones. Approaching midday, he arrived at the city gate, awaiting the flying vessel bound for the mining site. Perhaps due to the Huangshan sword sect no longer recruiting, the crowd was sparse today. Alongside him, only 4 cultivators boarded the vessel. Upon reaching the mining area, Qin Huaian made his way directly to his previous location, uncertain whether the others from his last temporary team remained in their spots. Upon arriving at the site where they had mined before, he observed several small tunnels, some of which had been interconnected. Yet, no one was present. Indifferent, Qin Huaian retrieved his pickaxe, preparing to test whether any ore could still be extracted from this location. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. "Boss, there's a lone one here." Qin Huaian turned around to find that it was none other than the group of miners who had robbed the original owner of his belongings. Several individuals approached him, their mining baskets nearly full. Qin Huaian regarded them with a smile. "Kid, what are you laughing at? Show us how much or you've harvested," one of the younger miners demanded. "Silence," the burly man interjected, pushing the younger one aside. "Brother, we are merely passing through. You carry on with your business." He clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, preparing to leave. It was evident that the burly man, unable to discern Qin Huaian's cultivation level, had no intention of provoking him. Just as they were about to turn away, Qin Huaian's voice rang out coolly. "Did I permit your departure? Let us see if you still recognize this young master." "I do not recognize you. Do you intend to force us to stay?" The burly man scrutinized Qin Huaian, but failed to recognize him. After all, they had robbed countless individuals. It was impossible to remember them all. Alas, original owner, how pitiful. You were bullied so severely that they do not even recognize you. Chapter 8. An unexpected turn. Open your eyes and behold. Qin Huaian suddenly hurled a fireball towards the burly man. This fireball, merely a gathering of his scant spiritual energy. A flash of light appeared as a protective shield rose before the burly man, which shattered in an instant, the fireball's force unabated as it surged toward his chest. The burly man hastily unleashed a golden shield talisman, barely managing to fend off the fireball. A wave of terror washed over the burly man. This youth had undoubtedly reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement, and even a simple fireball required him to exert all his strength for defense. His companions were equally frightened. Their leader had been in the early stage of Qi refinement for a considerable time and was regarded as a formidable figure. Yet, they could hardly withstand even a minor fireball from this cultivator. They quickly pleaded for mercy. "Senior, it is all a misunderstanding. We shall compensate for your losses." Their hearts were heavy. It had been a long time since they had encountered a lone cultivator, and to their shock, this one was at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. The former victim had broken through. Qin Huaian had no intention of taking their lives. After all, this was the Huangshan sword sect's mining site. If a death occurred and it were traced back to him, he would face dire consequences and would be unable to continue mining, an opportunity too rare to squander. "I shall not make it difficult for you. Leave behind all your ore, and each of you will pay me 500 spirit stones. That will suffice." "Spare us, senior. I truly do not possess that many spirit stones. You are asking for my life," one of the younger miners begged, ignoring the young man's pleas. Qin Huaian focused on the burly man, who was now drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he replied, "As you say, senior." He instructed his companions to empty their baskets, and they managed to gather enough spirit stones to hand over to Qin Huaian. Surprisingly, they truly possessed such wealth. It seemed they had not been shy in their dealings. "Begone, and do not let me see you again." The group hastily picked up their baskets and turned to leave the tunnel. "Wait." One of the younger miners halted abruptly, crying out, "Senior, we have truly given you all our spirit stones. Please let us go. I ask you, why are these nearby tunnels deserted?" The young miner quickly responded, "Senior, have you not been around recently?" "To the point. Yes. Recently, everyone has gone deeper into the mine. The ore content there is significantly higher. and red copper essence frequently appears, which is why these outer tunnels are abandoned. Very well, you may leave. The group fled as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. Once they had distanced themselves, Qin Huaian stored the spirit stones and ore in his storage space. Such a generous yield, it seemed he had indeed profited. Qin Huaian mused. Unbeknownst to him, due to recent cooperative mining efforts, the mining bullies had been forced to turn over a new leaf, rarely engaging in robbery and instead mining normally. Had it not been for the increased yield from the mines, they might not have managed to produce such a sum of spirit stones. Having no desire to linger, Qin Huaian continued deeper into the mine, gradually encountering other cultivators engaged in mining. He did not come across the chubby fellow and his companions, nor did he search for them, instead finding an unoccupied small tunnel to commence his digging. Simultaneously, he focused his mind on his storage space, preparing to deduce the spirit eye technique. This technique allowed one to perceive the cultivation levels of others, a highly useful spell. If he could see through others' levels, it would mitigate many unnecessary troubles. Cost: 30 spirit stones. The mirrored entity can deduce the spirit eye technique to the entry level, requiring 1 hour. Cost: 60 spirit stones. Time can be halved. He opted for the entry-level deduction at the cost of 30 spirit stones. 2 days later, Qin Huaian had expended a total of 450 spirit stones, successfully advancing the spirit eye technique to mastery. At the entry level, it could discern cultivators of the same rank or lower, while the proficient level could perceive those at 1 rank higher, and so forth. The mastery level could reveal the ranks of cultivators 3 minor levels above oneself. To optimize it to perfection would require 2,400 spirit stones, which Qin Huaian chose not to pursue. The mastery level was sufficient for his current needs. Cultivating his own rank remained paramount, especially since his spirit stones were running low. Over the past 2 days, Qin Huaian had mined approximately 3,000 jin of ore. After breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, his mining speed had significantly increased. He stored 8/10 of the ore he had gathered in his space, and even fortuitously unearthed a fist-sized piece of red copper essence. 2 more days passed, and Qin Huaian finally filled a mining basket, preparing to head back to submit his ore. At that moment, the entire mountain shook violently. Beast tide. All cultivators, come forth to defend. A booming voice echoed throughout the mining area. The faces of the crowd paled. Proximity to the Million Mountains meant they had all heard tales of the terror of beast tides. Beasts surged forth from the Million Mountains, fiercely assaulting human territory. Encountering a beast tide within the Million Mountains was a near-death experience for cultivators. This was a dire calamity. Qin Huaian had heard of beast tides. Each occurrence resulted in numerous cultivator fatalities. Run to the mouth of the mine. If the entrance collapses under the attack of the beasts, we are all doomed. Someone shouted. Qin Huaian gathered the ores into his spatial storage, discarded the mining basket, and turned to sprint toward the mouth of the cave. The others followed suit, tossing aside their baskets without regard for whether they contained any ores. Without storage treasures, they were merely burdens. As they neared the exit, an increasing number of individuals emerged, all converging towards the cave entrance, or rather, fleeing for their lives. Escaping offered a glimmer of hope. Being trapped within the cave without aid meant certain death. At the cave's mouth, the protective array had been activated, with 3 Foundation establishment cultivators stationed at the forefront, overseeing its operation. The assailants of the protective formation were largely wolf-type demon beasts, each standing 2 meters tall with blood-red eyes, furiously battering against the barrier. These were the Silver Moon demon wolves, now driven into a frenzied state. Nearby, a cultivator spoke anxiously. Qin Huaian had heard Su Yiqing mention the Silver Moon demon wolves. They were among the most feared beasts for those hunting demons. Among thousands of first-tier Silver Moon demon wolves, one might find a Silver Moon wolf king. A first-tier Silver Moon demon wolf equated to a human in the qi refinement stage, while the Silver Moon wolf king was on par with a Foundation establishment cultivator. Qin Huaian observed the countless Silver Moon demon wolves surrounding the cave, numbering well over several thousand. One by one, the red-eyed beasts recklessly collided with the shimmering shield of the formation. The recoil from the protective array caused numerous demon wolves to burst into clouds of blood mist, as countless others rushed forward in succession. Under the guidance of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, the formation gradually stabilized, allowing several of them to sit cross-legged and recover their spiritual energy. However, the onslaught of the Silver Moon demon wolves showed no signs of abating. At that moment, a disciple from the Huangshan Sword Sect stepped forward and addressed the crowd. I am Wei Junyu, an outer disciple of the Huangshan Sword Sect. Behind these Silver Moon demon wolves lurk at least 3 second-tier Silver Moon wolf kings. The Foundation establishment elders will not expend excessive spiritual energy to maintain the formation. They must conserve their strength for the wolf kings. Otherwise, should their energy be depleted and the second-tier wolf kings attack, our chances of survival will diminish to none. Without the guidance of the Foundation Establishment Elders, the Formation's defensive capabilities can last at most another hour. Once breached, the Foundation Establishment cultivators will confront the Wolf Kings, and we will be left to fend for ourselves. At this juncture, the crowd stirred restlessly. Most of these miners were not adept in combat, with many lacking even basic offensive treasures. For those largely at the first or second levels of Qi refinement, the cost of treasures was prohibitively high. Qin Huaian himself possessed only a single throwing weapon. In such a large-scale battle, its effectiveness would be minimal. Was he truly destined to meet his end so soon after his arrival? Chapter 9. The Array Shatters. Wei Junyu raised his hand to signal for silence. And as the crowd quieted, he continued, I have brought some standard flying swords and talismans from the Huangshan Sword Sect for distribution. Those without weapons may come to receive a flying sword and several talismans. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of flying swords scattered onto the ground. Though they were all low-grade artifacts, they attested to the Huangshan Sword Sect's wealth. Nearly 300 miners had gathered, the majority at the initial stages of Qi refinement, with only a few at the mid-stage and none at the late stage. As they gazed at the scattered artifacts, the surrounding noise grew tumultuous once more. Many faces turned pale, some trembling slightly. We mine for the Huangshan Sword Sect. They must ensure our safety. Someone shouted. Indeed, we are merely ordinary loose cultivators, lacking combat experience. The Huangshan Sword Sect must take responsibility. Many voices echoed this sentiment. I understand your feelings, Wei Junyu began to soothe the crowd. Just then, a burly cultivator wielding a heavy sword interrupted, grasping Wei Junyu's arm. Brother Wei, there's no need for so much explanation. He then turned to the crowd. Are you all not accustomed to the world outside the secular realm? This is the realm of cultivation. The path of cultivation has never been smooth sailing. Upon entering the Million Mountains, you must always be prepared for self-defense. No one will forever protect you. No one will always be your caretaker. The crowd paused, taken aback by the cultivator's words. Most were novice cultivators who had lived in the peaceful human territories, many of whom had never ventured into the Million Mountains. Qin Huaian himself was not well versed in the Million Mountains. The original owner had merely gathered common spiritual herbs at the outskirts, while this copper mine lay deeper within. Junior brother Zhong. Most of them are still in the early stages of Qi refinement, Wei Junyu remarked. Brother Wei, at a time like this, we might not even escape safely. The more people we have, the stronger our chances. Without a fighting spirit, their demise will be even more tragic. Wei Junyu fell silent, refraining from further objections. The cultivator named Zhong continued. Cultivation is inherently about competition, competing for opportunities, competing for resources. Coming to the Million Mountains to mine is also for resources. This is the domain of demon beasts. Now that we are here, we must be ready for their attacks. And now that the demon beasts are upon us, let us not lament our fate, but rather take up arms and confront them. Open your eyes and see the multitude of beasts around us. If we do not protect ourselves, who will? With his words, those willing to resist and unwilling to wait idly began to seize their weapons. The crowd fell silent. At that moment, a formidable-looking man stepped forward and took a flying sword. Qin Huaian recognized him as Jiang Yuan. He too stepped forward and grasped a flying sword. Though he was unfamiliar with sword techniques, possessing a weapon was better than being unarmed. More and more individuals approached to claim their swords. At this point, the chubby boy noticed Qin Huaian and quietly approached him. Brother Qin, let us look out for each other later. Qin Huaian nodded silently. Having a familiar ally amidst the chaos would be beneficial. Wei Junyu distributed several talismans to everyone, some for attack and others for defense. Qin Huaian received 2 shield talismans and 2 fireball talismans. After the talismans were handed out, Wei Junyu addressed the crowd. In a moment, the 3 elders will detonate the protective array. You must follow them to break through. Holding the cave will yield no success. We will only be exhausted here. Outside, waves of silver moon demon wolves continued to recklessly collide against the protective formation. Qin Huaian observed 3 large, snow-white wolves, significantly larger than the ordinary silver moon demon wolves, standing atop a small hill. They must be the silver moon wolf kings. Prepare to break through, shouted a Foundation Establishment cultivator ahead. At that moment, the light shield formed by the array erupted into a brilliant glow. Boom, 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 with several deafening sounds. The protective shield exploded outward into the wolf horde, scattering numerous silver moon demon wolves into clouds of blood mist. An open space materialized before them. Instantly, the 3 silver moon wolf kings leaped into the air, charging toward them. The 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators also soared upward to meet them. Follow me, Wei Junyu bellowed, drawing his flying sword and rushing toward the weaker flank of the demon wolves. Qin Huaian hesitated momentarily before following suit, and Wang Baol, noticing this, did not rush to the front either. After a brief delay, the two found themselves amidst the crowd. "Let us go," Qin Huaian urged in a low voice. As the crowd collided with the wolf pack, several cultivators at the front were instantly torn apart by the demon wolf's claws, even before they could throw their talismans. Qin Huaian surveyed the ground littered with dismembered limbs, and surprisingly, he felt a strange calm wash over him. They needed to find a way to escape. Engaging in a death struggle with the demon wolves would surely lead to their demise. Beside him, the chubby boy's face paled slightly, yet there was an unmistakable glimmer of excitement in his eyes. At that moment, several demonic wolves charged towards them. Qin Huaian hurled a fireball talisman, causing a fiery orb to explode and propel towards the approaching wolves. The foremost demonic wolf extended its sharp claws to intercept the fireball, only to be engulfed by the flames in an instant, simultaneously halting the advance of the other wolves. "This way," he shouted, casting a movement talisman and sprinting away from Wei Junyu and the others. The portly Wang Baol quickly followed suit, activating his own movement talisman to keep pace with Qin Huaian. Wei Junyu and her companions exhibited formidable fighting prowess, their swords flashing as they dispatched several wolves. However, with each wolf they felled, more seemed to converge upon them. "This way." After slaying a low-tier wolf with his sword, Qin Huaian called for Wang Baol, who was battling back-to-back with him. Utilizing his spirit vision technique, Qin Huaian skillfully evaded the mid to late-stage Silver Moon wolves, making a rapid bid for escape. Although they were selectively targeting the weaker foes, the sheer number of wolves soon depleted their stock of attack talismans. With their defenses bolstered by a diamond talisman, the duo began to wield their swords with ferocity. It must be said that the flying swords from the Huangshan sword sect are of exceptional quality. Lacking any formal swordsmanship, they channeled their spiritual energy into the blades, effectively wielding them as weapons. As they carved their way through the throng of wolves, a multitude of wolf carcasses littered the ground, and both were now drenched in blood. Under the guidance of Wei Junyu and the other cultivators from the Huangshan sword sect, they neared the periphery of the wolf pack, while the remaining miners capable of standing had dwindled to less than half. Qin Huaian cast a glance into the distance, where 3 Silver Moon Wolf Kings were engaged in a fierce duel with 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, the battle proving quite intense. The trio was deliberately leading the 3 Wolf Kings away from the main pack. Hope for escape blossomed. Wang Baol noticed something peculiar about Qin Huaian, who adeptly avoided the higher-tier wolves. Though they were both embroiled in bloody combat, they had sustained no significant injuries. Just then, 2 mid-tier wolves lunged at them. "Mid-tier wolves, be careful." Qin Huaian urgently swung his sword to block one of the attacking beasts, and then slapped a diamond talisman onto himself. He saw the other wolf barreling towards Wang Baol. Wang Baol would surely struggle against a mid-tier wolf. Without his support, Qin Huaian's situation would become dire. Channeling his spiritual energy, he launched a fireball imbued with 5 units of power towards the wolf targeting Wang Baol. Chapter 10. The Escape. As the other wolf lunged at him, Wang Baol hastily swung his sword to parry. Yet, his cultivation level fell short, and he was forced back several steps by the wolf's assault. Taking advantage of the momentum, he rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the wolf's attack. At that moment, the fireball reached its destination. The wolf twisted to dodge, but at such close range, it had no chance of escape. The fireball struck the wolf squarely in the abdomen, exploding violently and rendering the beast utterly lifeless. Wang Baol stared in disbelief. Is that really a fireball technique? The explosive power is astounding. A mid-tier wolf dispatched in a single blow. How incredible. Qin Huaian must have reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement just 2 months ago. He was at the same level as Wang Baol. After launching that fireball, Qin Huaian found his spiritual energy nearly depleted and quickly consumed a recovery pill to restore his strength. The sight of its companion's sudden demise spurred the remaining mid-tier wolf into a frenzied assault. Its razor-sharp claws lunged at Qin Huaian, who countered with his sword. The tremendous force sent a jolt through his arm, causing it to go numb. In response, he retreated, activating the 7-star piercing formation hidden in his other hand. 7 dark iron needles shot forth at an imperceptible speed, striking the pursuing wolf in the head. The creature fell without a sound, rolling several times before coming to rest at Qin Huaian's feet. In the span of mere seconds, 2 mid-tier wolves had been slain, leaving Wang Baol agape. Qin Huaian. Enough chatter, let's flee." They surged past the remaining members of their group, who had finally broken through the encirclement of wolves. With less than 20% of their original number still standing, the group fled desperately, the relentless wolves snapping at their heels. With some unfortunate souls being toppled and swallowed by the pack, Qin Huaian tossed Wang Baol a movement talisman and a recovery pill, activating one himself. "Fatty, I'll borrow yours." Wang Baol quickly caught the items, showing no hesitation as he swallowed the recovery pill. Feeling his energy rapidly replenish, he exclaimed, "Qin Huaian, wait for me." He then activated his movement talisman and hurried after Qin Huaian. Most of the remaining cultivators had exhausted their medicinal pills and talismans, allowing the two to quickly surpass the majority. A few others, possessing higher cultivation or speed-enhancing artifacts, began to widen the gap with the rest. Qin Huaian and Wang Beol plunged into a dense forest, altering their course several times until the sounds of the wolf pack faded from earshot, and they could no longer see any other cultivators. They did not pause. After each consuming a recovery pill, they ran for the better part of the day. The only sounds left in the mountains were the chirping of insects and the calls of birds. Qin Huaian, let's take a break. I can hardly run anymore. Wang Beol panted, his face flushed. Sensing they had likely escaped the wolves, Qin Huaian halted, scanning the area for any signs of danger. Wang Beol, lacking all decorum, slumped against a tree, gasping for breath. Qin Huaian, I owe you my life this time. Fatty, spare me the melodrama. Get up. We need to find a secluded spot to rest. While he had indeed saved Wang Beol's life, without Wang Beol's support, Qin Huaian's escape would have been far more challenging. In saving Wang Beol, he had also saved himself. After searching the vicinity, they discovered a natural cave. They gathered some branches to block the entrance, rendering it somewhat concealed. The sky gradually darkened. Inside the cave, Wang Beol, we'll take turns keeping watch. You rest first. They exchanged no further words. Their bodies and minds utterly exhausted after the day as harrowing events. Wang Beol leaned against the cave wall and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Qin Huaian had only spent 4 or 5 days in the mining area, having extracted minimal ore, combined with what he had received from a few local bullies. He had roughly amassed 10,000 pounds, along with a piece of red copper essence. With the demon beasts ravaging the area, this copper vein was likely finished, and it remained uncertain if such opportunities would arise again. In the past few days, his mirror body cultivation had consumed 1 medium-grade spirit stone, leaving him with 8. Adding the spirit stones he had acquired from the bullies, he now possessed 2,400 low-grade spirit stones. Opening his status panel, Cultivation, Qi Refinement, Level 4. 60-100, Techniques. Qinghua Ju, Perfected, Fireball Technique, Perfected, Spirit Vision Technique, Major Achievement, Optimizable. The Spirit Vision Technique had proven invaluable. Had Qin Huaian not evaded the late-stage Silver Moon Wolves, they would likely have been torn to shreds. Without idling, Qin Huaian remained vigilant, dividing his consciousness to monitor the surroundings while he and his mirror body commenced their cultivation. In the early hours of the night, Wang Beol awakened to take over from Qin Huaian, who had been half reclining against the cave wall, dozing for a brief moment. As dawn's light began to filter through, Qin Huaian opened his eyes to find Wang Beol seated cross-legged in meditation. Hearing the sound of Qin Huaian stirring, Wang Beol rose to his feet, exclaiming, Brother Qin, you're awake. Shall we return today? We remain uncertain of our current location. It's likely that the demon wolves have not yet dispersed. We should wait here for another couple of days. Following this exchange, Qin Huaian and Wang Beol engaged in further conversation. This rotund fellow hailed from Qin country, a neighboring realm to Qi country. His great-grandfather had been a cultivator but had mysteriously vanished before Wang Beol's birth, reportedly in pursuit of spiritual herbs in the Million Mountain Range, never to return. At 18 years of age, Wang Beol came from what had once been a prominent local family. However, due to his great-grandfather's disappearance, the family had gradually fallen into decline. By Wang Beol's generation, they had dwindled to the status of minor landlords. When he was 16, Wang Beol discovered some ancient texts left by his great-grandfather in the ancestral hall. One particular text contained cultivation methods, allowing Wang Beol to swiftly advance in his practice. In less than 2 years, he reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement, a feat that left Qin Huaian in awe. Despite both being self-taught, the disparity between Wang Beol's progress and that of the original host was stark. Wang Beol was aware that every decade, various cultivation sects would gather in major markets or capitals to recruit disciples. His great-grandfather had visited Yuntian Market and had recorded the route to get there. Following this path, Wang Beol arrived at Yuntian Market, only to find the Huangshan Sword Sect recruiting miners for their copper vein. He decided to mine while awaiting the sect's recruitment. Little did he anticipate that a mere few months later, he would encounter a beast tide, nearly losing his life in the process. Fatty, I didn't expect your aptitude to be so remarkable. Reaching the 2nd level of Qi refinement in just 2 years means you have a promising future in the sect. Qin Huaian mused, reflecting on how the original host had taken 6 years to achieve the same level. Thankfully, with the seed space now at his disposal, Qin Huaian felt reassured that he wouldn't be left behind by Wang Beol. Brother Qin, I've heard that the Million Mountain Range is perilous. We have no idea if we can find our way out. I've never ventured deep into the Million Mountains before. If we head north, we should eventually reach areas inhabited by humans. Chapter 11. The mobile artillery. After 2 more days, the duo resolved to retrace their steps. Using the sun's position to ascertain their direction, they set off northward. The Million Mountain Range was said to span hundreds of thousands of miles, and the copper vein they had mined was merely on the outskirts, having only entered the mountains for about 1,000 miles. During their escape, they had not paid attention to their direction, and now could only proceed based on a rough estimate of where north lay. The mountains were densely wooded, and Qin Huaian and Wang Baol wielded flying swords, occasionally cutting through the underbrush that obstructed their path. "Brother Qin, it seems there's a river ahead. Let us go check it out," replied Wang Baol. As they approached noon, they came upon a river, its widest point merely 3 to 5 zhang across. "Let us see if we can catch some fish. After hiding in the cave and subsisting on spirit pills for the past few days, my palate has grown weary." Qin Huaian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he searched the riverbank. Having traversed this world without enjoying a proper meal, the sight of the river reminded him of his fishing days in his previous life. Indeed, cultivators were not to be compared with ordinary mortals. Qin Huaian swiftly fashioned a spear from a stick and soon speared several plump fish. "Fatty, gather some dry firewood." On it, Wang Baol quickly collected a substantial amount of dry twigs. After removing the fish entrails and cleaning them, Qin Huaian ignited the wood with a fireball spell, skewering the fish over the flames to roast. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Wang Baol to swallow hard in anticipation. "Brother Qin, your culinary skills are exceptional. This is delectable," Wang Baol exclaimed, holding a skewer with a perfectly roasted fish, devouring it hungrily. Qin Huaian savored this otherworldly first proper lunch. Perhaps due to the infusion of spiritual energy, the fish tasted far superior to those of his past life. Even without seasoning, he found himself devouring a 3 to 4 gene fish without realizing it. Once satisfied, the two sought a narrower section of the river to cross. The north bank rose into a small hill, and their crossing point lay at the foot of this hill. The terrain was relatively flat, with sparse trees allowing ample sunlight to stream through. At that moment, Qin Huaian noticed a spiritual herb not far off. It stood about 3 feet tall, with slender, soft leaves that had wavy edges, and boasted 7 buds on the verge of blooming. "Xianxiang flower. It's truly a xianxiang flower," Qin Huaian exclaimed. The flower, with its 7 blossoms, was at its most potent when freshly bloomed. Drawing upon the herbal knowledge accumulated by the original host, he recognized this herb as the coveted xianxiang flower, a principal ingredient for the Foundation Establishment pill. It was both expensive and exceedingly rare, with strict environmental requirements for growth. This location, being south of the mountain and north of the water, served as a gathering place for yang energy. Hence the emergence of this xianxiang flower. Out of hundreds of qi refinement cultivators, only a handful might successfully establish a foundation. Thus, the Foundation Establishment pill, which could enhance the success rate, was an invaluable elixir. The rarity of xianxiang flowers and purple yin fruits contributed significantly to the preciousness of the Foundation Establishment pill. Hastening forward, Qin Huaian reached the xianxiang flower, with Wang Baol following closely. "Brother Qin, what is this?" "The xianxiang flower, fatty. We've struck gold. This is a primary ingredient for the Foundation Establishment pill." "The Foundation Establishment pill. Brother Qin, hurry and pick it." "Patience. The xianxiang flower should be harvested only when fully bloomed for optimal potency. It's not quite ready yet. From its current state, we may need to wait until nightfall." Just then, a furious roar from a beast echoed in the distance. "Not good. Fatty, run." Qin Huaian saw a beast resembling a wild boar charging toward them, towering a full human height and of considerable bulk, already at the late stage of the first tier. "The mountain-pushing beast," Wang Baol shouted. In a swift motion, Qin Huaian uprooted the entire xianxiang flower and stashed it into the seed space. The beast, enraged by the loss of the flower, let out a series of furious roars. Qin Huaian cast a movement talisman and tossed one to Wang Baol. "Fatty, run." Their speed surged, yet they were unable to shake off the mountain-pushing beast, which, despite its slow intellect, was formidable in strength and resilience. "My great-grandfather's texts detail this." Wang Baol panted as they fled. "This one do. Our spiritual energy is depleting too rapidly," Qin Huaian noted. Secretly, he conjured a fireball, gathering 30 units of spiritual energy within a breath's time, and slowed his pace slightly. The mountain-pushing beast quickly closed the distance between them. When it was merely 5 or 6 zhang away, Qin Huaian activated a mechanism, and the 7-star penetrating needle shot forth. The mountain-pushing beast, a late-stage first-tier creature, reacted with astounding speed, twisting its body just in time to narrowly evade the needle. "Now," Qin Huaian shouted, launching a fist-sized white fireball at the beast. The mountain-pushing beast had no time to dodge as the fireball struck it squarely, exploding upon impact. The beast let out a heart-wrenching wail, and as the light faded, a gaping wound appeared on its front, revealing bone. Remarkably, despite the grievous injury, the mountain-pushing beast continued to charge at Qin Huaian. Seeing that the fireball spell had not incapacitated the beast, Qin Huaian activated the defensive formation of the heavenly silkworm jade garment. The mountain-pushing beast was now perilously close, and with a mighty leap, its massive hoof struck Qin Huaian's back. "Brother, watch out!" Wang Baol, witnessing Qin Huaian being struck by the mountain-pushing beast, anxiously shouted and rushed forward with his sword drawn. Despite the protective barrier of the celestial silkworm jade garment, the immense force of the impact sent Qin Huaian sprawling. However, he adeptly rolled forward and sprang back up, continuing his sprint. "Run!" Qin Huaian yelled back at Wang Baol. Seeing that Qin Huaian was not gravely harmed, Wang Baol pushed himself to run with all his might. The mountain-pushing beast, realizing that its ferocity had not reduced Qin Huaian to a mere pulp, roared in rage and, disregarding its own bloodied wounds, pursued Qin Huaian with reckless abandon. Qin Huaian, undeterred, unleashed several small fireballs imbued with a hint of spiritual energy. Perhaps frightened by the previous fireball, the beast hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding each one. Yet, the distraction from the fireball slowed its momentum, granting Qin Huaian a brief respite. The continuous exertion of running and battling had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly consumed a recuperative pill, feeling his energy replenish rapidly. As he ran, he hurled fireballs backward, one after another, resembling a relentless mobile artillery. Under the barrage of fireballs, the distance between Qin Huaian and the mountain-pushing beast gradually widened. When they were separated by several dozen feet, Qin Huaian began to gather his spiritual energy once more, preparing to employ the same tactic again. At that moment, a series of cries echoed from the sky. Looking up, Qin Huaian spotted several white-headed vultures circling above, a first-tier predator known for appearing above combatants, waiting to feast on the fallen when one side succumbed. The mountain-pushing beast seemed to sense the vultures overhead, growing increasingly agitated. Yet, its limited intellect prevented it from making a swift, advantageous decision. Consequently, it charged at Qin Huaian with even greater ferocity. Chapter 12, The Tree Hollow and the Bones. Seeing the mountain-pushing beast barreling toward him in a frenzy, Qin Huaian hesitated no longer. As they closed into within roughly 10 feet, he unleashed the fireball he had been charging. At this distance, the beast had no means of evasion, and the fireball struck once more, exploding upon impact. The force of the blast sent the beast staggering backward before it collapsed with a resounding thud. At that moment, a flock of white-headed vultures descended, encircling the fallen beast. The creatures struggled momentarily, but soon fell silent. What a pity, thought Qin Huaian. The materials from the mountain-pushing beast were likely worth a considerable sum of spirit stones. However, he had little time to lament, as several vultures that had failed to reach the carcass turned their gaze toward Qin Huaian and Wang Baol. What the? Not only did they steal my spoils, but now they seem intent on attacking me? Realizing the precarious situation, Qin Huaian urgently motioned for Wang Baol to flee. Upon glancing back and seeing the vultures did not pursue, both breathed a sigh of relief. After running for a while longer, they finally slowed down. "Fatty, let's find a place to rest and recover our spiritual energy. The Million Mountain is fraught with dangers," Qin Huaian suggested. "All right, Brother Qin, look over there. There's a grove of trees. Let's see if we can find a concealed spot." Qin Huaian noticed a denser cluster of trees not far ahead. In the Million Mountain range, thick forests were not ubiquitous. The trees were unevenly distributed. Towering trees, with diameters exceeding 10 meters, were common here. Unlike the rare sight they would be in his past life. As they approached the thicket, they prepared to seek out a safe hollow to recuperate. "Brother Qin, that tree hollow over there appears to show signs of human alteration," Wang Baol remarked. Qin Huaian had also spotted the hollow. The tree was tall and thick, boasting a diameter of 11 or 12 meters. About 10 feet above the ground, there was a hollow approximately 3 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters high. The sides of the hollow had been modified, with other timber used to block the entrance, leaving an opening just tall enough for a person to pass through. Qin Huaian signaled for Wang Baol to be silent, then carefully surveyed the surroundings. The only signs of human alteration were at the hollow. The underbrush and small shrubs around the tree had grown lush, indicating it had long been abandoned. He slowly approached, discreetly grasping the 7 stars penetrating needle, and shouted from a distance of over 10 meters, "Is there a fellow cultivator residing here?" After a prolonged silence, there was no response. Qin Huaian picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the hollow, but still, no reaction ensued. At that moment, Wang Baol approached Qin Huaian and quietly said, "Brother Qin, it seems no one has visited this place in quite some time. This appears to be an abandoned tree hollow. Let us go inside and be cautious." Upon hearing this, Qin Huaian activated the defensive array of the celestial silkworm jade garment and gripped the 7 stars penetrating needle firmly. With a leap, he entered the hollow. In the corner, to his astonishment, lay a skeleton. Its robe had long since decayed, but the upper body was clad in intact soft armor, likely a defensive magical artifact. Wang Beol soon followed, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the skeleton. Brother Qin, whose remains are these? It appears to be a cultivator who passed away here. Let's take a closer look. As Qin Huaian approached the bones, he found no identifiable markings. However, beside the skeleton, he discovered a storage bag resting on the ground. Upon inspection, it bore no restrictions, suggesting it belonged to a Qi refining stage cultivator. Since a Qi refining stage cultivator's consciousness cannot leave their body, such storage bags are typically unsealed and accessed through the input of spiritual energy. This storage bag is quite defined, Qin Huaian remarked. Indeed, Wang Beol exclaimed, for he did not possess a storage bag himself. Typically, early Qi refining cultivators, and even many in the mid-stage, lacked such luxuries. To him, storage bags were the possessions of wealthy cultivators. Let us see what's inside. Qin Huaian infused spiritual energy into the bag, discovering it was similar in capacity to the basic storage bag he had purchased at Baohua Tower. He began extracting its contents. First, he retrieved a dozen mid-grade spirit stones and several hundred low-grade spirit stones. With a storage bag, this cultivator was likely at least in the mid or late stages of Qi refining. To Qin Huaian, the number of spirit stones was not particularly impressive. Next, he unearthed a mid-grade flying sword artifact, superior to the standard flying swords provided by the Huangshan sword sect, making it a commendable magical item. The remainder consisted of several tomes, which caught Qin Huaian's eye. Books are the ladders of human advancement. Knowledge is power. These thoughts flickered through his mind. Since arriving in this world, he had been constantly on the move, and in the cultivation market, he had only encountered expensive manuals for sale. Thus, aside from the Qinghua manual and the introductory text on medicinal herbs he had obtained, he had not read any other books. He understood the significance of knowledge. After all, Wang Beol had relied on the text left by his great-grandfather to embark on his cultivation journey and had come to Yuntian market seeking opportunities. Thus, regardless of the world, the adage that knowledge alters destiny remained universally applicable. Seeing Qin Huaian's excitement upon extracting the tomes, Wang Beol was puzzled. Why the enthusiasm for these books? You exhibited no such reaction upon discovering the spirit stones. Could it be that these texts hold greater significance? Or has Brother Qin come to regard wealth as trivial? Brother Qin, what do these books contain? I do not know. Let us open them and see. Chapter 13. The Ever-Changing Heavens. Within the storage bag of this cultivator were 4 books and a rolled-up map. Upon seeing the map, Qin Huaian was overjoyed. Though the map was not very detailed and appeared hand-drawn, Yuntian market was clearly marked. The map delineates the approximate territories of the Qi Kingdom, the Qin Kingdom, and the Jin Kingdom, along with the surrounding areas of the Million Mountain. The Qi Kingdom is centrally located, with the Jin Kingdom to the east and the Qin Kingdom to the west. The capitals of the 3 nations are marked on the map, as well as the cultivation markets of Yuntian in the Qi Kingdom and Donglai in the Jin Kingdom. All 3 nations are connected to the Million Mountain to the south, and the map provides small annotations regarding their geographical locations. This area likely serves as a stronghold for the cultivator, hence its prominent marking. 2 winding routes are depicted between the 2 cultivation markets, both opting for the shorter path out of the Million Mountain before traversing the human realm towards the markets. This region lies southeast of Yuntian, approximately 2,000 li away from it, and around 5,000 li from Donglai. Wonderful. There's even a route map, Wang Beol exclaimed, filled with excitement as he finally glimpsed hope for an exit, eliminating the need for aimless wandering. Qin Huaian fixed his gaze on the plump companion and remarked, a journey of 2,000 li, mostly through the Million Mountain region. How many demonic beasts do you think we will encounter? The chubby boy immediately deflated, recalling their narrow escape from a late-stage first-tier demonic beast earlier that day. Without the use of a teleportation talisman, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to traverse 2,000 li within the Million Mountain at their current pace. Let us peruse the other books, Qin suggested. One titled Changchun Gong presented a fundamental cultivation technique encompassing methods for both the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. This is a treasure, Qin Huaian exclaimed. His Qinghua only covered the Qi refinement stage, and the original owner had not sought out foundation establishment techniques due to their slow progress in cultivation. With Qin Huaian's current pace, reaching the foundation establishment stage would not take long. Another book, Tianqing Baibian, detailed a technique for body movement, particularly useful for Qi refinement cultivators who had yet to master flight. Mastering this technique could enhance one's speed by over 5 times. A third book, Basics of Alchemy, was divided into 2 parts. The first part richly illustrated various commonly used spiritual herbs, their shapes, effects, and processing methods, far more comprehensive than Qin Huaian's herb introduction. The second part contained recipes and detailed refining methods for several potions, including the Big Dan, Huaichi Dan, Ningxua Dan, Cutie Dan, and Foundation Establishment Dan. While alchemical recipes were not difficult to obtain in the markets, becoming an alchemist was arduous, requiring not only innate talent, but also extensive practice with numerous spiritual herbs, making alchemists often akin to those who built their fortunes on piles of spiritual stones. Lastly, there was a book titled Chronicles of Jin's Pleasures, documenting various entertainment venues across the Jin Kingdom and amusing anecdotes from these locales. Flipping through this book, the chubby boy's face flushed, and he attempted to turn away. Yet his gaze remained fixed, muttering, "This cultivator is no saint." Qin Huaian erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, my dear chubby friend, this is not suitable for children. I shall keep it safe." He set it aside, and then turned to Wang Baol, saying earnestly, "You likely still lack a storage bag, right? Here. The storage bag is yours, and the spiritual stones belong to me. I'll lend you some talismans and potions without expecting repayment. You can copy the books." No, Qin brother. You saved my life. These items are yours. "I cannot accept them," Wang Baol protested. "Don't be so formal. I already have a storage bag. This one is for you. As for the books, you can make copies once we reach the market," Qin insisted. Having journeyed together, Wang Baol had become Qin Huaian's first friend in this world, and he was genuinely good-hearted. Although Qin Huaian was the main force in their travels, Wang Baol was indispensable. Since they had faced adversity together, it was only right to share the spoils. Moreover, with his own spatial pocket and a storage bag for cover, having an additional one was not of great consequence. Spiritual stones were of immense value to him, so he was not shy with the chubby boy. "Thank you, Qin brother. From now on, you shall be my elder brother," Wang Baol declared. "I haven't been an elder brother for many years," Qin Huaian teased. Wang Baol paused, momentarily perplexed by Qin Huaian's remark, and replied earnestly, "Qin brother, my life is now yours. If you say go east, I shall never go west. Enough idle chatter. Let us contemplate our next steps," Qin Huaian urged, patting Wang Baol on the shoulder. "Should we follow the map to Yintian?" Wang Baol inquired. "Do you still possess any teleportation talismans?" Qin asked. "None left. The last one was given to me by you, Qin brother," Wang Baol replied. "I only have 2 left as well. Encountering demonic beasts would make escape challenging. Perhaps we should first cultivate in this tree hollow for a while to enhance our skills, or learn the Tianxing Bibian movement technique. Sharpening our tools is essential for effective work." "Agreed, Qin brother," Wang Baol affirmed. "You go ahead." Qin Huaian tossed the Tianxing Bibian booklet to the chubby boy, while he himself clasped a mid-grade spiritual stone and began practicing the Qinghua Ju with both his main body and shadow clone. 3 days later, "Qin brother, I've mastered it," the chubby boy exclaimed, waking Qin Huaian from his meditation. "Mastered it? How long has it been?" Qin queried. 3 days. "I've learned the movement technique. Now I just need to practice more. The space in this hollow is too cramped for extensive movement. I'll wait until we're outside to train my speed." Qin Huaian accepted the Tianxing Bibian booklet back. "Practice for now. I'll study it as well." Given how quickly the chubby boy had learned it, it must not be too difficult. He decided to try it himself. Opening the booklet, he found it not overly thick, with detailed illustrations and diagrams of body postures and energy flow routes. Half a day later, analyzing Tianxing Bibian, Qin Huaian muttered, a bit exasperated as he struggled to comprehend what he was reading, finding the content perplexing. Consume 50 spiritual stones. The shadow clone can deduce Tianxing Bibian to the introductory level, taking 2 hours. Consume 100 spiritual stones to have the time. He decided to expend 50 spiritual stones for the deduction. Consume 100 spiritual stones. The shadow clone can deduce Tianxing Bibian to the proficient level, taking 4 hours. Consume 200 spiritual stones to have the time. After 3 days, Qin Huaian had expended 750 spiritual stones, successfully advancing Tianxing Bibian to mastery. Opening his status panel, Cultivation, Qi Refinement, 4th layer, 26, 100. Technique, Qinghua Ju, perfected. Fireball technique, perfected. Spiritual Eye technique, mastery, can be optimized. Tianxing Bibian, mastery, can be optimized. Rising to his feet, Qin Huaian activated Tianxing Bibian, instantly transforming into a blur within the tree hollow, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. At that moment, Wang Baol opened his eyes, astonished. "Qin brother, you are incredible. You've improved your evasion speed so dramatically in just 3 days." Qin Huaian paused, fixing his gaze on the chubby boy. "How much has your speed increased when you use it?" "Approximately 3 times faster than before. I'll need to test it in a more open area for specifics," Wang Baol replied. Qin Huaian felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that his enhancement was not as extraordinary as he had imagined. Was the chubby boy truly an exceptional martial talent? "Let us go outside and test it," Qin suggested. Chapter 14, Qi Refinement 5th Layer. Stepping out of the tree hollow, Qin Huaian surveyed the surroundings, noting there was no immediate danger in the woods. Let us try out the effectiveness of Xianxiaaudiobooks in this vicinity. All right. Wang Bail responded eagerly. The two began to practice Xianxiaaudiobooks in the area. After several rounds, Qin Huaian felt that his speed while using the technique had indeed surpassed that afforded by a first-tier teleportation talisman. Wang Bail's speed had surged to more than 3 times his original pace, akin to the effects of a first-tier divine movement talisman, having nearly reached the pinnacle of mastery. Brother Qin, your innate understanding is remarkable. You've refined this technique to its utmost in just 3 days. Wang Bail acknowledged. Realizing that Qin Huaian could elevate his speed up to 5-fold at most, Qin Huaian modestly accepted Wang Bail's praise, reflecting that the mirrored entity was indeed a part of himself, an astonishing comprehension that would soon become his hallmark. Fatty, practice diligently. The more you utilize this technique, the more proficient you become, and your speed will increase. If you employ it frequently, you too will reach the zenith, Qin Huaian encouraged. Is Wang Bail's talent truly this formidable? He is almost catching up to half of my own achievements, he mused. Come, Fatty. Lend a hand in digging a grave to lay that senior to rest. The two swiftly excavated a pit sufficient to accommodate one person. Qin Huaian gently placed the remains of the cultivator within, forming a small mound of earth atop. We are grateful for the senior's legacy. May you rest in peace. The relics left behind by the cultivator proved immensely beneficial to the duo, aside from the spiritual stones and storage bags. The map and the transformative technique significantly enhanced their survival capabilities. Fatty, we currently lack spiritual stones for cultivation, so I have decided to practice here for a while and elevate my cultivation before venturing out. The Million Mountains are perilous, and our current levels are too low for a safe passage, Qin Huaian stated. All right, Brother Qin, I've amassed quite a few spiritual stones in the red copper vein. I haven't had the chance to cultivate with them yet. Thus, the pair returned to their hollow in the tree and commenced their meditation. Time slipped away unnoticed in their cultivation. On the 20th day, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy enveloped Wang Bail, drawing the surrounding spiritual essence towards him. Half a stick of incense later, Wang Bail opened his eyes, his face alight with excitement. Fatty, have you broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement? You just turned 18, and you've only been cultivating for 2 years. Indeed, I have broken through. Cultivating with spiritual stones is indeed far more efficient, Wang Bail replied. Although he lamented the rapid consumption of nearly 200 spiritual stones over the past 20 days. No worries, Fatty. With your talents, entering a sect will be a cinch. Once you are in, abundant resources will be at your disposal, Qin Huaian reassured him. Reflecting on the original owner's progress, having only just reached the 1st layer of Qi refinement in 2 years, Qin Huaian couldn't help but marvel at how Wang Bail had already achieved the 3rd layer. Brother Qin, have you ever participated in a sect's grand selection? Not yet. During my years in xianxiafanshire, there hasn't been a concentrated recruitment of disciples, Qin Huaian replied. If there is a grand selection, you are certain to be chosen. At just 22, you are already at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. It is said that transitioning from the early to mid-stage is a significant hurdle, with many remaining stuck at the 3rd layer for years. We shall find out when the selection occurs. Fatty, let us cultivate a bit longer. Days passed, and after more than 10 days, Qin Huaian sensed a breakthrough in his dantian, swiftly expanding beyond previous limitations, with external spiritual energy flooding in, finally reaching the 5th layer of Qi refinement. At this point, his medium-grade spiritual stones were nearly depleted, initially possessing 8, supplemented by the 10 or so left by the cultivator. He had consumed over 20 medium-grade stones in a month, nearly 1 a day. With his advancement to the 5th layer, the rate of absorbing spiritual stones would only accelerate, leaving him with under 2,500 low-grade stones. He would need to earn more. What? No spiritual stones left for cultivation? After becoming accustomed to spending, would you still prefer to slowly grind through low-level monsters for experience? Sensing Qin Huaian's commotion, Wang Bail halted his own training, eyes wide. Brother Qin, have you broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement? By sheer luck, Qin Huaian replied nonchalantly. Brother Qin, you truly are a genius. My great-grandfather cultivated his entire life and only reached the 6th layer, while you are already at the 5th layer. Wang Bail exclaimed in admiration. Even Qin Huaian, known for his thick skin, felt a tinge of embarrassment at the flattery. All right, Fatty, prepare yourself. We are heading to xianxiafanshire. Sure thing. The pudgy Wang Bail instinctively turned to gather his belongings, but quickly realized he had little to prepare. Turning back to inquire of Qin Huaian, he found him already leaping from the hollow, striding into the distance. Brother Qin, wait for me, Wang Bail called, jumping after him. The two employed the transformative technique, traversing the route marked on the map. At their current pace, they estimated they would exit the Million Mountains in about 2 days. As dusk approached, they had covered half the distance indicated on the map. With continuous practice of the transformative technique, Wang Bao's mastery deepened, and by the end of the day, his speed had notably increased. Fatty, there's a cave ahead. Let us rest there for the night. Traveling through the million mountains at night is far too perilous. The two found a cave, camouflaged its entrance, and took turns keeping watch while resting. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as dawn broke, they resumed their journey. Near midday, a sudden roar of a tiger echoed, tightening Qin Huaian's heart as he immediately halted, spotting a late-stage, saber-toothed tiger observing them from a distance. Brother Qin, do we fight or flee? Wang Bao whispered. Of course we flee. Qin Huaian shot him a glare. Oh, I thought you might want to slay it for materials. Given you took down a late-stage mountain-pushing beast at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, now you're at the 5th. Wang Bao replied hesitantly. Qin Huaian was momentarily speechless. Can a pig compare to a tiger? Run. The two turned and dashed away, glancing back to see the saber-toothed tiger did not pursue them. It seemed the beast was merely patrolling its territory, dismissing the two weaklings as they fled. After taking a long detour of several dozen miles, they estimated they had exited the tiger's domain and quickly resumed their path towards the outskirts of the Million Mountains. As the sun dipped in the west, they finally emerged from the treacherous terrain, gazing upon the endless plains with relief. Fatty, according to the map, there is a city nearby in the Qi Kingdom. Let us find lodging there for the night. Chapter 15, Engraving. By the time Qin Huaian and Wang Bao reached the city, it was already evening. This city was named Yong'an, the capital of Yong'an Prefecture in the Qi Kingdom. Strolling along the main thoroughfare of Yong'an, they found the city bustling with activity. Even at dusk, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. Fatty, let us first find an inn to rest. After spending so long in the wilderness, we deserve a good night's rest. Indeed, and a hearty meal. Ever since we began mining, I haven't had a proper meal and have lost weight. Qin Huaian glanced at Wang Bao's round face, teasing, you don't seem to be lacking in flesh at all. Two young masters, come in and sit. I specialize in song and dance. Allow me to entertain you with a song. A group of elegantly dressed young women approached, their voices melodic and inviting. Qin Huaian looked up to see a lavish 3-story building, with a sign hanging that read, Yihong Courtyard. It was his first encounter with such a traditional brothel, and he couldn't resist stealing a few glances inside, where the atmosphere was vibrant and intoxicating. At the sight of this spectacle, Wang Bao, for reasons unknown, was suddenly reminded of Chronicles of the Great Qin, and his face turned crimson. No, we're just passing through. My lord, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Allow me to serve you well, one of the young women insisted. As Qin Huaian observed his brother Wang Bao, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on his face as he glanced at Qin Huaian. He had encountered women dressed in even more revealing attire in his previous life. Yet he remained unfazed as he pushed past them, leading the plump boy through the area. Although Qin Huaian was not a paragon of virtue, he harbored little interest in such establishments. After walking a short distance further, they stumbled upon a somewhat larger inn. Upon entering, a servant approached them. Are you gentlemen here for a brief stay or for lodging? Please prepare 2 upper rooms for us, along with a table of your finest dishes, Qin Huaian instructed. Of course. Please take a seat. Your meal will be ready shortly, the servant replied, guiding them to a dining table on the 1st floor before hastening to the kitchen. In a short while, a lavish spread of dishes was brought to their table, though it could not compare to the exquisite feasts of his past life. It was immensely satisfying for the two of them, who had been wandering the wilderness for days. They devoured the meal with great enthusiasm, quickly reducing the table of food to mere remnants. At that moment, Qin Huaian suddenly posed a question. Do you possess any worldly currency, my rotund friend? Alas, no. Once we reach the cultivation marketplace, there's little need for worldly coins. It's cumbersome to carry them, so I have none, Wang Bao replied. Brother Qin, do you have none either? Perhaps we could offer him a spirit stone. A single spirit stone can exchange for at least 10 taels of gold. Enough to sustain us here for years. Calling over the innkeeper, Qin Huaian presented him with a low-grade spirit stone. The innkeeper, having encountered numerous travelers from all walks of life, was knowledgeable and, upon seeing the spirit stone, quickly exclaimed, this is far too precious. I cannot provide change. No need for change. Simply do not disturb our rest tonight, Qin Huaian replied. Yes. Please, gentlemen, ascend to your rooms. We shall close for the evening. The innkeeper joyfully responded. The two entered their respective chambers. Qin Huaian seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, contemplating his future path of cultivation. It seemed improbable to venture to the mine. The beast tide had likely obliterated it. Moreover, having reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement, returning to mining would undoubtedly draw attention. He had approximately 400 low-grade spirit stones remaining and nearly 10,000 pounds of red copper ore in his seed space, along with a piece of refined red copper. If all were exchanged for spirit stones, it would amount to roughly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Given his current consumption rate during cultivation, this would not last long, necessitating further earnings. The date for the sect's recruitment should not be far off. Gaining entry into a major sect would likely provide greater avenues and opportunities for accumulating spirit stones. Before that, he needed to earn money on his own. Hunting beasts in the Million Mountain was too perilous. Risking their lives would yield no reward. Other methods must be sought. Qin Huaian retrieved several books obtained from the Tree Hollow cultivator, laying them before him. Learning to refine pills could be a fruitful avenue for income, he mused. He stored the other books in his seed space and prepared to delve into the thick tome titled Fundamentals of Pill Refining. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Unknown books detected. Changchun Gong and Chronicles of the Great Qin. Would you like to inscribe them? What is inscribing? Qin Huaian pondered for a moment before clarity struck him. It appeared that any book introduced into the seed space, if not previously read or memorized by him, could have its content inscribed into his mind's mirror body, thereby synchronously transferring the book's knowledge into Qin Huaian's consciousness. Of course, this process only transcribed the content. Comprehension relied on Qin Huaian's innate understanding. For instance, after inscribing a cultivation technique, he would only remember the content, not have truly learned the technique. Conversely, if he inscribed knowledge-based content, such as the shapes and functions of spiritual herbs, he could firmly etch them into his memory. The absence of a prompt when he placed Qinghua Ju into the space suggested he had already memorized it. With this ability, it was akin to possessing an eidetic memory. No, it was even more remarkable. As long as something was placed in the space, he could remember it without needing to glance at it. Qin Huaian reveled in this thought. Inscribe, he silently commanded. He felt the content of Changchun Gong flood into his mind, as if he had perused the entire text and committed it deeply to memory. Similarly, Chronicles of the Great Qin was firmly imprinted in his consciousness. Though that could be discussed later, he also stored Fundamentals of Pill Refining in the seed space, and through the inscribing function, he instantly memorized the contents recorded within. The initial portion of Fundamentals of Pill Refining primarily introduced the appearance, growth locations, effects, and preliminary handling methods of various common spiritual herbs. The latter portion contained several pill recipes, which not only listed the spiritual herbs required for the refinement of each pill, but also detailed the techniques, control of flames, and precautions during the process. However, having detailed steps for pill refinement did not guarantee success. To successfully refine a pill and become a master alchemist, one must possess innate talent and accumulate experience through repeated practice. Mastery over the timing of flame control and herb infusion requires meticulous precision, honed through countless iterations and an abundance of spiritual herbs. Successfully refining a first-tier pill would qualify one as a first-tier alchemist. The mirror body could simulate pill recipes, starting with the most commonly used pills that were in high demand for Qi refinement practitioners. Simulating recovery pill. Consuming 100 spirit stones. The mirror body can simulate the recovery pill to the entry level, taking 6 hours. Consuming 200 spirit stones can have this time. Consume 100 spirit stones to simulate. As Qin Huaian's mirror body simulated the recovery pill, his physical self began to circulate the Qinghua Ju, meditating to cultivate. He understood that only through the enhancement of his cultivation base could he truly achieve his goals. All pills, tools, talismans, and formations were merely means to acquire cultivation resources and, in turn, elevate his cultivation level. He did not cultivate the newly acquired Changchun Gong, as Qinghua Ju had already reached perfection, and Changchun Gong was not an exceptional technique. There was no certainty that it would absorb spiritual energy more swiftly than Qinghua Ju. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, if no subsequent techniques for Qinghua Ju were available, he would then consider switching to Changchun Gong. The following morning, Qin Huaian roused Wang Beol, and after enjoying a sumptuous breakfast at the inn, the two set off towards Yuntian Fengshe. The distance to Yuntian Fengshe was merely a few hundred miles along a well-paved road, and they employed their skills to traverse the journey swiftly. Not long after their departure, a rush of insights regarding the refining of recovery pills surged into Qin Huaian's mind. These encompassed the treatment of spiritual herbs, the timing for adding herbs, and the mastery of flame control, as though he had refined them countless times. Qin Huaian realized that he had grasped the fundamentals of recovery pill refinement. The success rate for entry-level alchemy was 50. The raw materials needed to refine a batch of recovery pills cost approximately 20 spirit stones, yielding 10 pills. With a vial of 10 recovery pills priced at 100 spirit stones, even with a mere 50 success rate, the profit would reach 100, revealing the lucrative nature of alchemy. Should the success rate improve, the profits would soar even higher. However, the initial training costs for alchemists were exceedingly high. Every alchemist was built upon a foundation of spiritual herbs. Unless one possessed extraordinary talent, it was generally challenging for a casual practitioner to become an alchemist on their own. Upon reaching the city gate of the marketplace, it was already afternoon. Wang Bail, where do you intend to stay? Brother Qin, I have yet to secure a place. I did not linger in the marketplace before heading straight to the mines, so I am not well acquainted with Yuntian Fengshi. Brother Qin, could you assist me in finding a suitable lodging? Come with me. I will check if there are any available caves for rent nearby. Prior to venturing to the mining area, Qin Huaian had already paid 6 months' rent, amounting to 60 spirit stones, and had several months left until expiration. Qin Huaian escorted Wang Bail to the management office of the area where he resided. The room adjacent to his, previously occupied by Sui Ching, had already been rented out. Fortunately, there was an available room just 2 doors down, which Wang Bail decided to lease. The minimum rental period was 3 months, at a rate of 10 spirit stones per month, as casually remarked by the cultivator at the management office. Very well, thank you for your assistance, Wang Bail replied, handing over 30 spirit stones. Upon exiting the management office, Qin Huaian inquired, Fatty, what are your plans moving forward? Will you be cultivating alone while awaiting the Sect's recruitment? Or will you seek work to earn spirit stones? I have less than 200 spirit stones left. I am uncertain if I can sustain myself until the Sect's recruitment day. Brother Qin, what do you think I could do to earn some spirit stones? Qin Huaian replied, Here, take these books, Basics of Alchemy and Xianxiaaudiobooks. I have transcribed a copy while at the inn. He handed the 2 volumes to Wang Bail. You could attempt to familiarize yourself with medicinal herbs. Once you are acquainted, you can engage in some herb processing work. This way, even if you do not directly use spirit stones for cultivation, you can still cover your daily expenses. All right, Brother Qin, I shall give it a try. Wang Bail accepted the books. The 2 then returned to their respective rooms in the living quarters. While the rooms were modest in size, they were equipped with basic formation arrays for soundproofing and activation. After returning to his room, Qin Huaian settled onto a cushion and opened his interface. Cultivation level, Qi refining, 5th layer, 2100. Techniques, Qinghua Ju, perfection. Fireball technique, perfection. Spirit Eye technique, major completion, can be optimized. Heavenly transformation, major completion, can be optimized. Skills, 1st tier alchemist, recovery pill, entry level, can be deduced. Having reached the 5th layer of Qi refining, although his absorption of spiritual energy had accelerated, the progress of his cultivation had significantly slowed. Over the past few days, his projection had consumed over 100 spirit stones in its cultivation, resulting in only a 2% increase in his cultivation level. With his dwindling supply of spirit stones, if he refrained from using them for cultivation, his progress would slow by more than half. Now that he could refine recovery pills, albeit as a 1st-tier alchemist, he was already quite rare in Yuntian Fengshi. He should be able to earn spirit stones through this avenue. Tomorrow, he would sell the ore. He could no longer afford to mine. As his strength increased, his need for spirit stones would grow. Mining could easily expose his seed space, and it could only serve as his initial capital accumulation. Early the next morning, Qin Huaian set off for Wanbaitang in the inner city to convert his ore into spirit stones. Greetings, fellow cultivator. How may I assist you today? Upon entering Wanbaitang, he was approached by a 3rd-layer Qi refining cultivator dressed as a clerk. I wish to sell some ore, Qin Huaian replied, confidently navigating to a nearby partition. The prices remained consistent with the last transaction, and after assessment and weighing, it was determined that 1 piece of red copper essence weighed 33 pounds, and the red copper ore totaled 9,573 pounds, amounting to 11,024 low-grade spirit stones. The clerk handed Qin Huaian 110 medium-grade spirit stones and 24 low-grade spirit stones. In Yuntian Fengshi, low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones were commonly used, while high-grade spirit stones were exceedingly rare and rarely involved in transactions. After storing the spirit stones, Qin Huaian inquired, Do you have any alchemical furnaces for sale? Yes, indeed. Right this way, please. The clerk's demeanor brightened at the mention of an alchemical furnace, his gaze towards Qin Huaian imbued with newfound respect. Alchemists were highly esteemed in Yuntian Fengshi, partly due to their wealth, and partly because one might find themselves in need of an alchemist's services at any moment. This furnace is a medium-grade artifact, priced at 4,200 low-grade spirit stones, the clerk indicated, pointing to a furnace about a foot in size. The hierarchy of treasures in the cultivation world is divided into artifacts, spiritual tools, and true weapons, each further categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and exquisite grades. A medium-grade artifact was already quite commendable for a typical Qi refining cultivator. This larger furnace is a high-grade artifact, priced at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Offering superior success rates and quality in potion crafting, the clerk elaborated enthusiastically. In terms of medium-grade spirit stones, it would only cost 100 medium-grade spirit stones, he added. Such exorbitant prices for the alchemical furnace. Qin Huaian remarked, Do you have a more affordable option? The clerk paused briefly, then with a smile. pointed to a slightly smaller furnace. This one is a low-grade artifact, priced at 1,600 low-grade spirit stones. However, the success rate for crafting second-tier pills would be significantly lower, and there is even a risk of the furnace exploding. Which one would you prefer, fellow cultivator? Generally, Qi refining cultivators could only refine first-tier pills. Crafting second-tier pills required the aid of divine consciousness, which typically only emerged in the foundation establishment stage. However, ever since acquiring the seed space, Qin Huaian felt greatly encouraged about advancing to the foundation establishment stage, believing he would eventually be able to refine second-tier pills. After some contemplation, Qin Huaian decided, I will take the medium-grade artifact furnace. After paying the spirit stones, the clerk retrieved the furnace and handed it to Qin Huaian, saying, Please take care, esteemed guest. Emerging from Wanbaitang, Qin Huaian made his way to Danxia Pavilion, intending to purchase the necessary spiritual herbs for refining recovery pills. Chapter 17, Alchemy. Inside Danxia Pavilion, Qin Huaian spotted Manager Shui, who had just seen off a customer. He cupped his fists in greeting. Now, Qin Huaian could discern that Manager Shui's cultivation level exceeded his by 3 minor realms. Yet, he still could not ascertain Manager Shui's exact level, which must have reached the 9th layer of Qi refining. Young friend Qin has arrived. Manager Shui beamed, then suddenly paused. You did not venture to the Qitong mine of Huangshan Sword Sect, did you? I heard they faced a beast tide, and fewer than 1 in 10 managed to escape. Manager Shui, I did indeed go there last time and encountered the beast tide. Fortunately, I was fortunate enough to break through the encirclement, Qin Huaian recounted. It is good that you returned safely. I heard that only one of the 3 foundation establishment cultivators from Huangshan Sword Sect made it back. They were aided by foundation establishment experts from Yuntian Fengshe to repel the beast tide. Otherwise, if the beast tide had reached human territories, the casualties would have been incalculable. You have broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refining. Manager Shui exclaimed in surprise. Initially, he had not noticed Qin Huaian's level upon entering, but now, seeing the leap from the 2nd layer to the 5th layer in less than 3 months astonished him. Wang Gui, the clerk, overheard Manager Shui's remark and stared at Qin Huaian in disbelief. They had been at the same cultivation level during his last visit, and now he had ascended to the 5th layer. Manager Shui, after escaping the beast tide, I encountered certain fortuitous opportunities within the Million Great Mountains and fortuitously broke through. Ha ha ha, young friend Qin has turned misfortune into fortune. Luck is indeed a crucial factor in cultivation, Manager Shui chuckled, not probing further into the specifics of Qin Huaian's opportunities. He then smiled. Are you here today to sell spiritual herbs or purchase pills? Qin Huaian had indeed gathered some spiritual herbs from the Million Great Mountains, namely a Xianyang flower, but he did not intend to sell it. He planned to keep it for when he gathered sufficient materials for foundation establishment pills, which he could then exchange or have refined. Manager Shui, I wish to attempt learning alchemy. I am here to purchase some spiritual herbs for refining recovery pills. Oh, young friend Qin intends to study alchemy? Manager Shui expressed surprise. Although Qin Huaian had previously handled some herbal processing work here, he had not exhibited any particular talent for alchemy, which typically required both resources and time to master. Young friend Qin, alchemy is a highly demanding endeavor, both in terms of energy and resources. Shouldn't you wait until you are older or your cultivation slows down before trying? Manager Shui advised, believing that Qin Huaian, being young, should prioritize investing his resources in enhancing his own cultivation. Thank you for your concern, Manager Shui, but I wish to first test whether I possess this talent. May I inquire about the cost of a single rejuvenation pill herb? Qin Huaian asked. I shall estimate it at 20 spirit stones per portion, came the reply. In that case, I would like to purchase 10 portions. Wang Gui, please assist Qin Xiaoyu with procuring 10 portions of the herbs required for the rejuvenation pill, ordered Manager Shui, refraining from further persuasion. He understood that only through personal encounters with failure would the young man truly reconsider his path. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that Qin Xiaoyu had indeed stumbled upon a significant opportunity. These herbs held considerable value compared to his past circumstances. Wang Gui promptly retrieved the 10 portions of spiritual herbs. His internal resentment notwithstanding, he respectfully handed them over to Qin Huaian. After paying with spirit stones, Qin Huaian also acquired some fasting pills and was about to bid farewell to Manager Shui when the latter interjected, Qin Xiaoyu, in 3 months' time, the decadal selection of disciples by the sect will commence. You might wish to consider participating, should the opportunity arise. Entering the sect would provide resources for cultivation far superior to those available to a loose cultivator. Our Danxia Pavilion is affiliated with the Danxia sect. If you possess any aptitude for alchemy, you might also contemplate joining the Danxia sect at that time. Had Qin Huaian still been at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, Manager Shui would not have deemed it necessary to share this information. However, now that Qin Huaian had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, there remained a glimmer of hope for him. "Thank you for the information, Manager Shui," Qin Huaian acknowledged, aware that the Danxiao sect was the most formidable force within tens of thousands of miles, overshadowing many smaller sections. The Danxiao sect, while a modest entity among them, still wielded significant power, primarily focused on alchemical practices. Upon leaving the Danxiao pavilion, Qin Huaian refrained from further purchases and made his way directly out of the inner city. Passing by Wang Baol's dwelling, he knocked on the door of the chubby lad. "Brother Qin, you've come," exclaimed the chubby lad as he opened the door and ushered Qin Huaian inside. "I've just received news that in 3 months, the sect will be recruiting disciples. Prepare diligently. Strive to gain entry into a major sect." The chubby lad responded with unrestrained joy. "Is that true? That is wonderful. I shall not venture outside for a while and will dedicate myself to cultivation until the recruitment day arrives." After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Huaian returned to his own dwelling to commence alchemical preparations. He retrieved a set of medicinal materials and settled onto a cushion, placing the alchemical furnace before him. The furnace, with its 3 legs, featured an opening at the front for the insertion of medicinal ingredients and 2 side openings for the introduction of fire sources. According to the foundational texts on alchemy, there are typically 2 types of fire sources used: spiritual fire, which is generated by a cultivator's own spiritual energy, and earth fire, which is drawn from the veins of the earth. Earth fire generally resides at nodes within the Earth's meridians or can be extracted using formations. However, such nodes are rare, and only larger sects can afford to harness earth fire through formations. The texts also mention that some have utilized extraordinary fires from the heavens and earth as their fire source for alchemy. Yet these rare flames are exceedingly precious and seldom seen. Naturally, Qin Huaian could only employ his own spiritual fire for the process. He closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the steps for refining the rejuvenation pill, considering the control of heat and other critical factors. With a calm mind and focused spirit, he began to systematically introduce the spiritual herbs into the furnace, igniting his spiritual fire. The process of creating the pill required meticulous attention to the properties of the herbs and precise control of the flame. Extracting the medicinal essence from the herbs until they were fully dissolved and subsequently refining them into pills. While this may seem straightforward, each step demanded exceptional control from the cultivator. A single misstep could lead to failure or even the risk of an explosion. Therefore, alchemists usually undergo extensive training over long periods to master such precision. Yet even the most skilled alchemists face a failure rate. As Qin Huaian added bamboo yellow, spiritual mushrooms, vine hooks, and azure spiritual grass into the furnace, he concentrated on controlling the spiritual fire, carefully melting the herbs and extracting the medicinal liquid. After approximately an hour, all the herbs had been used, and beads of sweat had begun to form on Qin Huaian's forehead. Although he had the experience of a mirrored projection to guide him, the level of concentration required was still quite draining on both his energy and spirit. "Form the pills," he commanded, channeling his spiritual energy to gradually condense the medicinal liquid into pill form, a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. "It worked," he exclaimed in excitement, having successfully refined the pills on his first attempt. Through relentless effort, he had not only ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement, but had also attained the status of a first-tier alchemist. At that moment, Qin Huaian felt a flicker of hope for establishing himself within the realm of cultivation. Curious about the efficacy of his creation, he consumed one of the pills and found it indistinguishable from those purchased at the Danxiao pavilion. As the medicinal effects coursed through him, he activated the Qinghua technique, swiftly recovering the spiritual energy expended during the alchemical process. The rejuvenation pill not only restored spiritual energy rapidly, but also enhanced the speed of cultivation, according to foundational texts. It could accelerate cultivation speed by up to 5 times. The lower one's cultivation level, the greater the increase in speed, although it was also contingent upon the cultivation technique employed. Additionally, the duration of the pill's effects varied according to one's cultivation level, the higher one's level, the shorter the duration. After consuming several rejuvenation pills consecutively, Qin Huaian noted that the effects of a single pill lasted approximately 2 hours, boosting his cultivation speed to about 15 times that before consumption, an improvement, albeit modest. He surmised that this was likely due to the Qinghua technique having been optimized to a perfected state based on his own circumstances. A perfected Qinghua technique already offered a cultivation speed 6 to 7 times that of the intra level. Thus, an additional 15-fold increase from the rejuvenation pill was indeed remarkable. Typically, cultivators of average comprehension would only manage to cultivate foundational techniques to entry-level or proficient stages. For them, the rejuvenation pill would significantly enhance their cultivation speed. However, even with such boosts, ordinary loose cultivators could not frequently rely on rejuvenation pills for their training. A bottle containing 10 pills costs 100 spirit stones and would be depleted within a day or two. Not even the average Sect disciples could afford such expenses. Currently, the refinement level of the rejuvenation pill stood at intra level, and he resolved to enhance his alchemical skills to improve his success rate and reduce costs. I shall deduce the rejuvenation pill. Cost: 200 spirit stones. The mirrored projection can refine the rejuvenation pill to mastery, taking 12 hours. For 100 spirit stones can have the time. He opted for the 200 spirit stones deduction. Prior to venturing to the mines, he had purchased 2 bottles of rejuvenation pills from the Danxiao Pavilion, leaving him with 11 pills, and combined with the freshly refined pills, he now had approximately 20. While employing the mirrored projection, his true self consumed pills and cultivated simultaneously. A day later, the rejuvenation pill had been refined to mastery. Qin Huaian then expended 400 spirit stones and spent 24 hours refining it to the minor success level. The success rate for mastery-level rejuvenation pills was 60, while the minor success level boasted a 70% success rate. After reaching the minor success level, Qin Huaian retrieved the spiritual herbs and the alchemical furnace to begin crafting the rejuvenation pills. This time, he felt a marked improvement in his control over the heat and the timing of his inputs, resulting in a more efficient use of spiritual energy. While he still needed to maintain focus, he was no longer drenched in sweat as he had been during his first attempt. The time taken to refine a batch was now under an hour. He successfully refined 3 batches of rejuvenation pills. However, during the second batch, an error occurred in the formation stage, resulting in failure. Nevertheless, he emerged with 20 more rejuvenation pills. After the consecutive refining sessions, Qin Huaian began to feel fatigued. The use of spiritual fire was still too taxing on his energy. How he wished he had access to earth fire. After completing the refinement, Qin Huaian swallowed a qi recovery pill, simultaneously cultivating with both his main body and his mirror image while grasping a spirit stone. Subsequently, he refined the remaining spiritual herbs into more qi recovery pills, achieving a fortunate success rate of 5 batches. Thus, he practiced alchemy while cultivating. Half a month later, Qin Huaian had consumed all the qi recovery pills. The total number of spirit stones expended in the process of refining the pills and cultivating was nearly 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. He then opened his data panel. Cultivation level, Qi refining, 5th layer 46, 100. Techniques, Xinhua technique, perfection. Fireball technique, perfection. Spiritual eye technique, major completion, can be optimized. Heavenly transformation, major completion, can be optimized. Skills, first tier alchemist, Qi recovery pill, minor completion, can be deduced. The effects of consuming spirit stones for cultivation were remarkable. It was estimated that the remaining spirit stones would only sustain him until he reached the 6th layer of Qi refining. Qin Huaian was left with merely 40 medium-grade spirit stones and around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. He intended to reserve some low-grade spirit stones for purchasing materials. Buying everything with medium-grade spirit stones would be too ostentatious. His plan was to refine more Qi recovery pills, selling them only if he ran short on spirit stones. Qin Huaian ventured into the inner city to procure the spiritual herbs for refining Qi recovery pills, deliberately avoiding Danxiao Pavilion, this time, to prevent any suspicions from shopkeeper Shui. This was not to imply that shopkeeper Shui harbored any ill intentions. On the contrary, he had always treated Qin Huaian very well. The primary reason was that the volume of his current purchase was quite substantial. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Qin Huaian visited several alchemy shops, purchasing no more than 10 portions from each. He also bought some herbs from stalls selling spiritual plants, gathering enough to refine 100 Qi recovery pills. Without shopkeeper Shui's discount, these 100 portions of herbs cost Qin Huaian over 300 spirit stones. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Huaian continued his seclusion, refining 3 batches of Qi recovery pills each day while dedicating the remaining time to consuming pills and cultivating. Time seemed to flow differently during cultivation. One day, he felt that his dantian had neared its limit. Holding the remaining medium-grade spirit stones, he guided the abundant spiritual energy through the perfected Xinhua technique, relentlessly striking against an invisible barrier. Suddenly, it felt as if he had broken through a certain obstruction. His dantian rapidly expanded as spiritual energy surged into his body. The Xinhua technique operated, converting the external spiritual energy into his own spiritual power, filling his dantian. After half an hour, Qin Huaian stabilized his new realm and slowly opened his eyes, revealing a joyful expression. He had reached the 6th layer of Qi refining. Quietly calculating, he realized that over a month had passed, leaving only 1 month until the Sect's recruitment. During this time, he had consumed all 100 portions of spiritual herbs and successfully refined 72 batches of pills. Excluding the consumed pills, he still had 50 bottles of Qi recovery pills remaining. With his spirit stones dwindling, he had not solely relied on them for cultivation. At times, he absorbed spiritual energy on his own. Now, he had just over 400 spirit stones left for emergencies. Having exhausted most of his resources over the past 2 months, Qin Huaian felt that the immense spiritual power within him made it all worthwhile. As it was still midnight outside, he decided to put in some more effort. In comparison to the chubby boy, he considered his own aptitude to be lacking. Thanks to his mirror image, he had elevated his proficiency in the foundational techniques to perfection, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. However, according to the memories of his original self, it was said that many disciples in the sect reached the late stages of qi refining before the age of 30. Some prodigies even became foundation establishment experts in their 20s. Now at 22, soon to be 23, and still not at the late stage of qi refining. He felt a pressing urgency. The next morning, Qin Huaian opened his eyes and ceased his cultivation. After reaching the 6th layer of qi refining, the effects of the qi recovery pills had diminished considerably. Previously, consuming a qi recovery pill allowed him to cultivate at a rate approximately 15 times faster than before. Now, it had dropped to only 13 times. Could it be that he had developed a resistance? Or perhaps, with his elevated cultivation, the pills no longer sufficed? According to the foundational records of alchemy, the efficacy of qi recovery pills indeed diminishes with higher cultivation levels. It seemed the pills were simply inadequate now. Where could he find more potent alchemical remedies? After a night of cultivation, Qin Huaian recognized the diminished effects of the qi recovery pills. This presented an urgent issue for him, who was keen on consuming pills to speed up his cultivation. He prepared to visit shopkeeper Shui, whom he considered the most knowledgeable among his acquaintances. Chapter 19. Alchemy at Danxia Pavilion. As Qin Huaian walked through the streets, he noticed a significant increase in the number of people in Yuntian Square Market compared to before. Upon entering the inner city, he saw a large notice posted at the city gate announcing that the sect would begin recruiting disciples in a month, a process that would last for a month. It seemed that many loose cultivators had come to Yuntian Square Market in preparation for the sect's recruitment. The stalls along the roads in the inner city had multiplied, and business was thriving for each vendor. Upon entering Danxia Pavilion, Qin Huaian found it bustling with customers coming and going, and 2 additional attendants had been added. Shopkeeper Shui was also busy attending to guests. Qin Huaian chose not to disturb him and prepared to wait nearby. At that moment, the little girl Shui Lingyun rushed over. "Brother Qin, it's been so long since you last visited me," she exclaimed, tugging at Qin Huaian's sleeve and wrinkling her little nose. Qin Huaian squatted down and playfully pinched the little girl's nose. "You've grown taller, little Lingyun. Have you been practicing diligently? You've reached the 1st layer of qi refining. Impressive. I'm not little. I'm already 10 years old. Grandpa forces me to practice every day. It's so annoying. Brother Qin, tell me a story." "All right. I'll tell you a captivating tale." Familiar with Danxia Pavilion, Qin Huaian led the little girl to a nearby seat, intending to wait until shopkeeper Shui was a bit freer before approaching him. Once upon a time, on an island, there was a kingdom called the Dale Kingdom, home to 2 adorable and beautiful little princesses. Little Lingyun listened with rapt attention, occasionally frowning in indignation or bursting into laughter. After half an hour, Qin Huaian finished the story, yet the little girl remained entranced. "Brother Qin, I envy Elsa for having such a wonderful sister. That Hans is so annoying. Is Snowball a spirit pet? I want a spirit pet like Snowball too. Brother Qin, do Elsa and them live on an island in the boundless sea?" As Lingyun chattered away, shopkeeper Shui approached. "Lingyun, it's time to practice. Don't bother your brother Qin." The little girl made a face at her grandfather before darting off to the back courtyard. Qin Huaian rose and clasped his hands in greeting. "Shopkeeper Shui, I wonder if you have a moment. I would like to consult you on a few matters." Upon seeing Qin Huaian earlier, shopkeeper Shui had been profoundly astonished. In just 2 months, Qin Huaian had cultivated to the 6th layer of qi refining, a progress that rivaled the geniuses within the sect. "Young friend Qin, please follow me." Shopkeeper Shui led Qin Huaian to a private room. "Shopkeeper, please take a look at this." Qin Huaian produced a qi recovery pill he had refined himself and handed it to shopkeeper Shui. Shopkeeper Shui carefully examined the pill, even gently sniffing it. He felt a stir of interest but still asked, somewhat uncertain, "Young friend Qin, is this a qi recovery pill?" "Indeed, it is one I just refined," Qin Huaian replied. "Is this true?" Shopkeeper Shui stepped forward, staring intently at Qin Huaian. In truth, he was not doubting Qin Huaian's honesty. There was no reason for him to deceive. It was simply that he was so taken aback that he couldn't help but voice his astonishment. As a first-tier alchemist himself, shopkeeper Shui understood the immense effort required to attain that rank, particularly the substantial expenditure of spiritual herbs and time needed to do so. In merely 2 months, Qin Huaian has successfully concocted a first-grade qi recovery pill, an achievement that transcends mere diligence. It necessitates an extraordinary talent for alchemy. Indeed, Master Qin. I fortuitously acquired the method for crafting the Qi recovery pill in the Million Mountain range and sought to ascertain if I could replicate the success. Out of the 10 spirit herbs purchased last time, 9 were rendered useless, and it was only with the last that I managed to create a viable pill. Responded Qin Huaian. Splendid. Splendid. If you can consistently produce the Qi recovery pill, entry into the Danxia sect will undoubtedly be assured. Might I request you to concoct another for me to observe? Certainly. Please, allow me a moment. Master Xue exited the room, swiftly returning with a selection of spirit herbs intended for the crafting of the Qi recovery pill. Without further ado, Qin Huaian settled onto the ground. Retrieving a Dan furnace from his storage bag, Master Xue observed with surprise that Qin Huaian possessed a storage bag, and as he examined the Dan furnace, he noted it to be a mere mid-grade magical tool. It was apparent that Qin Huaian had encountered some fortune within the Million Mountain range. However, given the furnace's average quality, the boon seemed limited. Master Xue refrained from probing further, for which alchemists lack their own fortune and secrets. Qin Huaian's rapid progress in cultivation was likely linked to this recent opportunity. At this juncture, Qin Huaian began methodically placing each spirit herb into the Dan furnace, skillfully regulating the intensity of the spirit fire as the herbs gradually transformed into medicinal liquid. Master Xue attentively scrutinized Qin Huaian's alchemical technique, noting his precise control over the heat and the timing of the herb introductions. The art of alchemy is not merely a process of following steps, controlling heat, and observing precautions. It demands an alchemist's nuanced mastery. Each spirit herb possesses distinct ages and medicinal properties, and each practitioner wields different levels of fire control. Thus, during the alchemical process, adjustments must be made continuously in response to the varying herbs, determining the optimal timing for the next herb's introduction. Alchemy is a pursuit of balance amidst constant change, where each step must be flawlessly executed to yield a successful pill. Simple pills can be mastered through extensive repetition, but more complex concoctions cannot be acquired solely through effort. They require inherent talent. Qin Huaian's swift ability to forge the Qi recovery pill undoubtedly signifies exceptional alchemical aptitude. As Master Xue pondered these thoughts, Qin Huaian's alchemical process neared completion, a stage fraught with potential failure. Under the meticulous control of his spiritual energy, the medicinal liquid gradually melded, and with a gentle gesture, Qin Huaian held 10 flawlessly round pills in his hand. Master Xue, please take a look. He presented the pills to Master Xue. Master Xue did not linger over the examination of the pills. From witnessing Qin Huaian's crafting process, he was already convinced that Qin Huaian had truly mastered the art of producing the Qi recovery pill. To be capable of concocting the Qi recovery pill signifies that one has attained the rank of a first-grade alchemist, a rarity among the youth in Yuntian market. Young friend Qin, your alchemical proficiency assures your acceptance into the outer sect of the Danxia sect without any doubt. May I inquire if you have assessed your spiritual root aptitude? I have not undergone such a test. My prior pace of cultivation was rather sluggish, leading me to believe my spiritual root aptitude is not particularly high. Recently, however, my understanding of the cultivation techniques has deepened, and with the aid of pills, my progress has accelerated, Qin Huaian replied. Master Xue sighed. If your spiritual root aptitude is lacking, it will be quite challenging to gain entry into the inner sect. Most second-grade and higher pills necessitate the assistance of spiritual consciousness for their crafting, and only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage can generate such consciousness. Thus, during sect recruitment, only those with higher spiritual root aptitude, who show promise for foundation establishment, are directly accepted as inner disciples. Bound by my aptitude, I have been stuck at the 9th layer of Qi refining for many years. Despite the passage of time, I have only been able to produce first-grade pills. Master Xue, is it possible to break through the foundation establishment barrier by consuming pills? I feel that my aptitude is likely not high, Qin Huaian inquired respectfully. The foundation establishment pill is indeed the most effective remedy for overcoming the foundation establishment barrier, but it is exceedingly rare, Master Xue lamented. A few years ago, I expended a lifetime's worth of sect contribution points to acquire a single foundation establishment pill, yet I ultimately failed to establish my foundation. While my life was spared, my chances for foundation establishment have become bleak. On one hand, my failure has damaged my foundational cultivation, and on the other, it remains uncertain when I might gather enough contribution points again to exchange for another foundation establishment pill. I have ceased to harbor hopes for my own foundation establishment. My descendant, Little Lingyun, possesses the best aptitude among our lineage. Perhaps in the future, I can help her acquire a foundation establishment pill once she accumulates sufficient contribution points. Though tinged with sadness, Master Xue's pride in Little Lingyun shone through. Qin Huaian, noting Master Xue's repeated references to sect contribution points, asked, Master Xue, can foundation establishment pills not be purchased? Must they all be exchanged for Sect contribution points? Certainly, they can be purchased, but Foundation establishment pills are elusive. Only second-grade alchemists have the capability to refine them, and most second-grade alchemists are affiliated with large sects or powerful factions. These grand sects, with their numerous disciples, often find their self-produced Foundation establishment pills insufficient for their own use, making it exceedingly difficult for such pills to circulate into the outside world. Generally, Foundation establishment pills are auctioned off, and their prices are exorbitant, rendering them unaffordable for most Qi refining stage cultivators. Master Shui, is it truly so difficult to concoct Foundation establishment pills? Surely there are many second-grade alchemists in the cultivation world? The difficulty of crafting Foundation establishment pills among second-grade pills can be considered moderate. The scarcity of Foundation establishment pills arises primarily from the rarity of the necessary spirit herbs, particularly the two primary ingredients, xianyang flower and ziying fruit. The growth conditions for these two spirit herbs are exceedingly stringent, making them hard to come by. Recalling the 7 xianyang flowers he had harvested, Qin Huaian remembered that according to the tome Fundamentals of Alchemy, a single batch of Foundation establishment pills requires 5 xianyang flowers. His harvested xianyang flowers had not yet fully bloomed, leaving him uncertain if they were suitable for medicinal use. Given Master Shui's description of the xianyang flower's rarity, it was undoubtedly quite valuable. However, Qin Huaian had no intention of selling them, as he would surely need Foundation establishment pills in the future. Master Shui, does the absence of Foundation establishment pills mean that cultivators cannot break through? Naturally, it is possible, but only for those with exceptional aptitude. Some prodigies in large sects can establish their foundations without the aid of Foundation establishment pills, but such talents are exceedingly rare among cultivators. Thank you, Master Shui, for your enlightening explanations, Qin Huaian said, bowing respectfully. There is one more matter I wish to inquire about. Please, young friend Qin, do speak. Master Shui replied with a smile, radiating patience. Master Shui, since I advanced to the 6th layer of Qi refining, I have noticed that the Qi recovery pill's efficacy in aiding my cultivation has diminished significantly. Are there any other pills that could accelerate my cultivation speed? Master Shui's eyes flickered, realizing that Qin Huaian had likely acquired an abundance of Qi recovery pills, which explained his rapid advancement. He was unaware that the Qi recovery pills Qin Huaian utilized were all of his own making. To master the crafting of Qi recovery pills in just 2 months was already impressive. If he could produce a plethora of these pills for his own cultivation, it would indeed be extraordinary. Young friend Qin, you may not be aware, but Qi recovery pills are merely low-tier pills, and as one's cultivation deepens, their effectiveness diminishes. There are, however, superior pills available. The True Essence pill is an upgraded version of the Qi recovery pill, classified as a second-grade pill, which has a pronounced effect during the later stages of Qi refining and the Foundation establishment phase, though it comes at a significantly higher cost than the Qi recovery pill. Moreover, even if a Qi refining stage cultivator consumes a copious amount of Qi recovery pills or True Essence pills, they can only elevate their realm to the 9th layer of Qi refining. Breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage still depends on one's own cultivation aptitude. Master Shui, might I inquire about the price of the True Essence pill at the Danxia Pavilion? A vial containing 10 pills is priced at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Huaian silently clicked his tongue. The prices were exorbitant, indeed far beyond the means of an ordinary Qi refining cultivator. Shopkeeper Shui, I wish to purchase some more spiritual herbs for refining Qi recovery pills. Ah, Qin Xiaoyu, would you be interested in collaborating with my Danxia Pavilion? Oh, Qin Huaian inquired. Puzzled, had it not been for this upcoming recruitment by the Sect, I would have extended an invitation to you to become our resident alchemist at Danxia Pavilion. As a resident alchemist, you would not only receive spiritual herbs free of charge, but also be under the protection of Danxia Pavilion. However, with the Sect recruitment just a month away, given your alchemical skills, it is certain you would be admitted into the Sect. If your aptitude for cultivation is commendable, you might even become an inner disciple, if you choose not to take on the role of resident alchemist. My terms for collaboration are as follows. Danxia Pavilion will provide you with the spiritual herbs for Qi recovery pills at the price of 15 spirit stones, and we will repurchase the refined Qi recovery pills at 80 spirit stones per vial, on the condition that you sell all the pills you refined during this period to Danxia Pavilion. After a brief contemplation, Qin Huaian replied, very well. Let us proceed on Shopkeeper Shui's terms. Excellent. Qin Xiaoyu is quite forthright. Qin Huaian's readiness to agree stemmed from his familiarity with Shopkeeper Shui, who was indeed a trustworthy individual. Furthermore, he sought a stable channel for liquidating his goods, allowing him to earn spirit stones without drawing undue attention. He had already resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he would definitely join a sect, as the resources for cultivation within a sect would be far more abundant. For instance, The Foundation Establishment Pill is notoriously difficult for solitary cultivators to procure, even with sufficient spirit stones. However, within a sect, the avenues for acquisition are considerably broader. Moreover, within a sect, one would have greater access to various cultivation techniques, legacies, and experiential knowledge, which have been meticulously amassed over millennia, resources that are challenging for solitary cultivators to fully access. Having acquired 50 portions of spiritual herbs for refining Qi recovery pills, Qin Huaian returned to his cave dwelling. His spirit stones were insufficient to cover the cost of these herbs, hence they were advanced to him. The cost would be deducted when Danxia Pavilion repurchased the pills after he refined them. It was only due to his rapport with shopkeeper Xue that such a concession was made. Typically, shops would not engage in such practices. Qin Huaian had now reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual power more robust, and his alchemical speed significantly increased. He could refine a batch of Qi recovery pills in half an hour, producing 5 batches a day with no strain whatsoever. Qin Huaian set a goal for himself to refine 5 batches daily, dedicating the remaining time entirely to cultivation. With dwindling spirit stones, he resorted to absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, thus burning the midnight oil. Although the efficacy of the Qi recovery pills for cultivation had diminished slightly, Qin Huaian remained diligent in consuming them post-refinement. He possessed a substantial quantity of these pills and recognized that converting resources into cultivation was paramount. After all, cultivation remains the utmost priority. 10 days later, Qin Huaian successfully refined 37 vials of Qi recovery pills, with 13 batches resulting in failure. This success rate was notably higher than before. It appeared that enhancing one's alchemical skills was not solely reliant on mirroring bodies for practice. Repeated refinement also served to accumulate experience. Chapter 21, Selling Pills. Shopkeeper Xue, here are the 37 vials of Qi recovery pills. Please verify them. Within Danxia Pavilion, Qin Huaian presented his recently refined pills to Shopkeeper Xue. Shopkeeper Xue opened several vials for inspection, his heart secretly astonished. From 50 portions of spiritual herbs, 37 vials had been successfully refined, yielding a success rate exceeding 70. In his own decades of alchemical practice, Shopkeeper Xue had only managed to surpass a 70 success rate for Qi recovery pills. The talent that Xianxiaau possessed for alchemy was indeed remarkable. Xianxiaau, everything appears to be in order. As per our agreement, I will acquire them at the price of 80 spirit stones per vial, and after deducting the material costs, I owe you 210 low-grade spirit stones. Shopkeeper Xue, please also deduct the cost of the 50 portions of spiritual herbs from this amount. Qin Huaian no longer wished to advance any more herbs, as he currently had ample spirit stones. Very well, here are 460 low-grade spirit stones. Shopkeeper Xue handed the spirit stones to Qin Huaian and then called out to his assistant, Wang Gui, prepare 50 portions of spiritual herbs for refining Qi recovery pills. Yes, shopkeeper. Wang Gui now regarded Qin Huaian with a newfound respect. It was astonishing how, in such a short span, Qin Huaian had not only elevated his cultivation to a level he once aspired to, but also achieved a remarkably high success rate in alchemy. Thank you, shopkeeper Xue. Qin Huaian took the spirit stones and herbs, returning to his cave dwelling to continue his alchemical pursuits and cultivation. His rate of absorbing spiritual energy had significantly improved compared to when he was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. The higher his cultivation, the faster he could absorb spiritual energy. Now, even without using spirit stones for cultivation, his rate of absorption was comparable to that of a 5th level Qi refinement cultivator utilizing spirit stones. If he were to use low-grade spirit stones for cultivation now, both his mirrored body and actual body would require over 200 spirit stones daily. Recently, Qin Huaian had no intention of using spirit stones for cultivation. He aimed to accumulate more for future enhancements of his techniques. On the eve of the sect's formal recruitment, Qin Huaian returned to Danxia Pavilion once again to deliver his pills. This marked his 3rd transaction. Shopkeeper Xue, I will not be purchasing any herbs this time. After handing over the spirit stones from this transaction, Shopkeeper Xue remarked, Xianxiaau, the sect recruitment begins in earnest tomorrow. Do you have any particular sect in mind? Qin Huaian had recently gathered some insights regarding the upcoming sect recruitment. The sects participating in the recruitment at Yuntian Square mainly included the Huangshan Sword Sect and several affiliated sects under its influence. The Huangshan Sword Sect was the undisputed dominant force in this region, far surpassing other sects in power. Beneath the Huangshan Sword Sect were 4 second-tier sects, which, while considerably inferior to the Huangshan Sword Sect, still held a clear advantage over the numerous smaller sections. Among these second-tier sects was Danxia Sect. I have not yet decided on a sect. I will first assess my spiritual root aptitude tomorrow. Naturally, Qin Huaian aspired to join the Huangshan Sword Sect. Yet the sect demanded exceptionally high standards for aptitude. Xianxiaau, you are just 23, correct? At 23, you have already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. So I believe your spiritual root aptitude must be quite commendable, shopkeeper Xue smiled. Our Danxia sect specializes in alchemy. If you wish to pursue a path in this direction, Danxia sect is an excellent choice. However, as a friend, I would say that if you can enter the Huangshan Sword sect, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Thank you for your guidance, shopkeeper Xue. I shall wait until after the spiritual root aptitude test to decide. After expressing his gratitude with a respectful bow, Qin Huaian departed Danxia Pavilion. Today, Yintian Square was bustling with excitement. The streets were alive with cultivators discussing the forthcoming sect recruitment. Qin Huaian did not linger in the inner city and promptly returned to his rented cave dwelling. Upon arrival at the entrance, he spotted the rotund Wang Baol knocking at his door. Fatty, Qin Huaian called out to him. In recent months, Wang Baol had sought Qin Huaian's advice on various cultivation matters. He had diligently invested his time in cultivation, having nearly exhausted the spirit stones he accumulated from mining. The results of his efforts were evident, as he was now quite close to reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement. Brother Qin, you're back. The sect recruitment is tomorrow. Let us go together, Wang Baol said with a hint of excitement and nervousness. His primary motive for coming to Yuntian Square was to await the sect recruitment. Entering a sect would provide him with sufficient resources and guidance to advance further in his cultivation journey. All right, Fatty, take a good rest tonight. There's no need to rush. Given your cultivation speed, your spiritual root aptitude must be quite good. Qin Huaian held great confidence in Wang Baol, without the use of any pills. Wang Baol's rapid progress was commendable, indicating that his spiritual root aptitude was likely exceptional. After bidding farewell to Wang Baol, Qin Huaian returned to his secluded dwelling. Over the past month, he had sold 110 bottles of Qi recovery pills to the Danxia Pavilion, yielding a total profit of 550 low-grade spirit stones after deducting costs. Adding to his existing modest reserve, he now possessed approximately 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. His recent cultivation had consumed a significant number of Qi recovery pills, leaving him with only 31 bottles remaining. Upon accessing his data panel, he noted, Cultivation level, Qi refinement, 6th layer, 23, 100. Techniques, Qinhuaju perfected. Fireball technique, perfected. Spirit Eye technique, major achievement, optimizable. Heavenly transformation technique, major achievement, optimizable. Skills, 1st level alchemist, Qi recovery pill, minor achievement, 100, can be deduced. Although he had not utilized spirit stones for cultivation recently, the effect of consuming medicinal pills was evident, as his progress in the 6th layer of Qi refinement had reached 23%. At this rate, he anticipated breaking through to the later stages of Qi refinement within 3 to 4 months. Typically, practitioners face a significant hurdle transitioning from the mid to late stages of Qi refinement, with many rogue cultivators remaining stuck for years. Those with slightly inferior aptitude might never leap beyond this stage in their lifetime. Qin Huaian felt a twinge of anxiety, aware that his spiritual root aptitude was likely not exceptional. However, if his spiritual root was too poor, even with the seed space, his path to cultivation could be fraught with difficulties. From what he understood, spiritual root aptitude is innate and cannot be improved later in life. Of course, this does not imply that those with superior spiritual roots will necessarily have a smoother cultivation journey. Numerous factors, such as resources, companionship, and techniques significantly influence a cultivator's speed of advancement. Some individuals with high comprehension, despite having average spiritual roots, can delve deeply into their techniques, often matching or even surpassing those with superior roots in terms of cultivation speed and potential. That night, Qin Huaian refrained from further cultivation, leaving his tireless avatar to continue the practice while he enjoyed a restful sleep. Brother Qin, at the break of dawn, he was roused by Wang Baol's persistent knocking. Brother Qin, it's time for us to depart, Wang Baol exclaimed eagerly upon Qin Huaian opening the door. Very well. Let us be on our way. However, there is no need to rush. The sect recruitment is said to last several days, Qin Huaian replied, though he did not linger and promptly set off with Wang Baol toward the inner city. Chapter 22. Testing spiritual roots. The venue for sect recruitment was established in the central square of the inner city. By the time Qin Huaian and Wang Baol arrived, a multitude of cultivators had already gathered. The expansive square could accommodate tens of thousands. At the main entrance stood the spiritual root testing points, lined up in a row with long queues at each station. The testing personnel were all disciples of the Huangshan Sword Sect, donned in their distinctive outer sect attire. A large sign at the spiritual root testing point declared, participants must be under the age of 30. This was undoubtedly a form of age discrimination. Qin Huaian mused as he took his place at the end of the line. The spiritual root test required cultivators to drop a single drop of blood into the testing instrument and wait for a moment for the device to display their spiritual root grade. Upon completion, a small wooden plaque would be issued, inscribed with the cultivator's name, age, and spiritual root grade. Those with mid-grade or higher spiritual roots could enter the recruitment square directly, while those with low-grade roots needed to be at least at the third layer of Qi refinement to gain entry. As cultivators tested their roots, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. One tall, gaunt cultivator received his wooden plaque with a pale face, revealing his low-grade spiritual root and a cultivation level of merely the second layer of Qi refinement. It was evident that, barring a miracle, he would find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry into a sect through this recruitment. Time slipped by, and as midday approached, the queue behind them had not diminished but rather lengthened. The Kingdom of Qi had only 2 recruitment locations, Yintian Workshop and the capital, attracting a plethora of young cultivators from Qi and neighboring nations. The testing proceeded at a slow pace, but Qin Huaian remained patient, quietly awaiting his turn. With his 6th layer of Qi refinement, he still had opportunities to enter some smaller sects, even with low-grade spiritual roots. Wang Bail, observing the disappointed cultivators leaving due to subpar spiritual roots, began to show signs of anxiety. Most of the testing cultivators possessed low-grade or even mixed spiritual roots. Generally, those with mixed roots find it exceptionally challenging to embark on the cultivation path, often taking many years just to integrate Qi into their bodies. Without fortuitous encounters, they might never break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement in their lifetime. The mood among the crowd was heavy, with many faces reflecting concern. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from one of the testing instruments at a nearby station. A top-quality water spiritual root. Remarkable, exclaimed the testing personnel, excitement evident in his voice. A young man, approximately 20 years old, with a refined countenance and a tall stature, stood before the testing instrument, having just undergone the test. In an instant, 2 figures descended upon the testing point. Elder Chun, Elder Zhou. The disciples responsible for the testing promptly bowed in respect. The 2 elders paid no mind to the disciples and focused intently on the testing instrument. It was indeed a rare occurrence for the elders of the Huangshan Sword Sect, whose cultivation levels were undoubtedly at least at the Golden Core stage, to personally attend such a test. A top-quality spiritual root is exceedingly rare. It is said they can cultivate to the Golden Core stage without encountering bottlenecks, murmured the onlookers in hushed tones. Indeed, a top-quality water spiritual root. One kind-faced elder chuckled heartily, then turned to the young man with the exceptional spiritual root, asking warmly, "Young friend, what is your name?" The young man, still recovering from his earlier excitement, quickly responded, respectfully reporting, "My name is Xiao Yi, from the Xiazhou region of the Qi Kingdom." "Excellent. Would you be willing to join our Huangshan Sword Sect?" "I would be honored." The youth's face lit up with exhilaration. Surrounding cultivators gazed enviously at the scene. He was about to join the Huangshan Sword Sect, a dominant presence within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. The elder, maintaining his amicable demeanor, inquired further, "I am an elder of the Huangshan Sword Sect. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Just as Xiao Yi was about to respond, a resolute-looking middle-aged man interjected, "Elder Zhou, have you forgotten the sect leader's instructions?" "Ha ha ha, Elder Chun, don't be so serious. I merely asked the young friend about his intentions." The elder chuckled, knowing well that arrangements for a cultivator with such a top-quality spiritual root would be made later. The elder, with a kindly smile, gestured to Xiao Yi, "Come with me." He then led Xiao Yi to the Huangshan Sword Sect's designated area in the center of the square. As the spiritual root testing continued, the whispers in the queue gradually subsided, but many eyes still cast envious glances toward the square's center. A true man should aspire to such greatness. Wang Baol murmured softly, "Wow, fatty, is that something you can say?" Qin Huaian scrutinized Wang Baol, who wore a look of envy. The round-faced boy had a smooth forehead devoid of prominent features, with a notably flat nose. Could it be that his left leg bore 72 black moles? Surely it was mere coincidence. Noticing Qin Huaian's unwavering gaze, Wang Baol felt a bit uneasy, glancing down at his own figure. "Brother Qin, what are you staring at? Is there something wrong with me?" "Not at all, fatty. I suddenly realized that you possess an extraordinary bone structure. You must be a rare talent among men," Qin Huaian replied with a smile. The monk in line beside Wang Baol cast a disdainful glance at him. "Brother Qin, refrain from making reckless remarks. We are next," he chided. Feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, Wang Baol fidgeted uncomfortably. "Next, Chubby, it's your turn," Qin Huaian said, giving Wang Baol a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Oh, here I go," Wang Baol replied hastily, stepping up to the testing apparatus. He slid his wrist slightly, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the device. At the center of the apparatus stood a crystalline pillar, translucent and glimmering, approximately a foot in height, engraved with a series of markings. As he watched, 2 beams of light, one azure and the other earthy brown, began to rise from the crystal column, climbing higher until they halted just beyond the 3/4 mark. Bone age, 18 years. High-quality spirit root, dual attributes of earth and wood. What is this junior's name? Inquired the staff member responsible for the spirit root testing, his tone amiable. I am Wang Bail, he replied. After the tester inscribed the information onto a wooden tablet, he handed it to Wang Bail, saying, please keep this safe, junior. To Wang Bail's astonishment, he possessed a high-quality spirit root. No wonder his cultivation speed was so rapid. Throughout the morning, among the hundreds tested in their group, only 2 others had high-quality spirit roots, with the chubby boy being the third. Qin Huaian calculated silently, noting that only about 10% of those tested possessed spirit roots above average. The majority were either low-quality or mixed spirit roots. Ecstatic, Wang Bail clutched the wooden tablet and stood aside, waiting for Qin Huaian to join him in the square. The monk who had previously regarded Wang Bail with disdain now gazed at him with envy, realizing the exceptional quality of his bone structure. Next, Qin Huaian stepped forward, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the apparatus as well. The crystal pillar illuminated with 3 colors, azure, crimson, and pale blue. The 3 beams of light ascended slowly, not nearly as swiftly as the chubby boys. They stopped just past the halfway mark. Bone age, 23 years, medium quality spirit root, with attributes of wood, fire, and water. The tester was noticeably less enthusiastic than with Wang Bail, merely inquiring about his name before handing over the inscribed wooden tablet. Qin Huaian felt no disappointment. He had anticipated that his spirit root quality would not be exceptional. Nonetheless, it was satisfactory enough to qualify him for entry into the recruitment square. Upon entering the square, various sects occupied their respective spaces, each prominently displaying a sign outlining their recruitment criteria. At the entrance, a smaller sect named Lingyun Hall stated, high-quality spirit roots may be directly accepted as personal disciples under the sect master. Medium-quality spirit roots are accepted as inner disciples, while low-quality spirit root candidates under the age of 30 who have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement may be admitted as outer disciples. Qin Huaian had heard of Lingyun Hall. It was a sect located in the northern part of Qigua, with a sect master of considerable strength in the foundation establishment stage. Noticing the 2 standing before the sign, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a white robe emerged from the Lingyun Hall grounds, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Allow me to introduce our Lingyun Hall. We are the largest sect in northern Qigua, with our sect master possessing profound cultivation. Our unique Lingyun sword technique is unparalleled in the realm of cultivation. May I inquire about your spirit roots? I possess a medium-quality spirit root. I have a high-quality spirit root. Delighted to make your acquaintance. The middle-aged cultivator clasped his hands towards Wang Bail, then turned his attention solely to Qin Huaian. I see you are quite young, yet already at the 6th level of qi refinement. Should you join Lingyun Hall, you would undoubtedly be groomed as a core disciple. Given time, there will surely be a place for you within our sect. Qin Huaian smiled, clasping his hands in return. I shall give it serious consideration. Realizing that Qin Huaian was unlikely to join Lingyun Hall, the middle-aged cultivator exchanged a few more pleasantries before the 2 friends continued on their way. After a brief stroll, they gained a general understanding of the layout of the various sects within the square. The periphery was dotted with numerous smaller sects, over a dozen in total. Closer to the center were 4 second-tier sects, with the Huangshan sword sect occupying the very heart of the square. Qin Huaian also spotted the Danxia sect, which had recruitment criteria stating that high-quality spirit roots could be accepted as personal disciples. Medium-quality spirit roots with cultivation at the mid-stage of qi refinement could be admitted as inner disciples. And other medium-quality or low-quality spirit roots with sufficient cultivation could be accepted as outer disciples, especially if one possessed exceptional alchemical talent. Overall, it appeared that cultivators with similar qualifications were given greater value in smaller sections. Birds of a feather flock together, Qin Huaian mused, deciding he would still explore the possibility of entering the Huangshan sword sect. Upon reaching the Huangshan sword sect's grounds, they found the notice board surrounded by a throng of people. Qin Huaian and Wang Bail squeezed through the crowd to read the recruitment requirements. Exceptional spirit roots may be directly accepted as personal disciples. High-quality spirit roots may be accepted as inner disciples, with future selections based on performance within the sect. Medium-quality spirit roots may be accepted as outer disciples. Low-quality spirit roots with cultivation at the late stage of qi refinement may also be accepted as outer disciples. Qin Huaian inwardly gasped. The Huangshan sword sect's standards were significantly higher, only accepting high-quality spirit roots as inner disciples. Throughout the morning's testing, the number of high-quality spirit root candidates had been exceedingly few. Of course, many cultivators remained untested, but the ratio of high-quality spirit roots was undeniably rare. Other sects did not list exceptional spirit roots among their criteria, leading Qin Huaian to conclude that any identified exceptional spirit roots within Huangshan Sword Sect's domain had likely already been recruited. Throughout generations, the most talented cultivators had predominantly joined Huangshan Sword Sect, making it difficult for other sects to rival its influence. Just then, a cultivator emerged from the Huangshan Sword Sect, his cultivation seemingly unfathomable, likely at the foundation establishment stage. To those with high-quality spirit roots wishing to join Huangshan Sword Sect, please step forward and stand to my right. Gradually, 7 or 8 cultivators stepped out from the crowd. Chubby, hurry and go, Qin Huaian urged, patting his companion on the shoulder. Brother Qin, what about you? Qin Huaian smiled. I meet the recruitment criteria for Huangshan Sword Sect as well. Although I may not qualify for the inner sect, I should have no issue with the outer sect. The chubby boy nodded and stepped forward. Everyone, please follow Junior Zhang inside to register. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator instructed the willing candidates, gesturing to another Huangshan Sword Sect disciple to escort them in. Several high-quality spirit root cultivators followed Junior Zhang into the Huangshan Sword Sect grounds. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator then addressed the remaining crowd. Medium-quality spirit root cultivators and low-quality spirit root cultivators who have reached the late stage of Qi refinement, if you wish to become outer disciples of Huangshan Sword Sect, please step forward and stand to my left. Without hesitation, Qin Huaian stepped forward, a decision he had already made. While smaller sects offered better conditions, he understood that a higher platform provided greater room for development. One by one, dozens of individuals stepped forward, though some eligible cultivators chose not to join Huangshan Sword Sect. After a brief wait, seeing that no one else had stepped forward, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator led the gathered individuals into the Huangshan Sword Sect grounds. Everyone, please line up in order, and let Ling Shan assist you with your registration. A female cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement sat at a table. Her beauty radiant, her round face glowing with vitality. She smiled at the crowd, saying, please present your spirit root testing tablets for registration. Following her instructions, Qin Huaian and the others proceeded with their registrations, after which Ling Shan distributed a token to each cultivator, adorned with a sword symbol. Similar to the token obtained during the mining expedition with Qin Huaian, this one was markedly more sophisticated. At this moment, the foundational period cultivator approached the crowd and proclaimed, you are now all preparatory disciples of the Huangshan Sword Sect. This token serves as your identification credential. Upon formal registration at the sect, you shall officially become outer disciples of the Huangshan Sword Sect. You may now depart and attend to your personal matters. Assemble here in 5 days. Failure to do so will result in the forfeiture of your entry qualification. As Qin Huaian stepped outside the Huangshan Sword Sect's encampment, he noticed Wang Baol already waiting for him. Brother Qin, you've joined the Huangshan Sword Sect, haven't you? Haha, we shall be brothers from now on. Indeed, Fatty. I must return to handle some affairs. What about you? Brother Qin, I won't be going back. My abode requires no tidying. The elders of the Huangshan Sword Sect advised us to remain here and head directly to the sect once recruitment concludes. Indeed, the treatment is evidently different. Qin Huaian mused silently. For them, the preparatory outer disciples, the Huangshan Sword Sect did not even suggest that they stay at the encampment while waiting. In truth, Qin Huaian had little to arrange, but since they were not being retained, he resolved to return to his rented cave residence for a few days. He intended to take this opportunity to bid farewell to Manager Shui, who had shown him considerable kindness over the years. Chapter 24, Departure. Qin Huaian spent several tranquil days cultivating in his rented cave, with the paramount objective of joining the sect being the pursuit of a higher realm of cultivation. In this unfamiliar world, only powerful cultivation could provide him with a semblance of security. 3 days later, he arrived at Danxia Pavilion, prepared to bid farewell to Manager Shui. In this world, he had few friends. The little chubby boy was one, and Manager Shui was another. Manager Shui, are you busy? Qin Huaian entered Danxia Pavilion and saw Manager Shui beaming as he entertained guests. Young Qin has arrived, Manager Shui exclaimed, handing over his guests to Wang Gui before approaching him. Did you participate in the sect's recruitment? What was the outcome? I did. And I have joined the outer sect of the Huangshan Sword Sect. Tomorrow, I shall gather to head to the sect. I am profoundly grateful for your care over the years, Manager Shui. Haha, splendid. Congratulations, young Qin, on entering the Huangshan Sword Sect. Brother Qin, are you leaving too? At that moment, Shui Lingyun suddenly dashed out, grasping Qin Huaian's sleeve with glistening eyes. I don't want you to leave, nor do I want Grandpa to go. As she spoke, tears threatened to spill. Manager Shui gently stroked little Lingyun's head, a mixture of pride and reluctance in his expression. Lingyun has been accepted as a direct disciple by an elder of Danxia Pavilion and will return to cultivate there. Congratulations, Manager Shui. Lingyun's future is undoubtedly bright. Qin Huaian sincerely expressed joy for little Lingyun, recognizing manager Shue's mixed feelings. After all, Lingyun was still young, and once she entered the sect, their opportunities to meet would be limited. Then, Qin Huaian knelt down to little Lingyun and said, "Don't be sad, Lingyun. Go to the sect joyfully. Once you've mastered your skills, you can come back to assist Grandpa. Yes, when I grow up, I can still visit Brother Qin to play." Little Lingyun earnestly nodded her head. Agreed. It's a promise. Qin Huaian extended his palm, and they exchanged a light clap. However, he understood that this farewell might stretch for an indefinite period. After a brief stay, Qin Huaian bid farewell to manager Shue, feeling no lingering attachment to Yuntian Market as he returned to await the assembly at the central square the following day. On the next day, as Qin Huaian arrived at the Huangshan Sword Sect encampment, he found it bustling with many individuals. Some minor sect encampments nearby had already dismantled, indicating their departure. Qin Huaian did not see the little chubby boy Wang Beol, who must still be within the Huangshan Sword Sect's premises. Around noon, a massive flying vessel, measuring approximately 30 to 40 zhang in length, descended beside the Huangshan Sword Sect encampment. A foundational period cultivator emerged, escorting the newly recruited inner disciples from within the encampment. Once Wang Beol exited with the inner disciples, he began scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Qin Huaian, he joyfully called out, "Brother Qin." Qin Huaian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Several disciples turned to observe the two, but Qin Huaian remained indifferent to their gazes. The foundational period cultivator accompanying Wang Beol merely cast a glance at Qin Huaian without further comment before leading the newly recruited inner disciples aboard the flying vessel. Qin Huaian silently counted the inner disciples. There were a total of 14. In contrast, over 200 outer disciples had gathered here. Moments later, the foundational period cultivator who had just boarded returned to the entrance and addressed the outer disciples. "All selected outer disciples, please present your tokens and board the vessel." Qin Huaian followed the crowd, ascending the staircase to the deck of the flying vessel. In the center of the deck stood a 3-story structure occupying about half the area, presumably serving as guest quarters and the control room. At this juncture, the foundational period cultivator informed them, "You may freely move about the deck. If you require rest, please proceed to the lower deck's guest quarters. We are preparing for takeoff and shall arrive at the sect in approximately 3 days." With that, the cultivator ascended into the upper structure of the vessel. The deck was spacious, and once the 200-plus cultivators dispersed, it appeared quite empty. Qin Huaian noted that the inner disciples who had boarded before them were likely inside the upper structure. As the flying vessel slowly ascended, Qin Huaian stood at the edge of the deck, watching as Yuntian Market dwindled in size, eventually vanishing from view. The vessel moved swiftly, enveloped by an invisible energy shield that warded off the frigid winds of high altitudes. Not lingering on the deck, Qin Huaian descended into the lower cabin. The cabin was divided into small compartments, each accessible to those without occupants, using the tokens issued upon boarding to unlock them. He casually selected an unoccupied room, setting it to occupied status upon entry. The room was sparse, measuring only about a zhang in length and width, with no windows. A lamp utilizing a formation for illumination lit the space, and a wooden bed was the sole piece of furniture. "This lower deck cabin reminds me of slave ships from the 18th century, Qin Huaian mused internally. Though undeniably superior to such vessels, the confined space still left him feeling quite discontented. While cultivators generally held lower expectations for material conditions, the disparity between outer and inner disciples was still quite pronounced. After his complaints, Qin Huaian commenced his cultivation, determined to persist without faltering. He chose not to rely on spirit stones for his cultivation, but instead continued consuming recovery pills. Using low-grade spirit stones would only marginally increase his cultivation speed, while the recovery pills offered a more favorable cost-benefit ratio. With limited spirit stones remaining, he preferred to conserve some for future use upon arriving at the Huangshan Sword Sect. As he cultivated, 3 days swiftly passed. "In half an hour, we shall arrive at the sect. Please prepare yourselves," echoed the voice of the foundational period cultivator who had led them onto the vessel. Those engaged in their cultivation ceased their practices and began to make their way to the deck in small groups. Qin Huaian joined the others on the deck, where the vessel now soared above a vast plain. A long river traversed the plain, with numerous tributaries flowing into it, resembling veins extending across the expansive landscape. The flying vessel glided over numerous human cities, gradually approaching a magnificent mountain range. Ahead lay the fabled Huangshan, home to the Huangshan Sword Sect. It is said that the peaks of Huangshan rise in magnificent competition, rendering it one of the most extraordinary landscapes in the world. One cultivator gazed into the distance, expressing his awe. "This is merely the surface," remarked another cultivator, "for it is said that the area is rich in spiritual veins." with a concentration of spiritual energy surpassing that of other places. Qin Huaian had gleaned a modicum of knowledge about the legends of the Huangshan sword sect from the memories of the original owner. Allegedly, a millennium ago, the sect's founder, the Huangshan sword master, established the sect here before transcending into the celestial realm, ultimately becoming a true immortal. As the flying vessel entered this breathtaking landscape, its speed gradually diminished until it hovered near a mountain peak. At that moment, Elder Zhou, who had taken away the exceptional spiritual root cultivator Xiao Yi during the spiritual root assessment, appeared before the vessel, standing in midair. As Elder Zhou cast a series of incantations, a portal formed at the peak of the mountain. Two cultivators flew out on their swords, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Zhou. Please present your identification token." Elder Zhou tossed a golden token, and after the two cultivators confirmed its authenticity, they returned it with clasped fists, saying, "Verification complete. Elder Zhou, please proceed." With a wave of his hand, Elder Zhou guided the vessel into the portal, which descended upon a vast plaza. Qin Huaian immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy intensify, as if the inside and outside of the portal belonged to two distinct realms. Upon entering, the view was one of endless mountain peaks rising above a sea of mist, with ancient cypress trees blanketing the slopes, and the occasional ethereal crane or spirit bird soaring by. Qin Huaian silently marveled. Indeed, a great sect of cultivation was unlike any other. "Please follow me off the vessel," instructed the Foundation establishment cultivator who had accompanied them. After Qin Huaian and the others disembarked, the vessel took off, leaving them behind. It appeared that the inner disciples were not alighting alongside them, suggesting that their reporting location differed from the outer disciples. The Foundation establishment cultivator led them to the entrance of a building at the edge of the plaza, where he clasped his fists towards several cultivators waiting there. "Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am Lu Sun from the Chongfeng Peak, and these disciples are the newly recruited outer disciples from Yuntian Fengshi." The cultivators at the entrance rose. The leading elegant youth smilingly replied, "Ah, Brother Lu, I have long heard of you. Thank you for your efforts. Let us proceed with the handover." Subsequently, Lu Sun handed over the registry of the newly recruited outer disciples to the refined youth for verification. "Very well, please wait a moment," the elegant youth said, turning to Qin Huaian and the others. "Greetings, junior brothers and sisters. I am He Jiping from Dongxi Peak, responsible for your entry procedures. You may call me Brother He." All newly recruited outer disciples were to be managed by Dongxi Peak for the first 10 years, during which they would belong to Dongxi Peak. "Please present the tokens issued to you upon recruitment, and you will receive your official disciple identity tokens upon hearing your names. Zhang Shidi, please call the roll. Chen Shidi and Wang Shidi, you will handle the token exchanges." He Jiping instructed the two cultivators beside him. "Yes, Brother He." The three responded in unison. "Zhang Chuanwang, here." A stout youth stepped forward, hastily presenting his token. "Brothers, this is my token." After receiving and inspecting the token, the cultivator with the surname Chun produced a reddish-brown token and, using a finger as a pen, inscribed an arcane symbol upon it before instructing the stout youth. "Now, infuse your spiritual energy into the identity token." "Understood." The stout youth pointed at the token, channeling his spiritual energy. "Well done, Zhang Shidi. Please hold on to your identity token and wait to the side." "Lu Shuwen, here." A charming young female cultivator rushed forward. Qin Huaian. Hearing his name, Qin Huaian stepped forward and, after exchanging his identity token, moved to the side. This marked his formal induction as a disciple of the Huangshan sword sect, albeit as an outer disciple. The identity token, crafted from a reddish-brown metal, was substantial, weighing over 10 pounds, inscribed with Dongxi Peak Qin Huaian 2333. Dongxi Peak appeared to be the mountain he belonged to, while 2333 seemed to be a designation of some sort, though its meaning eluded him. Approximately an hour and a half later, all the outer disciples from Yuntian Fengshi had received their identity tokens. "Brother Lu, the verification is complete, and there are no issues. Thank you for your assistance," He Jiping expressed, bowing to the Foundation establishment cultivator Lu Sun. "Very well, Brother He. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Lu Sun clasped his fists in farewell to the cultivators of Dongxi Peak. "Brother Lu, you have worked hard. We shall not detain you any longer. You are always welcome at Dongxi Peak," He Jiping graciously replied. Lu Sun bowed once more, then drew a flying sword and soared into the sky, quickly vanishing into the clouds. Riding the sword upon the winds to vanquish evil in the world. This is the essence of cultivation, Qin Huaian thought, feeling a deep sense of envy as he watched Lu Sun depart. Typically, only those who reached the Foundation establishment stage could fly on swords. Once Lu Sun had left, He Jiping turned to address the group. "Esteemed junior brothers and sisters, you are now officially outer disciples of the Huangshan sword sect. During your first decade, you will be managed by Dongxi Peak, which will also determine the course of your destinies. As for the rules of our sect, I shall not elaborate here. You will learn them upon arriving at your cave abodes. The numbers on your identity tokens correspond to your identification within Dongxi Peak and will also serve as your cave abode numbers. Follow me, and I will lead you to your respective caves. We are currently at Dongxi Plaza of Dongxi Peak. 3 days hence, at sunrise, you are to gather here punctually. With that, He Jiping led Qin Huaian and the others out of the plaza. The landscapes of Dongxi Peak were stunning, with picturesque scenes where the mountain mists billowed like fine silk, sometimes dispersing, only to gather again, while clear mountain springs flowed beneath their feet. Half an hour later, they arrived at a cluster of buildings nestled on the mountainside, surrounded by pine trees and peculiar rocks, with the calls of extraordinary beasts and celestial birds echoing, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to a paradise. He Jiping paused, addressing the group. Esteemed junior brothers, this is your cave residence area. The area is divided into 8 sections, with the first digit of your identification numbers indicating your respective sections. There are signposts ahead to guide you. You may each seek out your own cave, and your identity tokens will allow you to activate the array protecting your cave. Thank you, esteemed brothers. The group expressed their gratitude, clasping their fists. The caves assigned to them were not grouped together, but rather randomly distributed across the 8 sections. Following the signposts, Qin Huaian easily located his cave, numbered 2333. It was a standalone small courtyard, measuring approximately 5 zhang in both length and width, with a gap of 4 or 5 zhang from his neighboring caves. Taking out his identity token, he activated the array's restrictions and stepped into the courtyard. The main building consisted of 3 wooden rooms, with a small pavilion in the yard housing a stone table and 4 stone stools. The quaint landscaping of the courtyard bore the marks of time, with the blue brick-paved ground reflecting an ancient charm. Entering the wooden building, he found the left room furnished only with a meditation cushion, likely serving as a cultivation chamber, while the right room contained a wooden bed, serving as a bedroom. The central room was a reception area with a table and several chairs. Upon the bed in the bedroom lay 2 sets of pristine garments belonging to the outer disciples of the Huangshan sword sect. On the table in the main hall rested a blue leather-bound book, inscribed with the words Guide for Disciples of Dongxi Peak. It was no wonder that senior brother He Jiping had mentioned earlier that he would not elaborate much. As Qin Huaian opened the guide, he discovered that the first section elucidated the 10-year period known as the Dongxi Decade, which every outer disciple must undergo after joining the sect. The subsequent sections detailed the various benefits, obligations, and rules of rewards and penalties for the outer disciples. This was something that required thorough study. To thrive comfortably at Dongxi Peak, one must comprehend the established regulations. Qin Huaian mused inwardly. He flipped through several pages as twilight began to descend. Not wishing to continue reading, he stored the disciple guide within his seed space. Detected unknown book, Guide for Disciples of Dongxi Peak. Shall I engrave it? Engrave, Qin Huaian mentally commanded. Soon, he had firmly committed the contents of the guide to memory. Upon finishing the guide, Qin Huaian's initial impression of the Huangshan sword sect was one of affluence, while his second impression was one of harshness. For an ordinary cultivator, remaining in the Huangshan sword sect was a formidable challenge. Chapter 26, Dongxi Peak. Dongxi Peak was remarkably accommodating to newly initiated outer disciples. During this decade, each disciple could receive cultivation resources commensurate with their cultivation level. Disciples at the first level of Qi refinement could claim 100 low-grade spirit stones each month, with this amount increasing by 100 stones for each subsequent level attained. Currently, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Qin Huaian was eligible to receive 600 low-grade spirit stones monthly. The original owner had toiled diligently in Yuntian Fengshi for a mere handful of spirit stones each month, while disciples of the sect received such resources effortlessly, and they were merely outer disciples. During the Dongxi Decade, outer disciples were not mandated to undertake sect tasks. Thus, if one harbored no significant ambitions, they could rely solely on the welfare resources for their cultivation. However, once the decade concluded and they transitioned to ordinary outer disciples, the monthly allocation of cultivation resources would be halved, and they would be required to complete a specified number of sect tasks. Did one think that fulfilling sect tasks guaranteed continued residence in the Huangshan sword sect? Absolutely not. The disciple guide explicitly stated that outer disciples must reach the 4th level of Qi refinement before the age of 30, the 5th level before 35, the 6th level before 40, and the 7th level before 50. Failure to meet these cultivation milestones necessitated departure from the sect. To remain long-term in the Huangshan sword sect, one must achieve the late stages of Qi refinement prior to turning 50. Without the seed space, following the original owner's cultivation trajectory, it would have taken 6 years from the age of 15 merely to break through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, while reaching the 3rd level would likely have approached 30. Subsequent breakthroughs would become increasingly arduous, making it impossible to attain the 4th level before 30. Fortuitously, thanks to the assistance of his seed space, he had managed to reach the 6th level within less than a year. For an ordinary cultivator, the challenges of remaining in the sect were indeed formidable, Qin Huaian contemplated. A particular benefit was distinctly highlighted. During the Dongxi decade, outer disciples were granted 2 opportunities annually to enter the sect's trial tower. The guide did not elaborate on what the trial tower entailed, and Qin Huaian had never heard of it before. For outer disciples of Dongxi Peak, the most significant event was the grand competition held during this decade. 3 such competitions would take place, specifically in the 4th, 7th, and 10th years. Disciples who ranked highly in these competitions would be inducted into the inner sect. Only by entering the inner sect could one be considered a core disciple of the Huangshan Sword sect. While the resources available to outer disciples were considerable, they paled in comparison to those afforded to inner disciples. Naturally, if one achieved foundation establishment during this decade, they would directly become an inner disciple. Thus, idleness was not an option. Every disciple entering the Huangshan Sword sect harbored aspirations of joining the inner sect. Otherwise, one might as well remain in the mortal realm, enjoying the reverence of a revered immortal master and the riches of the world. With these thoughts, Qin Huaian proceeded to the cultivation chamber, swallowed a qi recovery pill, and commenced his practice. The spiritual energy at the Huangshan Sword sect was far more abundant than that of Xianxiafans. As he practiced the Qinghua art, Qin Huaian felt the rate of spiritual energy absorption increase by approximately 20%. Although this might seem modest, the cumulative effect over time was significantly pronounced. Qin Huaian opened his data panel. Cultivation level, Qi refinement, 6th level 29100. Techniques, Qinghua art, perfection, fireball technique, perfection, spiritual eye technique, major achievement, can be optimized. Heavenly transformation technique, major achievement, can be optimized. Skills, 1st level alchemist, Qi recovery pill, minor achievement 12100, can be deduced. Progress has increased by 6 points. In recent days, aside from enrollment and joining the sect, Qin Huaian had devoted all his spare time to cultivation. Although the effects of the Qi recovery pill had diminished, he still consumed 1 pill every couple of hours during his training, leaving him with less than 26 bottles remaining. Time slipped away unnoticed in the pursuit of cultivation. And before long, it was the 3rd day since Qin Huaian had arrived at the Huangshan Sword sect. On that morning, as dawn broke, Qin Huaian stepped out of his cave abode, preparing to head to Dongxi Square. Just as he exited, he spotted a striking young woman emerging from a neighboring courtyard. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old and was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Slightly petite, she wore a pale blue long dress, with a white silk ribbon cinching her slender waist. Her brows resembled emerald feathers, her skin was as pristine as snow, and her beauty was ethereal and refined, evidently the daughter of a prominent family. The young woman also noticed Qin Huaian, and her eyes sparkled with interest. This senior brother is quite handsome, and his gaze is so profound. She swiftly approached him with an elegant demeanor, quickly reaching his side. With a gentle smile, she greeted, "Hello, senior brother. Do you live next door? Then we shall be neighbors from now on. I hail from the Jin Kingdom, and my name is Lin Qingxian. You may call me Qingxian or Xianxian. What about you, senior brother?" Qin Huaian was momentarily taken aback. Were women in the cultivation realm so forward? "Greetings, junior sister Lin. I am Qin Huaian, from Xianxiafanans. Oh, senior brother Qin was in Xianxiafanans? That's south, quite close to our Jin Kingdom. Indeed, junior sister Lin. Let us set off quickly. We must reach Dongxi Square before the sun rises." Qin Huaian did not wish to engage in further conversation with Lin Qingxian and began walking towards Dongxi Square. "Senior brother Qin, wait for me." Lin Qingxian hurriedly matched her pace with Qin Huaian's. Upon their arrival at Dongxi Square, the eastern horizon had already begun to blush with the dawn. The square was bustling with a throng of people. As the sun slowly emerged from the sea of clouds, several figures descended gracefully onto the elevated platform at the front of the square. 3 men and 1 woman. Among them stood He Jiping beside an elderly man. As the figures landed, the crowd in the square gradually quieted. He Jiping then addressed everyone with a resounding voice. "Greetings, fellow junior brothers and sisters. I am here to introduce you to our Dongxi Peak. I trust you have all perused the guide for disciples of Dongxi Peak and gained some understanding of our Huangshan Sword sect and Dongxi Peak. Indeed, Dongxi Peak is dedicated to nurturing newly initiated disciples, and the sect has invested a substantial amount of resources into each of you. I hope you will cherish this opportunity and strive diligently in your cultivation to repay the sect. This gentleman beside me is our Dongxi Peak master, Han Feng." He Jiping continued to introduce the elderly man with white hair. He then introduced the other 2 individuals, one a middle-aged man and the other a stunningly beautiful woman in her 30s. These are our esteemed elders. Elder Meng and Elder Imo from Dongxi Peak. All right, Zhiping, enough with the formalities, the middle-aged man with a rugged voice interjected, addressing the white-haired elder. Let the senior brother speak a few words. Zhiping wore an awkward smile and respectfully gestured towards the elder, saying, Master, please share a few words with the newly admitted disciples. The esteemed Han Feng, with a warm demeanor, gently stroked his beard and stepped forward, proclaiming, Welcome to Dongxi Peak. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly for all to hear. Your presence here at Dongxi Peak signifies that you possess either medium or inferior spiritual roots. Do not allow the perceived limitations of your spiritual roots to deter your efforts. They are not the sole determinants of your cultivation journey. Insight, perseverance, and character are equally pivotal in shaping your path. Among you, there are those with merely inferior roots who have reached the 8th level of Qi refinement before the age of 30, proving themselves no less capable than those with superior roots. I shall impart one truth. Half of the golden core cultivators in the Huangshan sword sect stem from medium and inferior roots. Thus, as long as you possess spiritual roots that allow for cultivation, you have already secured your entry ticket to the realm of practice. The human body is the most enigmatic treasure. It is up to you to uncover its depths. That is all I wish to convey. At this juncture, the crowd in the square stirred with a palpable excitement, many cultivators' eyes ablaze with fervor. Indeed, although our spiritual roots may be average, through diligent effort, we still have the potential to catch up to those endowed with superior roots. Qin Huaian felt a stirring within, resonating with the elder's words. He understood this all too well. Although his own aptitude was merely average, upon mastering the Qinghua Ju, his cultivation speed had accelerated exponentially compared to when he was a novice. If one possesses high comprehension and deep understanding of techniques, they can indeed cultivate at an astonishing pace. Qin Huaian had only encountered the foundational techniques of the Qinghua Ju and the Changchun Gong, unaware of their respective ranks. It was said that higher-tier foundational techniques absorbed spiritual energy at a significantly greater rate than their lower-tier counterparts. Observing the crowd's reaction, the white-bearded elder, Han Feng, nodded with satisfaction and addressed the middle-aged man, Meng Shidi, please elaborate on the upcoming Dongxi Grand Competition. Yes, senior brother, replied the middle-aged elder, Meng. He addressed the assembly. I will keep it brief and will mention only 2 matters. His voice boomed. Zhiping once again cast a sidelong glance at Han Feng, who remained composed, a smile gracing his lips. Firstly, there are a total of 322 new disciples in your cohort, with the approval of the sect leader. In the 3 rounds of the Dongxi Peak Grand Competition, the top 100 from the first round and the top 200 from both the second and third rounds will be granted direct entry into the inner sect, totaling 500 disciples. The gazes of the cultivators in the square grew even more fervent, for while Han Feng's words had felt abstract, Elder Meng's announcement regarding entry into the inner sect was tangible and concrete. Secondly, within the next decade, you will each have 2 opportunities per year to enter the sect's trial tower. These opportunities are crucial, and I urge you to cherish them. Should you rank within the top 10 in the annual standings of the trial tower, you will become inner sect disciples. Of course, while the ranking is significant, the trial tower is full of wonders. You will understand once you experience it. That concludes my remarks. Senior brother, junior sister Imo, I shall take my leave. Meng concluded succinctly and bowed respectfully to Han Feng. Shall we depart together? Zhiping, I leave the remainder to you. With that, the 3 ascended into the air without the aid of flying swords. Yes, master. Zhiping bowed deeply. Once the sect leader and the 2 elders had departed, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. I must enter the inner sect. Lin Qingxian, beside Qin Huaian, clenched her small fists, her face flushed with excitement. Oh, what an exuberant young lady. Qin Huaian cast her a sidelong glance. The newly admitted disciples were predominantly youthful, many under the age of 20. Among the throngs, there were those as animated as Lin Qingxian, while others maintained a calm demeanor. With over 5,000 individuals, only 500 would be selected for the inner sect, a ratio of less than 10 to 1. As the crowd settled slightly, Zhiping smiled at everyone, saying, Dear junior brothers and sisters, all of you new disciples have now gathered. From this day forth, you are officially part of our sect. Behind me stands the affairs hall of Dongxi Peak, responsible for the distribution of resources, the purchasing and exchanging of elixirs and magical artifacts, and the assignment of tasks. During your first resource allocation, you will also receive a basic storage pouch, a mid-grade flying sword artifact, a foundational Qi refinement technique, and a basic sword technique. Other techniques may be borrowed from the library pavilion, and the borrowing rules are outlined at the entrance, so I shall not elaborate further. Additionally, at the transmission cliff on the west side of the square, there will be foundational cultivators available daily to impart knowledge and answer your queries. Feel free to visit as needed. Our sect imposes few restrictions, allowing you to cultivate at your own pace. However, I personally advise that if you are able, make an effort to undertake sect tasks to earn contribution points. That is all I have to say. You may collect your allocated resources at any time using your identity tokens. I wish you all success in entering the inner sect soon. Thank you, Brother He. The crowd erupted in a chorus of gratitude. Brother He is rather commendable. After expressing their thanks, Qin Huaian decided to first visit the library pavilion. As the group of over 5,000 dispersed, most made their way towards the affairs hall, indicating that the disciples there would be working overtime today. The library pavilion was situated on the eastern side of the square, and Qin Huaian strode towards it. Brother Qin, aren't you going to collect your allocated resources? Lin Qingxian tugged at the hem of Qin Huaian's robe, inquiring. He subtly evaded her grasp. I'll take a look at the affairs hall later when the crowd thins out. For now, I wish to explore the library pavilion. Oh, Brother Qin, I have heard that the library pavilion at Dongxi Peak primarily contains mundane literature. Do not waste too much time there. I will go queue for my resources now. Thank you for the reminder, Junior Sister Lin. In truth, Qin Huaian was quite intrigued by mundane literature. Upon reaching the library pavilion on the eastern side of the square, he found it to be a 3-story structure. A signpost at the entrance laid out the borrowing rules. Disciples of the Dongxi sect, during their tenure, may read on the first floor free of charge for 1 day each month. To borrow a book, each tome requires 100 contribution points per month. Access to the second floor requires 100 contribution points for a day's reading, and borrowing is not permitted. The third floor, which houses a limited collection, necessitates 1,000 contribution points for a day's reading, also with no borrowing allowed. The sign bore a small note beneath. Books within the library pavilion are specially treated with arrays and cannot be stored in storage artifacts. Unauthorized removal from the library pavilion is prohibited. He wondered how challenging it would be to earn contribution points, and contemplated the borrowing fees. However, he mused, even if the costs were steep, they were justified, for knowledge is indeed priceless. After perusing the sign, Qin Huaian entered the library pavilion. The entrance hall was not overly spacious, featuring a central desk where an elderly man sat reading. Upon noticing Qin Huaian's entrance, the elder looked up and asked, "Are you a new disciple? Here to read or to borrow?" "Oh, my age is catching up with me. I forgot that you newcomers lack contribution points and can only read on the first floor," the elder remarked, smacking his forehead. Qin Huaian, unable to discern the elder's cultivation level, clasped his hands in respect and inquired, "Elder, what are the differences among the books on the first, second, and third floors?" The elder appraised Qin Huaian before responding. The first floor contains foundational texts on alchemy, talismans, formations, and other essential arts of cultivation, as well as works on culture, geography, and historical biographies. The second floor comprises technique books, mostly those below entry level, with a few at the yellow grade. The third floor holds a limited selection, all at the yellow and levels. Qin Huaian was aware that martial arts techniques are categorized into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. However, having had limited exposure to various martial arts manuscripts, he was uncertain as to which level his own cultivation technique belonged. "Senior, are there no earth level or heavenly level techniques available?" he inquired. Earth level techniques can serve as the core, true inheritance of a grand sect. If any sect possesses a heavenly level technique, it becomes the very foundation of that sect. Most sects do not have heavenly level techniques. The elder chuckled in response. "Do you truly believe that a disciple in the Qi refining stage could access the library and find heavenly or earth level techniques?" Embarrassed, Qin Huaian offered a sheepish smile as he presented his identification token. "Senior, I wish to read on the first floor for a day." The elder accepted the token, tapped a few buttons on a nearby device, and returned it to Qin Huaian. After 1 day, the token will emit a reminder. At that time, you may exit directly, but you must not leave the library midway. "Thank you, Senior." Taking the token, Qin Huaian entered the library's first floor. The library possessed a striking resemblance to the grand libraries of his previous life, with towering bookshelves and an abundance of books. He casually selected a shelf and perused its contents. Titles such as Pest Control and Spiritual Rice Cultivation, Geography of the Qin Kingdom, discussions on the Qin music, an overview of spiritual bird husbandry caught his eye. Faced with rows of densely packed bookshelves, Qin Huaian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The books were not categorized and were haphazardly mixed together. He sought texts concerning the myriad arts of cultivation, yet to his dismay, he found none on this particular shelf. A notice at the entrance stated that these books could not be stored in storage artifacts, leaving him uncertain whether they could be placed in the seed space. At that moment, 2 or 3 other disciples entered the first floor, but the space was expansive, with shelves densely arranged. Qin Huaian discreetly found a hidden spot and casually picked up a book. With a subtle thought, the book was transported into the seed space. Detected unknown book, Postpartum Care for Spiritual Beasts. Would you like to record it? Qin Huaian was momentarily taken aback. How fortunate to have stumbled upon such a book. Record. He firmly resolved, silently affirming to himself, knowledge is never a burden. Chapter 28, Claiming Resource Quotas. Before long, the contents of Postpartum Care for Spiritual Beasts filled his mind. The book primarily discussed the precautions necessary for the postpartum care of mammalian spiritual beasts, though the specifics of the book were less significant than the fact that he could record the library's texts. With a mere thought, the book reappeared in Qin Huaian's hands, and he returned it to its original position on the shelf. Of course, he did not pay attention to whether it was truly the original position, as the library was characterized by its inherent chaos. Since recording was possible, he resolved to record all the books within the library. As he began to systematically absorb the contents of each book, he encountered another unknown title, Geography of the Qi Kingdom. Record, he commanded. After recording several books, Qin Huaian gradually felt mental fatigue setting in, his eyelids growing heavy. What is happening? He mused, taking a moment to reflect and quickly realizing the cause. Although he could imprint the knowledge of the books into his mind, the sudden influx of so much information was overwhelming his mental capacity. He needed to let his mind rest before he could continue. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he activated his cultivation technique and closed his eyes to recuperate. After about an hour, he opened his eyes, the earlier fatigue dissipating. He recognized that indiscriminately recording all books was not wise. He needed to seek out those that were truly valuable. Qin Huaian began to meticulously examine each bookshelf, and suddenly, he discovered a particularly thick tome titled Compendium of Elixirs. Upon flipping through its pages, he found that it primarily documented the recipes for first to third tier elixirs within the cultivation realm, along with descriptions of the corresponding spiritual herbs and their characteristics. This book encompassed a majority of the commonly used first to third tier elixirs, making it an invaluable resource that must be recorded. After completing the recording, Qin Huaian continued his search. As night fell, the library illuminated with array formations. Qin Huaian pressed on, tirelessly scanning each book, recording what was suitable, and pausing to meditate whenever fatigue overtook him. By the following morning, he bore the marks of exhaustion on his face, yet his spirit was invigorated. Over the course of one day and night, he had uncovered numerous valuable texts, knowledge of commonly used first to third tier formations, talismans, and the crafting of magical artifacts, all imprinted within his mind. Although the content was not particularly advanced, it included essential knowledge for Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. Additionally, he acquired some geographical and cultural insights regarding the Huangshan sword sect and surrounding factions. Despite feeling drained, he was profoundly satisfied with his accomplishments. Through his night of study, Qin Huaian made an intriguing observation. Records of ascended cultivators from various sects all dated back 5,000 years, with no accounts of ascension in the recent 5 millennia. Not only had no cultivators ascended, but the overall strength of each sect appeared to be declining. 5,000 years prior, there were frequent mentions of cultivators at the great ascension and integration stages. However, in the last 5 millennia, records of high-level cultivators had dwindled significantly. In fact, over the last 2,000 years, the highest level recorded in various biographies was that of the transformation stage cultivators. Could it be that this cultivation world was experiencing a decline akin to the end of the Dharma periods frequently depicted in novels from his past life? Or were the accounts in the biographies deliberately exaggerating the prowess of their predecessors? It seemed unlikely that such exaggerations existed, at the very least. The Huangshan sword sovereign was reputed to have genuinely existed, said to have been exceptionally gifted, achieving ascension in less than a millennium with a singular flying sword. Yet, according to the biographies, the past 1,000 years had seen the sect's successive leaders attain only the nascent soul stage. Of course, such matters were not for a mere Qi refining cultivator like him to ponder. He needed to focus on elevating his own cultivation first. In that moment, Qin Huaian's identification token flickered with a red light, signaling the end of his allotted time. He had barely managed to peruse less than a third of the first floor's bookshelves, but he resolved to return and complete his exploration on another occasion. Exiting the library, he noticed that the elder was still engrossed in reading. With a respectful bow, he said, "Senior, I take my leave." The elder nodded without looking up, merely responding, "Go ahead." As the library's custodian, Qin Huaian ensured he maintained the respect due to him. Stepping outside, he found that Dongxi Square was bustling with people. Most were heading towards the affairs hall, while a few ventured towards the transmitting cliff to the west, with only a select few making their way to the library. Qin Huaian joined the throng heading to the affairs hall, which appeared significantly less crowded than before. Upon entering, he was greeted by a vast hall reminiscent of an airport terminal, grand and spacious. Directly ahead was the resource distribution area, where disciples typically collected their cultivation resources. To the right was the trading area, where various magical artifacts, elixirs, and other cultivation resources could be purchased. To the left lay the task distribution area, featuring a massive array display screen that showcased the latest Sect tasks. Qin Huaian glanced towards the array display screen. The Xianxia Kingdom has discovered a small mystical iron mine, recruiting 5 Qi refining stage cultivators to serve as management personnel for a duration of 2 years, offering 3,000 Sect contribution points. Massive procurement of first-tier Demon Beast Shadow Leopard Beast pills, each pill valued at 10 Sect contribution points. An ancient relic has been discovered near the boundless sea of the Qin Kingdom. The relic's array only permits entry for Qi refining stage cultivators. Task: explore the relic, with Sect contribution points awarded based on results. A large-scale buyback of recovery elixirs and true essence elixirs. A vial of recovery elixirs grants 8 Sect contribution points, while a vial of true essence elixirs offers 80 Sect contribution points. At long last, I have encountered a familiar task, the retrieval of recovery pills. Initially, the Danxia Pavilion acquired them for 80 spirit stones per vial, while the Huangshan Sword Sect procured them for 8 points of Sect contribution. By this analogy, 1 point of Sect contribution is roughly equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. Reflecting upon this, I recall that a day of reading in the library's second floor requires 100 Sect contribution points, amounting to an extravagant 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Without lingering on the task display screen any longer, Qin Huaian proceeded to the resource collection area. At this juncture, there were only a few individuals left in line, and he was soon at the front. Presenting his identity token, he greeted, "Greetings, senior brother. I have come to collect this month's resources and the items for new disciples." A cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement received the token and placed it on a magical instrument, which illuminated a projection. Disciple of the Outer Sect, Dongxi Peak. Resources to be collected: 600 low-grade spirit stones. New disciple's outfit. What type of foundational technique would you prefer, junior brother? All techniques are of high yellow grade and can be cultivated up to the 9th level of Qi refinement. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Huaian replied, "Please provide me with a wood attribute technique." His cultivation of the Qinghua art was also of the wood attribute, and he sought a reference for comparison. "Very well. All items have been placed in this storage bag. Ensure you keep it safe," the cultivator said, promptly handing Qin Huaian a storage bag. After a brief inspection, Qin Huaian clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." Exiting the resource collection area, Qin Huaian made his way towards the item trading post. Chapter 29, Accepting Tasks. Only one cultivator was stationed at the trading post, and no one else seemed inclined to trade, as he languidly lounged in a chair. A notice board in the trading area stated that transactions were restricted to Sect contribution points. No wonder there were no patrons. It appeared that these newly arrived outer disciples had yet to earn any Sect contribution points. "Greetings, senior brother," Qin Huaian called out as he approached the on-duty cultivator. "Hello, junior brother. What do you require?" The cultivator perked up slightly. "May I inquire if items can be sold to the Sect?" "Of course. What items do you wish to sell, junior brother?" The cultivator's interest piqued. Many outer disciples had previously opted to sell personal belongings to acquire Sect contribution points rather than undertake risky Sect tasks. "What is the price for selling recovery pills to the Sect?" "Recovery pills? They are worth 6 points of Sect contribution per vial. How many do you wish to sell?" Qin Huaian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the prices were rather steep. The task collection area offered 8 points per vial, which felt somewhat off. "Senior brother, why is the recovery price at the task collection area set at 8 points? Qin Huaian inquired, puzzled. "Oh, regarding the task collection area, to have your pills accepted there, you must first prove yourself as an alchemist to submit the corresponding grade of pills." "I see. Thank you for clarifying, senior brother." Qin Huaian understood that the pills submitted at the task collection area must be refined by the individual, whereas the trading post only recognized the pills themselves, disregarding the identity of the seller. This policy favored those with specialized cultivation skills, encouraging disciples to hone their diverse skills in alchemy. It also prevented certain disciples from purchasing pills with spirit stones from outside sources solely to exchange them for Sect contribution points. After all, many resources could not be acquired with spirit stones alone and could only be exchanged for Sect contribution points. Several cultivators were observing the task screen, but none were currently accepting tasks, as they were all new to the Sect and required time to acclimate. "Greetings, senior brothers. How does one accept the task for recovery pills?" Qin Huaian inquired of the 2 cultivators stationed at the task collection area. To undertake the recovery pills task, one must first prove oneself as a first-tier alchemist. Furthermore, each first-tier alchemist may submit a maximum of 5 vials daily over the course of 10 years, which can be accumulated. One of the cultivators scrutinized Qin Huaian and stated coolly, "How do I prove that?" "You can simply refine a batch right here." The The cultivator gestured to a nearby vacant area, seemingly reserved for such purposes. Very well. Could you provide a portion of the herbs required for refining recovery pills? Certainly. The cultivator produced a packet of herbs. Qin Huaian accepted the herbs, tapped his storage bag, retrieved his alchemical furnace, and sat down to begin the refinement of the recovery pills. At this moment, several cultivators who were observing the task screen gathered around. Impressive. He can refine pills at such a young age. I wonder if he will succeed. Let us hope he isn't merely putting on a show. Isn't it customary for alchemists to start their studies only after their cultivation has stagnated? He appears quite youthful. Perhaps he is a talented alchemist cultivated by a prominent family. The onlookers engaged in lively discussions. Qin Huaian paid no heed to their chatter, focusing intently on the refinement process. With deft hands, he skillfully added each herb into the furnace, and as time passed, the various spiritual herbs transformed into a liquid concoction. The crowd swelled, yet their murmurs gradually subsided. Those with even a modicum of understanding of alchemy could discern that Qin Huaian's technique was exceedingly proficient, clearly indicative of an experienced alchemist. As the final herb was added to the furnace, Qin Huaian concentrated, guiding the liquid to meld harmoniously. Condense. With a surge of spiritual energy, 10 smooth, lustrous pills appeared in the palm of his hand. Remarkable. This junior brother is not only at the 6th level of qi refinement at such a tender age, but has also achieved the status of a first-tier alchemist. The cultivator at the task collection area exclaimed in admiration. His cultivation has reached the 6th level of qi refinement. He appears to be around 20 years old. Our resident alchemist at the Danxiao Pavilion in Donglifang City is at least 40. The surrounding cultivators echoed their admiration. Qin, senior brother, you are truly impressive. At that moment, a young girl bounded up to Qin Huaian. It was none other than Lin Qingxian. Qin Huaian offered a slight nod to the girl and then turned to the cultivator at the task collection area, asking, Senior brother, is this sufficient? Yes, that will do. You are quite the accomplished young man. The cultivator replied with a smile. Please hand over your identity token. I will assist you with the registration. You may submit up to 5 vials of recovery pills each day. The submissions can accumulate over time. For instance, if you come to submit once every 10 days, you may submit 50 vials. Thank you, senior brother. Here are 5 vials of recovery pills. Please verify them. Qin Huaian retrieved 5 vials of previously refined recovery pills and handed them to the cultivator. The cultivator was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Huaian would present already prepared recovery pills for submission so promptly. Senior brother, is it not permitted to submit today? Seeing the cultivator hesitating, Qin Huaian inquired. Of course it is allowed. 5 vials of recovery pills equate to 40 points of Sect contribution, deducting 2 points for the herbs used, totaling 38 points. I will record the Sect contribution points on your identity token. The cultivator accepted the recovery pills and, after recording the information, returned the identity token to Qin Huaian. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Huaian expressed his gratitude. Qin, senior brother, where are you headed next? As Qin Huaian prepared to depart, Lin Qingxian hurriedly followed in his footsteps, inquiring, I am going to the trading post to exchange for a few items, then I shall return to my cave dwelling, Qin Huaian replied, noting Lin Qingxian's company, but opting not to elaborate further. After all, they were fellow disciples and neighbors, so a little familiarity was not unwelcome. All right, let us return together. I wasn't able to collect my quota yesterday, so today is my first time receiving resources, the young girl pouted. Let us go. Qin Huaian arrived at the trading post, where the duty cultivator had already witnessed his earlier alchemical endeavors. Upon seeing Qin approach, he chuckled heartily. Indeed, one must not judge a person by their appearance. My junior, despite your youth, has already attained the rank of a first-tier alchemist. I am truly impressed. My senior's flattery is unwarranted. I would appreciate your assistance in procuring 19 portions of spirit herbs for refining qi recovery pills, Qin replied. Very well. Each portion of spirit herbs is worth 2 points of Sect contribution. Please present your identity token. Qin Huaian handed over his identity token, and after the duty cultivator deducted the contribution points, he returned the token along with the 19 portions of spirit herbs to Qin. You are always welcome here, junior. Thank you, senior. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Huaian made his way towards the exit of the affairs hall. Qin senior, how long have you been studying alchemy? Lin Qingxian inquired as they walked, primarily filling the conversation with her own chatter. Just as they stepped outside the affairs hall, a gentleman in his mid-20s approached them. Qingxian, who is this? The man scrutinized Qin Huaian and asked, Ah, cousin, are you here to collect the Sect's allocation as well? This is Qin senior, my new neighbor. Lin Qingxian cheerfully introduced. I am merely here to see if there are any tasks I can undertake, the man replied with a warm smile. Oh, cousin, then do go inside. We shall return to the cave dwelling first. By the way, Qin senior, this is my cousin Fu Jingwen, who has also just joined the Huangshan Sword Sect. You two should find common ground, as my cousin is also a first-tier alchemist. Greetings, Brother Fu, Qin Huaian greeted amicably, noting that Fu Jingwen had reached the 7th layer of qi cultivation. However, he did not concur with Lin Qingxian's latter statement, as he believed such superficial commonalities among men were unnecessary. Are you truly a first-tier alchemist, Qin brother? Upon hearing Lin Qingxuan's words, Fu Jingwen was taken aback, gazing at Qin Huaian with disbelief. Qin appeared no older than 20. Could he indeed be a first-tier alchemist? Fu Jingwen was well aware of the immense effort his family had expended for him to become an alchemist, consuming countless resources and impacting his own cultivation progress. I have managed to concoct some simple first-tier pills. Qin Huaian smiled modestly. This feeling of understated superiority is rather delightful. Haha, Qin brother. I shall first check the task office. I will seek you out later to discuss alchemy. All right, cousin, do hurry along. We shall take our leave. Lin Qingxian said with a grin. Qin Huaian nodded in farewell to Fu Jingwen before proceeding towards the outer disciples' cave dwelling area. Fu Jingwen cast a meaningful glance at their retreating figures, pondering that Qingxian, having been sheltered by her family, lacked guile and was generally warm towards everyone. Meanwhile, Qin Huaian seemed to possess the charming demeanor that would attract young ladies. He resolved to learn more about him to ensure Qingxian would not be taken advantage of. Unbeknownst to Qin Huaian of Fu Jingwen's thoughts, he hastened back to his cave dwelling. After bidding Lin Qingxian farewell, he closed the door to prepare for alchemy. In the library, although he did not discover any formidable techniques, his readings deepened his understanding of cultivation. He concluded that solitary cultivation primarily encompasses 4 aspects: spiritual root aptitude, comprehension, techniques, and resources. Spiritual root aptitude refers to the compatibility between one's body and spiritual energy. A higher compatibility results in a faster cultivation speed. Under identical conditions, if a low-grade spiritual root absorbs spiritual energy at a rate of 12, a mid-grade would be approximately 35, a high grade around 7 to 10, and an exceptional spiritual root could reach a staggering 15 to 20. Conversely, a mixed spiritual root might only manage less than 0.5. The disparity in cultivation speed among cultivators with different spiritual root aptitudes is substantial. Even among those with the same aptitude, there exist variances in potential. However, typical spiritual root testing instruments lack the precision to distinguish these nuances accurately, merely offering a rough range. It is said that even more extraordinary heavenly spiritual roots exist. Yet none have appeared in the world of cultivation for millennia, existing solely in ancient texts. Another significant factor influencing cultivation is comprehension, an intangible quality primarily manifested in one's ability to grasp techniques and various cultivation skills. Each individual possesses a unique level of comprehension across different domains. For instance, some may excel in understanding a particular type of technique, effortlessly achieving mastery, yet remain utterly ignorant of alchemy or artifact refinement. Mastering foundational cultivation techniques to a profound level can greatly accelerate one's cultivation speed. For example, Qin Huaian has reached a perfect understanding of the Qinghua Sutra, allowing him to cultivate 4 to 5 times faster than when he was merely at the entry level. Techniques themselves are also a crucial element, as varying levels of techniques significantly impact cultivation speed. However, a higher-level technique is not always superior if one's comprehension is insufficient. They may struggle to even grasp the basics of high-level techniques, rendering them less effective than practicing lower-tier techniques. Resources require no elaboration. With boundless spirit stones and pills at one's disposal, even a mixed spiritual root could progress to the later stages of qi cultivation. However, once a mixed spiritual root reaches the late stages of qi cultivation, without extraordinary opportunities, their progress would likely stagnate. Spiritual roots are innate, and to Qin Huaian's knowledge, there are currently no methods to enhance spiritual root aptitude. Presently, Qin Huaian possesses a seed space and a mirrored body, bestowing him with extraordinary comprehension, albeit at a certain cost. Thus, what he requires most urgently is potent techniques. The Qinghua Sutra and the Changchun technique are of comparable quality, likely both at the yellow tier level. Additionally, he needs to amass a considerable amount of spirit stones to leverage his remarkable comprehension. Unfortunately, the mirrored body cannot simultaneously be used for technique cultivation while deducing techniques, and Qin Huaian spends most of his time employing the mirrored body for this purpose. Otherwise, his cultivation speed would be even swifter. Qin Huaian retrieved the technique Yinling Ju would attribute from his storage pouch, a foundational technique for outer disciples of the Huangshan sword sect, regarded as a superior yellow-tier technique. The other technique was basic sword techniques, a manual that all disciples of the Huangshan sword sect receive upon entry, purportedly authored by the sword sovereign of Huangshan himself. The first page read, This technique distills the essence of my lifelong swordsmanship into 13 foundational sword techniques. Though basic, I hope all disciples of our sect will practice diligently. For the path to greatness is inherently simple. Qin Huaian stored both Yinling Ju, what attribute, and basic sword techniques into the seed space. Unknown book Yinling Ju, what attribute, detected. Would you like to inscribe it? Unknown book, basic sword techniques detected. Would you like to inscribe it? After inscribing both techniques, Qin Huaian chose not to deduce Yinling Ju at this moment, as his current state of Qinghua Sutra had already reached perfection. Transitioning to another technique of the same yellow tier level would require a significant expenditure of spirit stones, and his reserves were limited. He decided to first cultivate basic sword techniques to enhance his self-defense capabilities. Deducing basic sword techniques. Cost: 1,000 spirit stones. The mirrored body can deduce basic sword techniques to introductory level in 2 days. Cost: 2,000 spirit stones can have the time. Deducting 1,000 spirit stones for deduction. The cost was indeed substantial, yet considering that this sword technique comprised 13 forms, each calculated separately, it seems somewhat reasonable. While the mirrored body was engaged in deduction, Qin Huaian took out the spirit herbs he had just acquired and prepared to commence alchemy. He had become quite adept at concocting qi recovery pills, with each batch taking approximately half an hour to complete. Qin Huaian dedicated each day to brewing 6 batches of qi recovery pills, utilizing the remaining time for cultivation. 2 days hence, the fundamentals of swordsmanship had progressed to an introductory level, with a succession of techniques vividly replaying in Qin Huaian's mind, as though he had practiced the 13 sword forms countless times. Exiting the training chamber, he made his way to his small courtyard, retrieving the mid-grade flying sword bestowed by the sect, and commenced his practice. With precise thrusts, sweeping arcs, and deft maneuvers, the sword became an extension of his very being, each technique flowing effortlessly from him. After executing the forms several times, Qin Huaian felt a surge of exhilaration, convinced that the expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones was well worth it. He initiated the simulation of the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Consuming 2,000 spirit stones allows the projection body to elevate fundamentals of swordsmanship to proficiency, taking 4 days. Consuming 4,000 spirit stones reduces the time by half. He opted to expend 2,000 spirit stones for the simulation. Chapter 31. Re-entering the library. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 days since Qin Huaian undertook the task of crafting recovery pills. On this day, he stepped out of the training room, prepared to return the recovery pills. Over the past week, he successfully concocted 14 vials of recovery pills. Upon exiting, he activated the heavenly transformation technique. Swiftly arriving at the Dongxi Plaza, which was markedly less crowded than during his previous visit, it seemed that the newly inducted disciples had settled into their routines, immersed in their silent cultivation, for the path of immortality indeed demanded a tranquil and diligent effort. Arriving at the task exchange, he noted that the attendant was not the same as before. "Greetings, senior brother. I have come to return the recovery pill task." Qin Huaian presented his identification token to the cultivator and placed the freshly crafted recovery pills, alongside the remaining ones, totaling 30 vials, on the task exchange desk. "Please wait a moment." The attendant took the identification token and conducted a brief inspection of the recovery pills. 30 vials of recovery pills, totaling 240 contribution points to the sect. "Please take care, junior brother." "Thank you, senior brother." Qin Huaian accepted his token and proceeded to the trading area. The same senior brother from before was in attendance, though he appeared to be on the verge of dozing off. "Hello, senior brother." Qin Huaian greeted cheerfully. The attendant jolted awake, displaying no sign of embarrassment, and replied with a smile, "What can I assist you with, junior brother?" "I would like to request 70 portions of the herbs needed for crafting recovery pills." Qin Huaian handed over his identification token. 70 portions of herbs will deduct 140 contribution points. "Please wait a moment." The cultivator entered the storeroom behind him and returned shortly with a large bag of herbs. "Junior brother, please verify." "Thank you, senior brother." Qin Huaian glanced over the contents, found no issues, and stored them in his pouch. Having completed these matters, Qin Huaian did not linger and made his way directly to the library. He intended to utilize the remaining 100 contribution points to study for a day on the 2nd floor. Upon entering the library, the elderly caretaker was still engrossed in a book. "Esteemed elder, I wish to spend a day reading on the 2nd floor." The elder looked up at Qin Huaian. "Young one, the books on the 2nd floor cannot be mastered in a short time, nor can they be borrowed. Those 100 contribution points could procure you a wealth of cultivation resources." "Thank you, elder, but I wish to see if there are more suitable techniques available." "Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood," Qin Huaian replied respectfully, understanding that the elder had his best interests at heart. "Typically, Newly inducted disciples find the Qi induction technique sufficient, with the remaining focus on accumulating resources for cultivation. Indeed, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. After a moment's hesitation, the elder smiled at Qin Huaian. Please hand me your identification token. After deducting the contribution points, Qin Huaian ascended the wooden staircase to the second floor of the library. The second floor was similarly spacious. Yet the number of bookshelves was less than 1/10 of the first floor, arranged haphazardly throughout the vast space, giving the second floor a somewhat chaotic appearance. Qin Huaian began his search at the closest shelf to the entrance. Fireball Technique Commentary, 6 Methods of Crafting Diamond Talismans. Tales of the 32nd Sect Leader of the Huaian Sect and the Great Elder of the Beastmaster Sect. Detailed notes on Wind Blade Technique. How to increase the success rate of barrier-breaking pills. The disarray persisted, with no apparent categorization of the texts. After perusing the second floor, Qin Huaian discovered that most of the books were focused on introductory techniques and various experiences related to cultivation, along with a smattering of technique manuals. One particular sword technique caught his eye, Phantom Sword Technique. This technique was characterized by its strong concealment and rapid attack speed, making it ideal for ambushes. Qin Huaian began to select books, meticulously recording those related to the myriad arts of cultivation and some basic spells and techniques. A day later, Qin Huaian emerged from the library, fatigued but fulfilled, having reviewed the second floor's texts and recorded those that piqued his interest. He resolved not to return to the second floor again. Upon returning to his dwelling, he took a brief moment to meditate before commencing another round of pill crafting and cultivation. Days passed in a steady rhythm of alchemy and training. In the interim, Qin Huaian made several trips to the affairs hall to submit his pills and procure herbs for crafting. More than a month later, Qin Huaian found himself once again before the library, 3 months having elapsed since his induction. At last, he had accrued sufficient contribution points to access the third floor of the library. He now possessed 40 contribution points. After accounting for the recovery pills consumed during his cultivation, he still had 69 vials remaining to submit. Entering the library, Qin Huaian greeted the librarian with a bow. Esteemed elder, I wish to spend a day on the third floor. The elder raised an eyebrow slightly. Young one, are you certain? Indeed, elder. I did not locate the books I required on the second floor and wish to explore the third floor. After speaking, he presented his identification token. Very well. Just ensure you are certain of your decision. The elder took the token and processed it. All set. You may proceed. Thank you, elder. Qin Huaian ascended to the third floor, which was slightly smaller than the first two. However, it contained only a single bookshelf, giving it an even more spacious feel. The bookshelf was positioned centrally, and Qin Huaian approached it, scanning the titles. Unlike the previous floors, the books here were neatly arranged across 3 tiers. The 2 lower tiers were labeled as yellow grade techniques, while the top tier was designated for mysterious grade techniques. Qin Huaian began with the uppermost tier, where the mysterious grade techniques were scarce, consisting of only a few tomes. True Fire Technique, True Metal Technique, True Wood Technique, True Water Technique, True Earth Technique, Power Expansion Technique, Concealment Technique, Lightning Induction Technique. He opted to record all these texts. The content of the mysterious grade techniques was significantly more extensive than that of the yellow grade, and Qin Huaian took 2 sessions to complete the recording, interspersed with a 1-hour meditation break. Once he finished with the mysterious grade techniques, he turned his attention to the yellow grade techniques: Turtle Breath Technique, Sky Dance Sword Technique, Little Cloud and Rain Technique, Carefree Travel, Ice Cold Technique, Indestructible Diamond Body, Entanglement Technique, Flame Blade. There were a total of 30 to 40 volumes of yellow grade techniques. By the time he completed the recording, it was already past midnight. Instead of leaving immediately, he chose to meditate on the third floor until dawn. The next day, when his identification token signaled, Qin Huaian rose and descended from the library. After bowing his farewell to the elderly caretaker, he made his way back to the dwelling area. As Qin Huaian exited the library, the elder cast him a meaningful glance before returning to his reading. Chapter 32, Nuan City. Upon returning to the dwelling area, just as Qin Huaian was about to enter his abode, the door of the adjacent dwelling swung open. Lin Xianxian emerged, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Qin Huaian, and she exclaimed, "Junior brother Qin." Qin Huaian also came to a halt, suddenly recalling Lin Xingshuan's mention of their family having an alchemist. It seemed their lineage must be one steeped in the ways of cultivation, likely quite affluent as well. With a smile, Qin Huaian inquired of his junior sister Xianxian, "Are you heading out?" Upon hearing herself addressed as junior sister, Lin Xingshuan felt a surge of delight in her heart and replied, "Not really, Qin Xixiao. I merely heard footsteps and came out to greet you. I noticed you've been in seclusion for over 2 months." "I see, junior sister Xianxian. Would you like to come sit in my cave dwelling? Is that appropriate?" Lin Xingshuan glanced around, and then slipped into Qin Huaian's small courtyard. Qin Huaian was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to jest that there was nothing wrong with it, that he wouldn't devour her, yet the young lady had already entered. Shaking his head with a smile, he closed the courtyard door. "Come, have a seat." Qin Huaian led Lin Qingxian to a stone table beneath a pavilion. "Please wait a moment, junior sister Qingxian. I will prepare some tea for you." The moment he uttered those words, he regretted them, for he had no tea to offer. Since entering the realm of cultivation, he had become a recluse, subsisting primarily on spirit-replenishing pills, scarcely tasting anything else, let alone indulging in the leisurely act of tea drinking. Noticing Qin Huaian's hesitation as he stood up, then paused, Lin Qingxian promptly said, "There's no need for that, Qin Shixiao. How about you try my tea instead?" With that, she retrieved a tea set and a box of tea leaves from her storage bag. Utilizing her magical abilities, she boiled water, deftly placing several leaves into the teapot. Her movements fluid and practiced. Soon, a delicate fragrance of tea wafted through the air. "Qin Shixiao, this is Lingmai Bai tea, cultivated by my family. It has a delightful flavor. You must try it." She poured 2 cups, handing one to Qin Huaian while she took a gentle sip from her own. Qin Huaian raised the cup to his lips, savoring a taste far superior to any tea he had encountered in his previous life, infused with a subtle essence of spiritual energy that flowed into his being. Of course, for Qin Huaian at this moment, that trace of spiritual energy was negligible. "Excellent tea," Qin Huaian exclaimed. "These are the finest young leaves set aside specifically for guests." Lin Qingxian beamed. "Do you like it, Qin Shixiao? This box has just been opened. I shall gift it to you." "No need. I do not often drink tea. Junior sister Qingxian, I sought you out to consult you on a matter. Please, Shixiao, go ahead. As you know, I am a first-tier alchemist, and I have concocted a batch of qi recovery pills. Do you know of any means to sell them for spirit stones?" Initially, Qin Huaian had planned to sell the qi recovery pills directly to her. But seeing her innocent demeanor, he felt a bit embarrassed. "That is simple. Just give them to me. My family has a shop in Sinan City. I can help you sell them there. My cousin has been assisting in our shop lately." Qin Huaian was aware of Sinan City, the largest cultivation city within the sphere of influence of the Huangshan Sword Sect, situated about 1,000 miles from it, a distance that was relatively close for cultivators. "All right, junior sister Qingxian, could you accompany me to Sinan City?" Qin Huaian had already considered going there to earn spirit stones, and having an acquaintance would certainly facilitate matters. "Sure. When does Qin Shixiang plan to depart? Shall we set off now?" Qin Huaian was not one to dawdle. He wished to seize every moment. Well then, Lin Qingxian had anticipated Qin Huaian's urgency, having finally settled down for tea. "Shixiang, wait for me while I prepare." "All right, junior sister Qingxian. Please change into the sect's standard attire." Observing Lin Qingxuan's pleated skirt, Qin Huaian felt it somewhat inappropriate for travel. Not only was it a matter of practicality, but he also did not wish to find himself in a situation reminiscent of a rogue attempting to flirt with a maiden, only to heroically intervene. Moreover, donning the Huangshan Sword Sect's garb would likely deter any unscrupulous cultivators they might encounter. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Qingxian emerged, clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple from Dongxi Peak. "Much better. If only your face could become a tad dirtier," Qin Huaian thought to himself. "Shixiao, let us depart. Do you require a spirit flight talisman, junior sister Qingxian?" Qin Huaian produced 2 talismans, preparing to offer one to Lin Qingxian. "No need, Qin Shixiao. I am wearing wind-walking boots, a superior magical artifact. I can run quite swiftly." "Ah, my ignorance. While I am still using first-tier spirit talismans for travel, you've already donned a superior magical artifact." Qin Huaian silently stowed away the other spirit flight talisman. "Let us go, Lin Shimmy." With a flick of a spirit flight talisman and invoking the art of heavenly transformation, Qin Huaian dashed swiftly down the mountainside. "Shixiao, wait for me." Lin Qingxian channeled her magical power and soon caught up with Qin Huaian. "Shixiao, why do you seem a bit less enthusiastic all of a sudden? Is there something I have done wrong?" She pondered as they walked. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Huangshan Sword Sect. The sect did not restrict its disciples' comings and goings. As long as their identities were confirmed, they could enter freely. After their identities were verified, the two sped towards Sinan City. Qin Huaian had now reached the 6th level of qi refinement, his internal spiritual energy abundant, coupled with the enhancements from heavenly transformation and the spirit flight talismans, granting him remarkable speed. Lin Qingxian kept pace effortlessly, closely following his footsteps. Having the right equipment proved invaluable. Several hours later, the two reached the gates of Sinan City, the sun already dipping in the west. The city walls towered 20 zhang high, stretching endlessly in both directions, a magnificent celestial city. It was said that Sinan City was home to hundreds of thousands of cultivators. "Qin Shixiang, we have arrived. Let us go inside. I will take you to my family's shop nearby." The guards at the gate donned the ordinary outer sect attire of the Huangshan Sword Sect, which differed from the distinctive attire of the Dongxi Peak Outer Sect disciples. Noticing the clothing of Qin Huaian and Lin Qingxian, the guard smiled and nodded to them. Qin Huaian returned the gesture respectfully. Once inside Sinan City, Qin Huaian observed that it was exponentially more prosperous than Yuntian Fangshi. If Yuntian Fangshi was akin to a small county in the west, then Sinan City resembled a first-tier metropolis. Not only were there numerous shops and throngs of people, but the caliber of cultivators present also surpassed that of Yuntian Fangshi. In Yuntian Fangshi, those in the mid-Qi refinement stage were considered upper-middle-tier experts. However, in Sinan City, mid-Qi refinement cultivators were ubiquitous, with a substantial number in the late Qi refinement stage. Qin Xixiao. This area is the South City, which has a higher concentration of lower-tier cultivators, mainly those in the Qi refinement stage. The North City and East City host many Foundation establishment cultivators, and even some Golden Core cultivators. Our family S shop is located in South City. Chapter 33. Lin S Medicinal Pills. Qin Xixiao. We are nearing our family S shop now. My uncle, Lin Zhenglan, is currently overseeing it. He is a second-tier alchemist. Lin Qingxian spoke with a hint of excitement, revealing that her relationship with her fifth uncle appeared to be quite close. After entering the city, they had walked a distance of approximately 10 li, which still had not brought them to the city center. The journey had showcased a mix of bustling areas filled with shops and cultivators, but there were also residential zones with fewer people. The residential areas of Sinan City were far more pleasant than those of Yuntian Fangshi, with much wider roads. Qin Xixiao, we have arrived. Standing before a store occupying about 3 rooms on a relatively prosperous main street, they gazed up at the signboard that read Lin S Medicinal Pills. As the two individuals entered the shop, Lin Qingxian darted towards the middle-aged cultivator seated beside the counter, while Qin Huaian found himself unable to discern the man's cultivation level, which appeared to be that of the Foundation establishment stage. Uncle Wu, I've come to see you, Lin Qingxian exclaimed, affectionately wrapping her arms around the middle-aged man's. Haha, what a pleasant surprise to see you, Qingxian. The man responded, his eyes filled with fondness as he chuckled heartily. Uncle Wu, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, my senior brother Qin Huaian from the Huangshan Sword Sect, who also happens to be my neighbor within the sect. Greetings, Lin Senior, Qin Huaian said, clasping his fists in respect. It was only then that Lin Zhenglan turned his gaze towards Qin Huaian, observing him with a hint of scrutiny. So, Qin is also an alchemist? Lin Zhenglan inquired, his tone tinged with surprise. Alchemists are quite rare indeed. I can only concoct some basic first-tier pills and wish to exchange them for spirit stones for cultivation, Qin Huaian replied modestly. Exchanging pills for spirit stones is not a difficult endeavor. Young friend Qin may rent a temporary stall on the streets of Sinan City to sell them, merely requiring a management fee to be paid to the local authorities. Alternatively, you could sell your pills to our shop. We offer a purchase price of 75 spirit stones per bottle of recovery pills, Lin Zhenglan explained. Contemplating briefly, Qin Huaian recalled that at Yuntian Fangshi, he had sold a bottle to the Danxia Pavilion for 80 spirit stones, a price facilitated by his amicable relationship with manager Shui. However, given his unfamiliarity with Sinan City, he found the initial offer of 75 spirit stones acceptable. Just as he was about to respond, Lin Qingxian shook Lin Zhenglan's arm, saying, Uncle Wu, senior brother Qin is a dear friend. Can't you raise the purchase price a bit? Qingxian, that price was set by your uncle. In business, fairness and equality must prevail. All our clients adhere to the same pricing, Lin Zhenglan chuckled. However, should young friend Qin sell over 100 bottles of recovery pills to our Lin family this month, we can increase the purchase price to 80 spirit stones per bottle next month, as a courtesy to our long-term partners. Lin Senior, let us adhere to the price you proposed. We shall follow the Lin family's regulations, Qin Huaian affirmed, clasping his fists once more. With his alchemical speed, supplying 100 bottles monthly would not pose a challenge, and he deemed it unnecessary to haggle over the price of this initial sale. Moreover, he did not intend to set up a stall himself, as that would be a time-consuming endeavor. His pursuit was not the accumulation of spirit stones, but the path of cultivation and longevity. While earning spirit stones and refining were not mutually exclusive, he believed one should not pursue wealth for its own sake. Very well, it is settled then. Young friend Qin may come to our Lin family any time to sell his recovery pills. Lin Zhenglan nodded in agreement. Lin Senior, here are 60 bottles of recovery pills for your review, Qin Huaian announced, retrieving the bottles from his storage pouch and placing them upon the counter beside Lin Zhenglan. The latter casually picked one up, poured out a pill for examination, and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Excellent quality. You have done well. Young friend Qin, for the 60 bottles, the total is 4,500 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Senior, May I inquire about the price of the spirit herbs used for crafting recovery pills? If young friend Qin wishes to purchase, I can offer them at 20 spirit stones per portion, Lin Zhonglan replied. Very well, please prepare 200 portions of spirit herbs for me, Qin Huaian requested. The pricing was in line with what he had encountered at the Danxia Pavilion in Yuntian Fangshi, prompting him to proceed with the purchase. Lin Sr., does your esteemed shop sell the herbs required for crafting Peiyuan pills? What is the price per portion? Lin Zhonglan, slightly taken aback, regarded Qin Huaian with surprise. Peiyuan pills were considered more complex to concoct among first-tier pills, thus bearing a higher cost. You see, young friend Qin, Peiyuan pills are not akin to recovery pills. Their price is indeed steeper, and the herbs are somewhat rarer. Generally, alchemy shops do not sell these herbs individually, as they are more valuable when used for the shop's own production. However, if you require them, I can sell you portions at 85 spirit stones each. Most shops typically charge at least 90 spirit stones, or even higher, Lin Zhonglan offered. Qin Huaian pondered quietly. While 90 spirit stones per portion of herb seemed lucrative given that 3 Peiyuan pills could yield 300 spirit stones, he had to consider the success rate. If the success rate were merely 50, that would equate to 180 spirit stones for 2 portions, leaving a mere profit of 120 spirit stones. From a profit margin perspective, it was not particularly advantageous. The herbs for crafting recovery pills were inexpensive, partly due to their greater availability and also because recovery pills were essential for low-tier cultivators, leading to substantial sales volume across shops. Ultimately, Qin Huaian resolved to focus on crafting recovery pills instead, as his seed space would enhance his alchemical success rate. Lin Sr., please convert the remaining spirit stones into herbs for crafting Peiyuan pills. Very well, with the remaining 500 spirit stones, I shall procure 6 portions of herbs for you. Lin Zhonglan instructed a shop assistant to fetch the herbs from the storehouse. Thank you, Lin Sr., Qin Huaian expressed his gratitude. At that moment, a figure entered through the back door. It was Fu Jingwen. After greeting Lin Zhonglan with a respectful gesture, he turned to Qin Huaian and Lin Qingxian, offering a warm smile. Qingxian, brother Qin, it's wonderful to see you both. I just heard from the assistant in the back courtyard. Cousin, brother Fu, Lin Qingxian chimed in. Brother Qin, with the night drawing near, the roads may not be safe after dark, and it would be too late to return to the sect. Might you require accommodation? Uncle Wu, do we have any available rooms in the back for brother Qin to stay the night? Lin Qingxian suddenly remembered the matter of lodging. It should not be a problem for a temporary stay, though we may lack a private room, Lin Zhonglan mused briefly before responding. There is no need to trouble Lin Sr. I notice there are many inns along the way, and I can find one for myself, Qin Huaian replied, wishing to avoid imposing on them. He intended to rent a place for a while, earn some spirit stones, and then return to the sect. At that juncture, the shop assistant approached with a large bundle of herbs. Lin manager, here are the spirit herbs requested by this guest. All right, young friend Qin, please check them. Certainly. Lin Sr., no problem, Qin Huaian said, briefly inspecting the contents before placing them into his storage pouch. Lin Jr. sister, I plan to stay in Sinan City for a while longer. What are your own plans? Despite Lin Qingxian bringing him here, Qin Huaian felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of not escorting her back. Lin Qingxian pouted, saying, just call me junior sister when you refer to me. It's a bit silly to use both titles. I'll be here in Sinan City for a few days, and I'll return on my own in a few days. She added with a huff. Haha, brother Qin, do not worry. I will accompany Qingxian back to the sect in a few days, Fu Jingwen interjected. Brother Qin, would you like me to accompany you in search of a lodging place? I am quite familiar with the vicinity. Thank you, brother Fu. That would be most helpful. Qin Huaian replied, grateful for the company. Lin Sr., I shall take my leave now, Qin Huaian said, offering a respectful farewell to Lin Zhonglan. As he and Fu Jingwen exited the shop, Lin Zhonglan turned to Lin Qingxian, saying, Qingxian, your uncle understands your kind-hearted and sincere nature, as well as your warmth towards others. However, in the realm of cultivation, one must exercise caution. It is not the same as being within the family. Always remain vigilant and keep an eye out. Of course, I see young friend Qin as a man of integrity, he added. Oh, Uncle Wu, I have grown up and can be careful. Senior brother Qin is genuinely a good person, Lin Qingxian replied, rolling her eyes playfully. Haha, indeed, our Qingxian has matured. Lin Zhonglan remarked with a smile. By the way, Qingxian, Jingwen has been helping me around here lately. I find this child to possess a commendable disposition, and he shows great talent in alchemy. Jingwen is well acquainted with the situation, and my elder brother is keen on bringing you two together. Jingwen has my approval. Uncle Wu, what are you talking about? I harbor only sibling feelings for my cousin. You are all meddling in matters of the heart, Lin Qingxian exclaimed, stamping her foot. Haha, Qingxian. Uncle Wu merely offers a suggestion. Ultimately, it is up to my elder brother to decide. Humph, my father is overly concerned. I wish to focus on my cultivation and do not wish to contemplate such matters, she replied, turning towards the courtyard. To facilitate Lin Xingxuan's training at the Huangshan Sword Sect, a room had been specially reserved for her. Qin Huaian was unaware that he had already been granted a good person card. After leaving the shop with Fu Jingwen, the sky had darkened, and the street was illuminated by array lamps, bustling with activity. Fu Jingwen remarked, "Brother Qin, why don't you sell your elixirs to the sect in exchange for contribution points? Selling them externally does not significantly increase your profits, but converting them into contribution points allows you to obtain not only basic cultivation resources, but also many rare items and treasures that are hard to acquire on the market. If your contribution points are sufficient, you could even exchange them for foundation building pills." Qin Huaian glanced at Fu Jingwen, acknowledging the wisdom in his words, which were indeed for his own benefit. "Brother Fu, I wish to exchange for some spirit stones and directly absorb them for my cultivation. Additionally, I would like to venture into Xianxian City. Remaining solely in the sect may lead to a sense of isolation. Absorbing spirit stones for cultivation is not the most cost-effective method. Brother Qin, you might consider purchasing a spirit gathering array. With such an array, your cultivation speed would significantly increase and would be more economical than relying solely on spirit stones. Thank you for the advice, Brother Fu. No need for thanks. Among our batch of disciples, there are few alchemists, and you and I share a common path. How long do you plan to stay in Xianxian City? If it's not for long, you can find an inn for temporary accommodation. If you intend to stay longer, it would be best to rent a cave dwelling, as it would be more economical and convenient for your activities. Brother Fu, I plan to rent a cave dwelling long-term, but I am unfamiliar with Xianxian City. Do you have any recommendations? In the southern part of the city, the lowest rental for a cave dwelling is 100 spirit stones per month. This offers only 2 rooms and is located near the city's edge. A better option would be a 3-room dwelling with a small courtyard for 300 spirit stones per month. There are many such cave dwellings within a few kilometers of this area. Brother Fu, please assist me in finding a cave dwelling for 300 spirit stones per month. Qin Huaian decided on this slightly better option, which was neither too conspicuous nor inconvenient for access to the commercial district. All right, Brother Qin, follow me. After a short while, they arrived at a cave dwelling rental office. The staff, upon noticing Qin Huaian's Huangshan Sword Sect attire, treated him with courtesy. After Qin Huaian stated his requirements, the staff showed him several available cave dwellings, and he chose one that satisfied him. After paying 3 months' rent, Qin Huaian settled into his new residence in Xianxian City. He had already received his sect's monthly allocation of 800 spirit stones, which meant he had just spent half of it. Thank you, Brother Fu. Without you, I would have been at a loss for quite some time. Would you care to come in for a moment? Qin Huaian said, cupping his hands in gratitude before his newly rented cave dwelling. Haha, Brother Qin, there is no need for such formality. I won't linger here. If you need anything, feel free to find me at the shop. We are all part of the same cohort of disciples, and it is only right to look out for one another. Understood. Brother Fu, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fu Jingwen departed. Upon entering his cave dwelling with the jade token he had just acquired, Qin Huaian found himself in a 3-room house. In front was a modest courtyard, several potted plants lending it an air of charm. Compared to this cave dwelling, his previous residence in Yuntianfang could only be described as a slum. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room of his new cave dwelling, Qin Huaian accessed his data panel. Cultivation level, Qi refinement, 6th layer, 93, 100. Technique, Qinghuaju, perfect. Fireball technique, perfect. Spirit vision technique, major completion, optimizable. Heavenly transformation, major completion, optimizable. Basic swordsmanship, mastery 1100, can be evolved. Skill, first level alchemist, recovery pill, minor success 20, 100, can be evolved. The efficacy of drug-assisted cultivation was evident. In just a few months, Qin Huaian's cultivation had nearly reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. At this pace, he should be able to break through to the 7th layer in just over 10 days. Qin Huaian had much to learn, particularly through the investment of spirit stones in his mirrored body. He planned to exchange Qinghuaju for Immortal, a profound level technique that would likely enhance his cultivation speed compared to Qinghuaju. Moreover, Immortal also had subsequent techniques for foundation building and core formation. He also intended to delve deeper into the fundamentals of swordsmanship, as cultivation was vital, but self-defense was equally essential. Additionally, he had many techniques recorded in the library that required spirit stones for study. First, he would focus on refining recovery pills to earn some spirit stones. Then learn to concoct nourishing pills, which would yield profits at a quicker rate. In summary, his immediate goal was to amass spirit stones. Qin Huaian decided to dedicate 4 hours daily to alchemy, allowing him to refine 8 furnaces. The remaining time would still be devoted to drug-assisted cultivation. 7 days later, Qin Huaian successfully refined 41 bottles of recovery pills. Early the next morning, he arrived at Lin's alchemy shop. "Senior Lin, I am here to return the recovery pills." Upon entering, Qin Huaian saw Lin Zhonglan already seated in the main hall and bowed respectfully. "Haha, young friend Qin has arrived. Welcome." Lin Zhonglan greeted him warmly. Lacking the airs of a foundation-building cultivator and instead resembling a jovial merchant. "Senior Lin, here are 41 bottles of recovery pills. Please verify." Lin Zhonglan instructed an assistant to hand over 3,075 spirit stones to Qin Huaian. After accepting the spirit stones, Qin Huaian inquired, "Senior Lin, may I ask if Brother Fu and Sister Lin are present in the shop? They returned to Huangshan's sword sect yesterday. Qingxian has little interest in alchemy and is better off cultivating in the sect. Jinwen should come by in a few days." "Thank you, Senior. I shall take my leave now." After departing from Lin's alchemy shop, Qin Huaian returned to his cave dwelling. With ample resources at hand, he felt assured. He began the derivation of Imu Xinjue. Cost: 500 spirit stones. The mirrored body can derive Imu Xinjue to entry level, taking 1 day. Cost of 1,000 spirit stones will have the time. He expended 500 spirit stones for the derivation. A day later, Qin Huaian felt insights flooding into his mind like a sudden epiphany. He had achieved entry level in Imu Xinjue. Attempting to operate Imu Xinjue, the surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly absorbed into his body. As the technique circulated, the energy transformed into his own spiritual power, converging within his dantian. The cultivation speed of entry-level Imu Xinjue now matched that of the perfected Qinhuaju. Such is the power of a profound technique. He resumed the derivation of Imu Xinjue. Cost: 1,000 spirit stones. The mirrored body can derive Imu Xinjue to mastery level, taking 2 days. Cost of 2,000 spirit stones will have the time. He spent 1,000 spirit stones on the derivation. Qin Huaian then invested an additional 1,000 spirit stones and 2,000 spirit stones, advancing Imu Xinjue to minor success. Although the mastery level of Imu Xinjue did not surpass the perfected Qinhuaju, the minor success level of Imu Xinjue had slightly exceeded that of the perfected Qinhuaju. With Imu Xinjue reaching minor success, Qin Huaian's spirit stones were nearly depleted. "First, let us complete the remaining qi recovery pills." Qin Huaian instructed his mirror image to continue its cultivation, while his true self refined pills and practiced. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 days had passed, and Qin Huaian had successfully produced the remaining qi recovery pills, now possessing a total of 101 vials. However, he also discerned a pressing issue. At this moment, Qin Huaian's cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement, nearing 99-100. He sensed an imperceptible barrier between the 6th and 7th levels, indicative of the transition from mid to late qi refinement. This barrier had thwarted countless cultivators from advancing to the late stage throughout their lifetimes. From the tomes in the library, Qin Huaian learned of a particular elixir known as the breakthrough pill, specifically designed to shatter the barrier between mid and late qi refinement. Provided one's aptitude was not exceedingly poor, the breakthrough pill could expedite a cultivator's advancement to the late stage. Nevertheless, the breakthrough pill was exorbitantly priced, with a single pill costing no less than 10,000 spirit stones, a veritable fortune for ordinary loose cultivators and a significant expenditure even for disciples of major sections. Of course, disciples within venerable sects such as the Huangshan sword sect had no need for the breakthrough pill. Their innate talents rendered the barrier to the late stage a mere trifle. On this day, Qin Huaian returned to the Lin family apothecary, only to find Lin Zhonglan absent from the establishment. The shop assistant, recognizing Qin Huaian as their partner, smoothly facilitated the sale of 100 vials of qi recovery pills at the price of 80 spirit stones each. The assistant, also of the Lin lineage, had become somewhat familiar with Qin Huaian from his previous visits. After stowing away the spirit stones handed to him by the assistant, Qin Huaian inquired, "Brother Lin, do you have any breakthrough pills in stock?" The availability of breakthrough pills was typically sparse, with only 3 to 5 pills supplied each month, necessitating advance reservations by several months. This month's supply had just arrived from the family, but had already been claimed by pre-ordering cultivators. "Such a hot commodity?" Qin Huaian asked. "How many spirit stones does a breakthrough pill cost?" "Our Lin family's breakthrough pill is priced at 12,000 low-grade spirit stones each, which is quite reasonable in Sinan City. Not every apothecary can procure such an elixir," the assistant replied, pride evident in his demeanor. "Thank you for clarifying, Brother Lin." However, Qin Huaian only possessed 8,000 spirit stones, requiring further earnings to afford even a single pill. With some spirit stones at his disposal, he contemplated whether to purchase materials for refining qi recovery pills or those needed for the breakthrough pill. At that moment, Fu Jingwen entered from the courtyard. Brother Qin, it has been quite some time. He greeted with a smile upon spotting Qin Huaian. Brother Fu. Qin Huaian returned the gesture with a fist salute. Brother Qin, with the year drawing to a close in 2 months, have you returned to the sect recently? Not yet, Brother Fu. I plan to stay in Sinan City for a while longer. Have you used both of your opportunities in the trial tower this year? According to the sect's regulations, we are allowed 2 entries per year, which reset at year-end. Brother Fu, did you enter? What mysteries does the trial tower hold? Qin Huaian queried. Recalling Elder Ming's commendation of the trial tower, though he had not been informed of its secrets, Qin Huaian was aware that the top 10 ranked disciples in the trial tower for the year could directly enter the inner sect. This ranking encompassed all disciples in the Qi refinement stage, not merely those from the outer sect. Brother Qin, Elder Ming mentioned that any disciple ranked in the top 10 for the year could enter the inner sect. Typically, those who achieve such ranks are inner sect disciples, often at the 9th level of Qi refinement or above. Given our current capabilities, it is clear we cannot secure a position among the top 10, let alone make it onto the leaderboard. While we may not attain a position on the leaderboard, the trial tower serves a more crucial purpose. It enables us to refine our sword techniques. Training within the tower is exponentially faster than outside. Brother Fu, have you entered? Upon hearing the mention of comprehending sword techniques, Qin Huaian felt less intrigued, as he possessed a seed space that allowed him to master various techniques swiftly with sufficient resources. I have indeed entered. Recently, I returned to the sect after utilizing one of my trial tower opportunities. The trial tower is truly wondrous. You must experience it when you return to the sect, Fu Jingwen encouraged. I will certainly seize the opportunity for trial upon my next return, Qin Huaian replied nonchalantly. By the way, Brother Fu, do you know where I might procure the herbs needed to refine the breakthrough pill? The primary ingredient for the breakthrough pill is the breakthrough herb, which is rather rare. The additional supporting herbs are more common. Typically, apothecaries do not sell the breakthrough herb. They opt to refine it into breakthrough pills instead. When cultivators manage to harvest the breakthrough herb and sell it to apothecaries, they can fetch between 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. However, refining it into a breakthrough pill can yield over 10,000 spirit stones. With an average success rate of 50% for a batch yielding 2 pills, the profits are substantial. Hence, most apothecaries refrain from selling the breakthrough herb. If you wish to acquire it, your best bet is to visit the scattered cultivator markets and hope for fortune, Fu Jingwen elucidated. Are you suggesting that Brother Qin intends to refine the breakthrough pill? If I can obtain the breakthrough herb, I would like to attempt the refinement. If Brother Qin seeks to purchase the breakthrough herb, why not explore the sect's trading post? The variety of herbs available there surpasses that of any ordinary apothecary in Sinan City. However, purchases require contributions to the sect, which are not easily earned by ordinary disciples. Of course, with your proficiency in alchemy, it would be feasible to gather the required contributions over time. Qin Huaian's eyes brightened. He had forgotten that he was no longer a struggling loose cultivator, but had become the esteemed disciple of a major sect he once envied. Chapter 36, An Ambush. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Fu. Qin Huaian expressed his gratitude. Afterward, he purchased an additional 100 sets of herbs for refining Qi recovery pills from the Lin family apothecary and bid farewell to Fu Jingwen, preparing to return to the sect. Instead of returning to his rented cave dwelling, Qin Huaian made his way directly toward the city gates. Initiate the refinement of the breakthrough pill. Cost, 400 spirit stones. The mirror image can refine the breakthrough pill to entry level in 1 day. Cost, 800 spirit stones to have the time. He expended 400 spirit stones for the refinement. Once outside the city, Qin Huaian instructed his mirror image to commence the refinement of the breakthrough pill. Utilizing the technique of heavenly transformation, he set off towards the Huangshan Sword Sect. The journey between the Huangshan Sword Sect and Sinan City required traversing several mountains, extensions of the Huangshan mountain range. Though not as majestic as the peaks occupied by the Huangshan Sword Sect, these mountains were densely forested and home to many low-level demonic beasts. After traveling approximately a third of the way, Qin Huaian suddenly heard the sounds of combat ahead. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary entanglements, he intended to circumvent the conflict. Just then, a bloodied cultivator rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Fellow Taoist, save me. I am a member of the Tian family from the Qi Kingdom. My family will surely reward you handsomely." This cultivator was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, being pursued by 3 others of the same cultivation level, unleashing a flurry of wind blades in his wake. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Huaian turned on his heel and fled. What a jest! 3 cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement expecting me to rescue them? That is tantamount to endangering my own life. My journey of cultivation has only just begun. Seeing Qin Huaian swiftly retreat, the Tian family cultivator desperately pursued him, viewing him as his only lifeline. The three pursuers, upon noticing Qin Huaian, displayed expressions of concern, recognizing him as a disciple of the Huangshan sword sect. They frequently robbed passing loose cultivators around Sinan City and typically avoided encounters with disciples of the Huangshan sword sect. Yet, here they were at a critical moment. Confronted by a disciple of the Huangshan sword sect, with the victim even revealing his identity, they feared the disciple might expose their actions. The cultivator from the Tian family, upon realizing that Qin Huaian had no intention of rescuing him, cried out desperately, "Fellow Taoist, I am Tian Jun, the son of the head of the Tian family. I implore you to convey the news of my peril to my father. He will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." Hearing this, the three pursuing cultivators hastened their pace and quickly caught up with the Tian family cultivator. They hurled 3 fireball talismans at him. In a panic, he raised a protective shield, yet it failed to withstand the explosive force of the fireballs, shattering into fragments almost instantly. On the brink of life and death, the Tian cultivator suddenly experienced a surge of spiritual power, cleaving through the fireball that had come alarmingly close, and launched a counterattack against the 3 pursuers. "This is bad." He consumed an explosive essence pill. One of the cultivators exclaimed, "Second brother, you pursue that Huangshan sword sect disciple. We have been exposed and cannot allow him to escape. I will deal with this one. He cannot last long after taking the explosive essence pill." One of the cultivators sped towards Qin Huaian, while the other 2 engaged with the Tian cultivator, who was already nearing exhaustion. Even with the pill, he could not endure for much longer. Seeing one of them rushing towards him, Qin Huaian inwardly lamented, "Trouble has descended upon me from the heavens. Would it not be better for everyone to cultivate in peace rather than resorting to violence?" This pursuing cultivator must possess some artifact to enhance his speed. For despite Qin Huaian employing his advanced heavenly transformation technique, the distance between them continued to diminish. As they closed in, the pursuing cultivator hurled a fireball at Qin Huaian, who swiftly drew his flying sword and dispersed the fireball with a slash. In that moment, the pursuer caught up, taunting, "We usually do not provoke disciples of the Huangshan sword sect. You can only blame your misfortune." With that, he swung his large blade at Qin Huaian. Qin Huaian parried with his sword, and they were immediately engaged in a fierce duel. He quickly realized that this adversary fought with ferocity, each strike aimed to kill. However, his own mastery of swordsmanship was not without merit, and with his cultivation nearing the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he gradually gained the upper hand. This stalemate cannot continue. If the other 2 catch up, I will surely perish. Qin Huaian discreetly gripped the 7-star penetrating bone needle, feigning a strike before suddenly launching the needles. 7 iron needles shot towards the cultivator. At such close range, the adversary had no time to evade, blocking 3 needles aimed at his head with his blade, while the others pierced into his body. "Ah!" The cultivator screamed, staggering back. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Huaian lunged forward, executing a sweeping strike, the tip of his sword slicing across the cultivator's throat, who collapsed in response. Qin Huaian deftly collected the cultivator's storage bag, neglecting the fallen blade, and turned to flee. He noticed the 2 remaining pursuers had closed in, one of whom appeared to have lost his left arm. Evidently, the Tian cultivator had been dealt with, but they too had suffered significant injuries. "Second brother," one of them cried out in pain. "Boy, you shall accompany my second brother in death." Qin Huaian silently cursed. "Damn it, you brought this upon yourselves. How can you blame me?" He knew he had to find a way to eliminate them, otherwise, escape would be difficult. Fortunately, one was already severely wounded, with an arm missing. As he fled, Qin Huaian quietly gathered his fireball technique. Slightly slowing his pace, he awaited the right moment, then suddenly turned, launching the 7-star penetrating bone needle at the uninjured cultivator. The adversary hastily raised his sword to block. Qin Huaian took advantage of the distraction to hurl the fireball he had been accumulating. The cultivator, having dodged the iron needles, was unprepared for the fireball that now soared towards him and attempted to cleave it apart with his sword. "Brother, be careful. That fireball is strange," the one-armed cultivator shouted. At that moment, the cultivator could not evade in time, and the fireball, infused with 30% of Qin Huaian's spiritual energy, erupted, engulfing him in a brilliant blaze akin to a miniature sun. The familiar tactic proved effective once again. As the flames subsided, the cultivator lay on the ground, gravely injured and gasping for breath, his damaged armor revealing the extent of his wounds. Without that armor, he would have likely been reduced to ashes. "Brother!" the one-armed cultivator cried out in despair before turning to flee. Qin Huaian stepped forward, delivering a fatal blow to the downed cultivator, then rifling through his belongings for 2 storage bags. "Still trying to escape? You seemed quite eager to chase me earlier." Qin Huaian would not allow the one-armed cultivator to slip away. Having finished off his target, he pursued. The wounded cultivator, despite his injuries, had managed to run a distance before slowing down, allowing Qin Huaian to close the gap swiftly. In a panic, the cultivator pleaded, Fellow Taoist, we have no deep-seated enmity. Spare me, and I will give you all my storage bags. Qin Huaian remained silent, striking with his sword once more, forcing the one-armed cultivator to defend himself. After several exchanges, the adversary's movements became disordered. Seizing the moment, Qin Huaian pierced the cultivator's throat with his blade. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with regret, as he slowly fell into his own pool of blood. Killing you does not prevent me from claiming your storage bags, Qin Huaian remarked quietly as he lifted the bags from the fallen cultivator. Chapter 37. Can consciousness be cultivated? Qin Huaian returned to collect the artifacts from the fallen cultivators. Though they were of ordinary quality, even the flesh of a mosquito is still meat, and selling them should yield some spirit stones. He also removed the boots from the first pursuer, noting they were mid-grade artifacts, which explained his remarkable speed. I hope they are not infested, after all. They are also cultivators, Qin Huaian mused inwardly. Aside from his battle against the beasts in the Million Mountain, this was Qin Huaian's first encounter with human adversaries. Despite having slain 3 individuals, he felt a profound sense of calm within, devoid of guilt or the discomfort often associated with taking a life for the first time. All he desired was to cultivate diligently. Those who obstructed his pursuit of immortality were his foes. He left the scene untouched. Recalling the white-headed vultures he had encountered in the Million Mountain, nature would cleanse all. Utilizing heavenly transformation once more, Qin Huaian resumed his journey to the Sect. He encountered no further obstacles along the way. In fact, this route was generally quite peaceful, especially since he was clad in the attire of the Huangshan Sword Sect, dissuading most from provoking them. 2 hours later, Qin Huaian verified his identity token and entered the Sect. At Dongxi Peak's Affairs Hall, he noted a marked increase in activity compared to previous visits, likely due to the newly recruited outer disciples gradually beginning to undertake tasks in exchange for cultivation resources, as relying solely on allocated resources would soon be surpassed by others. Qin Huaian collected his 2-month allocation and proceeded to the trading post, where a cool-faced female disciple was on duty. Greetings, senior sister. May I inquire if the sect offers the option to exchange for explosive essence pills? Yes, for 1,000 points of sect contribution value, she replied. How about explosive essence grass? Yes, at 300 points of sect contribution value per stock, with a limit of 3 stocks per person each year. However, if you sell explosive essence pills to the sect, each sale grants an additional opportunity to exchange for explosive essence grass. The duty officer spoke with a stern demeanor. Could you tell me how much sect contribution value is awarded for selling explosive essence pills to the sect? 600 points of sect contribution value. Scoundrels. The buyback price is merely half of the market rate. Qin Huaian surmised that this was likely a measure to restrict disciples from reselling explosive essence grass. Thank you, senior sister. I shall return once I have accumulated enough sect contribution value. As he exited the affairs hall, Qin Huaian contemplated the possibility of selling explosive essence pills. In Nuan City, a single explosive essence pill fetched 12,000 spirit stones, and even with a 50 success rate, it would still be quite lucrative. This could work. As he walked and pondered, he soon arrived at the cave dwelling area. Stepping into his small courtyard, everything appeared unchanged. In the cultivation chamber, Qin Huaian retrieved 4 storage bags, belonging to the 4 cultivators he had encountered. 3 of the bags were of similar design, likely belonging to the trio of robbers, while the 4th was more exquisite, presumably belonging to the cultivator from the Tian family. The 3 robbers' storage bags yielded little in the way of surprises, containing only about 8,000 low-grade spirit stones and some first-tier pills and talismans. With such a meager sum of spirit stones, they hardly lived up to their reputation as robbers. Qin Huaian was unaware that these brigands lived with their wits as their only defense. Whenever they acquired spirit stones, they either indulged in pleasures or exchanged them for resources to enhance their strength. The 8,000 spirit stones were mostly the fruits of their recent plunders. Upon opening the storage bag of the Tian family cultivator, Qin Huaian discovered that it was, in fact, a mid-level storage bag, measuring just over 3 meters in length, width, and height, which amounted to nearly 30 cubic meters, 10 times the space of a low-level storage bag. Such a mid-level storage bag could fetch upwards of 10,000 spirit stones in Yuntian Square, making this bag quite valuable. Inside, he found over 300 medium-grade spirit stones, 4 to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a considerable number of pills. The talismans were few, likely spent during battles. Additionally, there were several bottles of Qi recovery pills, several bottles of Foundation Establishment pills, 4 bottles of True Essence pills, and a single Broken Yuan pill. The ancient adage rings true: gold belt for killing and arson. To his astonishment, the Broken Yuan pill, which he had painstakingly sought after, had come to him so effortlessly. Qin Huaian refrained from consuming the Broken Yuan pill immediately. He intended to compare its quality with one he would refine himself. After all, He aspired to profit from the broken yuan pill in the future, and there was no rush to break through in the coming days. In addition to spirit stones and pills, the Tian family cultivator's storage bag contained several cultivation techniques, which, based on Qin Huaian's assessment, were likely of the yellow grade and thus of little value. Intriguingly, there was also a jade slip. Qin Huaian was familiar with jade slips, as higher-grade cultivation techniques or important texts were typically stored within them. Accessing a jade slip required spiritual consciousness, which Qin Huaian had yet to develop. He would only acquire it upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. He casually tossed it into his seed space. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Qin Huaian's mind. Detected unknown book refining divine consciousness technique. Would you like to inscribe it? This was the jade slip he had just thrown in. The seed space could inscribe directly, meaning he could view the jade slip's contents even before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Wait, refining divine consciousness technique? A technique for cultivating spiritual consciousness? According to the texts Qin Huaian had perused in the library, cultivators' spiritual consciousness naturally strengthened with the enhancement of their realms. There appeared to be no specific techniques for cultivating spiritual consciousness. Could it be a counterfeit? Inscribe. Regardless of its authenticity, the truth would soon reveal itself. A torrent of information flooded into Qin Huaian's mind. This was undoubtedly the refining divine consciousness technique, and indeed, it was a method for cultivating spiritual consciousness. The contents seemed to have been inscribed by a cultivator who had replicated it onto this jade slip. The slip contained annotations left by the cultivator who inscribed it. In a certain secret realm, I fortuitously obtained this technique. Upon realizing it pertains to the cultivation of spiritual consciousness, I believed I had come upon a treasure. However, after several hundred years of study, I could not grasp it. As my essence disperses after 2 millennia, I inscribed multiple copies for those with fate. It became clear that a powerful cultivator had acquired this technique, but was unable to cultivate it. Before their demise, they had left behind numerous copies for others to explore. The Tian family cultivator must have fortuitously obtained one of these copies. With a spirit of experimentation, Qin Huaian thought, initiate the refining divine consciousness technique. Consuming 10,000 spirit stones. The mirrored body can project the refining divine consciousness technique to the entry level, taking 10 days. Consuming 20,000 spirit stones will have the time. What a staggering cost. Entry level itself required 10,000 spirit stones in 10 days. This felt unusual. Qin Huaian found himself calculating spirit stones first for everything he did, a result of the seed space's influence. Yet, the expenditure of spirit stones for the refining divine consciousness technique was not the primary concern. The most important aspect was that the technique was genuine and viable for cultivation. Could it be that cultivating during the Qi refining stage would allow for the development of spiritual consciousness? Excitement surged through Qin Huaian. If one could cultivate spiritual consciousness during the Qi refining stage, it would enable the production of second-tier pills, which predominantly required spiritual consciousness for their refinement. Moreover, possessing spiritual consciousness would allow one to control magical artifacts, rendering any cultivator of the same tier as mere fodder in battle. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Huaian had risen to his feet, pacing excitedly within the cultivation chamber. The Tian family cultivator was indeed a harbinger of fortune, bringing both spirit stones and techniques. He would be sure to treat members of the Tian family with kindness in the future. Consume 10,000 spirit stones to initiate the projection, Qin Huaian silently instructed. Would you like to stop the projection of the broken yuan pill? Resuming the projection will require spending spirit stones again. Oh, he had almost forgotten that he was still projecting the broken yuan pill. Do not stop, Qin Huaian declared, unwilling to halt the projection of the broken yuan pill. After all, he was merely waiting for another day. Chapter 38. The trial square. Qin Huaian placed the majority of the spirit stones, pills, and those storage bags into the seed space, then began refining Qi recovery pills. He dedicated 5 hours each day to pill refinement, using the remaining time for meditation and cultivation. The following day, the entry-level projection of the broken yuan pill was completed with a success rate of 50. He had no knowledge of other success rates for refining broken yuan pills, but the mirrored body always produced a 50 success rate for entry-level projections. The mirrored body infused its insights into Qin Huaian's mind, as if he had personally refined it 1,000 times. The primary ingredient for the broken yuan pill was the broken yuan herb, along with over 50 auxiliary materials. The refinement process was exceedingly complex, far surpassing that of the Qi recovery pill, and yielded 2 pills per batch. If he could produce 2 pills per batch, he could sell one at the trading post on Dongxi Peak and then purchase another broken yuan herb. Factoring in the success rate, he could still turn a profit. But he did not want to dwell on that. First, he needed to project the refining divine consciousness technique. Consume 10,000 000 spirit stones to initiate the projection of the refining divine consciousness technique, Qin Huaian silently urged. Time passed gradually as Qin Huaian continued his alchemy and cultivation. One day, a vast understanding surged into his mind. The entry-level refining divine consciousness technique had been projected. After half a stick of incense, Qin Huaian comprehended the method for cultivating the refining divine consciousness technique. Each individual's spiritual consciousness is innate, varying only in strength. As cultivators progress in their realms, the potency of their spiritual consciousness increases. Qi refining stage cultivators can achieve introspection, allowing them to observe their dantian meridians and the flow of spiritual energy within their bodies. This is the introspection stage. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, the strength of spiritual consciousness increases significantly, enabling it to leave the body and perceive the surrounding environment, marking the perception stage. In the core formation stage, spiritual consciousness further amplifies, expanding its range of perception, while also gaining the ability to manipulate objects within a certain radius. This is the manipulation stage. The refining divine consciousness technique employs specific meditation methods to guide and strengthen one's spiritual consciousness autonomously. Should one's spiritual consciousness reach a certain level, even Qi refining stage cultivators could detach it from their bodies and perceive the surrounding environment. Following the meditation method outlined in the refining divine consciousness technique, Qin Huaian settled into a meditative position to begin his practice. When he opened his eyes again, more than half a day had passed. Qin Huaian could distinctly feel that his mind was clearer, indicating that his spiritual thought had become more solid and powerful. However, he still had a considerable distance to travel before achieving external perception. Cultivating spiritual consciousness is a protracted process of accumulation. Uncertain whether the mirror body could engage in autonomous cultivation of spiritual consciousness, Qin Huaian attempted to guide the mirror body in practicing the meditation techniques of the divine refinement method. Moments later, a smile of delight graced his face. Indeed, it was possible. However, with only a singular mirror body at his disposal, alternating between deducing martial arts and engaging in cultivation meant he could only attend to one task at a time, which was rather insufficient, he lamented. Yet, despite his musings, he felt no trace of discouragement. The primary utility of the mirror body lay in assisting him with the deduction of martial arts and alchemical skills. Otherwise, even with the divine refinement method in his possession, he would likely find himself as bewildered as that practitioner at the god transformation stage, utterly incapable of comprehension, let alone cultivation. Choosing not to further involve the mirror body in practicing the divine refinement method, he resolved to first advance the True method to perfection. As cultivation itself was paramount, deduce the True method. Consuming 4,000 spirit stones, the mirror body can elevate the True method to the perfected stage. Requiring 8 days, consuming 8,000 spirit stones will have the time. Commence deduction with 4,000 spirit stones. Just as Qin Huaian was preparing to continue his alchemical endeavors, a knock echoed at the door. Rising, he tidied his attire and stepped outside. Senior brother Qin, are you there? Lin Qingshuan's voice came from beyond the door. I'm here. Upon opening the door, Lin Qingxian stood at the threshold, her demeanor brightening as she exclaimed, Senior brother Qin, when did you return? I've been back for several days, engrossed in secluded alchemy. Is there something you need, junior sister Lin? Come in, let us talk. Lin Qingxian squeezed through the door and made her way to the stone table beside the pavilion. Qin Huaian shut the courtyard door and joined her at the pavilion. Noting how unreservedly she acted, Senior brother Qin, with only 2 months left in the year, you haven't yet visited the trial tower, have you? Lin Qingxian inquired, her clear eyes fixed intently on him. Not yet, but I plan to do so shortly, Qin Huaian replied. Indeed, intending to visit the trial tower after refining this batch of qi restoration pills, especially since it had become a topic of much discussion among everyone, piquing his curiosity. Yes, Senior brother Qin, ever since I returned from Xianxian City, I've been practicing the basics of swordplay. I've heard that the better one is swordplay, the higher the evaluation one receives from the trial tower, resulting in greater benefits. How about we go together? Lin Qingxian suggested. Qin Huaian felt a stir of interest. Having already mastered the basics of swordplay, he was eager to discover what evaluation awaited him in the trial tower. Very well, junior sister, let us depart now. Senior brother, actually, I'm in no rush. We could enjoy some tea first before we go, Lin Qingxian timidly proposed. Before she could finish her thought, she noticed Qin Huaian already standing and walking towards the door. Is Senior brother Qin always so brisk in his actions? She mused, quickly following suit. The trial tower was situated on Baoda Peak, not far from the summit of Tiandu Peak, the main peak of the Huangshan Sword Sect, serving as the heart of the sect. Half an hour later, The two arrived at the trial square atop Bauta Peak. The square, resembling a vast platform, was as if the peak had been leveled. In the center stood an ancient tower, towering 9 stories high, reaching heights of over 100 zhang. Numerous practitioners congregated in the square, most donned in sect robes, easily identifiable by their attire. Inner disciples, ordinary outer disciples, and those from the Dongxi Peak all exhibited distinct styles of clothing. Senior Brother Qin, look at that ranking for Qi refinement disciples. One of our Dongxi Peak disciples recently broke into the top 50. It's said that a Golden Core elder personally met with him, offering encouragement and bestowing upon him a high-grade magical flying sword, Lin Qingxian pointed out, directing his attention to a large array display beside the trial tower. Qin Huaian noticed the display screens flanking the trial tower. The left screen exhibited the rankings of Foundation Establishment disciples, while the right displayed those of Qi refinement disciples. The screens sequentially listed ranks, names, and affiliated peaks, with outer disciples marked accordingly, while inner disciples bore no such annotations. The Foundation Establishment screen showcased the top 100, while the Qi refinement screen displayed the top 200. Over the years, the number of Qi refinement disciples in Huangshan Sword Sect had reportedly exceeded 40,000, making entry into the top 200 exceedingly rare. Qin Huaian noted that the Qi refinement disciple ranked 47th was named Qin Yuan, an outer disciple from Dongxi Peak. Impressive. To rank 47th right from the outset, Qin Huaian remarked, contemplating the abundance of hidden talents within the cultivation realm. Yes, it's said that this senior brother Qin has been devoted to the sword path since childhood and has achieved some measure of proficiency. However, due to his spiritual root quality not reaching the upper grade, he could only enter the outer sect for now. Let us proceed inside, senior brother, Lin Qingxian urged, her excitement palpable. Agreed. Together, they approached the entrance of the trial tower. Chapter 39. This trial tower is extraordinary. At the entrance of the trial tower, an inner disciple and several outer disciples were diligently registering the cultivators wishing to enter. Identity tokens, please. The disciple in charge of registration called out to Qin Huaian and Lin Qingxian. They presented their tokens, and after a swift scan on the array device, the disciple handed Qin Huaian a jade token. This is your jade token for entering the trial tower, valid for 1 day. After a day, you will be automatically teleported out. Should you find the trial overwhelming, you may shatter the jade token to exit immediately. Qin Huaian paused, asking, excuse me, is the trial dangerous? For newcomers from Dongxi Peak, there may be some risks involved. While it's unlikely to result in death, sustaining serious injuries can significantly hinder your cultivation. Thank you for the warning, brother. The two took the jade tokens and approached the entrance of the trial tower. Instead of a traditional door, a swirling vortex of white light enveloped the entrance, spinning languidly. Senior brother, we just walk right in like everyone else, Lin Qingxian reminded him. Qin Huaian nodded slightly, stepping into the trial tower alongside Lin Qingxian. Upon entering the white light, a dazzling brilliance enveloped him, and when Qin Huaian opened his eyes, he found himself on an expansive Gobi desert. Turning around, he discovered that the entrance had vanished, and Lin Qingxian, who had entered with him, was nowhere to be seen. He was utterly alone in this vast expanse. The desert stretched infinitely, far beyond the boundaries of the trial tower he had observed from outside. An illusion? Qin Huaian pondered, bending down to touch the gravel beneath his feet, finding everything to be strikingly real. If this were indeed an illusion, it was astonishingly vivid. Above the Gobi Desert floated 9 platforms, connected by stairs, arranged diagonally upward like a staircase leading to the heavens. The lowest tier extended to where Qin Huaian stood, and at his feet appeared a flying sword. Understanding dawned upon him. He grasped the sword and ascended the steps. As he stepped onto the first step, a sudden sword light surged toward him. To Qin Huaian, this sword light posed little threat. He easily dispersed it with a swing of his sword. With each step he ascended, a new sword light would assail him, growing increasingly dense and powerful the higher he climbed. After parrying the final sword light, Qin Huaian stepped onto the first platform. The attacks from this initial tier were akin to those of a Qi refinement disciple at the 4th level, leaving him unscathed. At that moment, a figure appeared on the platform, its countenance blank and resembling a mere puppet. The puppet spoke little, directly launching an attack at Qin Huaian with its sword. This puppet's cultivation level seemed to correspond to that of a Qi refinement disciple at the 4th level. Yet its swordplay was notably refined, surpassing even the proficient level of basic swordsmanship. However, the proficiency of the puppet was significantly inferior to that of Qin Huaian, and in no time, he pierced its heart with a single strike, causing the puppet to dissipate into a beam of white light. You have successfully passed the 1st level. Please accept your reward. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from the skies. Reward? What kind of reward could it be? Qin Huaian pondered silently. Just then, a profound comprehension of swordsmanship surged into his mind, akin to a sudden enlightenment. This insight pertained to the fundamentals of sword technique, and the understanding it embodied surpassed that of the swordplay demonstrated by the puppet moments ago. This revelation was not akin to the reflective derivations of the mirrored body. Rather, it felt as though someone had meticulously dissected their own understanding of swordsmanship and presented it to him, an experience that was exponentially more efficient than solitary exploration. Yet, whether one could truly grasp this wisdom depended on their own capabilities. A cultivator with a high aptitude for swordplay might quickly comprehend it and make it their own, while one with lesser talent might glean only superficial insights, finding complete mastery to be exceedingly challenging. For instance, Qin Huaian, despite this enlightenment entering his mind, still found himself bewildered. It seemed that the efficacy of the rewards depended on the trials ahead. Nevertheless, this trial tower was indeed formidable. One could almost describe it as a paradise for cultivation. Yet, for Qin Huaian, it felt somewhat superfluous. He wondered whether the subsequent arenas would offer insights surpassing the fundamentals of swordsmanship or present more formidable sword techniques, as these were the most crucial to him. Although the mirrored body could derive insights, it could not conjure knowledge from thin air. Only those things Qin Huaian had access to could be reflected. He hoped the rewards from the upcoming arenas would bring forth delightful surprises. After accepting the reward, Qin Huaian ascended to the second tier. The second tier was similar to the first, with sword lights attacking, but the intensity had escalated to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Qin Huaian easily passed through the second tier and arrived at the second arena. Similarly, a puppet emerged, its cultivation level at the 5th level of Qi refinement. When the puppet attacked, it executed a sword technique that exceeded the mastery level of the sword fundamentals. Although Qin Huaian's realm was higher than that of the puppet, there remained a disparity in swordsmanship. After a prolonged stalemate, Qin Huaian finally struck the puppet with a single sword thrust, causing it to vanish in a flash of white light. This time, he received enlightenment regarding the fundamentals of swordsmanship once again, this insight being superior to the technique previously exhibited by the puppet. For a sword cultivator, this trial tower was indeed extraordinary, quite remarkable. Qin Huaian then stepped onto the third tier. The sword light attacks at this level had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. As Qin Huaian ascended, a barrage of sword lights densely shot towards him. He employed his mastery-level sword fundamentals, parrying left and right, but his movements soon became disordered. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, he finally stepped onto the third arena. The puppet at this level matched Qin Huaian's cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, yet its swordsmanship far surpassed his own. After exchanging several moves, Qin Huaian found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Realizing the futility of enduring further injuries, he decisively shattered the jade token, and in an instant, he was enveloped in white light, reappearing in the trial plaza. During the teleportation, a notification from the trial tower echoed in his ears. Comprehensive evaluation, rank 6556 in the Qi refinement stage. Well, that wasn't too shabby. Considering the Qi refinement stage encompassed all disciples at that level, many of whom were older and had practiced swordsmanship for many years. Upon suddenly materializing in the trial plaza, the onlookers displayed no surprise, as such occurrences were commonplace in this arena. Qin Huaian approached the entrance of the trial tower, where he spotted Lin Qingxian scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Qin Huaian, she joyfully rushed over. Qin Shixiao, how did you fare? What is your rank? I ranked 10225. Lin Qingxian, at only the 5th level of Qi refinement, had achieved quite a commendable ranking. I ranked in the 6,000 range. Wow, Qin Shixiao is impressive. Let us not linger here, let us return. Qin Huaian had no intention of remaining to witness the spectacle and prepared to head back for further cultivation. Suddenly, he heard someone call out from behind, Qin Dage. Turning around, he found the familiar chubby figure of Wang Baol, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Chapter 40. A chance encounter with Wang Baol. Qin Huaian observed the little chubby boy hastening towards him, accompanied by 2 inner Sect disciples who followed him leisurely. Qin Dage, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. The chubby boy exclaimed with glee. Baol, are you here to undergo trials in the tower? Qin Huaian was equally delighted. They shared a bond forged through trials. Yes, Qin Dage, I was just thinking of looking for you these past few days. I've been in seclusion at Qingzhou Peak. Wang Baol replied. Who is this? The chubby boy inquired, glancing at Lin Qingxian standing nearby, raising an eyebrow at Qin Huaian. This is Lin Qingxian, my neighbor from Dongxi Peak. Qingxian Shimi, this is my friend Wang Baol, Qin Huaian introduced. Greetings, Wang Shixiao. Lin Qingxian greeted the chubby boy. At that moment, the 2 inner Sect disciples who had accompanied Wang Baol approached, standing a few paces away without coming closer. Tianqing, Zaheo, this is my friend Qin Huaian. We share a bond of life and death. You should get to know him too. Wang Baol beckoned to them. The 2 disciples offered a casual salute to Qin Huaian, appearing somewhat indifferent. Noticing their attitude, Wang Baol was about to express his displeasure when Qin Huaian interjected. Baol, you should head in. I'll return to Dongxi Peak first. We can chat later. Qin Huaian paid no heed to the demeanor of the two inner sect disciples. This was the nature of Huangshan Sword Sect, where there was a notable disparity in status between outer disciples and inner disciples, as well as between inner and direct disciples. The reaction of the two inner disciples was entirely to be expected, and there was no need for Wang Baol to be put in a difficult position. However, it was undeniable that the inner sect was indeed different. Wang Baol had entered at the 3rd level of Qi refinement and had now surprisingly reached the 5th level. He must have access to profound techniques in the library, suggesting that the techniques of inner disciples were surely not lacking. Qin Dage, I'll head in first then. I'll visit you at Dongxi Peak in a couple of days, Wang Baol said, taking note of Qin Huaian's address before departing with the two inner disciples towards the trial tower entrance. Qingxian shimmy, let us go, he said, turning to exit the plaza. Lin Qingxian hurriedly followed suit. Upon returning to his abode, Qin Huaian resumed his alchemical endeavors, diligently refining 10 batches of qi replenishing pills daily, dedicating the remaining time to cultivating the divine forging technique. Knock, knock, knock. One morning, a knocking sound resonated from outside. Xianxiao. Qin Huaian rose and exited his cultivation chamber to answer the door. It was Lin Qingxian. Ever since their return from the trial tower, she had been punctual in visiting him every morning for sword practice. Upon opening the courtyard door, he found Lin Qingxian clad in a neat azure training outfit, her features exquisite and her gaze clear. Her hair was tied back, with a few stray strands falling gracefully over her forehead, exuding a spirited yet endearing charm. Xianxiao. I practiced all day yesterday, and my understanding of the insights gained from the trial tower has deepened. Let us give it another try. Lin Qingxian moved to the center of the courtyard and unsheathed her flying sword. The young girl possessed a remarkable talent for swordplay. Since emerging from the trial tower, she had sparred with Qin Huaian for an hour each morning, consistently progressing in her skills. Were it not for his superior realm, Qin Huaian would have found it increasingly difficult to contend with her. All right, Qingxian shimmy, let us begin. The duel between the two not only enhanced Qin Huaian's combat experience, but also filled him with eagerness to spar with Lin Qingxian daily. Be careful, senior brother Qin. The silhouettes of their swords danced through the air as Lin Qingxian moved with grace and agility, her strikes elusive and difficult to predict. In contrast, Qin Huaian wielded his sword with formidable strength, each move imbued with profound spiritual energy. Despite practicing the same set of foundational sword techniques, their styles diverged dramatically. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Following a ferocious clash, Lin Qingxian stepped back a few paces, and they both paused. After sheathed their swords into their storage bags, they concluded their practice for the day. Your swordsmanship is improving rapidly, junior sister Lin, Qin Huaian remarked with a smile. Before Lin Qingxian could respond, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Qin Huaian approached the door and opened it to find the chubby Wang Baol standing there. Brother Qin. Wang Baol began, but abruptly halted upon noticing the disheveled hair and perspiration on both Qin Huaian and Lin Qingxian. Brother Qin, did I come at a bad time? He asked awkwardly. What do you mean by bad timing? Come in. Lin junior sister and I have just finished practicing, Qin Huaian chuckled. Oh, practicing swordsmanship? That's good. Wang Baol replied with a sheepish grin. Come, have a seat. Qin Huaian led him to sit beneath the pavilion. Hello, Brother Wang, Lin Qingxian said as she approached. I'll prepare some tea for you. She retrieved her tea set from her storage bag and soon brewed a pot of exquisite Lingmai Bai tea. Brother Qin, you two chat. I'll head back to consolidate my insights from earlier, she stated. Thank you, junior sister Lin. After she departed, Wang Baol raised his eyebrows and teased. Brother Qin, you and this Lin junior sister. Don't jump to conclusions. She lives next door. We are merely friends. How's it going for you in the inner sect? Qin Huaian inquired, and they delved into various matters regarding their sect, granting Qin Huaian a deeper understanding of the inner sect. The resources allocated to inner disciples far surpassed those of outer disciples. Each month, inner disciples received spiritual stones equivalent to 5 times that of outer disciples from Dongxi Peak and 10 times that of other ordinary outer disciples. Additionally, they were allocated sect contribution points monthly, with further rewards upon breaking through realms. Wang Baol, currently at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, could claim 500 spiritual stones each month along with 100 contribution points. These benefits are astounding, he exclaimed, but it makes sense. The Yellow Mountain Sword Sect's influence spans hundreds of thousands of miles, and most resources within that vast territory will naturally concentrate there. Inner disciples are the backbone of the sect. Providing them with ample resources is essential to rapidly enhance their strength, thereby bolstering the sect's overall power. With your rapid progress in cultivation, have you switched your training methods? Qin Huaian asked, Yes, Brother Qin. Upon entering the sect, each inner disciple can select a foundational technique suited to their attributes. I chose the Ho Tu Zhenju, which aligns perfectly with my abilities, enabling me to cultivate swiftly. He explained, preparing to retrieve spiritual stones from his storage bag. Qin Huaian pressed down on Wang Bao's hand. No need for that. I have enough spiritual stones. Save yours to exchange for more cultivation resources to reach the later stages of qi refinement sooner. Since we acquired that foundational pill, I've learned alchemy and am not short on spiritual stones. That's fantastic. Wang Bao released his grip on the storage bag, realizing that alchemists are generally quite affluent. The two continued their conversation until midday, when Wang Bao took his leave. Shortly after his departure, Qin Huaian experienced a surge of enlightenment regarding the completion level of the Yimu Zhenju. The completion level was successfully deduced. Chapter 41, 7th Layer of Qi Refinement. Qin Huaian entered the training room, seated himself on a meditation cushion, and began to circulate the completion level of the Yimu Zhenju. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy had vastly exceeded that of the perfected Qinghua Ju, approximately 3 times as fast. The absorbed spiritual energy coursed through his body, battering against the barriers of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. To his astonishment, he sensed signs of loosening within the barrier. As both his true self and mirrored self operated the technique, the spiritual energy's impact gradually eroded the barrier of the 7th layer. Qin Huaian became so engrossed in his cultivation that he lost track of time. Eventually, a sudden surge of spiritual energy shattered the confines, causing his dantian to expand rapidly as an influx of energy flooded in. He had finally broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. An hour later, he ceased his practice, stabilizing his newly attained realm. By this time, dawn was breaking outside, revealing that an entire afternoon and night had elapsed. Time truly flies when immersed in cultivation. The spiritual energy of the 7th layer far surpassed that of the 6th layer. If Qin Huaian were to encounter those bandits from before, he could easily dispatch them within a few moves. He opened his data panel. Cultivation, Qi Refinement, 7th Layer 1100, Spiritual Sense Internal View, Late Stage 45100, Techniques, Yimu Zhenju, Completion. Can be optimized. God Refining Technique, Entry Level 1100, can be deduced. Fireball Technique, Perfected. Spiritual Sight Technique, Completion, can be optimized. Heavenly Transformation, Completion, can be optimized. Sword Technique Fundamentals, Proficient 11100, can be deduced. Skills, First Level Alchemist, Returning Qi Pill, Minor Success 30100, can be deduced. Breaking Yuan Pill, Entry Level 1100, can be deduced. As his cultivation level advanced, his spiritual sense also strengthened significantly, reaching the late stage of internal view. With a progress of 45 points, with more practice, he should attain the perception phase during the Qi refinement stage. The fundamentals of sword techniques had also seen slight growth due to his sparring with Lin Qingxian. However, he couldn't help but acknowledge that if he relied solely on himself, reaching minor success would take an eternity. He had indeed made some progress in refining the returning Qi pill, having crafted several hundred batches of it. Next, he aimed to elevate his sword technique fundamentals, as a sword cultivator's offensive power is formidable. Mastering sword techniques to a profound level would undoubtedly enable him to slay opponents of higher ranks with ease. He decided to deduce the fundamentals of sword techniques. Consumption of 3,560 spiritual stones. The mirrored self can deduce the fundamentals to minor success level, requiring 7 days. Consumption of 7,120 spiritual stones can have the time. He opted for the 3,560 spiritual stones deduction. Not bad. If I progress in my cultivation, the consumption during the deduction will decrease. Noticing the east was beginning to brighten, he anticipated that Lin Qingxian would soon arrive for sword practice. What is this? I'm already accustomed to her morning visits for practice. The power of habit is indeed formidable. It had only been less than 10 days. As dawn broke, the familiar knocking echoed once more. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Huaian opened the door to find Lin Qingxian, adorned in a light green dress. Senior Brother Qin, why did you open the door so early today? Without responding, Qin Huaian smiled and retrieved his flying sword. Junior Sister Lin, shall we begin? Senior Brother Qin, let's hold off on practicing today. I have something special for you. Lin Qingxian replied with a mysterious smile. Take a look at this. She produced a food box from her storage bag. Oh, Qin Huaian said, intrigued. Lin Qingxian opened the box and placed several exquisite dishes and a beautifully steamed fish on the stone table, followed by 2 bowls of rice. Senior Brother Qin, I noticed you've been focusing solely on cultivation, and it seems you lack proper cooking utensils. I specifically prepared this breakfast for you. Come, taste my culinary skills. Qin Huaian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that since arriving at the Yellow Mountain Sword Sect, he had yet to enjoy a proper meal. Upon entering the Huangshan sword sect, he had already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, having cultivated to the point where his physical energy needs were largely met by his own practice. His requirement for sustenance had diminished significantly, necessitating only the occasional consumption of spirit-gathering pills. Unlike the lower-tier cultivators who relied on 3 meals a day or spirit-gathering pills to sustain their bodies. Now, having attained the later stages of qi refinement, he was capable of complete fasting. However, when Lin Qingxian presented the dishes, the enticing aroma wafting through the air stirred his appetite. "Junior Sister Lin, did you prepare all of this?" Qin Huaian inquired, retracting his flying sword and taking a seat at the stone table. "Indeed, although I frequently consume spirit-gathering pills, I occasionally enjoy preparing some dishes myself," Lin Qingxian replied with a smile. "This spiritual rice is grown by my family. It's quite fragrant. Please, senior brother, do have a taste." She placed a bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks before Qin Huaian, then took a bowl of her own and seated herself across from him. "Haha, Junior Sister Lin, I shan't hold back," Qin Huaian declared, eagerly picking up his chopsticks and diving into the meal. Watching him relish the food brought Lin Qingxian immense joy, and she took small, measured bites herself. "Junior Sister Lin, this fish is exceptionally tender, and this tofu is bursting with flavor," Qin Huaian praised as he devoured the dishes, and soon, the entire table was stripped bare, most of it having found its way into his stomach. After a satisfying burp, he noticed that Lin Qingxian had barely touched her bowl of rice. Suddenly feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he said, "Junior Sister, your cooking is simply too delectable. I couldn't help but eat it all. You must still be hungry, right? It's all right, senior brother, as long as you enjoyed it. I shall often prepare meals for you in the future," Lin Qingxian replied gently. A sudden chill ran down Qin Huaian's spine. The atmosphere felt off. "There's no need for such trouble, Junior Sister. Just having the chance to eat once is already a great satisfaction for me. Shall we continue our sword practice?" he inquired. "Senior brother, let's hold off on practice for now. My 5th uncle sent me some elixirs, and I plan to enter seclusion for a while to strive for the 6th layer of qi refinement." "Indeed, cultivation is paramount," Qin Huaian agreed. "I also intend to visit Xianxian City again soon. Be careful on your journey, senior brother," Lin Qingxian said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "Rest assured, I have just broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Junior Sister, do put forth your best efforts in cultivating." Qin Huaian did not conceal his recent breakthrough from Lin Qingxian. "Ah, you've broken through, senior brother. That's marvelous," Lin Qingxian exclaimed, her small fist clenched in excitement, as if celebrating Qin Huaian's achievement while also motivating herself. "I must have father prepare some breaking yuan pills promptly. I can't let senior brother outpace me too much," she thought to herself. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Qingxian returned to her cave abode, and Qin Huaian did not linger long, leaving the cave district with the 145 bottles of qi recovery pills he had recently refined, along with the remaining 10 or so from before. At Dongxi Square, within the affairs hall, Qin Huaian presented the 155 bottles of qi recovery pills to the attending disciple at the mission desk. After verifying the count, the disciple recorded 1240 contribution points on his identity token, bringing Qin Huaian's total to 1280 contribution points. Next, he proceeded to the trading area, where the same stoic senior sister was on duty as before. "Senior Sister, I wish to purchase 3 breaking yuan herbs and 3 sets of auxiliary materials for refining breaking yuan pills. Each breaking yuan herb is 300 contribution points, and each set of auxiliary materials is 100 contribution points. Hand over your identity token," the senior sister replied expressionlessly. Qin Huaian complied, and after she processed the transaction using the array instrument, she returned his identity token. "Please wait, I will fetch them from the storeroom." A moment later, the senior sister approached with 3 jade boxes and 3 packets of spiritual herbs. "Please check them." After confirming the items, Qin Huaian inquired, "Senior Sister, do you have any recommendations for first-tier superior talismans? We just received a new batch of first-tier superior ice spike talismans, which are quite powerful. They cost 30 contribution points each. Would you consider them, junior brother?" "Yes, please get me 2, he said, handing his identity token to the senior sister once more. "Very well." After deducting the contribution points, she handed the ice spike talismans to Qin Huaian. With his identity token and purchased items in hand, he made his way out of the mountain gate. Chapter 42, Breaking Yuan Pill. In Xianxian City, the journey was uneventful, and Qin Huaian arrived directly at the cave he had previously rented, where he paid the rent for another 6 months at the leasing management office. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, Qin Huaian contemplated his future plans for earning spirit stones. His first step would be to elevate the refining method of the breaking yuan pill to a higher level before proceeding with its actual refinement. Should the breaking yuan herbs obtained from the sect become unavailable for future purchases, he would shift his focus to refining the cultivating yuan pill to accumulate spirit stones. After considering his strategy, Qin Huaian dedicated himself to his cultivation, awaiting the completion of the foundational sword technique before he could proceed to the refinement of the breaking yuan pill. 6 days later, he completed the foundational sword technique to a minor achievement level, refining the breaking yuan pill. Consume 800 spirit stones. The mirror body can elevate the breaking yuan pill to mastery level, requiring 2 days. Consuming 1,600 spirit stones can have the time. Consume 800 spirit stones for the refinement. Then, Qin Huaian went to the courtyard, retrieving his flying sword, and began practicing the foundational sword technique he had just mastered. Although this courtyard was not as expansive as the sect's, it still provided ample space for his solo practice. After half an hour, Qin Huaian had completely grasped the minor achievement level of the foundational sword technique. He recalled that during his last challenge in the trial tower, he had not managed to overcome the 3rd layer's puppet at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. With his foundational sword technique now at minor achievement level, he surmised that the puppet's sword technique on the 3rd layer must also have reached a similar level of proficiency. If the 3rd layer could achieve a minor achievement level in sword technique, he wondered how formidable the sword techniques would be on the 9th layer. Qin Huaian now placed great importance on sword techniques, recognizing them as an effective means to enhance his own strength. The cultivation world was perilous, and enhancing his self-protection capabilities was imperative. Each day, he devoted half his time to practicing the Tai True Scripture and the other half to the Divine Forging Scripture. After refining the breaking yuan pill to mastery level, he invested 1,600 and 3,200 spirit stones respectively to elevate it to great achievement level. Given the rarity of breaking yuan herbs, he needed to ensure a high success rate. The success rate for the great achievement level of the breaking yuan pill was 80. Why not optimize it to perfection level, you ask? Don't inquire. The answer is simply a lack of spirit stones. To elevate the breaking yuan pill or other medicinal formulas to perfection level, the required quantity of spirit stones was tenfold that needed for great achievement level. This was because perfection level could not be attained by merely following the formula step by step. It required optimizing the method based on reaching the limits of the formula combined with one's own conditions, resulting in the most optimal and complete level. Refining the Divine Forging Scripture. Consume 20,000 spirit stones. The mirror body can elevate the Divine Forging Scripture to mastery level, requiring 20 days, consuming 40,000 spirit stones can have the time. Consume 20,000 spirit stones for the refinement. Indeed, the mirror body must remain active. Having completed the refinement of the breaking yuan pill, Qin Huaian commenced the automation of the Divine Forging Scripture. He meticulously reviewed the refinement method for the breaking yuan pill in his mind, then retrieved the breaking yuan herbs, the alchemical furnace, and the auxiliary materials to begin the refinement. The difficulty of refining the breaking yuan pill was significantly greater than that of the Qi recovery pill. Qin Huaian meticulously controlled the flame, adding the herbs into the furnace one by one. However, midway through the process, he began to feel fatigued. Thanks to his recent training in the Divine Forging Scripture, his mental fortitude had greatly strengthened. Otherwise, he might not have been able to endure. After 6 hours, as the last auxiliary herb was added to the furnace, the spiritual liquid began to meld together. At last, with a surge of his spiritual power, 2 plum pills lay in his palm. I succeeded. Qin Huaian retrieved the broken yuan pill he had obtained from his last forging and compared it with the one he had crafted himself. He observed that his own version exhibited a more refined hue. The alchemical techniques derived from the mirrored body were indeed extraordinary. He had labored from dawn until dusk, and now felt he could no longer continue his alchemical endeavors. Thus, he settled into a meditative posture to practice the Divine Forging technique. The effects of the Divine Forging technique were remarkably pronounced. By dawn the following day, Qin Huaian appeared rejuvenated, with his spiritual awareness subtly heightened. He commenced the refinement of his second batch of pills, yet fortune did not favor him today. At the critical moment of pill collection, he mismanaged his control, resulting in failure. After a night's rest, he set about preparing his third batch of broken yuan pills, and this time, fortune smiled upon him, yielding 2 successful pills. Thus, he now possessed a total of 5 broken yuan pills. The next morning, Qin Huaian ventured forth towards the Lin Clan apothecary. Though this time he had no intention of selling his broken yuan pills there. He had previously perused the geographical records in the Eastern Dawn Peaks repository, which mentioned that in both the eastern and western districts of Nuan City, unique markets existed where every participant donned a mask as a magical artifact. This artifact concealed the appearance and aura of the cultivators, enabling them to trade freely without revealing their identities. These markets were referred to as ghost markets. Established by the Huangshan Sword Sect, many cultivators felt secure engaging in transactions there. The Western ghost market typically attracted lower-tier cultivators, primarily those in the Qi refining and early foundation establishment stages, while higher-tier cultivators generally frequented the Eastern ghost market. The ghost market opened on the 1st and 15th of each month. Qin Huaian calculated that today was the 12th, leaving 3 days until the market's next opening. Uncertain of the ghost market's specific location, he intended to inquire at the Lin clan apothecary, while also purchasing some spiritual herbs necessary for crafting the cultivating yuan pill. Upon entering the Lin clan apothecary, he greeted Senior Lin and Brother Fu, who were both present. Xianxiayu has arrived. Lin Zhonglan responded with a warm smile, before pausing, then adding, congratulations on breaking through to the latter stage of Qi refinement, Xianxiayu. Fu Jingwen, hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Qin Huaian. As an alchemist himself, he had invested considerable time in his craft and only managed to reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement at the age of 25 through the aid of pills. Yet here was Qin Huaian, appearing younger and seemingly without familial support, having achieved the same level so swiftly. Fu Jingwen remarked, congratulations, Qin brother, on your breakthrough. Thank you both. It was a fortunate breakthrough. Qin Huaian replied humbly. Senior Lin, I wish to purchase some spiritual herbs for refining cultivating yuan pills. Oh, how many do you require? Lin Zhonglan inquired. 100 portions, Qin Huaian stated. Lin Zhonglan then instructed an attendant to fetch the herbs, which amounted to a total cost of 500 spirit stones. After the transaction, Qin Huaian found himself left with merely 65 medium-grade spirit stones and a few dozen low-grade spirit stones. Once he had procured the herbs, Qin Huaian clasped his hands together and asked, I wish to inquire about something. Do you know where the ghost market in the Western District is located, Senior Lin? Before Lin Zhonglan could respond, Fu Jingwen interjected, Qin brother, you must be unfamiliar with Nuan City. I happen to have a map of the city. He produced a scroll from his storage bag and handed it to Qin Huaian. This map indicates the locations of significant shops and markets within Nuan City. Consider it a gift. Thank you, Brother Fu. Qin Huaian accepted the map with gratitude. Haha, no need for thanks. Among our group, aside from Qingxian and yourself, I am not well acquainted with the others. It's a matter of fate, Fu Jingwen remarked. By the way, a few days ago, I returned to the Sect for trials at the testing tower, and Qingxian inquired about your situation in Nuan City. Chapter 43, Ghost Market. Qingxian expressed her gratitude for your companionship during her sword training. She has made remarkable progress. Fu Jingwen continued. You are quite a good person, Qin brother. If Qingxian and you were to become involved, I would no longer need to be pushed into a match with her. My heart is solely devoted to the path of alchemy. Thoughts of marriage and children do not even cross my mind. Fu Jingwen mused inwardly. I too have greatly benefited, Qin Huaian replied with a smile. Indeed, mutual assistance is most beneficial. Fu Jingwen laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Lin Zhonglan internally sighed, realizing that his elder brother's aspirations might not come to fruition. Having observed Fu Jingwen over time, he discerned that the young man was solely focused on cultivation and alchemy. With each person harboring their own thoughts, Qin Huaian bid farewell to the two and returned to his secluded abode. 3 days later, Qin Huaian set out early, following the map's guidance towards the Western Ghost Market. Upon arrival, he found the square before the market bustling with numerous cultivators. The Western Ghost Market sprawled across a vast area, with a large plaza flanking its front and back. Directly facing the plaza, there were precisely 20 entrances. With so many individuals entering the Ghost Market, Qin Huaian wondered how they concealed their identities without any apparent disguises. Curiosity piqued. He chose one of the entrances to step inside. The entrance fee was 300 low-grade spirit stones. Should one wish to set up a stall, they would need to find a spot inside and pay the corresponding stall fee. Upon seeing Qin Huaian enter, the attendant at the entrance stated, Welcome. The fee for this stall is 300 low-grade spirit stones. Goodness, what a hefty toll, Qin Huaian exclaimed. An entrance fee of 300 spirit stones, and additional stall fees? The Huangshan Sword Sect certainly knows how to profit quickly. However, he then reflected that as a disciple of the Huangshan Sword Sect, such high benefits were to be expected. Well, that is acceptable then. After paying 3 medium-grade spirit stones, the attendant handed Qin Huaian a mask and a long robe. Once donned, he stepped further into the market. Inside, instead of a trading hall, he encountered a labyrinth of winding corridors separated by partition walls. As he navigated through the maze-like passageways, Qin Huaian eventually entered the trading hall. It became clear to him that although individuals could see which entrance one used to enter, once inside the hall, one became entirely mingled within the crowd of similarly clad individuals. The trading hall was expansive, filled with many people. Some were setting up stalls, while others browsed various offerings. Each person wore the same mask and robe, rendering it impossible to discern their cultivation levels or auras. Qin Huaian selected a stall and prepared to set up shop. Just then, 2 attendants approached, unmasked. Hello, the fee for this stall is 300 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Huaian produced 3 medium-grade spirit stones for the attendants. If I cannot sell anything, this could be quite the loss. The stall was a narrow stone table, over 3 feet long, perfectly adequate for his needs. He displayed 5 small jade vials on the table, each labeled Broken Yuan Pill, with 1 pill contained in each vial. Friend, is this truly a Broken Yuan Pill? One cultivator inquired as soon as the vials were placed on the table. Indeed, it is a Broken Yuan Pill, Qin Huaian replied. To his surprise, he noticed that his voice had altered after donning the mask. Soon, more cultivators gathered around, as Broken Yuan Pills were in high demand at the Lin Clan Apothecary. One had to queue to reserve them. What is your asking price for these Broken Yuan Pills? A cultivator asked. 13,000 low-grade spirit stones each. If you have Broken Yuan grass for sale, I will prioritize your purchase of the Broken Yuan Pills. I will buy Broken Yuan grass at 3,000 spirit stones each. Generally, the market price for Broken Yuan Pills range from 12,000 to 15,000 spirit stones, so his price of 13,000 was not exorbitant, especially for immediate availability. Can you wait for me? I need to gather some spirit stones, the cultivator who had inquired earlier said. Friend, we must hasten. First come, first served, Qin Huaian remarked. At this moment, a throng of individuals had already gathered nearby, and a cultivator squeezed through, proclaiming, Friend, I desire one. As he spoke, he produced 130 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Very well, esteemed friend, please take this, Qin Huaian replied, accepting the spirit stones and offering a vial of Breaking Yuan Pills in return. The cultivator hastily received the vial, inhaled the fragrance of the pill, and then swiftly tucked it into his storage bag before exiting the trading hall. I too wish for one, called out another cultivator from the back. Esteemed friend, I possess a stock of Breaking Yuan grass. I would like a pill, another hurriedly interjected, presenting a stalk of the grass. Excellent. This esteemed friend shall have priority for purchase, Qin Huaian stated, inspecting the stock. You need only supplement with an additional 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The cultivator produced the requisite stones and placed them on Qin Huaian's stall, receiving a vial of Breaking Yuan Pills in return before departing. Soon after, 2 more cultivators procured vials of Breaking Yuan Pills with their own stocks of the grass. Observing that only a single vial remained, the initial inquirer realized he had no time to gather spirit stones and was not inclined to leave. When might you return to sell more Breaking Yuan Pills? He inquired. It is uncertain. These were crafted by my master, and I am merely assisting him in their sale. The timing of my return depends on when my master is available to refine more. Naturally, it also hinges on acquiring more Breaking Yuan grass, Qin Huaian elucidated. Very well. I shall take my leave, the cultivator conceded, understanding that hope was lost, and he turned to explore other stalls. Shortly thereafter, another cultivator exchanged 130 medium-grade spirit stones for the final vial of Breaking Yuan Pills. In the span of scarcely a single incense stick's duration, Qin Huaian had sold all 5 vials of the pills. The Breaking Yuan Pills are now sold out. I express my gratitude to all. Should anyone possess Breaking Yuan grass for sale, I am willing to purchase it for 3,000 spirit stones, Qin Huaian proclaimed, clasping his fists in salute to the crowd. Qin Huaian was surprised by how swiftly the pills had sold out and pondered whether he would be able to acquire more Breaking Yuan grass. He retrieved a wooden plaque from his storage bag and inscribed, purchasing Breaking Yuan grass for 3,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Having already paid the stall fee, he resolved to linger a while longer to see if any more grass would come his way. Upon witnessing the sell-out of Breaking Yuan Pills, the crowd quickly dispersed to other stalls. Qin Huaian waited through the morning and eventually received a stalk of Breaking Yuan grass. It seemed that this grass was indeed quite elusive. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied, having acquired a total of 4 stalks. At noon, Qin Huaian retracted the wooden plaque, deciding not to wait any longer. He did not peruse other stalls, instead proceeding directly to the exit. The exit was similar to the entrance, bustling with numerous small paths. After a few random turns, ensuring no one followed, he reached the exit, removing his mask and robe. The exit of the ghost market corresponded with the rear square of the front square. Upon exiting, people outside would only know that one had entered the ghost market, unaware of whether one had bought or sold within. The discretion was commendable. Of course, while this offered good concealment for low-tier cultivators, it remained uncertain whether high-tier cultivators could see through it and whether the management of the Huangshan Sword Sect could recognize individuals from within. However, it was likely that such high-tier cultivators or the Huangshan Sword Sect looked down upon transactions of this caliber, let alone matters of murder and treasure seizing. Having made a considerable fortune in spirit stones, Qin Huaian contemplated digesting his recent gains before continuing with sales as he walked back to his cave dwelling. Chapter 44. Earning spirit stones on his way back, Qin Huaian casually visited several alchemy shops, purchasing one item from each, along with 4 sets of auxiliary materials for refining breaking yuan pills. Upon returning to his cave, he tallied the spirit stones earned from his recent endeavors. After deducting the expenses for acquiring breaking yuan grass and auxiliary materials, combined with his previous surplus, he found himself with a total of 320 medium-grade spirit stones and 950 low-grade spirit stones remaining. Indeed, the earnings of an alchemist come swiftly. He resolved to refine the purchased breaking yuan grass next. In the days that followed, Qin Huaian successfully refined a furnace of pills each day, fortunate enough that all 4 furnaces yielded successful results. In the ensuing days, Qin Huaian devoted half of his time to cultivating the Imu True technique and the other half to the forging divine technique. While practicing the Imu True technique, he consumed a true yuan pill obtained previously. It must be noted that the effects of the second-tier true yuan pill far surpassed those of the recovery pill. Presently, the efficacy of the recovery pill was minimal for him, whereas the true yuan pill doubled his cultivation speed. 1 true yuan pill now sustained his practice for approximately 6 hours. Having acquired 4 vials, each containing 10 pills, at his current consumption rate, these true yuan pills would last him over a month. One day, an epiphany regarding the forging divine technique surged into Qin Huaian's mind, and he completed the mastery-level forging divine technique. After practicing the technique for more than half a day, he discovered that the cultivation speed of the mastery-level forging divine technique was approximately twice that of the introductory level. Qin Huaian opened his data panel, cultivation level, Qi refining, 7th layer 10, 100. Internal view, late stage 53, 100. Techniques, Imu True technique, great accomplishment, can be optimized. Forging divine technique, mastery 1, 100, can be deduced. Fireball technique, perfection. Spirit Eye technique, great accomplishment, can be optimized. Heavenly transformation technique, great accomplishment, can be optimized. Basic swordplay, minor accomplishment 1, 100, can be deduced. Skills, first tier alchemist, recovery pill, minor accomplishment 30, 100, can be deduced. Breaking yuan pill, great accomplishment, can be optimized. At the Qi refining 7th layer, the pace of cultivation progress slowed considerably. At this rate, it would take approximately a year to reach the 8th layer of Qi refining. Optimization of the Imu True technique, cost, 40,000 spirit stones. The mirrored entity can optimize the Imu True technique to perfection, taking 16 days, cost, 80,000 spirit stones. Time can be reduced by half. Choosing to spend 40,000 spirit stones for optimization, Qin Huaian resolved to first perfect the Imu True technique, as cultivation progress was paramount. Cultivation was the foundation of all. The following day marked the opening of the ghost market once more. He planned to sell the 8 breaking yuan pills refined in the preceding days and see if he could acquire more breaking yuan grass. Early the next morning, Qin Huaian returned to the ghost market in the western city, now thoroughly familiar with the process. After paying his spirit stones to enter, he occupied the same stall as before. As soon as he displayed the 8 vials of breaking yuan pills, a crowd quickly gathered around him. It seemed many had learned of his previous sale of breaking yuan pills and had come specifically to wait. Esteemed friend, what is the price of the breaking yuan pills? Someone inquired. Due to the masks worn by everyone, the cultivators were uncertain if the one who had returned was the same individual who had previously purchased the pills. Greetings. My breaking yuan pills are priced at 13,000 low-grade spirit stones each. If you sell me breaking yuan grass, you will receive priority for purchasing the pills. I am offering 3,000 spirit stones for the grass. Qin Huaian stated his prices. I have a stock of breaking yuan grass and would like to buy a breaking yuan pill. I possess 2 stocks of breaking yuan grass and wish for a breaking yuan pill. I too have a stock of breaking yuan grass. Qin Huaian was somewhat taken aback. Had it not been said that breaking yuan grass was rare? Why were so many suddenly in possession of it? Unbeknownst to him, while breaking yuan grass was indeed rare, the alchemists capable of refining breaking yuan pills were equally few. Not every first-tier alchemist could concoct them. Furthermore, when sold in other shops, breaking yuan grass typically fetched only around 2,000 spirit stones, whereas here, it could be sold for 3,000 spirit stones in exchange for readily available breaking yuan pills at the price of 13,000 spirit stones. Upon learning of his regulations, many individuals sought to procure the precious Piyuan grass, hoping to secure priority in purchasing the Piyuan pills. Please, one at a time, do not crowd, Qin Huaian instructed. Esteemed friend, here is your pill, please accept it. The Piyuan pills were swiftly sold from Qin Huaian's stock. In no time, all 8 bottles had been sold, garnering a total of 68,000 spirit stones and 12 Piyuan grasses. Although some patrons only acquired a single pill, they managed to procure 2 grasses in one go. Qin Huaian, of course, welcomed all customers without hesitation. However, there remained a few who left empty-handed, unable to purchase the coveted Piyuan pills. Qin Huaian reassured them that he would return to sell more in the future, prompting their gradual dispersal. Once the crowd had thinned significantly, Qin Huaian ceased acquiring Piyuan grass, opting instead to leisurely stroll through the trading hall. He had no intention of making purchases, as it was still early in the morning, and few ventured into the ghost market at such an hour, which could potentially raise suspicions. As noon approached, an influx of visitors entered the trading hall, while many others began to exit. Qin Huaian blended into the throng and exited the ghost market. He meandered through the west and south cities for an extended period, selecting various shops to acquire 12 batches of auxiliary materials necessary for refining Piyuan pills. By the time he returned to his cave abode, the sun had already set. After a night spent cultivating the divine refinement technique, Qin Huaian awoke the next day, brimming with vigor and ready to embark on another round of pill refinement. A fortnight later, just before the ghost market opened on the 15th of that month, he successfully refined all 12 batches of pills, yielding 10 successful furnaces of Piyuan pills. Qin Huaian maintained his previous pricing strategy. Given the increased quantity of pills this time, he anticipated a longer duration for them to sell out. However, to his surprise, a greater number of patrons awaited his wares at the ghost market, leading to a rapid sale. Ultimately, he amassed 150,000 spirit stones and an additional 17 Piyuan grasses. Not everyone arrived with Piyuan grass in hand this time, waiting until noon to leave the ghost market. Qin Huaian refrained from purchasing any more auxiliary materials for pill refinement. He felt it prudent to avoid returning to the ghost market for Piyuan pills in the near future, as further appearances might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Despite the bustling crowd and the significant sales he had made, the quantity of pills was but a ripple in the vast ocean of a city with hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Thus, for the sake of caution, he resolved to refrain from attending the ghost market for a while. With sufficient spirit stones now accumulated for an extended period of cultivation, he understood that he should not pursue profit for profit's sake, as that would be counterproductive. On the following day after returning from the ghost market, an epiphany flooded his mind, revealing that the perfected true art had arrived. At that moment, Qin Huaian was practicing the divine refinement technique. He paused and began to cultivate the perfected true art. He could distinctly perceive an acceleration in his cultivation speed, as the perfected true art allowed him to cultivate at a rate 23 times that of the major completion stage. At this pace, should he dedicate himself to the true art, he might break through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement within approximately 6 months. Indeed, the spirit stones had not been squandered. Qin Huaian resolved to cease refining Piyuan pills and temporarily refrain from purchasing auxiliary materials for the time being, choosing instead to focus on his cultivation and simultaneously diminish his notoriety in the West City Ghost Market. Chapter 45, A Visitor, Simulating the Fundamentals of Swordsmanship. Cost, 8,000 spirit stones. The mirrored body can elevate the fundamentals of swordsmanship to major completion in 16 days. Alternatively, 16,000 spirit stones can have the time. He expended 8,000 spirit stones on the simulation. Each spirit stone was hard-earned. Although he had amassed a considerable quantity, Qin Huaian opted not to double his expenditure. Time passed as his corporeal body cultivated while the mirrored body simulated. After the fundamentals of swordsmanship reached major completion, he invested 80,000 lower-grade spirit stones to elevate the fundamentals to perfection. 32 days later, the fundamentals of swordsmanship finally reached the perfected level. Qin Huaian's comprehension of swordsmanship had ascended to a lofty realm. He sensed that achieving perfection in the fundamentals would lead to a higher state of swordsmanship. Yet he was unable to grasp it fully. With his current level of swordsmanship, disregarding his cultivation realm, he felt confident that he could effortlessly defeat the puppets on the 3rd level of the trial tower. Subsequently, Qin Huaian dedicated 7 days to simulating the refinement of Piyuan pills to the minor completion stage. He still possessed 106 batches of medicinal herbs for refining Piyuan pills, with each furnace requiring approximately half an hour to complete. Qin Huaian decided to allocate some time each day for refining a few Piyuan pills, preparing 3 furnaces daily as a supplementary aid in his cultivation. During this period, he expended 40,000 spirit stones to simulate the divine refinement technique. After 40 days, insights regarding the divine refinement technique flooded into Qin Huaian's mind, elevating it to the minor completion stage. Utilizing the minor completion version of the technique, he felt a significant acceleration in the enhancement of his spiritual consciousness. If he continued this path of cultivation, the projection of his spiritual consciousness should not be far off. Having fully consumed the Xianyuan pills from his last acquisition, he needed to replenish his supply, as they remained remarkably effective for his current cultivation level. Exiting his cave abode, Qin Huaian made his way to the Lin's pharmacy. On that day, neither Lin Zhonglan nor Fu Jingwen were present. Instead, it was the assistant, Lin Dong, who attended to Qin Huaian. Brother Lin, I wish to sell 70 bottles of Peiyuan pills. Qin Huaian had successfully refined 75 bottles in total, keeping 5 for personal use, while the remainder was for sale. Greetings, Brother Qin. Our buyback price for Peiyuan pills is 230 spirit stones per bottle. For 70 bottles, that totals 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Lin Dong, a cultivator of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, had previously witnessed Qin Huaian's advancement to the 7th layer and treated him with great courtesy. Very well, Brother Lin. I shall also purchase 50 bottles of Xianyuan pills. Here is the requisite spirit stones. Qin Huaian placed 900 spirit stones on the counter. Please hold on, Brother Qin, while I check our inventory of Xianyuan pills. After a moment, Lin Dong produced 43 bottles. I apologize, Brother Qin. We currently only have 43 bottles in stock. If you require more, you may return in a few days. Then I shall purchase the 43 bottles for now. Qin Huaian supplemented 900 spirit stones and received the 43 bottles of Xianyuan pills, placing them into his storage bag. This should suffice for an extended period of cultivation. Exiting Lin's pharmacy, Qin Huaian spent the better part of the day purchasing 17 batches of auxiliary materials for refining Peiyuan pills, expending 170,000 spirit stones. After securing his supplies, he returned to his cave abode, ready to engage in focused cultivation for a significant duration, simulating the divine refinement technique. Cost: 80,000 spirit stones. The mirrored body can elevate the divine refinement technique to major completion in 80 days. Alternatively, 160,000 spirit stones can have the time. He expended 80,000 spirit stones on the simulation. Returning to his cave, he resumed the simulation of the divine refinement technique. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Thus began another phase of Qin Huaian's life, where he balanced the refinement of Peiyuan pills with his cultivation. From the 17 batches of herbs he possessed, he successfully refined 13 furnaces of Peiyuan pills. Just 2 days after completing the Peiyuan pills, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Then, he heard Fu Jingwen's voice. Is Brother Qin in? Brother Fu, what brings you here? It is uncommon for you to seek me out, Qin Huaian pondered, filled with curiosity as he stepped out of his cultivation chamber. Please wait a moment, Brother Qin, I will be right there. Upon opening the door, Qin Huaian discovered that Fu Jingwen was not alone. Lin Qingxian stood at the entrance as well. Ah, Brother Qin, it has been a while. I heard from Brother Lin Dong that you have acquired quite a number of Xianyuan pills. Have you been in seclusion for cultivation? I hope I haven't disturbed you. Fu Jingwen greeted with a hearty laugh. No, it is merely my daily routine cultivation. Brother Fu, Sister Lin, please come in and speak. Qin Huaian ushered the two into the reception area of his cave dwelling. Brother Qin, I accompanied my cousin to Sinan City for some matters and thought to visit you as well, Lin Qingxian said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Qin Huaian. Fu Jingwen cast a sideways glance at Lin Qingxian. Oh, is it really just a casual visit? After months apart, Qin Huaian noticed that Lin Qingxian had advanced to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Haha, thank you, Sister Lin. Congratulations on breaking through to the 6th level. When do you plan to return to the Sect, Brother Qin? I will be heading back in a few days. Would you like to join me? Lin Qingxian inquired with an eager expression. No, I wish to cultivate here for a while longer, probably for a few months. Qin Huaian decided to extend his training period here, as it was more convenient for acquiring spirit stones. Oh, by the way, Brother Qin, I just remembered that I have a batch of elixirs I am currently refining. I need to return to my shop to check on them. You two continue your conversation. Fu Jingwen stood up to take his leave. Brother Fu, do not deceive me. I am also an alchemist. Do you think refining elixirs is as simple as cooking? What if you forget to extinguish the flames when you leave? Qin Huaian shot Fu Jingwen a sidelong glance, inwardly scoffing. Cousin, hurry back to the shop. I can return by myself later, Lin Qingxian hurriedly said. With a sheepish chuckle, Fu Jingwen clasped his fists and turned to leave. Qin Huaian stared in bewilderment at Fu Jingwen's departing figure, wondering what was going on. Haha, cousin is truly careless. How could he forget such matters? Brother Qin, let us not concern ourselves with him and continue our discussion, Lin Qingxian said, her cheeks slightly flushed with a smile. Qin Huaian glanced at Lin Qingxian, pondering why she was blushing, though he did not voice his thoughts. By the way, Brother Qin, I visited the trial tower again a few days ago. This time I passed the 3rd level and ranked over 5,100. When will you return to challenge it again? I've not been focusing much on swordsmanship lately. I shall return once my sword technique improves a bit, he replied. Well, brother, I have recently gained some insights into sword techniques and gleaned further understanding from the trial tower. When you return, We must spar, Lin Qingxian said, her small fist clenched with determination. Hearing Lin's intent, Qin Huaian thought to himself that she wished to guide him. They chatted a bit about the recent happenings in the sect before Lin Qingxian took her leave, reminding Qin Huaian to find her upon his return. As he closed the door, Qin Huaian sighed with a bitter smile. In the realm of cultivation, he felt utterly devoid of security. It was paramount to elevate his cultivation level before considering anything else. At the Lin family alchemy shop, Qingxian, this is the true essence pill that my elder brother asked me to bring you. Cultivate diligently. He said that once you are on the verge of breaking through the 7th level, he will send you the breaking essence pill. Thank you, 5th uncle. Chapter 46, 8th level of Qi refinement, re-entering the ghost market. After bidding farewell to Lin Qingxian, Qin Huaian did not dwell on matters further. His primary focus was to enhance his cultivation and strength. Time flew swiftly, and over 7 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, after completing his study of the Forging Divine technique, both his mirror clone and true self devoted all their time to cultivating the Imu True technique and the Forging Divine technique. Qin Huaian consumed a true essence pill daily, in conjunction with the perfected Imu True technique. On this particular day, spiritual energy surged within him, finally breaking through the barrier of the 8th level of Qi refinement. His dantian expanded further, with surrounding spiritual energy flooding into his body, transforming into his own spiritual power and filling the enlarged dantian. He had reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. With this advancement, his spiritual consciousness, which had already reached its limit in internal vision, seemed to shatter some barrier, extending outwards to a radius of 10 feet. The second stage of spiritual consciousness, the perception realm, a state of awareness that only foundation-building cultivators could achieve. Qin Huaian attained this level upon breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. With his eyes closed, Qin Huaian sensed the surroundings. Everything became strikingly clear. Unlike mere visual perception, his spiritual consciousness could detect minute details in a complete 360-degree field without any blind spots. Once cultivators reach foundation building, their spiritual consciousness can separate from their body, allowing them to perceive their environment, with the range gradually increasing alongside their cultivation. Now, Qin Huaian could separate his spiritual consciousness, perceiving a radius of 10 feet. His awareness could not only expand through cultivation, but could also be directly enhanced through training the Forging Divine technique. Now at the perception realm, he wondered if he could refine second-tier elixirs. Not only elixirs, but second-tier talismans also require spiritual consciousness for assistance. He was uncertain if he could now refine second-tier talismans. If so, it would significantly bolster his self-defense capabilities. With spiritual consciousness, many previously unattainable feats could now be unlocked. Days later, it was once again the day of the ghost market. After months of silence, it seemed that no one was paying attention to his past sales of breaking essence pills. Upon arriving at the ghost market, everything appeared as usual. Qin Huaian casually rented a stall and lined up 26 breaking essence pills. It had been a long time since the ghost market had seen such a sale of breaking essence pills, and his stall quickly drew a crowd. Cultivators eagerly inquired about the price of the breaking essence pills. Breaking essence pills, 13,000 spirit stones each. If you sell me breaking essence grass, you will have priority in purchasing the pills. The buyback price for breaking essence grass is 3,000 spirit stones. Qin Huaian called out to the throng. With this proclamation, even more cultivators surrounded him. The breaking essence pills remained highly sought after, and before long, Qin Huaian's stock was completely sold out. He garnered a total of 14 million spirit stones, along with 8 stalks of breaking essence grass. After selling the breaking essence pills, he quickly mingled with the crowd in the trading hall of the ghost market. Having visited the ghost market several times, he had developed a general understanding of its offerings. The items sold here were diverse and random, as they were all personally sold, with each market showcasing many unique items. He intended to see if he could acquire a better alchemy furnace, as the one he was currently using was becoming inadequate for his refining needs. If he were to attempt refining second-tier elixirs, the current furnace would surely not suffice. After circling the hall, he did not find any vendors selling alchemy furnaces and realized he would have to purchase one from a shop in Sinan City. As noon approached, people began to exit the trading hall of the ghost market, and he prepared to blend in with the crowd. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a stall selling talisman brushes and some talismans. There were not many talismans, about 7 or 8, and the brushes showed signs of previous use. Approaching the stall, he inquired, "Friend, how much for the talismans?" Seeing a customer approach, the stall owner perked up. "Greetings, friend. I have 6 first-tier talismans, all of which are high quality, priced at 150 spirit stones each, and these 2 second-tier talismans at 1,000 spirit stones each." Qin Huaian examined the items. The first-tier talismans included 3 explosive flame talismans, 2 binding talismans, and 1 ice spike talisman. The second-tier talismans were a lightning induction talisman and a slow talismans. The lightning induction talisman could summon the power of lightning to strike enemies, boasting formidable attack potential. The slow talisman could decelerate an enemy's movements, buying precious time for oneself. Both were extremely useful talismans, and the prices offered by this cultivator were reasonable. All right, I will take all of these talismans. Could you offer a discount, dear friend? Qin Huaian asked, eager to save some spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, the cultivator replied, if you take them all, I can reduce the price by 200 spirit stones, totaling 700 spirit stones. Qin Huaian did not engage in conversation immediately. Instead, he picked up the talisman pen and examined it closely. The merchant, noticing Qin Huaian's interest in the talisman pen, remarked, though this talisman pen is not brand new, it is crafted from the tail fur of a second-tier silver moon wolf king, making it a second-tier talisman pen. If you are interested, I can part with it for 8,000 spirit stones. The price seemed reasonable to Qin Huaian. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I will take both the talismans and the talisman pen. Would you be willing to sell them for 10,000 spirit stones? If that is not feasible, I will settle for just the talismans. Seeing the merchant hesitate, Qin Huaian added, very well. Let it be as you say, for 10,000 spirit stones. You may take them all. After a moment's thought, the merchant acquiesced. Agreed. Qin Huaian promptly handed over the spirit stones to the merchant. Once he had acquired the talismans and the talisman pen, he followed the crowd out of the ghost market. Qin Huaian then arrived at a store named Wanbao Hall in the central area of the West City. The name was identical to that of the Wanbao Hall in Yuntianfang City, suggesting it was part of the same chain. Upon entering Wanbao Hall, Qin Huaian requested the attendant to show him the alchemical furnaces. After a thorough inspection, he found that most of the furnaces were of medium-grade magical artifact quality, with some being of high-grade quality. He pointed to a high-grade alchemical furnace that resembled the one he currently used and inquired, what is the price of this furnace? Oh, a discerning eye. This high-grade alchemical furnace is of exceptional quality, crafted by Master Ouyang. It boasts a high success rate for refining second-tier elixirs and can even refine third-tier elixirs. The price is merely 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Huaian was unfamiliar with this Master Ouyang, but having found the last furnace he purchased from Wanbao Hall quite satisfactory, he decided to buy it again. Very well. I will take this one, he affirmed, proceeding to pay the attendant and stow the furnace in his storage bag. I would also like to acquire some talismans and spirit ink, he added. Of course, esteemed guest. What grade of talisman paper and spirit ink do you require? The attendant guided Qin Huaian to the section where talisman paper and spirit ink were sold. He requested 100 sheets of first-tier and 100 sheets of second-tier talisman paper, as well as 2 bottles each of first-tier and second-tier spirit ink. The prices were as follows. 1 spirit stone for a sheet of first-tier talisman paper, 10 spirit stones for a sheet of second-tier talisman paper, 100 spirit stones for a bottle of first-tier spirit ink, and 1,000 spirit stones for a bottle of second-tier spirit ink, totaling 200 spirit stones. After completing his purchases, Qin Huaian returned to his rented cave dwelling, intending to refine some supplementary techniques before returning to the Sect, as he had been out for nearly a year. Chapter 47. Return to the Sect. Upon reaching the South City, he extended his lease for another year at the management office. He had grown accustomed to living there and prepared to settle in for the long haul. After returning to his cave dwelling, he dedicated 4 days to perfecting his Spirit Eye technique and the Heavenly Transformation technique to the consummate level. With the Spirit Eye technique at its peak, he could see through the cultivation of a practitioner one major realm above his own, as well as penetrate many lower-level illusions and disguises. Once the Heavenly Transformation technique reached perfection, his travel speed increased more than 2-fold during long journeys. Most importantly, his agility in combat surpassed that of a practitioner at the major accomplishment level of the Heavenly Transformation technique. Subsequently, Qin Huaian took out a flying sword for blood refinement. Generally, practitioners below the foundation establishment stage do not require blood refinement for flying swords, as they lack spiritual consciousness and can only wield them as ordinary weapons. However, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can refine flying swords with their blood, allowing the sword to become an extension of their body within the range of their spiritual consciousness, enabling them to wield it against foes and even fly. After such an extended period of cultivation, he finally could fly with a sword. After refining the flying sword, he stored it within his body for nurturing, enhancing its affinity with him. Once the flying sword was refined, Qin Huaian urged it to hover at a height of 1 foot above the ground. He then leapt onto the sword, which moved fluidly at his command, carrying him in circles around the courtyard. After a few exhilarating spins, he realized that the speed of flying with the sword was not particularly fast, even slower than performing the perfected heavenly transformation technique. This was likely due to his still insufficient cultivation level. He opened his data panel, Cultivation, Qi Refining, 8th layer 4100. Perception, early stage 3100. Techniques, Imu True Formula, Perfection. Divine Forging Technique, Major Accomplishment, can be optimized. Fireball Technique, Perfection. Spirit Eye Technique, Perfection. Heavenly Transformation Technique, Perfection. Swordsmanship Basics, Perfection. Skills, First Tier Alchemist, Recovery Pill, Minor Accomplishment, 30100. Can be deduced, Breaking Yuan Pill, Major Accomplishment, can be optimized. Cultivating Yuan Pill, Minor Accomplishment 5100. The Divine Forging Technique could not yet be optimized to perfection due to its exorbitant cost of 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. The major accomplishment level of the Divine Forging Technique was sufficient for his needs. Qin Huaian currently possessed nearly 320,000 spirit stones, a sum that most Foundation establishment practitioners would not likely have. A few days later, Qin Huaian set off on his journey back to the Sect, having not returned in a year. Along the way, he glanced around, hoping to encounter any bandits again. Should he face a situation similar to the last, he would certainly assert the prestige of the Huangshan Sword Sect. Of course, if he encountered someone of greater cultivation than himself, he would simply pretend not to have said anything. Regrettably, the journey was uneventful. Upon returning to the cave dwelling area, he heard the sounds of combat coming from the adjacent courtyard of Lin Qingxian. He turned and approached Lin Qingxuan's door, knocking gently. The sounds of fighting ceased within. "Who is it?" Lin Qingxian inquired. "It is I, Lin Shimi," Qin Huaian replied. "Qin Xixiao," Lin Qingxian exclaimed, rushing to the door to welcome him with noticeable excitement. "Lin Shimi, I hope I am not interrupting," Qin Huaian said, and then he noticed that Lin Qingxian had already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. He inwardly marveled. "What kind of miraculous assistance have you received, my lady?" It had only been a little over 8 months since their last meeting. "Oh no, not at all. I was just practicing swordsmanship with Senior Sister Duanmu. I was about to finish when you arrived, Xixiao." Senior Sister Duanmu ranks second among the outer disciples of our Dongxi Peak in the Trial Tower. She is truly formidable, Lin Qingxian explained. "Senior Sister Duanmu. This is the Qin Xixiao I often mention," she introduced. "Greetings, Qin Xixiao." Senior Sister Duanmu greeted warmly. With her cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, she wore a flowing white dress, her tall figure and exquisite features reminiscent of an ethereal fairy, seemingly untouched by the world. "Greetings, Taoist friend Duanmu." Qin Huaian nodded in acknowledgement. "Qingxian Shimi, you two carry on. I shall take my leave for now. I will come to find you tomorrow to visit the Trial Tower together," Senior Sister Duanmu stated. "All right, Senior Sister Duanmu, safe travels." As Senior Sister Duanmu exited Lin Qingxuan's small courtyard, she mused, "So this is the Qin Huaian that Qingxian Shimi speaks of so often. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he appears rather unremarkable." Observing the expression on Lin Qingxuan's face as she bid her farewell, it seemed filled with excitement. Ah, such a naive girl. Only concerned with outward appearances. Qin Xixiao, Senior Sister Duanmu is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She has been accompanying me for sword practice recently, Lin Qingxian remarked. "It seems that during this time, your swordsmanship has improved quite rapidly," Qin Huaian noted as they sat down at a stone table. "Yes. Senior Sister Duanmu has been practicing with me, and I feel my sword skills have advanced significantly. I am preparing to challenge the Trial Tower again tomorrow," Lin Qingxian replied, taking out a tea set and brewing a pot of Lingmai Bai tea, offering Qin Huaian a cup. "By the way, Lin Shimi, I must congratulate you on breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement in such a short time. Oh, it has been a while. It has been 8 months since we last met. My father provided me with some elixirs and a breaking yuan pill, which helped me achieve this breakthrough so quickly. Wait, Qin Xixiao, have you perhaps broken through as well?" Lin Qingxian finally realized that she could not fathom the depth of Qin Huaian's cultivation, covering her mouth in astonishment. She exclaimed, "I have just broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement and returned to prepare for another challenge at the Trial Tower." Qin Huaian replied with a smile. Lin Qingxian cast a resentful glance at him, lamenting that after consuming so many elixirs just to catch up to senior brother Qin, she was once again surpassed. Is senior brother concealing his spiritual root aptitude? How frustrating. Are you also planning to challenge the Trial Tower, senior brother Qin? This is the last month of the year, and Sister Duanmu and I intend to attempt it as well. Shall we go together tomorrow? Certainly, he replied. By the way, Junior Sister Lin, what is the highest ranking of our East Qi Peak disciples in the Trial Tower? Qin Huaian was eager to enter the inner sect, where resources were more abundant. Beyond the visible treasures like spiritual stones, there were many hidden resources as well. Currently, the highest rank is still Qin Yuan, who has entered the top 20 among Qi refinement disciples. making remarkable progress. If he makes it into the top 10, he can be directly admitted to the inner sect. Lin Qingxian said, her face filled with longing. Junior sister Lin, considering your pace, even if you do not rank in the trial tower, you are sure to enter the inner sect through the East Shi Peak Grand Competition, Qin Huaian encouraged her. Yes, senior brother, I will do my best, Lin Qingxian declared, shaking her small fist with enthusiasm. The following morning, a series of knocks echoed as Qin Huaian was immersed in his training. Senior brother Qin, we are setting off. Lin Qingxian shouted from outside. All right, I will be out shortly. After tidying up a bit, Qin Huaian stepped out of the courtyard. Lin Qingxian donned a delicate green dress, radiating elegance and vitality, while Duanmu Zhiqin remained as ethereal as the previous day in her flowing white gown. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Let us depart, Qin Huaian said. Chapter 48, Re-entering the Trial Tower. At the Bauta Peak, the trial square was teeming with disciples eager to challenge the trial tower, particularly the outer sect disciples. They all wished to test their year's cultivation results, hoping to break into the top 10 of Qi refinement to gain direct access to the inner sect. However, only a select few could achieve such a feat. Even if one did not make it into the top 10, a high ranking could still attract the attention of the sect elders. Senior brother Qin. Look at the Qi refinement rankings. Qin Yuan's position has dropped to 21st. He had only recently challenged the trial tower and was ranked 18th at that time. Lin Qingxian pointed out at the ranking display. At that moment, an outer sect disciple from East Shi Peak overheard Lin Qingxian and explained, Junior sister, you may not be aware, but many seasoned practitioners at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and even those at the peak have come to challenge the trial tower recently, leading to high rankings and causing Qin's position to fall. Not long ago, after entering the top 20, an elder of the sect remarked that junior brother Qin would undoubtedly break into the top 10 within 2 years, the disciple added. By the way, junior sister, since we are both disciples of East Shi Peak, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ji Zifeng, residing in Zone 6. May I know how to address you? He asked with a grin. Qin Huaian cast a sidelong glance at Ji Zifeng, who bore a roguish smile reminiscent of a frivolous young master, albeit with an appealing appearance. Thank you for the clarification, senior brother. We are about to challenge the trial tower, Lin Qingxian responded seriously, unimpressed by Ji Zifeng's demeanor. Senior brother Qin, sister Duanmu. Let us enter, she urged, tugging at Qin Huaian's sleeve and then linking arms with Duanmu Zhiqin as they approached the entrance to the trial tower. Sister Duanmu? Could it be that this fairy is our East Shi Peak's second-ranked Duanmu Zhiqin? Ji Zifeng inquired eagerly. Lin Qingxian ignored him, leading Qin Huaian and the others toward the entrance of the trial tower. Qin Huaian turned back and exchanged a knowing smile with Ji Zifeng. Duanmu Zhiqin is indeed stunning. Resembling an ice mountain beauty, Ji Zifeng murmured to himself, captivated by their retreating figures. Ji Zifeng, what are you staring at? A beautiful female cultivator coldly remarked from behind him. Oh, nothing. Hee, Wame, what brings you here? Ji Zifeng replied, turning around with a sheepish grin. Upon reaching the entrance of the trial tower, Qin Huaian presented his identification token and, after passing the verification, entered the tower with the others. Despite this being his second venture into the trial tower, Qin Huaian remained awestruck by the vast desolation and the grandeur of the arena, marveling at the wonders of the cultivation world. Without further hesitation, he seized his flying sword and ascended the first tier. As before, the moment he set foot on the steps, sword lights shot toward him. With a deft swing of his sword, he shattered the incoming beams, quickly reaching the first arena. Once on the arena, the puppet appeared promptly. I must start from the first challenge again. Does this mean I have to begin anew every time? Qin Huaian pondered silently. Now at the pinnacle of basic swordsmanship, he could distinctly sense that the puppet's cultivation level was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, with its sword technique equivalent to a minor achievement in basic swordsmanship. Such an attack posed no threat to Qin Huaian. After parrying a few strikes, he swiftly severed the puppet's throat, causing it to dissolve into specks of light. First tier cleared. Please proceed to the second arena. As expected, there were no rewards. It seemed that only the initial clearance would yield rewards. Qin Huaian quickly traversed the second tier, stepping onto the second arena, where the puppet's cultivation level was at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, with its sword technique also equivalent to minor achievement in basic swordsmanship. After clearing the second arena, he advanced toward the third set of steps. Last time, Qin Huaian had faltered at the third arena. The puppet here was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, with a sword technique still equivalent to minor achievement in basic swordsmanship. On his previous attempt, Qin Huaian had been at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, but only mastered basic swordsmanship. He had been bested by the puppet's minor achievement swordplay. This time, however, Qin Huaian grinned at the puppet. As it lunged toward him, he swiftly beheaded it with a single stroke, passing through the remnants of light it left behind. Just as he was about to ascend to the 4th tier, A voice echoed in the air. Third arena cleared. Please collect your reward. Realizing he had almost forgotten about the reward, Qin Huaian chuckled awkwardly. Subsequently, a comprehension of swordsmanship flowed into his mind, an insight into part of the mastery level of basic swordsmanship. The rewards from this level, combined with those from the first and second tiers, amounted to a complete understanding of the mastery level of basic swordsmanship. The trial tower was remarkably generous, offering comprehensive insights into mastery-level swordsmanship so early on. He couldn't help but wonder what awaited him at the 9th tier. Stepping onto the 4th tier, the puppet's cultivation was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, with its sword technique matching the mastery level of basic swordsmanship. This posed no threat to Qin Huaian, who swiftly shattered the puppet. The reward for the 4th tier was a portion of the complete mastery-level swordsmanship insight. After receiving it, Qin Huaian ascended to the 5th tier. The puppet on the 5th tier was at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, with its sword technique at the mastery level of basic swordsmanship. This put it on par with Qin Huaian, but the completion level of swordsmanship far surpassed the mastery level. In a short span, Qin Huaian overcame the 5th tier, receiving another fragment of the complete mastery level sword comprehension before proceeding to the 6th tier. According to the pattern established in the previous tiers, the 6th arena should feature a puppet at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Indeed, the puppet on the 6th level of the arena possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, its spiritual power surpassing that of Qin Huaian. However, Qin Huaian had already attained the ability to project his consciousness externally, and with his mastery of the perfected swordsmanship, he swiftly gained the upper hand. After hundreds of exchanges, Qin Huaian seized upon a flaw in the puppet's technique and delivered a decisive strike that pierced its heart. The puppet disintegrated into specks of luminous essence, dissipating into the ether. Having passed the 6th level, he was prompted to receive his reward. The reward comprised insights into the perfected foundation of swordsmanship, which, when combined with the rewards from the 4th and 5th levels, constituted a complete understanding of the perfected swordsmanship. Seated on the ground, Qin Huaian absorbed the reward while recuperating his spiritual energy. Remarkably, the perfected swordsmanship enabled him to vanquish a 9th layer Qi refinement puppet while he himself was merely at the 8th layer. Of course, it must be noted that a puppet is not a living being. Had he faced a genuine 9th layer cultivator, the outcome might have been uncertain. The puppets from the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels all embodied the foundational skills of the perfected level of swordsmanship, suggesting that the next level might present him with a puppet of perfected swordsmanship as well. Should the puppet's cultivation still be at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he might well find himself unable to prevail. Chapter 49, Rankings of the Trial Tower. Qin Huaian pondered whether the flying sword provided by the trial tower could be refined. He then pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the sword. Enveloping the flying sword with his consciousness, he soon sensed a faint connection with it. With a subtle shift in his mind, he directed the sword to spin around him. Indeed, it was possible. After refining the flying sword, Qin Huaian ascended to the 7th flight of stairs. Why hasn't senior brother Qin emerged yet? Lin Qingxian wondered, glancing around the square. In the past, while practicing swordsmanship with Qin Huaian, she had felt that although his cultivation level exceeded hers, his swordsmanship seemed inferior. Now that I have comprehended the foundational skills of the perfected level, it seems I should practice with senior brother Qin more often to help him enhance his technique, she thought to herself. At that moment, she noticed Duanmu Zhiqin approaching her. Sister Duanmu, what was your ranking this time? Lin Qingxian waved and asked. I placed 66th. Improving a few ranks from last time, Duanmu Zhiqin replied calmly. Wow, how impressive. How far did you advance? Lin Qingxian exclaimed excitedly. I made it past the 5th level but was defeated on the 6th, Duanmu Zhiqin responded. As for you, I passed the 4th level, but unfortunately, I couldn't even clear the 5th flight, ranking 466th, Lin Qingxian lamented, though a hint of excitement shone through her expression. You performed admirably. You must be the highest-ranking outer disciple among those at the 7th layer of Qi refinement from our Dongxi Peak, Duanmu Zhiqin smiled. By the way, has senior brother Qin not emerged yet? Not yet. I wonder how far he has progressed. Lin Qingxian gazed at the rotating portal of the trial tower. On the 7th flight, streams of sword light surged towards Qin Huaian. Relying on his external consciousness, he dodged as best as he could. The flying sword in his hand swung continuously, striking at the unavoidable beams of light. Finally, he shattered the last beam of sword light and stepped onto the 7th level of the arena. Without affording him a moment's respite, a figure appeared on the stage. It was indeed a puppet of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and its swordsmanship level had likely reached perfection as well. Soon, Qin Huaian confirmed his suspicion. As the puppet launched a sword attack, Qin Huaian hastily blocked with his sword, feeling a tremendous force transmitted through the flying sword that caused him to stagger back several steps, struggling to withstand the blow. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Huaian was retreating, the puppet advanced. I cannot contend with such power. Qin Huaian executed the perfected technique of Tianqing, swiftly creating distance between himself and the puppet. An unusual scene unfolded as Qin Huaian and the puppet circled the arena, one chasing the other. Qin Huaian occasionally directed the flying sword to execute sneak attacks on the puppet. An hour passed, and the puppet had sustained numerous sneak attacks, showing visible damage. Yet it relentlessly pursued him. After swallowing a true yuan pill, Qin Huaian continued to lead the puppet in a game of cat and mouse around the arena. After all this time, senior brother should have emerged by now, Lin Qingxian mused, pacing restlessly in front of the trial tower's entrance as the afternoon wore on. Don't be anxious. Perhaps senior brother is contemplating sword techniques at the end of a level, Duanmu Zhiqin reassured her. There's no need to worry. Senior brother will surely crush the jade tablet in times of peril, Lin Qingxian remarked, as if speaking to Duanmu Zhiqin and herself simultaneously. Oh, still so stubborn even now. Duanmu Zhiqin shot a sidelong glance at Lin Qingxian, who continued to pace back and forth. Another hour passed, and the puppet had lost an arm, its speed diminishing noticeably. Qin Huaian intensified his sneak attacks with the flying sword, and indeed, the energy within the puppet was finite. Over time, it would deplete. Qin Huaian had surmised from the outset that the puppet would consume spiritual energy, just like an ordinary 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Otherwise, the trial participants would find it nearly impossible to defeat a puppet with limitless stamina. Thus, he had devised a strategy of retreating while attacking, striking, and then changing locations. With the aid of true yuan pills and the perfected Imu Jinjua, he managed to replenish his energy while running, and his spiritual energy scarcely diminished. As time elapsed, the puppet's speed continued to wane. At that moment, when Qin Huaian struck with his flying sword, the puppet could barely withstand the assault. Half an hour later, its movements had become sluggish. Qin Huaian maintained his distance, wary of the puppet potentially feigning exhaustion. A single powerful blow from a 9th-layer cultivator would surely be insurmountable. After a short while, as he gripped the flying sword and watched the one-armed puppet struggle to approach him, he resolved to act. Accelerating, he circled to the puppet's side and delivered a decisive blow, causing the puppet to disintegrate into radiant particles. Casting the flying sword aside, Qin Huaian collapsed onto the ground. Panting heavily, "You have successfully passed the 7th level of the arena. Please receive your reward." At that moment, a flood of insights surged into Qin Huaian's mind. With swordsmanship attaining perfection, the spirit and the sword meld, giving rise to sword intent, the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and indeed, the pinnacle of a swordsman's cultivation. So it is an understanding of sword intent. Qin Huaian recalled having encountered descriptions of sword intent in the library, which purportedly could only be grasped intuitively, not articulated. The insights imparted by the trial tower manifested as a vivid image, a colossal azure stone marked by a massive sword scar, radiating brilliance akin to a sharpened blade. Detection of sword intent inheritance confirmed. It can be deduced and learned. A mechanical voice resonated within the seed space. I can actually deduce the sword intent from this image. Qin Huaian felt a surge of excitement. The hours spent battling the puppet had not been in vain. Deducing sword intent. Consuming 20,000 spirit stones allows the mirrored body to deduce the sword intent to the entry level. Taking 20 days. Consuming 40,000 spirit stones halves the time. I will consume 20,000 spirit stones for the deduction. Qin Huaian promptly instructed his mirrored body to commence the deduction of sword intent while he settled into meditation to restore his spiritual energy. An hour later, Qin Huaian's spiritual energy was fully replenished. He ascended to the 8th flight of stairs, whereupon powerful beams of sword light shot towards him. After only a few steps, he could barely endure. These beams of light were significantly more formidable than those from the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Unable to withstand for long, Qin Huaian crushed the jade tablet just as a beam of sword light was about to strike him. Before he was teleported away, he heard the trial tower's notification, comprehensive evaluation, ranked 11th in the Qi refinement stage. Qin Huaian suddenly found himself in the trial square, only to realize that the sun had set, casting a splendid crimson glow across the horizon. Look! Another disciple from Dongxi Peak has broken into the top 20, an astonishing 11 of them. A loud voice suddenly pierced the air before the trial tower's display screen, quickly capturing everyone's attention as they turned to gaze at the Qi refinement rankings. Ranked 11th, Qin Huaian, Dongxi Peak, Outer Sect. Chapter 50, A Swordsmanship Prodigy? Who is Qin Huaian? He had never been within the top 200 before and had never appeared on the Qi refinement leaderboard. His sudden rise is nothing short of astonishing. Is Dongxi Peak about to produce another swordsmanship genius? Indeed, this batch of newcomers from Dongxi Peak boasts exceptional talent. In just over a year, 2 individuals have already made it into the top 20. The emergence of a Qin Yuan was already remarkable, and now another Qin Huaian has surfaced. They must have been groomed from a young age by their families to become sword cultivators. Yet, it is also possible that they are not merely sword cultivators, but rather possess formidable strength that enabled them to brute force their way through the arenas. Anyone in the top 20 is surely at least at the 9th level of Qi refinement, possessing not only high cultivation but also exceptional swordsmanship to achieve such a rank. Under the trial tower's display screen, numerous disciples engaged in animated discussions. Lin Qingxian and Duanmu Zhiqin had already turned their gaze to the screen upon hearing the shout. Duanmu Zhiqin's serene countenance shifted slightly. She was aware of Qin Huaian's cultivation level, which matched her own at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Although her spiritual root was of average quality, her talent in swordsmanship was extraordinary, having practiced diligently from a young age. While her progress in cultivation lagged behind those with superior spiritual roots, she was confident that her swordsmanship talent surpassed that of most. During her encounter with a puppet at the 6th level arena, which was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, she had to shatter her jade token and exit the trial tower after only a few exchanges. Yet, Qin Huaian, also at the 8th level, had achieved an impressive 11th place, suggesting he had at least surpassed the 6th level arena, possibly even the 7th. Duanmu Zhiqin stared blankly at Qin Huaian's name on the display. "Ah, it's senior brother Qin," Lin Qingxian exclaimed, her momentary daze replaced by excitement as she clenched her fists. She began scanning the area for Qin Huaian's figure. Upon being teleported from the trial tower, Qin Huaian had already learned of his ranking and was somewhat astonished by its height. The teleportation to the trial square was random, placing him at a considerable distance from the entrance. However, with his 8th level cultivation, he could still hear the discussions surrounding the Qi refinement display. Me? A swordsmanship genius? Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Qin Huaian mused to himself, then feigned nonchalance as he walked toward a quieter area, not one to crave the limelight. Yet, it seemed his worries were unfounded. Even if someone spotted him, very few would recognize him. Although he had been in the sect for over a year, most of his time had been spent outside, and few disciples within the sect were familiar with him. He decided to wait until the crowd thinned before seeking Lin Qingxian and the others to return. "Brother Qin, you really made it to 11th place." An excited voice broke through Qin Huaian's thoughts. "Wow, Fatty, what a coincidence." Qin Huaian saw that it was his friend Wang Baol, who rushed over with a beaming face. "Brother Qin, I just participated in a trial and came out. I saw your ranking suddenly leap to 11th and thought you must have just exited the trial tower. So I came here. Haha, I knew I would find you. Brother Qin, where have you been lately? I've come looking for you several times this past year. But you were never at your cave." Wang Baol chuckled happily. "Greetings, senior brother Qin." At that moment, two other inner sect disciples accompanying Wang Baol also cupped their fists in greeting, showing significantly more respect than during their last encounter. "Baol, let's discuss this later." Qin Huaian gestured behind him. Wang Baol turned to see a crowd gathering, likely drawn by his exclamations, realizing that this was indeed Qin Huaian. "Greetings, senior brother Qin." "Hello, Taoist Qin." The crowd greeted Qin Huaian in unison. He reciprocated their greetings, exchanged a few pleasantries, and the crowd soon dispersed. Although Qin Huaian's achievement of 11th place might be a topic of conversation among the outer sect disciples, it hardly stirred any waves within the sect. As dusk deepened, the number of people in the square dwindled. Accepting that he had been recognized, Qin Huaian confidently approached the entrance of the trial tower. "Junior sister Lin, junior sister Duanmu. Shall we depart?" He called out upon finding Lin Qingxian and Duanmu Zhiqin. "Yes, senior brother Qin." Lin Qingxian beamed as she approached him. "Brother Qin, you all head back first. I'll catch up with you tomorrow." Wang Baol winked at Qin Huaian with a grin, ignoring Wang Baol's playful teasing. Qin Huaian walked alongside Lin Qingxian and the others toward Dongxi Peak. Along the way, Lin Qingxian excitedly recounted her experiences in the trials, having ranked over 400. A significant improvement. Upon returning to the cave area, the night passed without incident. The following morning, Wang Baol knocked on Qin Huaian's door. Under the pavilion, he called out, "Brother Qin, have you reached the 9th level of Qi refinement?" Wang Baol inquired as he settled down. "No, still at the 8th level. I see you've also reached the 8th level. You should be able to discern my cultivation level," Qin Huaian replied. "I just couldn't believe it. They say that those who make it into the top 20 of the trial tower not only possess high swordsmanship, but also usually cultivate at the 9th level or are at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Brother Qin, you are so close to breaking into the top 10. Recently, I've made some breakthroughs in my swordsmanship, which contributed to my high ranking in the trials. To be honest, I didn't expect to rank so highly," Qin Huaian admitted, genuinely surprised by his standing. Considering the Huangshan sword sect has over 40,000 disciples in both the inner and outer sects, all of whom are elites. He noticed that Wang Baol had also reached the 8th level of Qi refinement and felt that his spiritual power seemed even more robust than his own. Calculating, he realized Wang Baol must still be under 20 years old. Were the inner sect disciples really progressing at such a rapid pace? By the way, Fatty, how did you reach the 8th level of Qi refinement so quickly? Is the training speed of inner sect disciples always this fast? Qin Huaian questioned, puzzled. Inner sect disciples typically possess superior spiritual roots and have abundant training resources, which indeed accelerates their cultivation. However, not everyone progresses as swiftly as I do. I happen to be among the fastest in this cohort, Wang Baol said, a hint of pride in his tone. Suddenly pausing, he added, Brother Qin, the outer sect lacks the resources of the inner sect, yet you've also reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, which is not typically slow for someone with an average quality spiritual root. Qin Huaian waved his hand dismissively. I'm different. I can refine pills. The resources I can acquire for cultivation may even exceed what you have. I spent the past year in Xianxian City refining pills. Fatty, I have a question. The outer sect disciples enter the trial tower not only to gain insights into swordsmanship, but also to strive for a spot in the top 10 of the Qi refinement stage to enter the inner sect. Why do so many inner sect disciples, especially those at the 9th level or those who have achieved perfection, also venture into the trial tower? They don't necessarily need to compete for rankings every year, do they? Qin Huaian pondered, perplexed, as it seemed unnecessary for inner sect disciples to seek out these rankings. Chapter 51. He Jiping comes to visit. This question is quite simple. It's all about resources. It seems, Brother Qin, that you Haven T spent much time in the sect and are unaware of many situations, Wang Baol explained. In their quest to ascend to the inner sect, the outer disciples strive to secure a place among the top 10. Meanwhile, the inner sect cultivators, who have attained the 9th level of Qi refinement or even the perfected stage of Qi refinement, embark on trials within the testing tower in pursuit of foundational pills. Could it be that the higher-ranked inner disciples receive foundational pills as rewards? Qin Huaian pondered. Indeed, Brother Qin, as an alchemist, you should be well aware of the rarity of foundational pills. Those inner disciples who rank among the top 10 in Qi refinement for the year are directly rewarded with a foundational pill, came the response. Oh, so they actually reward foundational pills. No wonder even the inner disciples are eager to brave the trials of the tower, Qin Huaian mused. His experiences in the immortal realm had deepened his understanding of the preciousness of foundational pills. These pills are crucial for most Qi refinement disciples striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage, as only a select few with exceptional aptitude can achieve this feat naturally. Thus, foundational pills represent a vital strategic resource for any sect. A lack thereof would undoubtedly hinder the number of foundation establishment disciples, consequently stifling the entire sect's potential. The scarcity of foundational pills is primarily due to the difficulty in cultivating the two essential spiritual herbs, the xianyang flower and the xian fruit. These herbs have become exceedingly rare in the wild. The cultivation methods for these spiritual plants are tightly held by major sects, while they can be grown. The conditions required are stringent and demand substantial resources. Hence, the supply of foundational pills falls woefully short of the needs of Qi refinement disciples. Fatty, the foundational pills from the sect must be exchanged for sect contribution points. You need to find ways to accumulate those points, Qin Huaian advised. I estimate that it will take me at least a decade to gather enough contribution points to exchange for a foundational pill. And that's if I take on numerous tasks and minimize exchanges for other resources, the fatty lamented. To exchange for a foundational pill, an inner disciple requires 20,000 contribution points, and the second one demands 40,000 contribution points. Each disciple is limited to a maximum of 2 exchanges in their lifetime. During the first 10 years of entry, inner disciples receive 50, 100, and 150 contribution points monthly during the early, mid, and late stages of Qi refinement, respectively. Having reached the late stage of Qi refinement in just 1 year, I will receive 150 contribution points each month for the next 9 years. If I limit my exchanges for other resources and undertake a few sect tasks, I might be able to purchase a foundational pill in 10 years, the fatty said. His expression one of despair. Qin Huaian found himself at a loss for words. Fatty, your expression is quite dramatic. From the introductory materials upon entering the sect, Qin Huaian had already learned that outer disciples could also exchange for foundational pills, albeit at a cost of 40,000 contribution points, and with only a single opportunity to do so. However, outer disciples do not receive free contribution points. They must accumulate them through arduous tasks. Brother Qin, have you heard of the lesser spirit domain? The fatty inquired. Do elaborate, Qin Huaian responded, having heard of it, but lacking detailed knowledge. The lesser spirit domain is a secret realm that opens approximately every 30 years, with its entrance accessible only to Qi refinement cultivators. It is said to be rich in spiritual energy, hosting many rare spiritual herbs, including the xianyang flower and the xian fruit, both of which are abundant within. Each opening of the lesser spirit domain is guarded by the major sects, allowing only their disciples entry. Other cultivators wishing to enter must purchase tokens issued by the United Sections. The spiritual herbs harvested from the lesser spirit domain must be collected by the sect, which compensates with generous rewards. It is rumored that some disciples, upon exiting the lesser spirit domain, receive rewards sufficient not only for a foundational pill, but also for all their resources needed during the foundation establishment stage. Conversely, others return with minimal gain, having made the journey in vain. Many have even perished within the lesser spirit domain, never to return. The fatty side. The last opening of the lesser spirit domain was 23 years ago, and there are about 7 years until the next. If I Haven Tea gathered enough contribution points to exchange for a foundational pill by then, I shall venture into the lesser spirit domain, the fatty declared, determination shining in his eyes. Fatty, focus on your cultivation first. If we cannot establish our foundations, we can discuss it then, for the dangers within are considerable. Qin Huaian cautioned, envisioning the fierce competition among cultivators for resources within the domain. He did not doubt his ability to accumulate the necessary contribution points for a foundational pill. After all, with unwavering dedication to alchemy, even crafting the simplest recovery pill would yield enough points within a few years. After conversing for a while longer, a knock resounded from outside. Upon opening the door, Qin Huaian was surprised to find He Jiping, the disciple from Dongxi Peak responsible for welcoming their group of outer disciples. Qin Huaian now understood He Jiping's significance. He was a direct disciple of the Peak Master of Dongxi Peak, and also the eldest brother among the disciples. In the Huangshan Sword Sect, the eldest brothers of each main peak are groomed as future Peak Masters, often having the opportunity to compete for the position of Sect Master. They are the prominent figures among the disciples of each peak. Qin Huaian quickly clasped his fists in greeting. Brother He. The fatty also rose to greet him. I am Wang Baol from Qingzhou Peak. It is an honor to meet you, Brother He. Having spent over a year in the inner sect, he had become quite familiar with the Huangshan Sword Sect and had certainly heard of the eldest brothers of the major peaks. Even if he had not met them in person, He Jiping, already at the late stage of foundation establishment and with promising prospects for advancing to the core formation stage, bore an amiable demeanor, exuding a scholarly charm. Welcome, Junior Brother Wang, to Dongxi Peak, he said warmly, then turning to Qin Huaian with a smile. Junior Brother Qin, our master has heard of your impressive ranking, 11th in the testing tower yesterday. He is very pleased and has sent me to convey his regards. Here is a reward from our master for you. With that, He Jiping presented a flying sword, a premium-grade magical artifact, far superior to the one allocated to each outer disciple upon entry. In the realm of cultivation, magical artifacts are classified into 3 categories: law artifacts, spirit artifacts, and true artifacts, each further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and premium grades. This premium-grade flying sword is a valuable asset for Qi refinement disciples. He Jiping's master is none other than Han Yunting, the Peak Master of Dongxi Peak. Gratefully accepting the sword, Qin Huaian responded, Thank you, Master Han, and thank you, Brother He. Haha, Junior Brother Qin, there is no need for such formality. You represent the promising youth of Dongxi Peak, and we will rely on you in the future. He Jiping replied with a warm smile, his demeanor very approachable, instilling a sense of comfort akin to a gentle spring breeze. By the way, Junior Brother Qin, I see you are at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Would you mind sharing how you managed to defeat the puppet at the 7th level? He Jiping inquired, his gaze fixed on Qin Huaian with genuine interest. As anticipated, Qin Huaian knew inquiries would arise. Chapter 52. Brother He's examination. With a calm smile, Qin Huaian replied, Brother He, I actually wore the puppet down. Oh, how did you manage that, Junior Brother Qin? He Jiping's expression brightened with curiosity. Brother He, I practiced a movement technique that allowed me to evade the puppet until it exhausted its strength, ultimately enabling me to pass. Qin Huaian explained. Could you demonstrate a few moves against me? I will suppress my cultivation to the 8th level of Qi refinement, He Jiping proposed. The puppet at the 7th level appears to be at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Shouldn't you elevate yours as well, Brother He? Qin Huaian suggested cautiously. Haha, no need. There is a distinction between a real person and a puppet. I shall match my level to yours, Junior Brother Qin, He Jiping assured. Then I beg your pardon, Brother He. With that, Qin Huaian drew the premium-grade flying sword he had just received, opting not to use the previously refined sword, as he wished to keep his ability to project his consciousness a secret. He Jiping also unsheathed his sword, saying, Junior Brother Qin, please feel free to make your move. In the center of the small courtyard stood 2 individuals, with Qin Huaian refraining from making the first move, quietly observing He Jiping. After exchanging glances for about a minute, and noticing Qin Huaian's continued stillness, He Jiping could no longer endure the awkwardness and raised his hand to initiate an attack, employing the fundamentals of swordplay. Upon seeing He Jiping's strike, Qin Huaian immediately executed the perfected variant of Tianqing by Bian, deftly dodging and weaving around the courtyard. With He Jiping having reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, he found himself unable to keep pace with Qin Huaian. Junior brother Qin's agility is remarkable, He Jiping mused. Although the technique he employed was of a relatively low grade, probably merely a yellow-level skill, it was evident that Qin Huaian had cultivated it to perfection, maximizing its potential. After a duration marked by the burning of an incense stick, He Jiping, thinking that Qin Huaian's spiritual energy must be waning and his speed diminishing, observed him suddenly produce a true essence pill and toss it into his mouth. At that moment, He Jiping halted his pursuit. Seeing He Jiping cease his advance, Qin Huaian stopped several yards away and inquired, "Senior brother He, why have you paused? Why? You're consuming pills while running, at this rate. We shall never conclude this by noon," He Jiping thought to himself. With a sense of resignation, he responded, "Junior brother Qin, let us simply spar with sword techniques, treating this as a casual practice rather than a competition." Qin Huaian chuckled, "Very well, as you wish, senior brother. I had thought you were eager to witness my previous battle against the puppet. Is that what you call a battle?" He Jiping quietly shook his head. Just as he was pondering this, Qin Huaian swiftly executed Tianqing by Bian, charging directly towards He Jiping, launching a frontal assault with his perfected sword technique. Such a crafty lad, either evading or launching surprise attacks. He Jiping thought as he parried with his sword, and the two engaged in combat. After several dozen exchanges, He Jiping struck Qin Huaian on the back with the flat of his blade, causing him to stagger precariously close to falling. That strike employed a force far surpassing the 8th level of Qi refinement, Qin Huaian reflected, feeling the tremendous power behind it. "All right, junior brother Qin, let us conclude here. Let us keep it at that." He Jiping smiled as he sheathed his flying sword, feeling a sense of satisfaction after landing that final blow. Yet, it must be said, Qin Huaian's comprehension was indeed exceptional. In just over a year, he had cultivated the fundamentals of swordplay to the level of consummation, and his agility had reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Qin Huaian also returned his flying sword to its sheath and cast a grateful glance at He Jiping, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother He. Ha. Junior brother Qin, continue to cultivate diligently and strive to enter the inner sect soon. I shall not impose further." He Jiping replied, departing from Qin Huaian's courtyard on his flying sword. "Brother Qin, you actually defeated the puppet at the 9th level of Qi refinement in the trial tower using Tianqing by Bian," exclaimed the chubby boy, astonished. "This movement technique is that formidable?" Indeed, every skill, when cultivated to its utmost, becomes extraordinarily potent. While proficiency in other techniques may be optional, one must master the art of mobility, Qin Huaian responded, with a hint of significance in his tone. "Yes, brother Qin, you are right. I feel as though I am on the verge of elevating Tianqing by Bian to a higher level. What do you think I still lack?" The chubby boy, having finished speaking, began to demonstrate Tianqing by Bian. Upon observing, Qin Huaian noted that the boy was approaching mastery of the technique, achieving this level of understanding in less than 2 years while simultaneously advancing in his cultivation. The chubby boy's aptitude was commendable. Drawing from the insights derived from his own perfected Tianqing by Bian, Qin Huaian thoughtfully provided tailored guidance to the chubby boy, elucidating the differences between the major success and perfection levels of the technique. "Brother Qin, your understanding is truly profound," the chubby boy remarked, expressing admiration as they continued discussing until midday. "While I have shared this with you, the ability to grasp it ultimately rests with you," Qin Huaian reminded him. "Understood," the chubby boy replied. After their conversation, he took his leave. Within the Huangshan sword sect, every individual operated like a wound-up machine, silently engrossed in their pursuits. The life of a cultivator was monotonous and dreary. If one failed to break through before their lifespan expired, they would inevitably turn to dust. Returning to his cultivation chamber, Qin Huaian sat cross-legged to begin his practice. At present, the efficacy of low-grade spirit stones had diminished significantly. Even medium-grade stones only marginally enhanced his cultivation speed. It was said that high-grade spirit stones contained pure spiritual energy, vastly accelerating cultivation speed. However, these stones were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. It was rumored that a millennium ago, high-grade spirit stones were not considered scarce resources, yet their current scarcity remained a mystery. True essence pills, on the other hand, still provided substantial assistance in his cultivation, increasing his speed by 70 to 80%. Consuming true essence pills was more cost-effective than relying solely on spirit stones for cultivation. Not long after he began, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by Lin Qingxian calling out. Qin Huaian exited his cultivation chamber to find Duanmu Zhiqin waiting at the door. "Greetings, senior brother Qin," Duanmu Zhiqin greeted. "Please, come in," Qin Huaian invited, ushering them into the courtyard before closing the door. "Senior brother Qin, I hope I'm not interrupting your cultivation, Lin Qingxian asked softly. Not at all. Will you not brew us a pot of tea? Qin Huaian smiled. He noticed that Lin Qingxian seemed a bit more reserved today, lacking her usual informality. As one of the few friends he had within the Huangshan sword sect, he cherished this friendship deeply. Of course, Lin Qingxian replied, her face lighting up at the mention of her name, as she began preparing the tea. Senior brother Qin, you have already attained perfection in your swordplay fundamentals. Haven to you? Lin Qingxian inquired as she continued to brew the tea. Indeed, I believe so, Qin Huaian affirmed. That's wonderful. Could you share some insights on sword techniques with us, senior brother Qin? Lin Qingxian asked, slightly shy. Duanmu Qin also clasped her fists in respect towards Qin Huaian, expressing her desire for guidance, feeling as if she were just a step away from a breakthrough. Of course, if there is anything I can assist you with, I shall do my utmost, she added, acknowledging her somewhat abrupt request for guidance. Naturally, it is no trouble at all, Qin Huaian responded generously, as he always was with friends, especially given Lin Qingxuan's kindness towards him. Although he was not as familiar with Duanmu Qin, it was apparent that she was a devoted seeker of the sword path, her intentions pure. After spending time together, he considered her a half-friend. One sheep is easy to herd, 2 sheep can be tended together, he thought, deciding to explain the fundamentals of swordplay to both of them concurrently. Qin Huaian patiently elaborated on his insights regarding the perfected level of swordplay fundamentals, demonstrating as he explained, while addressing their questions as they arose. This method of teaching proved far more comprehensible than the insights imparted at the trial tower, as they could ask questions freely, making it more targeted. In this manner, the afternoon passed swiftly. Thank you, senior brother Qin. The 2 girls bid farewell as twilight approached. Returning to his cultivation chamber, Qin Huaian resumed his practice of the divine forging technique as night fell. From then on, every morning, Lin Qingxian visited Qin Huaian as she had before, practicing swordplay for half an hour, occasionally preparing breakfast for him to satisfy his cravings. Duanmu Qin would sometimes come to seek clarification on her doubts. Each day, Qin Huaian consumed a true essence pill during the day while cultivating the Imu Jinjua, switching to the divine forging technique in the evenings. The life of a cultivator remained monotonous, each day flowing by in a repetitive cycle. After 20 days, a series of insights flooded Qin Huaian's mind, marking the completion of his mastery of entry-level sword intent. Qin Huaian gradually assimilated and internalized the rudimentary comprehension of sword intent. After an hour, he had mastered the foundational sword intent to such an extent that it felt as though he had practiced it countless times. Drawing forth his flying sword, he gently waved it, and the sword traced a slow arc through the air, though it appeared languid. It was imbued with an unmatched strength and an ethereal quality that would leave adversaries at a loss. Is this what sword intent truly is? It diverges entirely from the foundations of perfected sword techniques, having transcended mere swordsmanship and ascended to a different realm altogether. Should he venture into the 7th layer now, he would no longer need to resort to arduous escape tactics. Subsequently, Qin Huaian expended 40,000 spirit stones and then 80,000 spirit stones to elevate his sword intent to a minor accomplishment. By this time, 5 months had elapsed since his return to the sect. Opening his data panel, he noted, cultivation level, Qi refining, 8th layer 39, 100. Perception, early stage 21, 100. Techniques. Imu Jinjua, perfected. Forged spirit technique, major accomplishment, optimizable. Fireball technique, perfected. Spirit eye technique, perfected. Celestial transformation, perfected. Sword intent, minor accomplishment 1, 100. Skills, first tier alchemist, replenishing pill, minor accomplishment 30, 100. Optimizable. Breaking yuan pill, major accomplishment, optimizable. Cultivation pill, minor accomplishment 5, 100. Due to his continuous consumption of true essence pills for cultivation, his progress had reached 39. At this rate, should he solely rely on his physical body for training, he could potentially break through to the 9th layer of Qi refining within a year. If his mirror body trained simultaneously, the speed would be even greater. His spiritual consciousness had also seen significant enhancement, expanding his perception range to 3 zhang. Qin Huaian resolved to cease further optimization of his techniques, allowing both his mirror body and physical form to cultivate together, thereby accelerating his training. With his stock of true essence pills dwindling to merely 6 vials, he recognized the necessity of venturing out to replenish his supply. He prepared to journey to Xianxiaaudiobooks City to purchase true essence pills, having exhausted his contributions to the sect and unwilling to waste time concocting pills for exchange. On this day, after completing a sword practice session with Lin Qingxian, he bid her farewell and exited the sect. Through their recent training sessions, Lin Qingxian had approached the threshold of perfected sword techniques, and he believed she would soon attain that level. The journey from the sect to Xianxiaaudiobooks City took him less than 2 hours, arriving just around noon. Upon returning to the Lin family's apothecary, Lin Zhonglan took the initiative to greet him. "Ah, Qin, my young friend. It has been a while. Are you here to sell pills, or to purchase some?" "Greetings, Elder Lin. I wish to buy some true essence pills," Qin Huaian replied with a respectful gesture. "How many does my young friend require?" 100 vials. Qin Huaian decided to procure a substantial quantity, knowing he would still need them even after reaching the 9th layer of qi refining. Lin Zhonglan was momentarily taken aback. "Are you sure you want 100 vials?" "Indeed. I wonder if, by chance, there are that many in stock at your esteemed establishment." He recalled their previous purchase, which had only yielded 43 vials. "Haha, a fresh shipment of true essence pills just arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had such stock available." "That is splendid. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in retrieving them." With that, he placed 100,000 spirit stones on the counter. "Very well, my young friend. Since you are purchasing in such quantity, I shall offer you a 10% discount. Just 90,000 spirit stones will suffice." Lin Zhonglan retrieved 100 vials of true essence pills from his storage bag. "Thank you very much, Elder Lin." Qin Huaian accepted the true essence pills and the remaining 10,000 spirit stones with gratitude. "Haha, no need for thanks. You, Qin Xian, and Jing Wen are all friends. It is only right." Lin Zhonglan smiled. After completing his purchase, Qin Huaian exited the Lin family's apothecary. Lin Zhonglan observed his departing figure and mused. This young friend has already ranked 11th in the Huangshan Sword Sect's trial tower at such a young age. He should soon become an inner disciple of the sect. If Qin Xian and Qin were to become a couple. Unbeknownst to Qin Huaian, Lin Zhonglan's thoughts were far removed from his own intentions. Had he known, he would have politely declined. It was not that Lin Qingxian lacked beauty. On the contrary, she was exceptionally striking even amidst the myriad of beauties in the cultivation world. However, Qin Huaian was singularly focused on the pursuit of longevity, unwilling to expend his energies on romantic entanglements at this early stage. Friendship was acceptable, but seeking a partner was out of the question, at least for the present. For Qin Huaian, cultivation remained paramount. After leaving the Lin family's apothecary, he visited several other shops, acquiring 8 sets of auxiliary materials for the crafting of breaking yuan pills. He still possessed 8 breaking yuan herbs and intended to refine a few more batches of the pill. Having spent the last of his spirit stones, he was left with just over 80,000. Rather than returning to the sect, he proceeded to the cave dwelling he had rented in Xianan City. After renewing his lease for another year, he began a period of seclusion dedicated to his cultivation. He devoted 8 days to refining 8 batches of breaking yuan pills, successfully producing 6 batches yielding 12 pills. Following this, Qin Huaian directed both his mirror body and physical self to concentrate solely on cultivation, continuing to practice the Imu Jinjue by day and the Forge Spirit technique by night. Time passed unnoticed. 6 months later, the spiritual energy within him surged as if breaking through a barrier. His dantian rapidly expanded, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to fill the enlarging space. He had finally broken through to the 9th layer of qi refining. An hour later, as he stabilized his newfound realm and felt the torrent of spiritual energy within him, Qin Huaian felt an overwhelming sense of strength. Of course, this was merely an illusion following his recent breakthrough. In the realm of cultivation, he was still a fledgling. Alongside his cultivation advancement, his spiritual consciousness had also seen considerable growth, expanding his perception range to 9 zhang. 3 days later, the day of the Western City Ghost Market arrived. Upon arriving at the market, Qin Huaian noticed a significantly larger crowd than before. What had caused this sudden prosperity? At that moment, he overheard 2 cultivators conversing as they passed by. "Brother Shin, how many entry tokens is your family planning to purchase for the upcoming minor spirit realm?" "I heard from the family elders that we are preparing to acquire at least 10. Our family also intends to buy a dozen entry tokens. If fortune favors us, we might gather some rare spiritual herbs, and that would be a tremendous profit. However, the dangers within are formidable. Who knows how many will emerge alive? Fortune favors the bold. How can one expect to gain resources without risking peril?" True enough, Qin Huaian was suddenly taken aback. Wasn't the minor spirit realm still about 6 years from opening? How could it be set to open so soon? Chapter 54, The Minor Spirit Realm. Hastening forward, he clasped his fists and inquired, "Greetings, fellow cultivators. Might I ask if the minor spirit realm is about to open?" Noticing Qin Huaian clad in the garb of the Huangshan Sword Sect, the 2 cultivators responded politely. "Are you not aware? News from Lingyu Mountain reached us yesterday, indicating that signs of the entrance to the minor spirit realm have appeared. In no more than half a month, the entrance will fully open, and we shall be able to enter. Thank you, fellow cultivators. I have been in seclusion and was unaware of this news." Qin Huaian expressed his gratitude. It was indeed on the verge of opening. Qin Huaian had heard of Lingyu Mountain, located at the juncture of the Guiyuan Sect and the Million Mountain Range. Since its initial opening over 5,000 years ago, the mountain range had been dubbed Lingyu Mountain. The rights to enter the minor spirit realm were controlled by the 7 most powerful sects, including the Guiyuan Sect and Huangshan Sword Sect. Without further contemplation, Qin Huaian decided to handle his pills first. Approaching the entrance, donning a mask and robe, he stepped into the ghost market. Upon entering the trading hall of the ghost market, he sought out a small stall, arranging the breaking yuan pills he had crafted upon the stone table. Uncertain whether it was due to the impending opening of the minor spirit domain, the trading hall today was thronged with more than double the usual number of cultivators. Before long, his breakthrough pills garnered considerable attention from many practitioners. "Friend, how much do you sell your breakthrough pills for?" someone inquired. 13,000 spirit stones each. Should you possess any breakthrough herbs, you may purchase the pills with priority. I will acquire the herbs at 3,000 spirit stones each. Qin Huaian maintained his usual pricing. "I'll take one," a cultivator exclaimed eagerly. "I want one too," another shouted. "I have a breakthrough herb. I also wish to purchase one." As was customary, the breakthrough pills remained in high demand. "Please, everyone, no need to rush. Come one by one, and those with breakthrough herbs may trade first." Half a joss stick later, Qin Huaian's stock of breakthrough pills was entirely sold out, netting him only 4 breakthrough herbs and a sum of 144,000 spirit stones. After concluding his sales, Qin Huaian began to browse the stalls in the trading hall. "Friends, my map of the minor spirit domain is clearly marked, detailing its location with precision. Entering the minor spirit domain holds significant value," he heard a vendor proclaim. Indeed, the minor spirit domain is vast. Each sect's maps exhibit slight discrepancies, revealing areas uncharted by other sections. "Ah, friend, do not leave. Just 300 spirit stones." As Qin Huaian strolled around, he found numerous stalls selling maps of the minor spirit domain. Some vendors claimed their maps originated from the Snowy Palace, while others insisted theirs came from the Return to Origin sect. Regardless, maps from various prominent factions were available for sale, though their authenticity remained uncertain. Despite being unable to discern the genuine from the counterfeit, Qin Huaian purchased 4 or 5 maps for less than 2,000 spirit stones. He speculated that the Huangshan Sword Sect likely had maps as well, and by comparing them with his own, he might uncover valuable information regarding the minor spirit domain. After all, the expense was minimal, and it could prove beneficial. "Esteemed friends, a single quota for entrance to the minor spirit domain is up for bid. The highest bidder shall prevail," a middle-aged man declared, removing his mask to reveal his identity. "I am an elder of the Tian family from the Qi Kingdom. This is my insignia," he continued, displaying a token for all to see. "The Tian family of the Qi Kingdom? Isn't that the family of the cultivator Tian Zhen, who was recently pursued?" Qin Huaian pondered. "The asking price is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and there is but one quota available," the Tian family cultivator added. It was evident he was already at the foundation establishment stage. "Tian Daoyu, I want it," a cultivator shouted. "I'll offer 110,000 spirit stones for it." Another chimed in. "I bid 130,000 spirit stones." "I offer 140,000 spirit stones." The crowd of cultivators began to raise their bids. Ultimately, the quota sold for 170,000 spirit stones. Qin Huaian couldn't help but marvel at the disparity. He toiled tirelessly to refine and sell pills. Yet a mere quota was worth far more. Not wishing to linger any longer, Qin Huaian swiftly exited the ghost market. He intended to visit the Lin's pharmacy to see if Fu Jingwen was present and to inquire about the situation. Upon entering Lin's pharmacy, he spotted Lin Qingxian and Fu Jingwen. As soon as Lin Qingxian noticed Qin Huaian, she rushed over. "Senior brother Qin, you've come. Just a moment ago. My cousin and I went to your rented cave dwelling, but we found you absent." "Junior sister Lin, are you aware of the news regarding the minor spirit domain?" Qin Huaian asked directly. "Yes, the minor spirit domain is set to open. I came to Nuan City to inform you and my cousin. The sect has announced that all disciples at the late stage of Qi refinement may enter. Those wishing to go must gather in 3 days and depart for Lingyu Mountain." Lin Qingxian explained. At that moment, Lin Zhonglan approached and added, "Entering the minor spirit domain is a significant matter. Historically, only 60 to 70% of cultivators return. During particularly perilous times, the survival rate can drop below 50%. Elder Lin, are there formidable beasts within the minor spirit domain?" Qin Huaian inquired. "There are some beasts, but they are generally of the first or second tier. The beasts are not the primary cause of casualties. Often, it is the cultivators themselves who can be far more terrifying than the beasts," Lin Zhonglan elucidated. "However, I am not discouraging you from entering. On the contrary, I believe that if you have the opportunity, you should certainly venture in." He continued, "The minor spirit domain is rich in spiritual energy and abundant in spiritual herbs. And with a stroke of luck, one might even discover rare celestial treasures. There was once a Qi refinement cultivator of the 7th layer who found a spiritual spring within the minor spirit domain. After cultivating there for 2 months, He emerged at the peak of Qi refinement. Of course, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, the minor spirit domain is undoubtedly filled with treasures of heaven and earth. Therefore, I suggest you take the plunge. Opportunity and peril coexist. By daring to explore, you might just secure the resources needed for foundation establishment. Moreover, as disciples of the Huangshan Sword Sect, as long as you do not stray alone, other cultivators generally will not dare to provoke you lightly. For other loose cultivators and smaller sects or families, entering is not easy. Aside from your 7 major sects, others must pay a substantial price to enter. Furthermore, many high-level cultivators have entered the minor spirit domain during their Qi refinement period, Lin Zhonglan concluded. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Lin. Qin Huaian expressed his gratitude, recognizing that Lin Zhonglan was genuinely looking out for them. Uncle Wu, we shall return to the sect now, Lin Qingxian said, bidding farewell to Lin Zhonglan. Having departed from Lin's pharmacy, the trio quickly exited the city gates and set their course for the Huangshan Sword Sect. A few hours later, they had returned to Dongxi Peak. Though dusk had fallen, Dongxi Square remained bustling with activity. A large notice board before the affairs hall displayed information regarding the opening of the minor spirit domain. All disciples at the late stage of Qi refinement from the Huangshan Sword Sect could register to enter the minor spirit domain, with those intending to participate required to assemble in 3 days at Dongxi Square. Senior brother Qin, are you going to the minor spirit domain? Lin Qingxian inquired. Junior sister Qingxian, let us return home first. I need to consider it, Qin Huaian replied. You should also reflect carefully before making your decision, as it is indeed perilous within. Chapter 55, Departure. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Huaian entered his cultivation chamber and closed the door. He had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and his sword intent had begun to take shape. Should he attempt the trial tower, he was confident of securing a spot in the top 10 rankings, thus swiftly becoming an inner sect disciple. With his current rate of progress in cultivation, coupled with the perfected Imu true formula, along with the simultaneous practice of his mirrored body and true self, achieving the peak of Qi refinement was merely a matter of time. Once he entered the inner sect, he could amass sufficient contributions to exchange for foundation establishment pills through his alchemical skills. It could be said that he possessed both the methods and the resources necessary to acquire foundation establishment pills swiftly. Yet, entering the minor spirit domain posed substantial risks. Logically, there seemed to be no need to take such chances. However, the notion of not participating felt akin to forfeiting something precious. With closed eyes, Qin Huaian sank into contemplation. After a long while, he exhaled deeply. No more deliberation was necessary. He would enter the minor spirit domain. If he remained secluded in his cultivation, even with the seed space, success was not guaranteed. Furthermore, the seed space required considerable investment, and should higher-tier techniques become available in the future, the cost would likely escalate. He resolved to venture forth in search of resources and exchange them for spirit stones. Qin Huaian committed himself to this decision. Having made up his mind, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Perhaps, from the moment he purchased the first map in the ghost market, his heart had already made the choice. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Qin Huaian began his cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, he understood that his training must not cease. Cultivation was an accumulation of effort, a gradual flow that could eventually form mighty rivers and seas. The following morning, a knock echoed from outside. Senior brother Qin, Lin Qingxian called out. I'm here. Qin Huaian opened the courtyard door, welcoming Lin Qingxian inside. Senior brother Qin, let us have breakfast together. Lin Qingxian, already quite familiar with Qin Huaian's humble abode, swiftly set the meal upon the stone table. Qin Huaian, feeling no need for formality after more than 2 years of companionship, joined her without hesitation. Senior brother Qin, have you entered the minor spirit domain? They conversed over their meal. After some contemplation, I have decided to venture in. Such opportunities are rare, Qin Huaian remarked. Indeed. I intend to enter as well, Lin Qingxian replied, her face lighting up at the thought of Qin Huaian's decision. How is your swordsmanship progressing, junior sister Lin? Qin Huaian inquired, aware that a solid foundation in her skills would afford her greater protection inside. My swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of its fundamentals. Recently, I conquered the 5th level of the trial tower, ranking 148, and have made it onto the Qi refining leaderboard, Lin Qingxian said with a hint of pride. Her achievement commendable given her Qi refining at the 7th layer. As they continued their meal, the table soon bore the marks of their hearty breakfast. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Brother Qin, Brother Qin. It was Wang Baol, who appeared visibly excited. Upon opening the door, Qin Huaian greeted him. Brother Qin, you're finally back. Wang Baol paused, noticing Lin Qingxian tidying up the dishes inside. Junior sister Lin is here too, huh? So, have you both been living together? He awkwardly chuckled. Senior brother Qin, I'll take my leave now, Lin Qingxian said, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Wang Bao's curious gaze, and after finishing her tidying, she returned to her own dwelling. What is happening here, Brother Qin? Wang Bao smirked. The food cooked by junior sister Lin was delightful. I teach her swordsmanship, and in return, she occasionally prepares meals for me, Qin Huaian explained. But let us not dwell on that. You came to discuss the minor spirit domain, didn't you? Wang Bao turned serious. Yes, Brother Qin. Are you planning to enter the minor spirit domain? Indeed, I intend to venture in. By the way, you've reached the 9th layer of qi refining? Qin Huaian expressed astonishment at Wang Bao's rapid progress. Well, it's not that quick. Do you remember Xiaoyi, who tested his spiritual roots with us? Of course, he was the one with the exceptional spiritual root, Qin Huaian recalled. Having been deeply impressed by the only practitioner of such caliber during their testing in Yintian Fangshi. It is said that he became a disciple of the sect leader and successfully established his foundation within a year. Wang Bao spoke enviously. That's remarkable. I remember he was around your age, Qin Huaian lamented. Yes, he had just begun his cultivation before the spiritual root test. Compared to true prodigies, my cultivation speed seems rather slow, Wang Bao reflected. Brother Qin, I wonder if there is something unusual about this opening of the minor spirit domain. It typically opens every 30 years, with a maximum advance of 1 or 2 years, yet this time it has opened 6 years early. Surely the sect will investigate thoroughly before allowing us entry. After all, if disciples at the late stage of qi refining were to perish inside, it would be a significant blow to the sect, Qin Huaian reasoned. Are you planning to enter? Absolutely. Such a grand opportunity cannot be squandered, Wang Bao declared with determination. Very well, let us proceed with caution once we enter. By the way, how is your cultivation of the Tianxing by Bian progressing? Qin Huaian inquired. After your guidance last time, Brother Qin, I've practiced diligently and have already reached a considerable level of proficiency. The two exchanged further insights on their cultivation before parting ways. In the following days, no one sought him out, allowing Qin Huaian to focus on his meditative practice. On one particular morning, as the dawn broke along the eastern horizon, Qin Huaian summoned Lin Qingxian to accompany him to the East Radiant Square. Upon arrival, a multitude had gathered, engaged in lively discussions about the minor spirit domain. Shortly thereafter, He Jiping and Elder Ming arrived, prompting the crowd to quiet down and direct their attention towards them. He Jiping addressed the assembly. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I trust you have all heard much about the minor spirit domain these past few days. Entering the minor spirit domain is fraught with danger. Many have not returned from previous ventures. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to do so. Once we reach Spirit Domain Mountain, there will be no opportunity to turn back. After a moment of silence, he continued, while the minor spirit domain is perilous, it also presents tremendous opportunities. Many among you will soar to great heights by acquiring sufficient fortune and resources within its confines. This time, Elder Ming and I will escort you from Dongxi Peak. Please follow me to the trial square, where we shall board the flying vessels alongside the disciples from other peaks. The entirety of the Huangshan Sword Sect had nearly 10,000 cultivators preparing to enter the minor spirit domain. By noon, they boarded 10 enormous flying vessels, each significantly larger than those Qin Huaian had previously traveled in, measuring over 100 feet in length. The vessel he was on could accommodate nearly 1,000 people without feeling cramped, as each had their own room. Once airborne, a venerable voice resonated throughout the vessel. Greetings, everyone. I am Elder Xie Qingchuan from the Pagoda Peak. Some of you may have a certain understanding of the minor spirit domain, while others may not. Allow me to outline some essential precautions for entering the minor spirit domain. The minor spirit domain is an independent realm, the origins of which remain shrouded in mystery. Having suddenly appeared in our cultivation world, its emergence has had a profound impact on our realm. Within it lies an abundance of rare materials and treasures, enabling numerous sects to thrive and expand their influence. Naturally, some sects attempted to monopolize the entrance to the minor spirit domain, leading to centuries of chaos before the current order was established. Each opening of the minor spirit domain is capped at 10,000 entrants. Our 7 great sects can each send a maximum of 10,000 disciples, while the remaining 30,000 slots are allocated to independent cultivators, smaller sects, and minor clans. Our extensive explorations have revealed that while the minor spirit domain is vast, not all areas are abundant in treasures. The sect will provide you with a map, recorded by disciples who previously entered, indicating potential locations of rare materials. This map is located in your cabin rooms. Any spiritual stones collected within the minor spirit domain belong solely to you. However, any spiritual herbs or medicines must be sold to the sect and will be managed uniformly. Rest assured, you will receive a satisfactory price. After all, you are the future of the sect, and it will not neglect you. A crucial reminder, within the minor spirit domain, do not harm fellow disciples. Those found guilty of such actions will face severe consequences from the sect. If you find yourselves with the strength to spare, I encourage you to assist one another. Moreover, the entry points within the minor spirit domain are randomized. A blue mark will appear on each person's wrist, and when it turns completely red, you will be automatically transported out. Generally, the duration of stay is around 3 months. Lastly, I wish you all good fortune. After the elder concluded his address, Qin Huaian picked up the map resting on the table in his room. The map was crudely drawn, merely outlining geographical descriptions and indicating possible locations of spiritual herbs. For instance, one might depict a mountain at a certain location within the image, providing a general description of its contours and the surrounding environment, while noting the potential presence of the rare xian fruit. Additionally, one might illustrate a lake encircled by 3 mountains, which has been graced by the emergence of the precious Xianxiaaudiobooks lotus on several occasions. The Xianxiaaudiobooks lotus, a highly coveted third-tier spiritual herb, significantly aids cultivators in achieving their core formation. Moreover, on the table lies a compendium of spiritual herbs. As many practitioners possess only a limited understanding of medicinal plants, Qin Huaian perused the tome, recognizing nearly all the herbs contained within. He tucked away the compendium and the map, dismissing further contemplation, and settled down to commence his daily meditation. 4 days later, the flying vessel descended gradually. The voice of Elder Xie Qingchuan from Baoda Peak resonated. The Lingyu Mountain has arrived. This is the residence of our Huangshan Sword Sect. You may freely explore or rest here. The teleportation portal will not fully open for another 5 or 6 days, so please ensure your timely return. Qin Huaian intended to take a stroll, and, upon opening his door, he encountered Lin Qingxian and Duan Muzhiqin approaching. They had boarded the vessel together, and their lodgings were not far apart. Brother Qin, are you going out for a walk? Lin Qingxian greeted him. Indeed. I wish to breathe in some fresh air after spending so many days on the vessel. Great, Brother Qin, let us venture out together. The vessel had landed in a valley surrounded by several towering mountains. This valley was not solely occupied by the Huangshan Sword Sect. Various other sects had established their residences here, alongside some smaller sections. The valley was currently bustling with activity, as numerous practitioners had set up stalls in the open space, seemingly thriving in their trade. At the end of the valley, a luminous curtain was slowly rotating. Brother Qin, is that the entrance to the minor spiritual realm? How magnificent! Lin Qingxian gazed in awe at the swirling light. Qin Huaian, equally mesmerized, noted that the curtain towered half a mountain high, with vibrant colors swirling within, exuding an otherworldly aura that seemed beyond human craftsmanship. Let us explore the valley, Qin Huaian suggested, observing the many vendors selling their wares. This area typically attracted sect disciples or relatively affluent loose cultivators, and there might be some valuable items to discover. In the central expanse of the valley, various stalls showcased an array of goods. Some offered elixirs, others spiritual talismans, and even materials for artifact crafting. Friend, would you like to purchase a few bottles of anti-miasma pills? There are many miasmic areas within the minor spiritual realm. They will surely prove useful. Each bottle is priced at 300 spirit stones. As Qin Huaian and his companions passed by, a vendor eagerly promoted his goods. Brother Qin, he's charging 100 spirit stones above the market price. Lin Qingxian whispered in his ear. It's understandable for such a venue to have inflated prices, Qin Huaian replied, deciding against the purchase, as the pills were merely first-tier elixirs. While they might be effective against ordinary miasma, they would be of little use against the more potent miasma that could threaten practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement. After perusing the stalls, Qin Huaian acquired some talismans and elixirs for precautionary measures before returning to the sect's residence. He and Wang Baol did not travel on the same vessel, nor did he seek him out, as they had previously discussed all pertinent matters. Upon entering the minor spiritual realm, they had agreed to leave behind some distinctive markers along their path. 6 days later, Elder Xie Qingchuan's voice echoed, "Disciples, follow me." Qin Huaian awoke from his meditation, realizing that the time for entry had finally arrived. He descended the vessel alongside Lin Qingxian and the others. The entrance to the minor spiritual realm appeared larger and more substantial than before. At that moment, a practitioner floated before the crowd, smiling as he addressed them. "Greetings. I am Duan Haoran of the Guiyuan sect. The early opening of the minor spiritual realm is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for you all. The realm is now officially accessible, with the passage remaining open for 12 hours. After this period, the portal will close, and entry will no longer be permitted. In 3 months, the realm will automatically transport you back to this valley. According to our predetermined order, the disciples from the 7 major sects will enter first, followed by the others in succession. Those wishing to enter must possess a token. Entry without one will result in execution." The prospect of entering filled Qin Huaian with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Lin Qingxian cast a glance at him, hesitating to speak. Chapter 57. Entering the minor spiritual realm. Observing Lin Qingxuan's evident tension, Qin Huaian reassured her. There is no need to be anxious, Xianxian. Upon entry, prioritize your safety. And only then seek out spiritual herbs. Yes, I understand, Brother Qin, she replied. It is time for us to enter. Let us proceed. The disciples of the Guiyuan sect were the first to step through, and although 1,000 disciples entered, the entrance was sufficiently spacious, allowing the Huangshan sword sect to follow after a brief wait. Taking a deep breath, Qin Huaian joined the procession of the Huangshan sword sect as they stepped into the curtain of light. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he found himself atop a small hill. Is this the minor spiritual realm? The concentration of spiritual energy here was double that of the outside world. A veritable paradise for cultivation. How wonderful it would be to remain here for continuous practice. However, he understood that this was an impossibility. Once the minor spiritual realm's closure time arrived, all practitioners would be transported back to the valley from which they entered. As Qin Huaian surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a blue, willow leaf-shaped mark on his left wrist. This was likely the mark Elder Xia had mentioned. Once it turned completely red, he would be teleported out. Scanning his vicinity, he found himself alone. The hill was lush with dense greenery, devoid of any significant trees. Ahead lay 2 connected peaks. Consulting the map, he discovered that neither the Huangshan sword sect's map nor the one he had purchased in the ghost market recorded this location. Employing his spiritual sense, Qin Huaian noted that within a 10-zhang radius, there were no visible spiritual herbs. Even within the minor spiritual realm, spiritual herbs were not simply abundant. They required searching for. Though it was generally easier to locate them than in the outside world, with many rare or even extinct herbs from the outside realm present. Otherwise, the major sects would simply provide their disciples with storage bags to collect the herbs. With the advantage of his spiritual sense, he would undoubtedly be able to search more efficiently than the average practitioner. After marking a large stone with a distinctive symbol, Qin Huaian proceeded toward the 2 peaks. Along the way, he discovered several ordinary first-tier spiritual herbs. However, after walking for an extended period, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He felt as though he had made no progress toward the peaks at all. Stopping in his tracks, he realized he might have encountered a wall of illusion, or perhaps become ensnared in a phantom array. Activating his perfected eye of insight, Qin Huaian scrutinized his surroundings, yet could discern nothing unusual. Continuing onward, he remained vigilant with his spiritual sense. Suddenly, he spotted a xian fruit tree, adorned with a dozen ripe xian fruits. As he approached, poised to harvest, he suddenly hesitated. Wait, I feel as though I am still within the illusion. Regaining his focus in that instant, a shadow surged into Qin Huaian's body. His vision darkened, and a phantom appeared in his sea of consciousness, lunging toward his spiritual essence. Possession? Qin Huaian immediately considered this possibility. With no time to ponder further, the shadow was upon him. It took the form of a serpent, rushing towards him with its maw agape, intent on devouring his spiritual essence. Qin Huaian was alarmed. The shadow's ferocity was overwhelming, and he had no experience in combat within his sea of consciousness. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst into the seed space. It was the mirror entity. The mirror entity struck out towards the serpent shadow with a powerful palm. Observing this, the serpent shadow immediately communicated telepathically, pleading, "Senior, spare my life." However, Qin Huaian had no intention of heeding its plea, for it had nearly consumed him moments earlier, leaving no room for mercy in his heart. "Senior, I am aware of the treasures hidden here. Allow me to guide you," the serpent shadow hastily transmitted. Just as the mirror entity was about to deliver a fatal blow, Qin Huaian conveyed a thought to it, urging, "Do not strike to kill just yet. Ease your force." The serpent shadow was then sent flying a considerable distance by the mirror entity's strike, dimming further in visibility, nearly fading from sight. "Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life." The serpent shadow hastily expressed its gratitude. "What a joke. Were you not just intent on devouring me? I never promised you mercy," Qin Huaian retorted through his thoughts. "Senior, I know of a spirit spring nearby. I can lead you there," the serpent shadow implored again. "How can I trust you?" Qin Huaian scoffed, feigning another strike. "Senior, I can transfer a wisp of my true spirit to you, allowing you to control me with your mind. A mere thought from you would shatter my soul," the serpent shadow proposed. "Oh, how does one control?" Qin Huaian inquired, unfamiliar with the intricacies of spirit control, uncertain of its feasibility. The serpent shadow quickly transmitted a simple incantation for spirit control. Qin Huaian was reluctant to fully trust the incantation provided by the serpent shadow. Initiating projection of the spirit control incantation. Consume 100 spirit stones for the mirror entity to project the spirit control incantation to the entry level, taking 1 hour. Consume 200 spirit stones to have the time. Choosing to expend 200 spirit stones for the projection, he thought, if the mirror entity successfully projects this, it should pose no issue. Half an hour later, Qin Huaian had successfully controlled the serpent shadow using the incantation. He realized that the serpent shadow had not deceived him. With a mere thought, he could extinguish its soul. Furthermore, once under his control, the serpent shadow was entirely subservient to Qin Huaian. Should the serpent shadow entertain thoughts of betrayal, or if Qin Huaian were to perish, it too would be obliterated. This incantation is quite effective, Qin Huaian mused. Now tell me, why are you here, and what motivated you to attempt my demise? He inquired, now facing the ethereal manifestation that had emerged from his consciousness. Master, I was once a sky-devouring python, but during my tribulation, I failed and somehow ended up in this space. After my failure, I was left with only my soul, which has become exceedingly weak. I have dwelled in this space for many years, discovering that every 30 years or so, a group of cultivators enters here. I set up illusion formations to lure these cultivators in, devouring their souls. Though they are merely low-tier cultivators, it has slightly bolstered my soul. I have been here for several hundred years until I encountered you, Master. Had I lacked certain extraordinary means, would I not have been devoured by you as well? Qin Huaian retorted. Forgive me, Master. I know of a spirit spring pool nearby. I can lead you there. Very well, but do not attempt any tricks, he warned. I dare not, Master. It lies that way. The serpent shadow indicated a direction. As Qin Huaian followed the direction pointed out by the serpent shadow, he suddenly heard the sounds of a skirmish nearby. We discovered this first. You disciples of the Guiyuan sect cannot bully the weak with your might. I can share some with you, but you cannot take it all. One voice declared. Haha, treasures rightfully belong to the worthy. How can one speak of theft? Another replied. Leave now, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Is my spirit spring already claimed? Qin Huaian pondered silently. Chapter 58, The Spirit Spring. The location pointed out by the sky-devouring python was precisely one of the twin peaks Qin Huaian had observed upon entering the lesser spirit domain. The voices he had just heard came from within a hollow of one of the peaks, obscured by a massive boulder. At that moment, Qin Huaian was hiding behind the boulder, listening to the conversation that emanated from the other side. After hearing their words, he paused, opting to assess the situation before proceeding. Scanning the area with his spirit sense, he discovered that the individuals were within his perceptive range. He discerned that one of the confrontational figures, a brash disciple of the Guiyuan sect, had achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Flanked by 3 uniquely attired cultivators, 2 at the 8th level of Qi refinement and 1 at the 9th. From their attire, it was evident that these 3 were not disciples of the Guiyuan sect, but rather members of a minor sect or clan allied with them. Opposing them were 2 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators and 2 8th-level cultivators, who did not appear to belong to any of the 7 major sections. 2 of them seemed injured, suggesting they had sustained wounds in prior encounters. One of the 9th-level cultivators remarked, "We have no intention of opposing the Guiyuan sect. The beast guarding the Tianquan flower was slain by us, and we paid a hefty price for it. There are 6 Tianquan flowers here. We can offer 3 to each of you, but if you insist on taking everything by force, none shall benefit." Look at us 4. Do you think 3 Tianquan flowers is sufficient to share? The disciple of the Guiyuan sect, brandishing a spear, arrogantly retorted. I said, you can either leave or die. Indeed, the Tianquan flower is a 3rd-tier spiritual herb, used in the creation of body reconstruction pills, capable of healing most external injuries. Its primary effect is the regeneration of severed limbs. Only cultivators who reach the nascent soul stage can achieve limb regeneration through their own cultivation and magical power. Thus, this herb holds immense value for those below the nascent soul stage. Yet Tianquan flowers have become nearly extinct in the cultivation world. As Qin Huaian contemplated this, the cultivators who had discovered the Tianquan flowers suddenly charged towards the 6 spiritual herbs, seemingly intent on snatching a few before fleeing. Charge! The disciple of the Guiyuan sect coldly commanded, leading the way to block their path. The disciple of the Guiyuan sect faced 2 opponents single-handedly, while the other 3 engaged in battle with the remaining 2. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was apparent, with the latter gradually falling to the advantage of the former. One of the injured 9th-level cultivators was suddenly struck by the spear of the Guiyuan sect disciple, blood spraying forth as his arm was severed at the root. Realizing the dire situation, the remaining cultivators turned to flee. Leave no survivors to prevent any information from leaking. The disciple of the Guiyuan sect bellowed as he pursued them. At that moment, Qin Huaian quietly circumnavigated the boulder and donned a black cloth to obscure his face. While Qi refinement cultivators could not detect one's spirit sense, covering his face offered a degree of concealment. As he approached the Tianquan flowers, he suddenly executed the perfected technique of the celestial transformation, darting forward like the wind. You dare! The disciple of the Guiyuan sect, noticing Qin Huaian's advance, swiftly turned to intercept him. Qin Huaian seized 3 Tianquan flowers in his grasp. Just then, gunfire erupted behind him. With a swift motion, He deflected the attack with his sword and, unyielding in his resolve, swiftly retreated into the distance. Due to Qin Huaian's remarkable speed, the entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. The disciple of the Guiyuan sect did not pursue him, but hurriedly returned to gather the remaining Tianquan flowers. Wary of further unforeseen events, Qin Huaian's decision to seize the Tianquan flowers stemmed from their rarity and high value. If those few cultivators managed to harvest them all, he would undoubtedly find it difficult to contend with 4 opponents alone, thus thwarting his chances of acquiring the Tianquan flowers. Little Python, you mean to say the spirit spring lies beneath where the Tianquan flowers grow, correct? Qin Huaian inquired as he ran. What do you mean, Little Python? The venerable swallowing heaven ancestor, with several millennia of cultivation, found himself unceremoniously referred to as a mere little python, much to his internal chagrin. However, the thought of this elder having manifested a second soul within the sea of consciousness sent a tremor through the swallowing python. The overwhelming pressure of that soul had been unparalleled, far surpassing that of a tribulation stage cultivator. This elder must undoubtedly be a transcendent figure who has undergone reincarnation or is experiencing the mortal realm, for otherwise, the esteemed swallowing heaven ancestor would not so readily bestow a fragment of his true spirit upon Qin Huaian. This notion flitted through the swallowing python's mind, and he hastily responded, "Yes, my master." Approximately 1 zhang beneath the ground, those individuals were merely qi refinement stage cultivators, lacking divine consciousness, and would not have detected anything. By the way, master, my name is Gu Ran, with the title Swallowing Heaven Ancestor. You may call me Gu Ran. Very well. Henceforth I shall refer to you as Little Ran, Qin Huaian replied nonchalantly. He had yet to determine how to deal with this swallowing python. Although he had already exerted control over it, he would not hesitate to eliminate it if it proved to be of no use. After all, it was a being of the tribulation stage. One could never be too cautious about potential backlash. For now, in this small spiritual domain, it seemed to hold some value. So he decided to keep it. Yes, master. I shall be called Little Ran, the swallowing python Gu Ran acknowledged, realizing that being referred to as Little Ran, albeit slightly awkward, was still acceptable for a being of his stature. After all, a grand tribulation ancestor being called Little Ran was not without its humor. And despite being under the control of another's soul, it demonstrated a certain adaptability, indicating that lingering was not advisable. Qin Huaian mused to himself, "Master, may I have a magical artifact to store my essence? Otherwise, my soul will be continuously depleted and soon become unsustainable," Gu Ran implored. "How about this?" Qin Huaian produced the exquisite flying sword gifted to him by He Jiping. "That will suffice." The swallowing python's essence swiftly entered the flying sword, reflecting upon the irony that a tribulation stage cultivator would one day find refuge within a mere artifact. Qin Huaian paid no mind to Gu Ran's thoughts and promptly stored the flying sword within his storage bag. Gu Ran's essence, now akin to the sword's spirit, could indeed be contained within the storage bag. He refrained from placing the sword within the seed space, as that was of great significance, and he wished to avoid drawing attention to it. Once secured, Qin Huaian sought refuge in a secluded forest, remaining cautious and not straying too far. As night fell, he surmised that the members of the Guiyuan sect had likely departed and stealthily returned to the vicinity of the mountain hollow. Approaching the hollow, he expanded his divine sense to meticulously survey the surroundings, discovering no one nearby. Only a few corpses lay scattered around, those of the 4 cultivators who had initially ventured forth. They had evidently been slain by the Guiyuan sect, their possessions presumably looted by the sect's cultivators. Chapter 59, Qin Huaian's Mining Pick. Qin Huaian retrieved a mining pick and began to excavate at the site where the Tianquan flower had once flourished. He had already utilized his divine sense to probe the area, noting that the depth of detection beneath the surface was only about 10% of what it could achieve above ground. Although he could not delve too deeply, he observed that the spiritual energy intensified the further he excavated. The mining pick was a relic from his days in Yuntian Market, and he had kept it in his storage bag, never anticipating its use in this moment. As the layers of earth were slowly unearthed, the spiritual energy became increasingly potent. Upon reaching a depth of approximately 1 zhang, a small stone cavern abruptly appeared, merely the size of a bowl, within which lay a spring of clear water radiating rich spiritual energy. A spiritual spring. Though Qin Huaian had never encountered one before, he recognized it immediately. The spring contained roughly 500 milliliters of water, and he produced a jade vial to collect the entirety of the spring, placing it into the seed space. With the removal of the spring, the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy quickly diminished. Qin Huaian continued to dig for a while longer, but only ordinary stones emerged, with no other remarkable features to be found. He then inquired of the flying sword, "Little Ran, how does one form a spiritual spring? Is there a possibility of encountering a spiritual stone mine below?" Master, spiritual springs are formed from the condensation of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, arising from unique celestial forces, and not due to the presence of a spiritual vein below. Therefore, typically, further excavation beneath a spiritual spring will yield no spiritual stone veins, Gu Ran conveyed. Why is this spring so diminutive? Qin Huaian pressed on. Master, spiritual springs vary in size depending on the celestial forces at play. Some may yield only a few drops of spiritual liquid, while others could form a small lake, Gu Ran elucidated. If I remove this spring, will it ever condense into a new one here again? Generally, no. The act of extracting the spring disrupts the celestial forces at this location, preventing any future condensation. Gu Ran replied. Understood. With that, Qin Huaian placed the flying sword back into his storage bag. The essence of Gu Ran within the storage bag felt exceedingly vexed, as he could no longer sense the external environment. Unconcerned with Gu Ran's feelings, Qin Huaian sought a concealed hollow and commenced the excavation of a small cave to take refuge within. The likelihood of encountering demonic beasts increased at night, and should he cross paths with a second-tier beast, it could prove quite perilous, as had been the experience of previous cultivators who ventured into this small spiritual domain. Though Qin Huaian had never seen a spiritual spring, he had heard of its remarkable properties. It was said that consuming its essence could significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. Inside the cave, Qin Huaian took a small sip of the spiritual spring, and the spiritual energy coursed through his body instantaneously. As he activated the perfected Tai True art, it rapidly transformed into his own spiritual power, flowing through his meridians and converging in his dantian. In the midst of meditative cultivation, time silently slipped by, and before long, dawn broke. Over the course of the night, Qin Huaian absorbed approximately 20 milliliters of the spiritual spring, resulting in a remarkable increase of 5 points in his cultivation progress. Since reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement, his advancement had slowed considerably, yet this night had seen a significant leap. At this rate, he would soon reach the coveted 100-point threshold, indicating the peak of Qi refinement. Of course, even upon attaining such a level, without the aid of a foundation establishment pill, successfully establishing a foundation remained a formidable challenge. Many cultivators found themselves perpetually stuck at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, unable to break through to foundation establishment throughout their lifetimes. Emerging from the cave, Qin Huaian resolved to continue his search for spiritual herbs, fully aware that amassing more resources was essential for his cultivation. This was, after all, his primary objective for entering the small spiritual domain. He wondered if the swallowing python possessed knowledge of additional treasures within this realm, considering he had resided here for centuries. Qin Huaian produced the flying sword once more. Little Ran, do you know where within this small spiritual domain I might find rare materials and treasures? I include even first-tier spiritual herbs in that inquiry. He added this clarification, concerned that Gu Ran's higher cultivation might lead him to dismiss first- and second-tier spiritual herbs as inconsequential weeds. Master, since entering this realm, my spirit has been too feeble, limiting my movements to the vicinity of these 2 peaks. In this area, aside from that small spring and a few third-tier spiritual herbs near it, there are only a handful of first- and second-tier spiritual herbs, not many in total, Gu Ran explained. Please indicate the locations of the nearby spiritual herbs. Following Gu Ran's guidance, Qin Huaian swiftly cleared the area surrounding the 2 mountains of spiritual herbs. In truth, there were not many, mostly first-tier herbs, with a total of 3 second-tier varieties, amounting to merely a dozen or so in total. These herbs were relatively common in the outside world, and not particularly rare. Once again, Qin Huaian placed the flying sword into his storage bag and departed from the vicinity of the 2 peaks. According to the experiences of predecessors, the search for spiritual herbs within the small spirit domain requires a certain finesse. Most spiritual herbs are typically found nestled among mountains, dense forests, and lakes, while they are rather scarce in the open wilderness. Following this wisdom, Qin Huaian focused his search primarily in these areas. After several days of exploration, he traversed numerous peaks and forests, successfully gathering a considerable amount of spiritual herbs. However, he had yet to encounter the coveted xianyang flower or xian fruit. Moreover, he became acutely aware of the vastness of the small spirit domain. Despite the entry of 100,000 cultivators, he had scarcely encountered any aside from the disciples of the Yuan sect he met previously. Even when he did spot other cultivators, they would typically keep their distance. It appeared that the cultivators entering this realm harbored significant wariness and preferred to avoid strangers whenever possible. As for the so-called map of the small spirit domain, it proved to be of limited utility unless one stumbled upon the notable geographical landmarks it depicted. Luck seemed to play a more prominent role here. Among the various maps he possessed, it was noted that the Qin Yun Valley was associated with the xianyang flower, and the Xixiang Peak was linked to the xian fruit. However, This did not guarantee that one could find these herbs there. It merely indicated that cultivators had previously succeeded in their searches. On one particular day, Qin Huaian spotted 4 towering peaks converging to form a narrow valley. Xixiang Peak. This was indeed the Xixiang Peak described in the map, and according to its records, there was a possibility of finding the xian fruit within the valley formed by these 4 mountains. Without hesitation, he made his way towards Xixiang Peak. Reasoning that the map's indication of previous successful foraging, there was a more reliable lead than aimlessly searching elsewhere. As he approached the Xixiang Peak, he noticed that the valley was already bustling with numerous cultivators. Upon entering the valley, he observed these cultivators engrossed in their own tasks, wielding swords, spears, and various weapons to dig into the ground. Could there be some treasure hidden beneath? Qin Huaian approached a cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and inquired, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. Might I ask what you are excavating?" The cultivator, recognizing Qin Huaian as a disciple of the Huangshan sword sect and unable to gauge his cultivation level, hurriedly replied, "Fellow cultivator, we are unearthing spiritual stones here. Everyone is digging for spiritual stones." Digging for spiritual stones? Qin Huaian mused, perplexed. To him, unless this place was a rich vein of spiritual stones, the effort spent digging for stones seemed far less rewarding than the pursuit of spiritual herbs. "You may not be aware," the cultivator excitedly explained, "but this is actually a spiritual stone vein, and there are high-grade spiritual stones here. Several cultivators have already unearthed top-quality stones." The prospect of high-grade spiritual stones was indeed astonishing. Their value was immensely greater than that of mid- and low-grade stones, offering far superior benefits for cultivation. It was no wonder that so many were laboring here. "Thank you, fellow cultivator," Qin Huaian said, and once more discreetly retrieved his trusty little pickaxe. Chapter 60, Resuming Old Trades. With pickaxe in hand, Qin Huaian surveyed his surroundings. The valley enclosed by the 4 peaks was filled with around 40 to 50 cultivators, all engaged in digging with their magical tools. Some worked alone, while others collaborated in small groups. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed as a cultivator detonated a fire blast talisman against the ground, creating a shallow pit. However, the ground was quite solid, and the explosion failed to yield a significant hole. The cultivator then began digging in the shallow crater. Despite the numerous cultivators present, the valley still felt spacious. Qin Huaian chose a spot slightly removed from the crowd to begin his excavation. This location was not arbitrary. He selected it because the vegetation seemed more lush than elsewhere. He felt that if the ground was rich in spiritual stones, the spiritual energy would be denser, thus fostering more vigorous plant growth, akin to where the Tianquan flower thrived above a spiritual spring. With a wry smile, Qin Huaian swung his pickaxe, never expecting to return to his old trade within the small spirit domain. He attempted to use his spiritual sense to probe the depths, but discovered it was only effective to a mere foot beneath the surface. Reluctantly, he began to dig with his pickaxe, and within the span of a single incense stick, he unearthed his first spiritual stone, merely a low-grade stone. Yet, he felt no disappointment. The rapid discovery affirmed that he was on the right track. As time passed, more individuals flocked to the valley. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "A high-grade spiritual stone." Qin Huaian turned to see a fortunate 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator who had unearthed a high-grade spiritual stone before the pit had even been fully excavated. However, the shout did not come from the cultivator himself, but from a group of newcomers who had just entered the valley. Without hesitation, one of them dashed toward the pit, brandishing a long sword in an attempt to seize the stone. The other newcomers quickly surged forward, and within moments, the cultivator who had unearthed the high-grade stone lay lifeless in a pool of blood. The newcomers were not united. They soon began to squabble among themselves. In mere moments, 2 more fell to the ground. The one who managed to grab the high-grade stone fled swiftly toward the valley's exit. The incident unfolded with startling suddenness and concluded just as rapidly, failing to stir much commotion in the valley. Instead, the remaining cultivators dug with renewed fervor. For the valley was expansive, and none knew where another high-grade stone might lie concealed. They all exerted themselves in their endeavors. Half a day passed, and Qin Huaian's pit had grown nearly a person's height. He had unearthed over 100 low-grade spiritual stones and several mid-grade ones. Though the haul was modest, he felt no discouragement. He recalled how it once took digging 100 pounds of copper or to exchange for a single low-grade stone. How fortunate it would have been to mine spiritual stones then. However, Qin Huaian's interest in typical spiritual stone mines had waned. He mused that a day spent mining was less rewarding than refining a batch of elixirs. Yet, the possibility of high-grade spiritual stones in this vein compelled him to test his luck. Just then, 4 cultivators approached the edge of Qin Huaian's pit, 3 at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and 1 at the 8th. As they neared, Qin Huaian had already sensed their approach. One of the 9th layer cultivators sneered, "Hey, kid, take the spiritual stones you've dug and scram." This pit belongs to us now. Qin Huaian sheathed his pickaxe, leaped from the pit, and regarded them coolly. Are you certain of that? The leader of the 9th layer cultivators snorted. Scram if you know what's good for you. With a slight smile, Qin Huaian suddenly activated his transformation technique and charged at the speaking cultivator. His exquisite flying sword was already in hand as he swung it toward the assailant. The leader remained unfazed. A massive axe materialized in his grip, and he swung it to parry Qin Huaian's sword. The other 3 cultivators rushed forward as well. Without reservation, Qin Huaian unleashed his sword intent. The sword traced a graceful arc, seemingly slow, yet incredibly swift. The axe, still gathering momentum, was unable to withstand the force, and the arm wielding it was severed cleanly. Qin Huaian had anticipated the cultivator's move the moment he swung the axe. The leader, filled with rage and disbelief, turned to flee. But Qin Huaian would not let this chance slip away. He surged forward, launching his flying sword, which pierced the cultivator's back with precision. To onlookers, it appeared as though the cultivator had succumbed to the sheer force of the flying sword. Yet the cultivator was acutely aware that this was certainly not the residual force of the flying sword. Upon hearing its whistling sound, he subtly twisted his body in an attempt to evade the fatal strike. However, the sword deftly followed his movements, altering its trajectory slightly. In the fleeting moment before the sword pierced his heart, the cultivator comprehended that it was manipulated by a consciousness, a faculty only possessed by those in the Foundation establishment stage. He turned. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Qin Huaian. You are, before he could finish his sentence. Qin Huaian swiftly approached and shattered his skull with a single palm strike. The entire sequence, from Qin Huaian lunging at the leading cultivator to the moment he pierced his heart, transpired in mere breaths. Qin Huaian paid no heed to the fallen body and, withdrawing the flying sword, turned to confront the 3 other cultivators rushing towards him. Witnessing Qin Huaian's swift dispatch of a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator, the 3 were filled with terror and instinctively prepared to flee. They were merely a makeshift team, lacking any sense of cooperation, each intent on their own escape. Observing their intent to flee, Qin Huaian employed the heavenly movement technique, instantly catching up to another 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator. This cultivator, singularly focused on escape, possessed little will to resist. Faced with Qin Huaian's strike imbued with sword intent, he hastily conjured a protective shield. Yet, the shield proved ineffective against Qin Huaian's sword intent. Crumbling upon contact. Following swiftly, Qin Huaian thrust again. The cultivator perceived the long sword, seemingly slow yet alarmingly swift, locking him in place, rendering him unable to evade. The sword tip pierced through his throat, and with a reluctant gasp, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Just as Qin Huaian was about to pursue the remaining 2, they, seeing him approach, dared not flee any longer, urgently exclaiming, Fellow Taoist, we were in the wrong. Let us cease this matter. We shall no longer disturb your efforts in mining spirit stones. Qin Huaian cast a cold glance at the 2. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you presume I am easy to converse with? With that, he swung his sword and charged forward. The 2, realizing the gravity of their situation, hastily brandished their magical artifacts and engaged in combat with Qin Huaian. Had they initially attacked him as a group of 4, they might have held their ground. However, now reduced to 2, Qin Huaian quickly gained the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly decapitated another 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator. Chapter 61, The Carefree Journey. The remaining 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator, stricken with terror at Qin Huaian's decisive actions, recognized his inability to contend and promptly discarded his storage bag and flying sword. Kneeling in supplication, Senior, spare my life. I possess a secret I can share. Qin Huaian paused, inquiring, Oh? Speak, and let us see if it suffices to buy your life. Senior, when I first entered the small spirit domain, I discovered a palace not far from my arrival point. The palace is protected by formations, and with my strength, I cannot approach it. However, with your profound cultivation, perhaps you could explore it further. As he spoke, the cultivator handed over a map depicting the route from the 4 Symbols Mountain to the palace, which lay nearly 10,000 miles distant. Qin Huaian examined the map, then collected the cultivator's storage bag and flying sword, stating, Begone, and do not let me see you again. Yes, yes. Thank you, Senior. The cultivator hurriedly stood and fled towards the valley's exit. Once the cultivator departed, Qin Huaian began to collect the storage bags from the corpses of the fallen. He then incinerated the bodies into ashes with a fireball technique. Master, why did you let him go? If such a person were to provoke me, the devouring celestial ancestor, I would have swallowed him whole. The consciousness of the devouring python within the flying sword transmitted its thoughts. If I were to act as you suggest, do you think you would still be able to reside within the sword and converse with me? Qin Huaian replied, Indeed, the master is pure-hearted and benevolent. Surely, he will ascend to the heavens and bless the world. Before the devouring python could finish, Qin Huaian had already returned the flying sword to his storage bag. The presence of the devouring python had thoroughly shattered Qin Huaian's lofty impression of the retribution cultivators. Ultimately, Qin Huaian was not a bloodthirsty individual. Having swiftly eliminated 3 ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivators had already served to instill a sense of dread among the surrounding cultivators, making it clear that he, Qin Huaian, was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the 8th-layer cultivator had relinquished his storage bag and revealed a secret, which was sufficient to spare his life. The palace mentioned by this cultivator had never appeared on any of the various maps, nor was there any record of such a structure within the small spirit domain. If, indeed, as the cultivator claimed, such a palace existed, it could potentially advance the understanding of the small spirit domain. The cultivation world remained largely ignorant of the sudden appearance of the small spirit domain, given that only Qi refinement cultivators could enter. Their lower cultivation levels rendered it challenging to glimpse the entirety of the domain. For thousands of years, a complete map of the small spirit domain had never been produced. The cultivation world speculated that the small spirit domain might be a naturally formed secret space, untouched by cultivators. However, if a palace truly existed, it would signify a matter of great import. The conflict between Qin Huaian and the 4 cultivators had concluded in a remarkably brief span. Other cultivators, witnessing Qin Huaian's instantaneous annihilation of several 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, were filled with fear. The remaining cultivators who had just entered the valley became markedly subdued, each selecting a spot to begin mining anew. Many who passed by Qin Huaian's mining site chose to circumvent it entirely. Returning to the mine, Qin Huaian retrieved his pickaxe, contemplating the matter of the palace as he dug. If, after 2 more days in this valley, he failed to unearth top-grade spirit stones or locate the purpline fruit, he would set forth in the direction of the palace. After all, he had no definitive direction within the small spirit domain, and could simultaneously search for spirit herbs along the way. Mining was an endeavor filled with both hope and monotony. Qin Huaian took out the flying sword, wishing to converse with the devouring python, a dignified tribulation stage cultivator who should possess numerous treasures. Master, are you mining for spirit stones? The devouring python inquired as it emerged from the storage bag. Indeed, it is said that top-grade spirit stones can be found here. Top-grade spirit stones? In my day? I discovered. Qin Huaian's dark expression silenced the devouring python immediately. Little python, I am but a mere Qi refinement cultivator now, whereas your very existence lies within the whim of this insignificant Qi refinement cultivator. Qin Huaian spoke with an air of indifference. Yes, a great journey begins with a single step. The master, starting from humble beginnings, shall surely soar to the heavens. The devouring python eagerly proclaimed. I summoned you to inquire whether, after thousands of years of cultivation, you have acquired any useful techniques suitable for a tribulation stage cultivator. Qin Huaian hastily interjected. Are you assessing my value to determine whether I should continue to exist? The devouring python pondered, astutely aware that without any worth, Qin Huaian might find it difficult to ensure its survival. Master, the techniques I have cultivated are innate secrets of my clan, suitable only for our kind. Humans cannot cultivate them, the devouring python transmitted. Have you truly not obtained any human techniques over the years? Qin Huaian pressed, unconvinced that the devouring python possessed no human techniques whatsoever. I have indeed acquired many, but they were unsuitable for my cultivation, so I neglected to study them. All those techniques were reduced to ashes along with my storage ring during the Thunder Tribulation. After a pause, the devouring python added, by the way, I recall one technique I obtained after devouring a human cultivator in the Great Ascension stage. It is suitable for both humans and many demon races. It is called the Carefree Journey, a profound movement technique that even greatly benefits me in the Tribulation stage, and I have learned it well enough to retain it. Oh, pray, tell me more. Qin Huaian was immediately intrigued. A technique that significantly aided in the tribulation phase must indeed be formidable, especially one that facilitates escape. However, this technique proved to be quite challenging to master. After intermittently practicing for over a century, I have yet to attain a level of great accomplishment. Master, I shall first impart this technique to you, and once you have grown stronger, you may study it further. As he spoke, the devouring sky python transmitted the essence of the celestial wanderer to Qin Huaian. By the time Qin Huaian had thoroughly memorized this technique, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Nearly an entire day had elapsed. He was profoundly astounded by this technique. His current movement method, the celestial steps, could only be utilized for running on the ground and short-distance leaps, proving ineffective against cultivators above the foundation establishment stage who could fly with swords. In contrast, the celestial wanderer was an exceptional technique, whether on land, in the air, or swimming through water. The technique's record stated that if cultivated to its utmost limits, one could traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, akin to the golden-winged great palm. It was said that the golden-winged Great Peng bore the bloodline of the divine beast Qinping. To Qin Huaian's knowledge, no golden-winged Great Peng had ever appeared in the cultivation world, let alone the Qinping. He pondered whether his mirrored self could deduce its capabilities. Just then, as he was mining, 3 spirit stones emanating a gentle white light suddenly appeared, rich and pure in spiritual energy. High-grade spirit stones. Qin Huaian instantly stored these 3 high-grade spirit stones into his seed space. However, it was already too late. The extraction of these stones had raised the local spiritual energy concentration slightly, alerting nearby cultivators. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, several figures materialized beside Qin Huaian's mine. Leading them was none other than a disciple of the Guiyuan sect, who had previously attempted to seize the Tianquan flower. It seems I have a connection with the Huangshan sort sect. Let us collect some interest from you. Hand over the high-grade spirit stones, and I shall grant you a swift end, declared the Guiyuan disciple coldly. Accompanying him were 5 other cultivators, 3 at the 9th level of Qi refinement and 2 at the 8th level, indicating an increase in their entourage. It appeared that this Guiyuan disciple had not recognized Qin Huaian. Without a word, Qin Huaian leaped from the mine and fled towards the valley's exit. Thinking of escaping, the Guiyuan disciple scoffed, lunging at him with a long spear. Qin Huaian raised his sword to parry, channeling his sword intent to block the spear's advance. The Guiyuan disciple's spear technique already bore a hint of lethal intent. Qin Huaian mused. As their weapons clashed, the Guiyuan disciple staggered back slightly. Seizing the moment, Qin Huaian accelerated his escape. Recognizing Qin Huaian's swordsmanship after their brief encounter, the Guiyuan disciple bellowed, "It's you. Pursue." The others quickly followed in pursuit of Qin Huaian. Chapter 62, Counterattack. Upon exiting the valley, Qin Huaian noticed the Guiyuan disciple and his companions in hot pursuit. "Master, that spear-wielding lad has already grasped a hint of spear intent," the devouring sky python warned telepathically. So he has already grasped spear intent, Qin Huaian thought to himself. No wonder he had not gained the upper hand during their clash. When battling those at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he had always dominated them with his sword intent. Yet against this Guiyuan disciple, he had not managed to gain any advantage after 2 exchanges. He could not allow them to close in on him simultaneously. If he were surrounded by a Qi refinement great perfection cultivator who had touched upon spear intent and several others at the 8th and 9th levels, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. Contemplating this, Qin Huaian quickened his pace, swiftly widening the gap between himself and the pursuers. "You all stay back. I'll accelerate to catch up," the Guiyuan disciple instructed his companions, applying his movement technique to close in on Qin Huaian. Seeing the Guiyuan disciple separate from the others and accelerate towards him, Qin Huaian thought to himself that his speed was not inferior to his own, making it difficult to shake him off. However, 1-on-1 was certainly preferable to 1-on-6. After leading the Guiyuan disciple on a chase for over an hour, Qin Huaian felt confident that the other 5 would not catch up anytime soon. He then pretended to be exhausted, consuming a true essence pill and gradually slowing his pace. The Guiyuan disciple, noticing Qin Huaian's deceleration, felt a surge of elation and quickened his own speed. As their distances closed, Qin Huaian suddenly unleashed a long-restrained fireball. "Oomph. A mere fireball?" The Guiyuan disciple scoffed dismissively. However, before he could finish his sentence, he sensed something was amiss. The fireball contained an overwhelming amount of spiritual power. He hastily activated his defensive artifact, forming a protective shield. When the fireball collided with the shield, it erupted violently, shattering the barrier into fragments. The Guiyuan disciple, too astonished to think, realized that in the moment the shield shattered, a blade of sword light imbued with intent was already upon him. He quickly brandished his spear to block. The collision forced the Guiyuan disciple back several paces, narrowly managing to fend off Qin Huaian's onslaught. Qin Huaian too felt the impact, being pushed back a few steps. After all, the Guiyuan disciple had reached the great perfection of Qi refinement, his cultivation surpassing Qin Huaian's, and his spear technique had already taken shape with hints of intent. He was indeed a formidable opponent. Arguably the strongest adversary Qin Huaian had faced thus far in the Qi refinement stage. After a brief pause, Qin Huaian wasted no time and pressed forward. He could not allow his opponent to seize the initiative, facing a long spear, which held an advantage against cultivators of the Qi refinement stage who could not manipulate their swords with divine sense. He was at a disadvantage. As Qin Huaian charged, the Guiyuan disciple's expression darkened. Having learned from their earlier clash, he no longer underestimated Qin Huaian. Although the latter's cultivation was inferior, he had already cultivated sword intent. The two soon became embroiled in a fierce battle. The Guiyuan disciple's movement technique was not significantly inferior to Qin Huaian's. It seemed to be of a higher grade. As Qin Huaian's celestial steps was merely a yellow-grade technique, and even at its perfected level, its upper limits would not be exceedingly high. Feeling a sense of urgency, Qin Huaian realized he could not prolong the fight. If the other cultivators caught up, his fate would be sealed. With a steely resolve, he intensified his assault, engaging in a reckless, life-or-death struggle. Soon, he bore several minor wounds while the Yuan disciple also suffered a few hits from Qin Huaian's strikes. Seizing an opportunity, Qin Huaian feigned a misstep, causing his flying sword to be knocked from his grip. The Yuan disciple, seeing Qin Huaian disarmed, immediately pressed forward, thrusting his spear. Qin Huaian deftly evaded the spear tip and, in a sudden motion, seized the shaft of the spear. At that moment, Qin Huaian's flying sword had yet to touch the ground. It suddenly reversed direction, hurtling towards the Yuan disciple's back. The Yuan disciple, taken aback by the unexpected maneuver, found himself unable to alter his forward momentum in time. The sword pierced through his heart in an instant. "You are a Foundation establishment cultivator." The Yuan disciple stammered in disbelief. Qin Huaian chuckled softly, "Guess." With his divine sense, he controlled the flying sword, shredding the disciple's heart. The Yuan disciple's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground. Qin Huaian, with no interest in explaining himself to the deceased, rummaged through the disciple's storage bag before incinerating the corpse with a fireball. He then swallowed a cultivation pill and a true essence pill, recuperating his injuries while hiding nearby. "If you wish to steal my possessions, you had best not follow me," Qin Huaian vowed silently. At this moment, several cultivators had already approached the location where the earlier battle had taken place. "Do you think Senior Brother Bai has caught up with that disciple from the Huangshan Sword Sect?" One cultivator inquired while running alongside the others. "No need to rush. Perhaps that Huangshan disciple has already fallen to Senior Brother Bai. He is, after all, the most formidable Qi refinement disciple of the Yuan Sect," replied another. "Indeed, Senior Brother Bai has reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm, and it is said that his spear technique has attained an unparalleled mastery. A mere 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator would pose no challenge to him," chimed in a third. As they conversed, they gradually drew near the site of the earlier confrontation. There are signs of a struggle ahead. Let us investigate," one of them suggested. At that moment, Qin Huaian, having slightly recovered from his injuries, concealed himself behind a large tree and overheard their chatter. "Where is Senior Brother Bai? He should have engaged that Huangshan Sword Sect cultivator here. Could it be that the cultivator managed to escape?" One of the group pondered, glancing around in confusion. Just then, Qin Huaian inadvertently caused a slight rustling in the underbrush. "Who goes there?" One of the 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivators called out when no one answered. "Perhaps it is a beast. I shall go check," he said, moving forward. "Let us accompany you," another 9th-layer cultivator replied. The two drew their weapons and cautiously approached the source of the sound. As they neared, Qin Huaian suddenly unleashed a perfected fireball technique toward one of them. Then, utilizing the heavenly transformation technique, he deftly brandished his flying sword, striking at the other. Taken completely by surprise, the 9th-layer cultivator lost his head to Qin Huaian's sword. The other was severely wounded by the explosion of the fireball. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Huaian turned and delivered a lethal blow, swiftly eliminating both 9th-layer cultivators. Before the remaining cultivators could react, Qin Huaian charged toward them. "Senior Brother Bai has not slain this one. Flee," the last 9th-layer cultivator exclaimed, turning to escape without a backward glance. The two 8th-layer cultivators were utterly terrified. If even a 9th-layer cultivator could be dispatched in an instant, they had no hope of survival and also fled in haste. Chapter 63, The Gold Belt of Murder and Arson. Qin Huaian would not allow them to escape. He hurled his flying sword, directing it with his consciousness to pierce through the back of the 9th-layer cultivator. Without retrieving the sword that had dispatched the 9th-layer cultivator, he produced another from his storage bag and advanced upon the two 8th-layer cultivators. Their speed and strength were in no way comparable to Qin Huaian's. They could not even utter a word before he decapitated them one by one. Once the last of them fell, a profound silence enveloped the world, leaving only Qin Huaian, who was panting heavily from exhaustion. Although the act of killing 5 was seemingly swift, it was due to Qin Huaian exerting his utmost effort, compounded by the immense spiritual energy he had expended in the prior battle. After a brief respite, he collected the storage bags of the fallen cultivators. Following a few fireball spells, there remained no trace of their existence in this world. Not lingering in the area, as dusk approached, Qin Huaian spotted a mountain in the distance and swiftly made his way towards it. Finding a secluded spot, he excavated a small cave and obscured the entrance with branches. He immediately sat cross-legged to recover his spiritual energy and tend to his injuries. This day marked the most harrowing experience Qin Huaian had faced since entering the small spiritual realm. The Yuan Sect cultivator had been the strongest opponent he had encountered. Had it not been for his mental acuity, the outcome might have been uncertain. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Huaian opened his eyes. Having fully restored his spiritual energy and healed his wounds, he laid out a collection of storage bags before him, which included those of the 4 cultivators who had initially intended to seize his mining site. as well as the bags belonging to the 6 members of the Guiyuan sect from the previous day. I had hoped to focus on searching for spiritual herbs in this small realm, but unexpectedly, I have been forced to take the lives of so many. Qin Huaian mused inwardly. As he contemplated, he began to examine the contents of the storage bags. Indeed, this is quite delightful. Among 10 storage bags, he found a plethora of spiritual herbs, mostly of the first and second tiers. Within the Guiyuan sect disciples bag, he discovered 3 additional Tianquanhua. None of the other bags contained any third-tier herbs. Additionally, there were numerous commonly used elixirs and talismans for Qi refinement practitioners, along with a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, Qin Huaian did not locate the movement technique he had witnessed from the Guiyuan sect disciple storage bag, leaving him uncertain whether it had been learned from the sect's library or imparted by another. Not dwelling on this, he began tallying his acquisitions of spirit stones. Within the Guiyuan sect disciples bag, he found over 70,000 spirit stones. The other 9 bags contained amounts ranging from several thousand to over 10,000 spirit stones. It was evident that disciples from major sects possessed far more resources. Compared to smaller sects or rogue cultivators, the disparity was significant. In total, he acquired nearly 160,000 spirit stones. Adding his own, aside from the 3 high-grade spirit stones, he now possessed an estimated 380,000 low-grade spirit stones. The gold belt of murder and arson. Naturally, as an alchemist, he already owned a gold belt. Over the past few days, Qin Huaian had been practicing in the spiritual spring at night and searching for spiritual herbs by day. His progress in the 9th layer of Qi refinement had reached 37,100. He decided to cultivate for a while longer before continuing his search for herbs, as the small spiritual realm was fraught with danger. He had considered himself among the most skilled cultivators due to his agility and swordsmanship. Yet he was taken aback by how closely he matched even the disciples of major sections. I must first enhance my cultivation. Within that temporary cave, Qin Huaian and his mirror image diligently practiced. After 10 days, just as his spiritual spring was nearly depleted, he realized his spiritual energy had ceased to grow. Opening his data panel, he noted, cultivation level, Qi refinement, 9th layer 100, 100. Perception, early stage 41, 100. Techniques, Imu Xinjue, perfection. Duan Xinju, major achievement. Can be optimized. Fireball technique, perfection. Lingmu technique, perfection. Tianqing Bian, perfection. Sword intent, minor achievement 7, 100. Skills, first tier alchemist, recovery pill, minor achievement 30, 100, can be deduced. Break Yuan pill, major achievement, can be optimized. Cultivation pill, minor achievement 5, 100. At this juncture, his progress in the 9th layer of Qi refinement had reached 100, 100. Signifying his attainment of the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Without breaking through the foundational bottleneck, further advancement would be challenging. Although his cultivation speed was rapid, the consumption was significant. Such a vast quantity of spiritual springs might suffice to elevate a talented cultivator from the first to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Yet, he had merely progressed from the 9th layer to the pinnacle. The efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy could not compare to that of cultivators with superior spiritual roots. However, Qin Huaian felt a sense of satisfaction. From being a small rogue cultivator in Yuntian Fangshi to reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement in such a short time. It was not solely due to ample resources, but also a testament to his extraordinary comprehension. Qin Huaian silently calculated that it had been 19 days since he entered the small spiritual realm. The blue mark on his wrist, shaped like a willow leaf, had begun to turn a slight shade of red. At that moment, he recalled a mysterious level technique he had obtained from the 3rd floor of the East Qi Peak Library. The power expansion technique. This technique allowed cultivators to compress their internal spiritual energy and further expand the capacity of their dantian. The compression of spiritual energy results in a denser manifestation, allowing for a greater accumulation within the dantian, thereby rendering one significantly more powerful compared to peers of the same cultivation level. The energy accumulation and expansion technique possesses a particularly vital function. The compression of spiritual energy enhances the likelihood of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. However, this technique is not widely practiced among cultivators. On one hand, this mysterious level skill is notoriously difficult to master. On the other hand, expanding the dantian leads to a slower cultivation pace. Many cultivators may devote their entire lives without reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement. For those who undertake the energy accumulation and expansion technique, the distance to foundation establishment becomes even more daunting. Yet, for exceptionally talented cultivators with high comprehension and innate abilities, mastering this technique is undoubtedly advantageous. They typically receive significant support from their sects, ensuring they lack for cultivation resources. With an expanded dantian, their spiritual energy becomes deeper and more profound, surpassing their contemporaries. Thus, Qin Huaian is exceptionally well suited for this technique. However, as thoughts of the carefree journey and the pursuit by disciples of the Guiyuan sect crossed his mind, Qin Huaian gritted his teeth. Initiate the carefree journey. Consumption, 200,000 spirit stones. The mirrored body can bring the carefree journey to an introductory level in 1 year, or 400,000 spirit stones to have the time. Goodness, what a divine technique. The divine forging technique only requires 10,000 spirit stones to reach the introductory stage, yet the threshold for the carefree journey is exceedingly high. However, recalling that the tribulation stage's sky-devouring python took over a century to achieve mastery, he felt somewhat at ease. Well then, I shall first initiate the energy accumulation and expansion technique. Once I exit the small spiritual domain and acquire sufficient time and resources, I will then pursue the carefree journey. The heavenly transformation should suffice for now. Initiate the energy accumulation and expansion technique. Consumption, 1,000 spirit stones. The mirrored body can bring the technique to an introductory level in 2 days, or 2,000 spirit stones to have the time. He opted for the 2,000 spirit stones for initiation. Qin Huaian instructed the mirrored body to begin the application of the energy accumulation and expansion technique, then stepped out of the small cave. Chapter 64, The Lake in the Forest. Upon exiting the cave, Qin Huaian oriented himself and, guided by the map provided by an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, proceeded towards the unknown palace. His escape from the Four Symbols Mountain had taken him in a direction opposite that of the palace, which lay to the northeast. While he had fled southward, Qin Huaian was in no rush to reach the palace. Uncertain if he would find spiritual herbs or other benefits nearby, he intended to search for spiritual herbs along the way. A day later, an epiphany surged into his mind. He had successfully grasped the introductory level of the energy accumulation and expansion technique. At that moment, he was in a lush forest searching for spiritual herbs. After receiving the insight, he discovered a towering tree with a diameter of 3 or 4 zhang and a height of 40 to 50 zhang. Qin Huaian flew his sword to the midpoint of the trunk and carved out a hollow. Settling inside, he meticulously reviewed the energy accumulation and expansion technique in his mind. At the introductory level, this technique could expand the Dantian's capacity by 10%, while compressing the spiritual energy within could increase its intensity by an equivalent 10%. He began to circulate the technique, watching as the spiritual energy within him gradually solidified and the Dantian expanded incrementally. Once the energy could no longer be compressed and the Dantian could not be further enlarged, Qin Huaian opened his eyes. It was now evening. Checking his status panel, he noted that his cultivation level had reverted to 82,100, meaning he had fallen back to the 9th layer of Qi refinement from the pinnacle. Yet, he showed no signs of disappointment. Rather, he appeared slightly exhilarated. Although his level had decreased, his strength had not diminished in the slightest. This technique was extraordinarily powerful. The Dantian's capacity had expanded by 10%, and the intensity of the compressed energy had similarly increased. If he were to cultivate again to fill his Dantian to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, his strength would exceed his previous capabilities by over 20%. Without hesitation, Qin Huaian consumed a mouthful of spiritual spring and directed both his original and mirrored bodies to operate the Imu True technique, commencing his cultivation. 2 days later, his cultivation returned to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, although his spiritual spring had been nearly depleted. Sensing the formidable Dantian, Qin Huaian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initiate the energy accumulation and expansion technique. Consumption, 2,000 spirit stones. The mirrored body can bring the technique to proficiency in 4 days, or 4,000 spirit stones to have the time. He opted for the consumption of 4,000 spirit stones for proficiency. Qin Huaian leaped from the hollow and continued his search for spiritual herbs within the expansive forest. This forest was vast, and he had seen references to it on the Huangshan Sword Sect's map, labeled as the Tian Forest, symbolizing peace and tranquility. However, this name merely reflected the desires of cultivators. The forest was anything but serene. Rich in spiritual herbs, the Tian Forest was also teeming with demonic beasts, predominantly first-tier creatures. Though second-tier beasts were occasionally encountered, Qin Huaian treaded carefully, generally avoiding any sight of demonic beasts from a distance. Yet, he did encounter a first-tier shadow leopard while harvesting a second-tier spiritual herb. The leopard, having just entered the late first tier, was swift but ultimately no match for Qin Huaian, who soon dispatched it with his sword. Over the next few days, he collected a substantial number of first and second-tier spiritual herbs. While none were particularly rare, their quantity was significant. After 3 more days, Qin Huaian opened his eyes in a hollow once again, having reached proficiency in the energy accumulation and expansion technique, allowing him to compress his internal spiritual energy further. once again expanding his dantian by 10%. Rather than exiting the hollow, he took out a piece of top-quality spirit stone to begin his cultivation. The purity of spiritual energy within top-quality stones made them easier to absorb. Though not as rapid as using spiritual springs, they were still considerably faster than medium-quality stones. 3 days later, his dantian was once again filled with spiritual energy. Assessing his strength, he realized he was now nearly 15 times more powerful than before he began cultivating the energy accumulation and expansion technique. At this point, he had consumed 2 of his 3 top-quality spirit stones, leaving only 1 remaining. Resources deplete too quickly. The energy accumulation and expansion technique is indeed unsuitable for impoverished cultivators. Qin Huaian mused quietly. On this day, he had consumed 8,000 and 16,000 spirit stones respectively, advancing the energy accumulation and expansion technique to the great accomplishment level. He had also exhausted his last top-quality spirit stone. At this moment, his cultivation level stood at 83, 100 in the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Yet his spiritual energy had become increasingly solidified, rendering his true strength approximately 18 times that of his pre-technique state. Should he fully saturate his dantian and cultivate again to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, his strength would exceed twice that of his original capabilities. However, he had now run out of spiritual springs and top-quality spirit stones, meaning further cultivation would rely solely on time for gradual improvement. As the spiritual energy within his dantian grew denser, his cultivation speed had also slowed compared to before. The spiritual density within the small spiritual domain was double that of the outside world. Through days of cultivation, Qin Huaian discovered that if both his original and mirrored bodies cultivated simultaneously within the small spiritual domain, he could increase his progress by approximately 1 point every 6 days. Of course, his original body still needed to forage for spiritual herbs, making continuous simultaneous cultivation impossible. After a brief calculation, he realized that it had been 48 days since he entered the small spiritual domain, and he had spent nearly a month in the Qin forest. More than half of the willow leaf-shaped mark on his wrist had turned red. Qin Huaian decided to exit the Qin forest and explore the location of the unknown palace. Exiting the Qin forest and making his way to the palace would require several days. Selecting a direction, he began his journey out of the Qin forest. Not long after, he suddenly spotted a lake in the forest, approximately 100 zhang in diameter. The lake glimmers like a verdant gem nestled within the heart of the forest, exuding an aura of tranquility and mystery. At its center lies a small island, approximately 4 to 5 zhang in circumference. This lake is not recorded on the maps of the Huangshan Sword Sect. However, Qin Huaian does not allow the serene beauty of the scene before him to dull his vigilance. He intends to search the lakeshore. For the most abundant spiritual herbs in the small spiritual domain typically flourish near mountains, forests, and lakes. At that moment, Qin Huaian's gaze is drawn to a lotus flower blossoming on the small island in the lake. 1, 2, 3, 9. There are a total of 9 purple leaves on the lotus's stem. The 9-leaf lotus. This rare third-tier spiritual herb holds significant benefits for foundational cultivators seeking to form their core. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Huaian carefully observes the lakeshore. Noting the absence of any demonic beasts. Might there be any lurking beneath the water? He tosses a few stones onto the lake's surface, causing a great splash. As the water gradually settles, there is no sign of disturbance around. Determined, Qin Huaian resolves to seize this treasure, for it would be a grave misfortune to let it slip away. He activates a Vajra talisman and silently gathers energy for a fireball spell. Leaping onto his flying sword, he swiftly soars toward the island's center. Chapter 65, 9-leaf lotus. The lake is small, and within a few breaths, Qin Huaian reaches the island. Hastily grasping the 9-leaf lotus and preparing to depart. Just then, an icy arrow suddenly shoots forth from a nearby earthen burrow at the island's edge. Qin Huaian swiftly turns and slices the arrow in half with his sword. As he approached the island, he had fully extended his consciousness, remaining alert to any unusual movements in the vicinity. When the icy arrow was launched, the burrow was exposed, revealing a serpent concealed within, a second-tier early-stage demonic beast, the silver-ringed water snake. At the same time, Qin Huaian notices that the silver-ringed water snake appears to be undergoing a transformation. It is in the process of shedding its skin, having just discarded the last segment as it shot the icy arrow. Qin Huaian ponders. No wonder the silver-ringed water snake did not react earlier during his probing. It is at its most vulnerable during the shedding process. Witnessing the silver-ringed water snake launch an icy arrow, it prepares to pursue him from its burrow. Without hesitation, he hurls the gathered fireball toward the snake, disregarding whether he hits or not, and escapes toward the lakeshore. Even though the silver-ringed snake is weakened during its shedding phase, it is still a second-tier beast, and Qin Huaian doubts his ability to defeat it in that state. As the fireball nears the silver-ringed water snake, it erupts, releasing a tremendous surge of energy. An ice shield quickly rises before the snake, but being in a weakened state, the shield shatters almost instantly. The remnants of the fireball wash over the silver-ringed water snake, transforming its silver markings to a deep black. The serpent hisses furiously, and a torrent of water swirls around it, restoring its color to its original state. In an instant, it darts after Qin Huaian, its intelligence rivaling that of a human. It has guarded the 9-leaf lotus for over a decade, having discovered it when it bore only 8 leaves. Now, as the lotus finally blooms, it coincides with the snake's shedding period. After years of tranquility, it is unexpected that its treasure would be snatched away at the last moment. Qin Huaian sees the silver-ringed water snake gliding through the water, quickly closing the distance between them. Everything unfolds in the blink of an eye. At this rate, he would undoubtedly be caught before reaching the shore. Not yet having truly entered the foundation establishment stage, his speed on the sword is far inferior to that of his agile movements on land. As the snake approaches, Qin Huaian gathers his spiritual energy and unleashes a small-scale sword intent toward the silver-ringed water snake. Another ice shield rises before the serpent, but in its weakened state. It cannot withstand the might of Qin Huaian's sword intent, which shatters it instantly, forcing the snake back a short distance. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Huaian leaps to the lakeshore and employs his agile movement technique to escape into the distance. Though the silver-ringed snake has been struck, it is uninjured, merely momentarily slowed down. Seeing Qin Huaian reach the shore, it quickly swims after him, with his spiritual energy significantly enhanced. Qin Huaian's speed after deploying his movement technique is remarkable. The silver-ringed water snake, still in its weakened state, is far less formidable on land than in the water. Gradually, Qin Huaian's figure fades from its sight. In the distance, he hears an enraged hiss. Not daring to pause, he continues his rapid retreat. After several hours of running, the sky begins to darken. Sensing that the silver-ringed water snake is likely out of pursuit, he searches for a large tree and burrows into a hollow within. It was perilously close. Had the silver-ringed water snake not been in its vulnerable shedding phase, and had he not made progress in his own strength, he might have met his end there. Qin Huaian reflects silently, acknowledging the need for greater caution in his endeavors. He refrains from immersing himself completely in cultivation, maintaining vigilance throughout the night as his consciousness periodically sweeps the surroundings. The following morning, he resumes his journey toward the outskirts of the Tian forest. Days later, he finally emerges from the forest, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Excitement stirs within him again, the legendary 9-leaf lotus. The total value of all the spiritual herbs he has collected since entering the small spiritual domain pales in comparison to this singular treasure. If he were to trade the 9-leaf lotus for foundation establishment pills, he wonders how many he could procure. However, such a rare spiritual item is not something he would exchange lightly. Possessing the seed space, he is confident that he will eventually reach the golden core stage. Qin Huaian carefully places the 9-leaf lotus into his seed space. Upon acquiring this space, he had tested its limits, discovering that living animals cannot be stored within, while plants can be preserved indefinitely in their original state, neither wilting nor growing. If the spiritual herbs could thrive within the space, it would be akin to possessing a mobile herb garden. Alas, even the most common weeds cannot flourish in such conditions, let alone the demanding and resource-intensive spiritual herbs. With these thoughts cast aside, Qin Huaian finds his bearings and heads toward the unknown palace. Along the way, he traverses several peaks, adopting a mindset of opportunism, collecting numerous spiritual herbs during his search. As he approaches the unknown palace, he encounters an increasing number of cultivators. Most of them exhibit wariness, keeping a watchful eye on one another. At last, he meets a Qi refinement 9th-layer cultivator clad in the attire of an inner disciple of the Huangshan Sect. He approaches and inquires, "Greetings, esteemed brother. I am Qin Huaian, a disciple from the outer sect of Dongxi Peak. May I ask where all these individuals are headed?" The inner disciple, upon hearing Qin Huaian's introduction and recognizing their shared level of cultivation, responds courteously, "Greetings, Qin disciple. I am Lin Lizzie from Rongqing Peak. Are you not aware? It is said that within the small spiritual domain, a grand palace has appeared, and the spiritual energy surrounding it has recently surged, potentially heralding some opportunity or treasure. Many, including myself, are eager to test their luck. Thank you for the information, Brother Lin. I had heard of the palace's emergence, but I was unaware of the recent intensification of the surrounding spiritual energy. Shall we proceed together? Qin Huaian suggests. Certainly. As fellow disciples, there is no need for formality. Lin Lizzie replies. At this point, they are already quite close to the palace, and the two companions make their way toward the enigmatic structure. Upon their arrival, Qin Huaian is left in awe. The majestic palace rises from the earth, its pinnacle piercing the clouds. The structure is colossal, sprawling across a vast expanse of land, occupying dozens of li. The grand gates of the palace soared dozens of zhang high, shrouded in swirling mist that imparted an air of magnificence and mystery. It was a rare sight to behold so many cultivators gathered, thousands of them, before the palace entrance, an unusual occurrence in the typically secluded realm of the small spirit domain. As Qin Huaian approached the palace, he discerned that the concentration of spiritual energy here was at least 50% greater than in other locales, intensifying with proximity to the palace itself. At that moment, Lin Lizzie remarked, "Junior brother Qin, over there are disciples from the Huangshan Sword Sect." They made their way over, discovering that a group of over 20 disciples from the Guiyuan Sect were embroiled in a heated debate with more than 10 from the Huangshan Sword Sect. "Yi Tianming, where is my Guiyuan Sect junior brother Zhang Yan?" One of the Guiyuan disciples inquired, his tone accusatory. "I saw you enter a mountain peak together, yet you emerged alone." How would I know? The small spirit domain is rife with ferocious beasts. If he cannot return, that is his fate, retorted a handsome disciple from the Huangshan Sword Sect, smiling disingenuously. "This is Yi Tianming, my senior brother, currently ranked first in our Sect's trial tower. And he is the most formidable disciple of the Rongqing Peak during the Qi refinement stage," Lin Lizzie whispered to Qin Huaian. Unfamiliar with Yi Tianming, who had only recently ascended the ranks, Qin Huaian recalled that his previous visit to the trial square had not yet seen Yi Tianming's name among the rankings. "Zhang Yan is the favored heir of the Grand Elder of my Guiyuan Sect. It would be prudent for you to distance yourself from this matter," Zhang Chufeng from the Guiyuan Sect threatened. "Of course, I have no involvement. He is hardly a paragon of beauty. I, Yi Tianming, am only interested in matters concerning beautiful individuals," Yi Tianming replied with a nonchalant smile. Noticing Lin Lizzie and Qin Huaian approaching, Yi Tianming greeted them warmly. "Junior brother Lin, you've come as well. And who might this junior brother be?" "Qin Huaian, a disciple from the outer sect of Dongxi Peak." Qin Huaian introduced himself with a respectful clasp of his fists. "Ah, so junior brother Qin hails from Dongxi Peak. I was a disciple of Dongxi Peak in the previous session, entering the inner sect during the first grand competition," Yi Tianming exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Yi senior brother, what troubles are they causing?" Qin Huaian inquired, glancing at the Guiyuan disciples with curiosity. "Just a bunch of worthless troublemakers," Yi Tianming scoffed, casting a disdainful look at the Guiyuan disciples. "Yi Tianming, who do you refer to as worthless?" Zhang Chufeng shouted in indignation. "Whoever responds is indeed the one addressed," Yi Tianming replied, his smile unfazed. Qin Huaian grasped the situation. He had gleaned from the library that the Guiyuan sect was currently the most formidable among the 7 great sects. In contrast, the Huangshan Sword Sect, once vastly superior, had diminished in power over the past millennium, while the Guiyuan sect had ascended rapidly. For centuries, the Guiyuan sect had covertly suppressed the Huangshan Sword Sect, resulting in a tumultuous relationship between their disciples. At that moment, a disciple from the Guiyuan sect whispered something into Zhang Chufeng's ear, casting a glance at Qin Huaian. Zhang Chufeng's expression shifted subtly as he regarded Qin Huaian, aware of Bai Jinglin's prowess. However, with Qin Huaian's presence and Bai Jinglin's conspicuous absence, a trace of doubt crept into his mind. "Did my Guiyuan sect's Bai Jinglin leave the Four Symbols Mountain alongside you?" Zhang Chufeng queried. Alas, the gossip has turned personal, Qin Huaian thought, cursing inwardly. With many witnesses present, he knew this matter could not be concealed. "What do you mean by me leaving with him from the Four Symbols Mountain?" There were hundreds of cultivators present. They should all be well aware of the events that transpired. "It was your Guiyuan sect's Bai Jinglin, accompanied by 5 other cultivators, who attempted to seize the spiritual stones I unearthed. I had no choice but to flee from the Four Symbols Mountain, while Bai Jinglin and his cohort relentlessly pursued me. Had I not fortuitously escaped, I might have perished at the hands of your Guiyuan sect's minions," Qin Huaian declared loudly. "Humph, boy, do not speak recklessly. If Bai Jinglin truly wished to kill you, would you have escaped the Four Symbols Mountain?" Qin Huaian scoffed, choosing not to engage further. Such verbal sparring was futile. He aimed to clarify that he was the victim in this scenario. Surely, no one would believe that he had single-handedly taken on 6 of them. Yi Tianming scrutinized Qin Huaian again, noting the fury etched across his face. "Haha, junior brother Qin, should you encounter such scoundrels as Bai Jinglin again, I shall gladly avenge you," he jested. Diverting from the previous topic, Qin Huaian inquired, "Yi senior brother, might there be any mysteries surrounding this palace?" Upon hearing Qin Huaian mention the palace, Yi Tianming adopted a more serious demeanor. "We have lingered here for 3 days, and I have circled the palace several times. This palace boasts but one entrance. The remaining periphery is fortified by towering walls. Along these walls, no matter the location, formidable formations stand guard, preventing us Qi refinement practitioners from drawing near. The level of these formations is beyond our capability to breach. Since 2 days ago, the spiritual energy surrounding the palace has inexplicably intensified, and its potency continues to rise. Presently, we all await around this palace, perhaps in hopes of uncovering some opportunity. Qin Huaian glanced around the palace gates and the surrounding walls, observing that many cultivators had already settled into meditation, eager to absorb the rarefied spiritual energy. At that moment, Qin Huaian suddenly spotted a multitude of ferocious beasts approaching from a distance. The other cultivators soon noticed as well, causing a ripple of unrest within the crowd. Alarm bells rang in Qin Huaian's mind. If the beasts had sensed the surge in spiritual energy, they would instinctively converge upon this location. If only first-tier beasts approached, it would be manageable. However, should second-tier beasts join them, their fate would be dire. Many had foreseen this and began to retreat from the palace. Yet it appeared that it was too late. The beasts surged closer, reminiscent of a tide of fury. "Let us scout another direction," Yi Tianming urged quietly, his expression grave, shedding any previous levity. Qin Huaian and the other disciples of the Huangshan sword sect followed Yi Tianming as they sprinted towards another side of the palace. The Guiyuan sect disciples were not idle either, hastening in the same direction. The palace stretched for dozens of miles, and soon they beheld yet another dense throng of beasts barreling toward them. As the beasts drew near, a single charge would bring them to the palace walls. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, a cultivator raised a massive blade and charged at the beasts. Qin Huaian felt a deep sense of frustration. Having encountered a beast tide during mining in the past, he now found himself facing one yet again while harvesting herbs in the small spirit domain. This beast tide had come rather abruptly. Previous accounts from cultivators entering the small spirit domain had never documented such occurrences. Qin Huaian pondered whether this was not a true beast tide, but merely the beasts sensing the increase in the palace's spiritual energy, coming to bask in its essence. If human cultivators refrained from provoking these approaching beasts, could they coexist peacefully, each engrossed in their own cultivation? Chapter 67. The 1,000 Steps Before Long. Qin Huaian realized that he had overthought the situation. The demonic beasts were not merely drawn to the spiritual energy. Instead, they were targeting the cultivators surrounding the palace. The cultivators who had rushed out moments ago were soon met with the relentless onslaught of the foremost demonic beasts. The unfortunate cultivator didn't even have time to resist before being trampled underfoot, crushed beyond recognition. Witnessing this, the remaining cultivators hastily drew their weapons. The clash between the vanguard of the demonic beasts and the human cultivators erupted into a fierce battle, as these beasts clearly had their sights set on the cultivators. Qin Huaian took a slight step back. Although his strength had surged considerably, he understood the necessity of avoiding direct confrontation with such a multitude of beasts. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as the front line succumbed to the initial wave of the beasts, resulting in the swift demise of many cultivators. Qin Huaian noted that the advancing beasts were all first tier, though they were late-stage entities. He felt a flicker of relief. At least they had the potential to fight back. Drawing his flying sword, he prepared to search for an opportunity to break free. At that moment, the ancient python residing within the sword spoke. Where's this place? This palace seems somewhat familiar. Qin Huaian's eyes brightened. Little python, do you recognize this palace? My physical form was obliterated during the thunder tribulation, and my spirit was gravely wounded, causing me to lose many memories. However, I can discern that this palace is undoubtedly extraordinary. That goes without saying. It is indeed remarkable. Qin Huaian mused silently. Although the python currently resided within the sword, its power was negligible, rendering it incapable of assisting Qin Huaian in any meaningful way. Almost like a freeloader. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts had reached Qin Huaian. Without hesitation, he brandished his sword and charged forward. Yi Tianming, Lin Lizzie, and others were already engaged in combat with the beasts. Cultivators fell one after another beneath the relentless assault of the demonic beasts. Qin Huaian employed the technique of heavenly movement, weaving through the chaos of battling beasts and cultivators. His current strength was approximately 18 times that of an ordinary perfected chi-refining cultivator. Against these late-stage first-tier beasts, he could dispatch them with just a few exchanges. The demonic beasts seemed inexhaustible, charging forth in waves. Qin Huaian initially intended to exploit a weakness, similar to his encounter with the Silver Moon Wolf, to break through. However, he quickly discovered this task was far from simple. All the beasts were late-stage first-tier, and their numbers were overwhelming. Whenever Qin Huaian prepared to make his escape, a particularly powerful beast would invariably obstruct his path. He swung his sword tirelessly, losing count of how many beasts he had slain. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and a voice resonated. 10 demonic beasts have been slain. You have entered the 1,000 steps. His surroundings brightened once more, revealing a mountain crowned with an immense staircase, numbering 1,000 steps leading to its summit, where a grand stone tablet stood. The 1,000 steps? What manner of place is this? Qin Huaian pondered, gazing at the unfamiliar space. Soon, figures began to materialize within this realm. Half an hour later, several hundred cultivators had arrived, among whom Qin Huaian recognized Yi Tianming, Lin Lizzie, and Zhang Chufeng from the Guiyuan sect. Each individual bore a look of confusion, yet also a hint of relief. For if they had continued to battle the beasts, death would have been inevitable. As Qin Huaian examined the staircase, he recalled the steps of the trial tower from the Huangshan sword sect. A prompt had informed him of his slaying 10 demonic beasts, leading him to this place. Could it be that the beasts encountered earlier were merely a test from this space? Yet, Qin Huaian could feel that these beasts were indeed authentic, and the cultivators slain by them had truly perished. Approaching Lin Lizzie and the others, he inquired, "Brother Lin, did you also slay 10 demonic beasts before entering?" Lin Lizzie, still pale and splattered with blood, regarded Qin Huaian's relatively pristine attire with mixed emotions, responding, "Indeed, upon slaying the 10th beast, I was abruptly transported to this space." I believe everyone experienced the same. Gradually, more cultivators were transferred into the space, each appearing disheveled, with some even severely wounded. An hour later, no one else was brought in. Qin Huaian quietly surveyed the surroundings. The number of cultivators present was fewer than 800. Earlier, around 4,000 to 5,000 had gathered at the palace entrance, yet less than 800 had managed to enter this space. If the remaining cultivators had perished at the hands of the beasts, the losses would be catastrophic. At that moment, a prompt echoed through the space. "Welcome to the 1,000 steps. You have 1 day to adjust your physical condition." Following this, silence enveloped the area, and the spiritual energy within the space intensified, reaching 5 times that of the outside world. This surge of energy was likely intended to facilitate the cultivator's meditation and recovery. Such a grand gesture to enhance the spiritual energy, what immense power must be behind it? All the cultivators were struck with awe, yet no one dared to make a sound. The direct infusion of spiritual energy left them hesitant to act recklessly. As Qin Huaian observed the others gradually settling into meditative positions, he too took a seat. Although he bore no injuries, his spiritual energy had been significantly depleted. Furthermore, under such abundant spiritual energy, cultivating would surely yield remarkable results. Having practiced the energy accumulation and expansion technique, his training speed had slowed considerably. If only he could train for several days in this rich atmosphere. Qin Huaian synchronized his corporeal and mirrored forms, activating the Imu True technique, and began to seize the opportunity to cultivate. A day later, as the prompt resounded once more, Qin Huaian's cultivation progress had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. At 85, 100, all cultivators, please ascend the 1,000 steps. Those who fail to do so within the time of an incense stick will be obliterated. No attacks are permitted on the 1,000 steps. Violators will be annihilated. The countdown begins. The cultivators hurriedly surged towards the 1,000 steps. Fortunately, the staircase was sufficiently spacious, allowing them to ascend quickly. As Qin Huaian stepped onto the staircase, a powerful force attempted to push him back down. He promptly channeled his spiritual energy to stabilize his footing and pressed onward towards the summit. Chapter 68. The skies clear at this moment, within the small spiritual realm. The willow leaf-shaped marks on the wrists of the other cultivators had turned nearly 2/3 red. According to previous experiences of entering the small realm, when the marks turned completely red, they would be automatically transported out. Just as Qin Huaian and the others stepped onto the 1,000 steps, the marks on the wrists of the other cultivators suddenly turned entirely red, and one by one, figures vanished silently from the small realm. The transported cultivators materialized in the valley of the Lingyu mountain, causing a sudden commotion as a multitude of Qi refinement cultivators appeared. In an instant, the valley buzzed with activity. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of formidable figures materialized above the valley, standing majestically in midair. A formidable pressure enveloped the entire valley, causing the cultivators who had just been transported from the small spirit realm to gradually fall into silence. Fellow Taoists, it has only been 2 months since the small spirit realm opened. Why has everyone suddenly been transported out? Pondered Duan Haoran, a golden core cultivator from the Guiyuan sect, gazing with perplexity at the sky above the valley. We should first inquire with some of the newly arrived Qi refining disciples to ascertain the situation, suggested Xie Qingchuan from the Baoda Peak of the Huangshan sword sect. Qin Huaian and the others were unaware of the circumstances surrounding the premature departure of other cultivators. Just as they ascended the steps, a prompt echoed through the space. The Qi refining inheritance has been activated. Disciples participating in the inheritance will receive corresponding rewards upon stepping on the 200th, 400th, 600th, 800th, and 1,000 steps. Each step may be occupied for a maximum duration equal to the time it takes to burn a single incense stick. Inheritance? What sort of inheritance could this be? Qin Huaian mused inwardly. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this inheritance, he recognized that the magnificent construction of this palace signified that the inheritance was surely extraordinary. The other cultivators were engaged in hushed discussions. Could it be the legacy of a hidden great sect? It seemed there had been no prior mention of any sect transmitting their teachings in such a manner. We will find out as we ascend, someone murmured. A few had already grown impatient and stepped onto the second tier of steps. Each step was 6 zhang wide and stretched 3 or 4 li in length. Despite nearly 800 cultivators occupying the steps, it felt far from crowded. The first tier, while exerting a pushing force on the cultivators, was easily manageable for those in the later stages of qi refining. Standing on the first tier, Qin Huaian did not rush to ascend. He sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy here was still approximately 5 times that of the outside world. If he were to remain on each step for an entire incense duration, equivalent to a quarter of an hour, he could spend about 20 days on the 1,000 steps. Upon entering this inheritance space, he had already gained a point in cultivation progress during a day spent adjusting his state. If he were to cultivate for 20 days in an environment with 5 times the spiritual energy concentration, he would surely reach the pinnacle of qi refining once more. Of course, Qin Huaian suspected that the resistance on the steps would increase, similar to the trial tower of the Huangshan sword sect, making it quite challenging to reach the topmost tier. Moreover, he would have to resist the pushing force while cultivating, which would undoubtedly reduce his efficiency. Resolving not to dwell further on these thoughts, Qin Huaian sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. As he initiated his practice, many other cultivators on the first tier also adopted a meditative posture. Simultaneously, in a cave on the bright summit of the Huangshan sword sect, tens of thousands of miles away, an elderly man suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a liberation of the heavens and earth, as if a constraint had been lifted, granting him the opportunity to break through to the void refinement stage. After a moment, the elder transmitted a message. Junior brother Shui, junior sister Mu, hastened to the rear hall. After a brief pause, he added, Kanglin, come to the bright summit hall at once. Yes, master. Upon receiving the transmission, Shin Kanglin immediately made her way to the rear hall. Inside the hall at Bright Summit, Nangong Yunzhao, Shui Wujian, and Mu Qinghan were already seated. Senior brother, I just sensed a subtle change in the heavens and earth. Is this the reason for your summons? Mu Qinghan inquired as she took her seat. Appearing to be around 30, she exuded maturity and charm. Senior sister Mu, I did not sense anything particular. I came directly upon hearing senior brother's call, Shui Wujian replied. Appearing to be in his 40s with a full beard, the elder at the head of the table, with a lean visage and a vigorous spirit, stated, Junior sister Mu. Junior brother Shui, please wait. We shall discuss this once Kanglin arrives. Upon entering the hall, Shun Kanglin bowed respectfully, addressing the three. Greetings, master. Greetings, Uncle Shui. Greetings, Uncle Mu. Kanglin, sit. Nangong Yunzhao gestured for Shun Kanglin to take her seat. I just suddenly sensed an opportunity to break through to the void refinement stage. Shin Kanglin stood abruptly, her eyes wide with excitement and disbelief. Master, is it truly possible to break through to the void refinement stage? Indeed, Nangong Yunzhao replied. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of the transformation god stage for over 200 years. During this time, no matter how I cultivated, I made no progress, as if bound by an unseen force. Today, however, I sense the heavens and earth becoming clear, as if that constraint has been lifted. I believe it will not be long before I can break through to the void refinement stage. Junior sister Mu must have sensed it as well. Indeed, while I have yet to reach the pinnacle of the transformation god stage, I too feel that some unseen restraint has vanished. I do not have any particularly strong sensations. Perhaps due to my recent entry into the transformation god stage, Shui Wujian added. Nangong Yunzhao's expression grew serious. If we can sense this, then other concealed cultivators at the later stages of the transformation god must also be aware. Soon, the balance of the cultivation world may shift. Kanglin, I intend to enter seclusion immediately to break through to the void refinement stage. You must keep a close watch on the movements of the various sects and factions. While the Huangshan sword sect does not seek to dominate the cultivation world, we cannot diminish the reputation of our ancestors. During my seclusion, if any insurmountable issues arise, consult with Uncle Mu and Uncle Shui. Disciple will heed Master's teachings. Shin Kanglin exited the bright summit, her demeanor grave, her brows furrowing even deeper. Simultaneously, hidden powerhouses from major sects such as the Guiyuan sect and the Piaoxua Palace began to enter seclusion to strive for the void refinement stage. In a modest cave deep within the Million Mountains, a gray-haired old man laughed heartily towards the sky. I have finally sensed the barrier to my breakthrough. Though my lifespan may not exceed 100 years, I will undoubtedly succeed. In a humble blacksmith shop in a mundane town, an old blacksmith, bare-chested and crafting farm tools, felt a tremor in his heart, his actions halting abruptly as he gazed skyward. His apprentice, who was pulling a bellows nearby, noticed the master's sudden pause and looked up as well, seeing nothing extraordinary. At that moment, the old blacksmith murmured, "The skies have cleared." The apprentice, puzzled, thought to himself that it had been a bright day all along. What was the master lamenting? Chapter 69, The Inheritance Space. Unbeknownst to Qin Huaian and his companions, events were unfolding in the outside world. Upon entering this space, Qin Huaian's flying sword had automatically been stored in his storage bag. He attempted to retrieve items from the storage bag, but found it impossible. He speculated that this space might restrict cultivators from using external forces, such as pills or talismans. Quietly assessing the situation, Qin Huaian concluded that the items within his seed space could still be accessed by his will. However, he decided against this action. Uncertain whether the inheritance space would detect his seed space, or if consuming a pill to replenish his spiritual energy might be deemed a violation, resulting in his expulsion. At this moment, Qin Huaian had already settled onto the 50th step to cultivate. More and more individuals, like Qin Huaian and his companions, remained on each tier for the full duration of an incense stick. Yet, some cultivators were still ascending step by step. The majority of those who entered this space were at the 9th level of Qi refining, with a handful at the 8th level, and a rare few fortunate enough to have slain 10 demonic beasts, reaching the 7th level of Qi refining. Upon reaching the 50th step, those at the 7th level of Qi refining found it impossible to sit and cultivate. The pushing force on the steps required their full effort to resist, leaving no room for distraction in their practice. At that moment, a 7th layer Qi refinement practitioner suddenly succumbed to the force exerted by the stairs and was propelled downwards, vanishing from this space in an instant. The crowd's expressions shifted slightly. They were uncertain whether being transported from this space would result in their arrival at the periphery of the palace. If those ferocious beasts had not yet departed, returning to the palace's outskirts might spell doom. Each individual fell into a contemplative silence, silently resisting the pressure of the stairs, either continuing their cultivation or ascending further. As Qin Huaian reached the 100th step, he noticed that no 7th layer Qi refinement practitioners remained on the stairs. The force at the 100th step was beyond the capacity of an ordinary 7th layer practitioner to withstand. Nevertheless, Qin Huaian continued his methodical cultivation. Resisting the pressure at the 100th step merely drained a bit of his energy, while his main body could not devote itself entirely to cultivation. The training of his mirror self remained unaffected. Approaching the 200th step, most 8th layer Qi refinement practitioners had already been transported out of this space. However, a few 8th layer practitioners successfully ascended to the 200th step. Moments after stepping onto the 200th step, expressions of delight adorned their faces as they discovered a small jade vial in their hands. This appeared to be their reward. Yet, before long, those few 8th layer practitioners could no longer withstand the pressure and were also transported out of the space. The last remaining 8th layer practitioner swiftly consumed the liquid from the small vial, and in an astonishing turn of events, his spiritual energy surged dramatically, propelling him to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. At this juncture, Qin Huaian was still some distance from the 200th step and remained oblivious to the nature of their rewards. Upon reaching the 200th step, 4 days had elapsed since he first set foot on the initial step. Of course, within this space, there was no cycle of day and night. At this moment, Qin Huaian's cultivation progress had reached 88, 100 at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. As he stepped onto the 200th step, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations on successfully stepping onto the 200th step. You are awarded 1 vial of spiritual spring. Soon, a small jade vial materialized in his hand. Qin Huaian opened it to find approximately 100 milliliters of spiritual spring. He mused silently about the grand display for such a meager amount of spiritual spring. It was no surprise he felt dissatisfied, for he had once possessed a substantial bowl of spiritual spring. The other practitioners who ascended the 200th step alongside Qin Huaian also received small jade vials, but unlike him, their faces were alight with excitement. After all, this was spiritual spring, a resource far easier to absorb than high-grade spirit stones. With an unperturbed expression, Qin Huaian uncorked the small vial and took a sip before settling into a cross-legged position to cultivate. He was quite familiar with using spiritual spring for cultivation. The others, witnessing Qin Huaian's audacity to directly consume the spiritual spring for his cultivation, wore looks of confusion. Spiritual spring was a crucial resource for breaking through bottlenecks. Was it not a waste to use it so liberally? Some practitioners, gritting their teeth, followed Qin Huaian's lead, drinking a mouthful of spiritual spring before commencing their own cultivation. If they could enhance their cultivation, they might ascend to even higher steps. If they were already receiving spiritual spring at the 200th step, one could only imagine the richness of rewards awaiting them further up. Before long, many practitioners grasped the essence of the situation and began utilizing the spiritual spring for their cultivation as well. After consuming the spiritual spring, Qin Huaian once again experienced a rapid surge in his cultivation. What a delightful sensation! Upon reaching the 400th step, Qin Huaian's cultivation attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and his vial of spiritual spring was nearly depleted. At this moment, his internal spiritual energy exceeded twice the amount he had before practicing the gathering essence and expanding true Qi technique. As he stepped onto the 400th step, Another notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations on successfully stepping onto the 400th step. You are awarded 2 vials of spiritual spring. What nonsense. Only 2 vials of spiritual spring? Qin Huaian internally scoffed. The difficulty of ascending the 400th step was not nearly twice that of the 200th. Though he grumbled. When the 2 vials of spiritual spring appeared in his hands, he quietly stored them away. His storage bag was locked, preventing access. And he was reluctant to reveal the existence of his seed space, so he kept the 2 vials close to him. Now, as Qin Huaian had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, if he could not further compress his spiritual energy or expand his dantian, he found his cultivation could no longer increase. He had already felt the barrier of the foundation establishment stage, but could not breach it, even with the aid of spiritual spring. Of course, even if he could advance to the foundation establishment stage, he would not choose to do so. If he entered that stage, he would be immediately transported out of this space, resulting in a significant loss. At this point, only around 20 individuals remained capable of ascending the 400th step, all possessing the pinnacle of qi refinement. Among them were 2 from the Huangshan Sword Sect, Qin Huaian and Yi Tianming, 2 from the Guiyuan Sect, Zhang Chufeng, and another practitioner. Qin Huaian did not recognize the others, most of whom belonged to the 7 major sects, along with a few from smaller sects and lone cultivators. They had ceased their cultivation, instead focusing on resisting the pressure from the stairs while continuing to ascend. There were distinctions even among those at the pinnacle of qi refinement. For instance, Qin Huaian, after practicing the gathering essence and expanding true qi technique, possessed strength far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. Beyond the 400 steps, the disparity in strength among the practitioners became increasingly evident. Some struggled to withstand the immense pressure, occasionally taking small sips of spiritual spring to replenish their energy, while others appeared relatively unfazed. At this point, drinking the spiritual spring could only replenish their energy, it would not enhance their strength. Before long, several practitioners at the pinnacle of qi refinement could no longer resist the overwhelming force. Gradually, a few were transported out. Upon reaching the 600th step, only 8 individuals remained. Qin Huaian and Yi Tianming were still present, while Zhang Chufeng from the Guiyuan sect had already been transported away, leaving another practitioner from the same sect alongside several others from larger sects, as well as one whose attire did not reveal their affiliation. As Qin Huaian stepped onto the 600th step, another notification resonated in his mind. Chapter 70. The reward at the 800th step. Congratulations on successfully stepping onto the 600th step. Please select your reward. 1. Receive 4 vials of spiritual spring and then be transported out of the inheritance space. 2. Receive a ground-level technique and continue forward. Without hesitation, Qin Huaian silently declared, I choose the ground-level technique. The various types of ground-level techniques could be chosen upon reaching the 800th step or when being transported out of the inheritance space. Qin Huaian opted not to select a technique type at this moment, as he hoped to make a comprehensive choice if he could reach the 800th step. He glanced at the others. None of them had chosen the spiritual spring. While 4 vials of spiritual spring were indeed valuable, they paled in comparison to the significance of a ground-level technique. In the realm of cultivation, ground-level techniques could serve as the foundational arts for major sections. The 8 continued onward, and upon stepping onto the 601st step, Qin Huaian noticed that the willow leaf-shaped mark on his wrist had suddenly transformed to a vibrant green. After a brief flicker, it concealed itself. When he sensed it again, the green mark reappeared. Glancing at the others, he observed that they were also inspecting their wrists. They likely experienced similar changes. According to previous accounts, upon entering the minor spiritual domain, the marks on their wrists would transition from blue to red. Once they turned red, they would be transported out of the minor spiritual domain. However, there had never been any record of them turning green. As Qin Huaian pondered this anomaly, a voice echoed in his mind. The green mark allows for 1 entry and exit from the Taiqing domain each year, with each stay not exceeding 2 months. My goodness. This is the annual opportunity to ascend. If I could spend 2 months in the Xiaoling domain, or what is also referred to as the Taiqing domain, each year, I would never be short of spiritual herbs again. Qin Huaian mused silently. He noticed the expressions of delight on the faces of several others, likely realizing the same information he had. Moreover, if one wished to enter the Taiqing domain, would it still be necessary to access it through the Linyu mountain? As Qin Huaian pondered this, he continued to ascend the higher steps. At this point, the force propelling him upward had become quite substantial, and he felt an immense pressure. Suddenly, the solitary cultivator who appeared to be a rogue was teleported away. The remaining few struggled onward. Upon reaching the 700th step, Yi Tianming was also sent away. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained, including Qin Huaian. After replenishing his spiritual energy several times, Qin Huaian finally set foot on the 800th step. Accompanying him was a female cultivator clad in the attire of the snowy palace, dressed in a pale yellow gown, seemingly around 20 years of age. Her skin luminous and her eyes sparkling, clear as a brook. Noticing Qin Huaian's gaze, she smiled gently and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a prompt sounded. Successfully ascended the 800th step. Reward, Ta Ching Ascension Sutra. The cultivation method Ta Ching Ascension Sutra requires a vow. It must not be imparted to others before entering the integration stage. The obligation to swear an oath to keep the method confidential until reaching the integration stage was unexpected. Yet Qin Huaian found it reasonable, as this was likely a significant sect's legacy, and such confidentiality measures were understandable. He made the required vow, a commitment that cultivators are obliged to uphold. Following this, a vast stream of information surged into Qin Huaian's mind, and after 2 hours, he had finally absorbed the teachings of the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra. This transmission of knowledge resembled the recording function of a seed space, embedding extensive information directly into his consciousness. Although he lingered on the 800th step for 2 hours, he felt no force pushing him upward while receiving the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra, likely because the space automatically shielded him from the pressure during the transmission. The prompt did not specify the grade of the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra, but since he had already received a terrestrial grade method at the 600th step, Qin Huaian speculated that it might be a celestial grade technique. The Ta Ching Ascension Sutra appeared to be a foundational method without restrictions based on spiritual root attributes, suggesting it could accommodate various spiritual roots. Each type of spiritual root could cultivate its unique spiritual power using the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra. Qin Huaian recalled perusing numerous texts in the library of Dongxi Peak, none of which had mentioned a foundational technique that disregarded spiritual root attributes. At this moment, a prompt resounded in his mind. Please select the type of terrestrial grade cultivation method. 1. Basic cultivation method. 2. Skill-based cultivation method. No wonder the transmission space required the selection of terrestrial grade methods only after ascending the 800th step, having already received a more powerful foundational method at that level. There was no need to choose another terrestrial grade foundational technique. He opted for a skill-based method. The available skill-based techniques were as follows: Purple Lightning Blade Technique, Breaking Heaven Sword Technique, Flame-Piercing Cloud Spear, Shadow Escape Technique. The terrestrial grade techniques required a vow to refrain from imparting them to others before reaching the God transformation stage, which was somewhat less stringent than the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra. With over 10 options available, Qin Huaian already possessed the movement technique Carefree Voyage, which he had yet to learn but presumed to be exceptional, thus deeming it unnecessary to choose another movement technique. Ultimately, he selected the Breaking Heaven Sword Technique. Since entering the Huangshan Sword Sect, he had been diligently practicing swordsmanship and was quite familiar with it. The Breaking Heaven Sword Technique comprised 7 forms, each possessing formidable attack power, making it an excellent choice for Qin Huaian's offensive capabilities. After fulfilling the vow, the content of the Breaking Heaven Sword Technique was transmitted into his mind. Once the transmission concluded, the immense force from the 800th step surged back. Qin Huaian glanced at the disciple from the Snowy Palace. She too had likely selected her technique and was straining against the pressure to continue onward. With a smile, Qin Huaian addressed her. I am Qin Huaian of the Huangshan Sword Sect. May I inquire your name? The Snowy Palace disciple, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, replied, Greetings, Senior Brother Qin. I am Xianxian from the Snowy Palace. After exchanging pleasantries, they both exerted their utmost effort to withstand the pressure of the steps. After ascending several more steps, beads of sweat began to form on Xianxian's forehead, and she appeared to be struggling. Upon reaching the 850th step, she was suddenly teleported out of the space. At that moment, only Qin Huaian remained. He too was feeling the strain and replenished his spiritual energy once more to continue his ascent. As he stepped onto the 900th step, the force abruptly intensified, and he was instantly thrust back down from the 900th step. Just as he was about to be expelled from the transmission space, he heard the prompt. The Ta Ching Hall inheritance has now opened. The Qi refining stage inheritance space opens once every 5 years, limited to 1,000 participants each time. The Foundation Establishment Stage Inheritance opens once every 10 years, limited to 100 participants each time. What does this mean? Does it imply that one can enter the Ta Ching domain once every 5 years during the Qi refining stage, and once every 10 years during the Foundation Establishment stage? Furthermore, was this prompt something everyone experienced upon being teleported out of the inheritance space, or was it exclusive to him? It seemed likely that everyone would hear it, as the tone suggested that this inheritance space was inviting cultivators to partake. Qin Huaian's thoughts wandered wildly as his vision faded to black, and he began the teleportation process. Chapter 71. The Stirring of the Cultivation World. In the valley of Lingyu Mountain, the scene shifts back to the other cultivators within the Shaoling domain, where the markings on their wrists suddenly turned red, signaling their imminent teleportation out. Master, this is what transpired. Not only has an unknown palace emerged within the Xiaoling domain, but the cultivators who entered have also been teleported out after merely 2 months, reported Xie Qingchuan, the master of Bao Peak, after questioning the disciples who had been teleported. You mentioned that none of the disciples around the palace have been teleported out, correct? Qin Huaian inquired further. Indeed, Master, not a single one has emerged, he replied. Within the Grand Hall of Tiandu Peak in the Huangshan Sword Sect, Qin Huaian's brow deepened as he recalled what his master had just conveyed. Could these two events be connected, both occurring simultaneously? Contemplating this, Qin Huaian addressed the communication array. Xie, remain there for now. Do not return until at least a month has passed, as that is the typical conclusion of the Xiaoling domain's duration. Understood, Master. When the first batch of Qi refining 7th layer cultivators emerged from the inheritance space, they were not teleported back to the periphery of the Taqing Hall, but instead directly returned to the valley of Lingyu Mountain. What? There is actually an inheritance space within the unknown Grand Hall? Qin Huaian queried through the communication array. Indeed. Many of our disciples from the Huangshan Sword Sect have entered the inheritance space, and they have yet to return, Xie Qingchuan confirmed. Wait for me, Xie. I will arrive at Lingyu Mountain shortly. With that, Qin Huaian made his way toward the bright summit in the back mountains. 2 days later, Qin Huaian and Mu Qinghan arrived at the Huangshan Sword Sect's residence in Lingyu Mountain. Greetings, Master Mu, Master Shun, Xie Qingchuan welcomed them. Xie, what is the current situation? Have any disciples emerged yet? Qin Huaian inquired. Senior brother, it appears that the disciples emerging are all at the 7th level of Qi refinement. According to their accounts, the further one ascends the 1,000-step staircase, the greater the force encountered. Should any cultivator within falter, they will be transported out, and it is likely that others will follow suit. Yes, junior brother Xie, this matter is of great significance. We shall wait in the valley. As Qin Huaian spoke, he led a few individuals out of the sect's residence. The valley was already bustling with many high-ranking cultivators, including numerous representatives from various sects who had arrived at Lingyu Mountain. At that moment, some cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement had already been transported out of the minor spirit domain. Through these cultivators, the major sects gained deeper insights into the inheritance space. Disciples who ascended beyond the 200th step heard notifications regarding the inheritance of Qi refinement occurring every 5 years, and the Foundation establishment inheritance every 10 years. They also learned that the palace was named Taqing Hall. Master, does this imply that the minor spirit domain will open every 5 years, and every 10 years, disciples at the Foundation establishment stage will gain entry? Xie Qingchuan pondered aloud, engaging in discussion with Qin Huaian. Indeed, and furthermore, only 1,000 disciples at the Qi refinement stage can receive the inheritance each time, while the Foundation establishment inheritance, occurring once every decade, offers only 100 slots, Qin Huaian elucidated. Disciples who reached the 200th step merely received a small vial of spirit spring water. Although this reward was relatively rare, it did not significantly impact the overall situation. Let us observe the inheritance acquisitions of other disciples, Qin Huaian added. Indeed, while the spirit spring is precious to lower-tier cultivators, its scarcity renders it inconsequential for the sect's development. For Qin Huaian and his peers, such rewards are trivial. When cultivators who ascended to the 400th step emerged, they discovered they had each received only 2 vials of spirit spring water, leading to a tinge of disappointment among the sect leaders. If the inheritance space merely yielded such minimal rewards, it would hardly warrant attention. Yet, these high-ranking cultivators sensed that the inheritance space was not so straightforward. They were already aware that, at the moment the Taqing Hall's inheritance space opened, the celestial constraints that had previously held back cultivators at the god transformation stage vanished abruptly. This was no mere coincidence. The appearance of the Taqing Hall within the minor spirit domain certainly indicated profound significance. When the cultivators who ascended to the 600th step emerged, they were informed that each had received a terrestrial-level cultivation technique, and the types of techniques varied. This revelation struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil pond, startling not only those in the valley but also sending ripples throughout the entire cultivation world via communication arrays. Terrestrial-level techniques were exclusive to a select few major sects, regarded as treasured artifacts of their lineages, accessible only to direct disciples. Yet, within the inheritance space, Qi refinement cultivators who reached the 600th step each obtained one, with the freedom to choose from a plethora of terrestrial-level techniques. Just how many terrestrial-level techniques does this inheritance space hold? The entire cultivation world was thrown into a frenzy. Although those who received the inheritance had pledged oaths to keep their knowledge secret until reaching the god transformation stage, if a substantial number of disciples from their sect acquired various terrestrial-level techniques, how many would their sect possess upon their ascension to the god transformation stage? And this was merely the reward for ascending to the 600th step. What would await those who reach the 800th or the 1000th? It seems the cultivation world is on the brink of turmoil, as sects will undoubtedly vie fiercely for the opportunity to enter the minor spirit domain, which they now recognize as the Taiqing domain. Shun Kanglan lamented. Tianming, you have performed admirably. You shall henceforth be a direct disciple of the Huangshan Sword Sect. Upon our return to the sect, we shall determine which peak master you will serve under. Shun Kanglan addressed Yi Tianming, a disciple of the Huangshan Sword Sect who had emerged. Yes, thank you, sect leader. Yi Tianming exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Tianming, you mentioned that the mark on your wrist has turned green, allowing you to enter the Taiqing domain once a year. Is it possible to enter at any time? Shun Kanglan inquired further. Reporting to the sect leader, I can now sense that as long as I activate this mark, I will be transported into the Taiqing domain. Since we are currently at Lingyu Mountain, it is accessible. However, I am uncertain about its accessibility in other areas. Yi Tianming responded. There is no rush. We shall test it later. What level had our sect's Qin Huaian reached when you were transported out? Shun Kanglan asked. When I was transported out, Daoist Qin had reached approximately the 720th step. Currently, only Daoist Qin and a cultivator from the Piaoxua Palace remain within the inheritance space, Yi Tianming noted. Having observed the sect leader's evident regard for Qin Huaian and the expectations placed upon him, will they manage to ascend to the 800th step? Shun Kanglan mused, gazing deeply at the distant peaks. At that moment, an Xianxian from Piaoxua Palace appeared in the valley, instantly surrounded by the leaders of various sections. This young friend, may I inquire if you ascended to the 800th step? Ji Qinghao, the leader of Guiyuan's sect, was the first to ask. Noting that all the cultivators from Guiyuan's sect had already been transported out, none reaching the 800th step. Ji Qinghao, do not be so stern. You might frighten the young lady, a captivating woman interjected with a laugh. Little girl, I am the leader of the Huan sect. Would you consider joining my ranks? Li, my disciples from Piaoxua Palace have not yet fallen so low as to seek refuge in the Huan sect, another cold voice interjected, belonging to Luo Lingsu, the leader of Piaoxua Palace. Sister Lingsu, such words are unkind. The Huan sect is also a prestigious sect, and our teachings align with the principles of yin and yang. How can that be deemed a decline? I merely admire this young lady and wish to rescue her from the cold, Li of Huan sect retorted, unfazed, still smiling. At this point, an Xianxian finally realized the situation and hurriedly bowed, saying, I pay my respects to the sect leader. Luo Lingsu's gaze softened as she looked at an Xianxian. Well done. Please recount your experiences within the inheritance space. Luo Lingsu understood that under the current circumstances, she could not simply take an Xianxian away, with so many major sects observing. If Piaoxua Palace were to monopolize the benefits, they would surely face dire consequences. It was better to share the information openly. After all, an Xianxian was a disciple of Piaoxua Palace, and the benefits would ultimately still accrue to them. Yes, sect leader. An Xianxian began to narrate her experiences after reaching the 800th level. To think there are foundational techniques that disregard spiritual root attributes. That must be at least a heavenly level technique, an elder murmured thoughtfully. Heavenly level foundational technique. Sect leader Ji, does your Guiyuan sect possess a heavenly level foundational technique that ignores spiritual root attributes? Another elder with white whiskers inquired. Ji Qinghao did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze on an Xianxian. Young friend, if you were to join my Guiyuan sect, I would take you as my direct disciple, and the resources for cultivation would be abundant. Ji Qinghao, as the foremost among the 7 major sects, is it appropriate for you to poach disciples from others? Luo Lingsu interjected, her expression frosty. Ji Qinghao remained silent, his eyes locked onto an Xianxian. He understood that the foundational techniques of Guiyuan's sect could not compare to the Taiqing Ascension Sutra. Although these techniques could not be shared with others before reaching the integration stage, now that the celestial constraints had vanished, the Taiqing Ascension Sutra could potentially guide one to the integration stage. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your kind offer. The Piaoxua Palace has treated me with great kindness. And as long as Piaoxua Palace does not forsake me, I shall never betray it. And Xianxian respectfully declined Ji Qinghao's offer. Excellent. Xianxian, you shall train by my side from now on. Luo Lingsu said with satisfaction. Please allow me to return to the sect's residence first, Luo Lingsu stated, preparing to depart with an Xianxian. At that moment, Qin Huaian suddenly appeared in the valley. Shun Kanglan was the first to rush to Qin Huaian's side. Seeing Qin Huaian's unexpected arrival, several high-ranking cultivators from various sects also realized that he was likely the last practitioner to be transmitted out of the inheritance space, prompting them to gather around. Luo Lingsu, who was about to leave with an Xianxian, halted her steps, turning to an Xianxian and saying, Come, let us join them. When Qin Huaian materialized in the valley of Lingyu Mountain, a middle-aged man with a resolute countenance and a somewhat stern demeanor suddenly appeared before him. A master. Qin Huaian could not sense his cultivation level at all. Just as Qin Huaian was momentarily taken aback, Xie Qingchuan also manifested before him, shortly thereafter. A dozen figures seemingly teleported to encircle Qin Huaian. Apart from Xie Qingchuan and Xianxian, he recognized none of the others. And the cultivation levels of the rest were inscrutable. Is this the scale of the gathering? So many high-ranking cultivators to greet me. I feel somewhat embarrassed. Qin Huaian mused inwardly. At this juncture, the serious-looking middle-aged cultivator revealed a hint of a smile and addressed him. You must be Qin Huaian, young friend? Xie Qingchuan chimed in with a smile. Huaian, this is our sect leader, Shun Zhongzhu of Huangshan Sword Sect. Although Qin Huaian had never met Xianxiafan's, he was well aware of the current sect leader's esteemed reputation, rumored to have reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. He hurriedly bowed, saying, Disciple Qin Huaian pays respects to the sect leader and elder Xie. This is a substantial support. Observing the eager gazes of the high-ranking cultivators around. Without the backing of Huangshan Sword Sect, I would surely be at their mercy, Qin Huaian thought. Indeed, a promising young talent, Shun Kanglan remarked with delight. Sect leader, let us hear about young Qin's experiences in the inheritance space, and whether he has ascended to the 1000th step. This would have a significant impact on our cultivation world. I trust sect leader would not withhold any information. At this moment, Ji Qinghao, the leader of Guiyuan's sect, interjected. Shin Kanglan cast a sidelong glance at Ji Qinghao, not overly concerned with his tone. After all, this matter indeed bore considerable significance for the cultivation world. And regardless of whether Qin Huaian spoke, the Taijing Palace would hold its qi refinement inheritance every 5 years, and over time, everyone would naturally come to know. Moreover, since Xianxian from Piaoxua Palace had already spoken, there was no need for Qin Huaian to conceal anything and become a target of scrutiny. Huaian, please recount your experiences in the inheritance space, focusing on what transpired after you reached the 800th step. Do not worry, Huangshan Sword Sect stands as your support. Shun Kanglan encouraged Qin Huaian. Yes, sect leader, Qin Huaian replied readily, briefly outlining the rewards he received after ascending the 800th step. After an junior sister from Piaoxua Palace was transmitted out of the inheritance space, I continued to ascend. However, the force on the steps grew increasingly formidable, and I could only advance a little over 10 more steps, ultimately being transmitted out of Taijing domain upon reaching the 863rd step. Qin Huaian fabricated a minor deception, ensuring others believed he and Xianxian had ascended similar heights. By the way, esteemed seniors, when I was transmitted out, I heard an announcement that the Taijing Palace opens its qi refinement inheritance space every 5 years and its foundation establishment inheritance space every 10 years, Qin Huaian added. Huaian, would you be able to demonstrate a full force strike for your elder sister? At this moment, a captivating woman giggled as she addressed Qin Huaian. He felt that this woman embodied all his fantasies about feminine beauty and was about to respond. Humph. Shin Kanglan snorted coldly. Li, cease your little tricks. At the sound of that cold snort, Qin Huaian instantly regained his composure. Upon observing the female cultivator again, he realized that while she was indeed enchanting, his earlier impulse had dissipated. He now recognized that he had unknowingly fallen prey to her charms. How formidable. Sect leader Shun, must you always be so stern? I merely wish to understand what level of strength is required to ascend beyond the 800th step. Li, undeterred by her exposure, showed no signs of embarrassment. Chapter 73, Testing Spiritual Power. Hearing Li's words, the others began to understand. In the qi refinement inheritance space, the force exerted by the 1,000 steps intensified progressively. The requirement for cultivators was their inherent spiritual strength. The stronger the spiritual energy, the higher the steps one could ascend. Aside from the prerequisite of slaying 10 late-stage first-ranked demon beasts before entering the inheritance space, no specific combat capabilities or techniques were mandated for the 1,000 steps. Therefore, one could generally gauge a cultivator's approximate level on the 1,000 steps based on their spiritual power. Seeing the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, Shin Kanglan realized he could not evade the issue but also wished to prevent Qin Huaian from engaging with the other cultivators, fearing unforeseen accidents. Huaian, please unleash a full-force strike against me. Qin Huaian instantly grasped Shin Kanglan's intention. Even if the high-ranking cultivators stood still while he struck, they would remain unscathed. Should they harbor any ulterior motives, even a few of his lives would not suffice. Sect leader, how about letting Qin Xiaoyu strike me? I assure you I will not defend at all, Ji Qinghao of Guiyuan's sect proposed. There is no need to trouble sect leader Ji. I, Shin Kanglan, would not conceal anything from you all, especially with Palace Master Luo present. Shun Kanglan remarked with a serious glance at Luo Lingsu. Everyone understood Shin Kanglan's implication. Since Qin Huaian and Xianxian had ascended similar steps, if Qin Huaian tested his spiritual power, Xianxian should do the same. Luo Lingsu shot an annoyed glance at Shin Kanglan, yet she recognized that this matter could not be evaded. Turning to Xianxian, she instructed, Xianxian, please unleash a full-force strike against me. Yes, Sect leader, be cautious, and Xianxian replied without hesitation, adopting her stance and striking towards Luo Lingsu. Luo Lingsu remained motionless, a radiant light flashing around her as she effortlessly neutralized Xianxian's force. Xianxian's spiritual power is approximately double that of an ordinary fully realized Qi refinement practitioner. Luo Lingsu commented. Huaian, you should also give it a try, Qin Huaian encouraged. Yes, Qin Huaian emulated her actions, delivering a strike towards Qin Huaian. You all must have sensed it. Huaian's spiritual power is comparable to that of an Xiaoyu, roughly double that of an ordinary fully realized Qi refinement practitioner, Qin Huaian stated. May I inquire what cultivation technique Qin Xiaoyu practices to possess such robust spiritual energy? Ji Qinghao of Guiyuan's Sect questioned. Sect leader Ji, there is no need for elaboration on that. To enhance one's spiritual power, it depends on one's own efforts. Qin Huaian replied coolly. He did not believe that Guiyuan's Sect lacked methods to enhance the spiritual limits of Qi refinement practitioners. Such methods were likely present in various sects, yet few had practiced them, as cultivators generally aim to reach full realization in Qi refinement before establishing their foundation. On one hand, the cultivation of such techniques was not easily successful, and even if one succeeded in getting started, advancing to higher levels of mastery proved challenging. On the other hand, practicing these techniques required significantly more cultivation resources to reach full realization in Qi refinement. Given that Qi refinement practitioners already faced difficulties in acquiring resources, only a handful pursued this path. Typically, those who practiced techniques to enhance spiritual limits were either exceptionally gifted in spiritual roots or possessed high comprehension and ample resources. Esteemed colleagues, I hope that when we next meet, we can negotiate a more equitable framework for the distribution of quotas for entering Taijing domain. Ji Qinghao ceased further inquiries and addressed the others, emphasizing the need for a more reasonable approach. After speaking, he departed without a backward glance. The assembly comprehended his intent. Previously, the 7 major sects each permitted an influx of 10,000 cultivators. However, now, the Qi refinement inheritance space allows only 1,000 cultivators to enter at a time, necessitating a more deliberate approach regarding the number of individuals entering the Taijing domain. Furthermore, the allocation of quotas among the various sects is unlikely to be as evenly distributed as before. Huaian, junior brother Xia, let us depart, Qin Huaian declared, intending to escort Qin Huaian away. At that moment, a charming voice interjected, Brother Huaian, should you wish to join our Hahuan sect, our doors are always open to you. A young talent such as yourself would undoubtedly be warmly welcomed by the female disciples of our sect. We are not as rigid as other places. Our cultivators enjoy ample freedom and engage in mutual exchange to enhance their skills. Qin Huaian scoffed internally at the notion of such mutual exchange, and followed closely behind Qin Huaian towards the sect's residence. Aboard the flying vessel en route to the sect, within a private chamber on the upper deck, only Qin Huaian and Qin Huaian occupied the space. Qin Huaian sat in the principal seat while Qin Huaian took the guest position. Huaian, I wish to inquire about certain matters, albeit they may be somewhat personal. If you prefer not to answer, you are welcome to abstain. The Huangshan Sword Sect does not compel its disciples to divulge all their secrets. However, this issue pertains to the future development of our sect. So I feel compelled to ask, Qin Huaian remarked, taking a sip of tea to mask his slight embarrassment. Please proceed, Sect Master. Qin Huaian replied without indulging in any platitudes about complete transparency. I shall be forthright then. How have you managed to cultivate your spiritual energy to over double that of an ordinary Qi refinement consummate cultivator? With his course of action determined, Qin Huaian posed the question directly. I expected something of greater significance. Is that all? Qin Huaian mused silently. This was hardly an issue requiring concealment, as the technique was available in the sect's library. Sect Master, I discovered a technique titled Power Accumulation and Expansion Formula in the Dongxi Peak Library. I have refined it to a consummate level, significantly compressing my spiritual energy and expanding my dantian. Moreover, I fortuitously stumbled upon a small spiritual spring, roughly the size of a bowl, within the Taijing domain, which has enabled me to reach the peak of Qi refinement. Qin Huaian recounted, blending truth with embellishment. So it is this technique. Excellent. Achieving consummate mastery in such a brief period speaks volumes about your innate understanding of the method. Qin Huaian responded enthusiastically. By the way, I heard you ranked 11th among the Qi refinement disciples in the trial tower last year, he continued, having already received reports from Dongxi Peak regarding Qin Huaian's activities since his initiation. Upon hearing Qin Huaian's words, Qin Huaian understood that the sect master had familiarized himself with his past. Rising to his feet, Qin Huaian produced a flying sword, an ordinary one, distinct from the sword inhabited by the soul of the ancient python. Since exiting the Taiqing domain, he had no intention of retrieving that particular sword. Despite the soul of a tribulation stage cultivator being considerably weakened and unable to stir significant upheaval within the Taiqing domain, one could never predict what transpired in the realm of cultivation. Sect Master, please observe, Qin Huaian declared, as the flying sword traced a semicircle through the air. Its movements appearing leisurely yet swift, the sword intent surging and enveloping the entire chamber. Xianxia's expression shifted, and he abruptly rose from his seat. Sword intent. You have already comprehended sword intent, and it is not at a novice level. Indeed, Sect Master. Ever since I received enlightenment on sword intent in the trial tower, I have diligently practiced and finally grasped it, Qin Huaian affirmed. Splendid. To comprehend sword intent in such a short span indicates an extraordinary talent for the sword path. Should you choose to confront the trial tower now, you would undoubtedly secure the first rank among Qi refinement cultivators, Xianxiaodiobook praised as he resumed his seat. Sect Master. I also acquired the True formula from the Dongxi Peak Library. Please take a look. Qin Huaian stated before settling onto the ground and activating the True formula. The surrounding spiritual energy began to rapidly converge into his body. However, having reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, his dantian could no longer accommodate additional spiritual energy, causing the influx to dissipate swiftly. Remarkable. The True formula is a profound technique, and your ability to learn it so swiftly is impressive. Wait, you possess a medium-grade spiritual root, Xianxiaodiobook exclaimed, rising from his seat once more. With your rate of spiritual energy absorption, you have likely achieved at least consummate mastery of the True formula, he mused, pacing the room. In less than 3 years, you have comprehended sword intent, refined the power accumulation and expansion formula to consummate mastery, and the True formula has also reached at least the same level, and you are an alchemist. Xianxiaodiobook murmured softly. Huaian, did you cultivate these techniques after joining the sect? Xianxiaodiobook inquired, reining in his excitement. Indeed, Sect Master. I commenced my cultivation of these techniques only after joining the sect, Qin Huaian replied, noting that the mirrored body projection was akin to his own cultivation, albeit somewhat resource-intensive. Excellent. Huaian, continue your diligent practice. Though your spiritual root aptitude is average, your progress in technique cultivation indicates that you possess an exceptionally high level of comprehension. Do you realize that half of the cultivators above the golden core stage in our Huangshan sword sect possess medium or low-grade spiritual roots? Yet, these cultivators often exhibit remarkable understanding. However, in my estimation, their comprehension does not surpass yours. Thus, the sect has established Dongxi Peak to provide abundant resources for newly initiated disciples with medium and low-grade spiritual roots, without mandating that they fulfill sect tasks. As long as they exhibit exceptional performance within the next decade, they may join the inner sect and gain greater opportunities for advancement. There have been disciples who, after merely 2 years of initiation, comprehended sword intent without entering the trial tower, solely through their mastery of the fundamentals of swordsmanship. While you may not excel in any singular aspect, your well-rounded understanding is indeed commendable. Those with superior spiritual roots may advance more swiftly, but those with high comprehension may ultimately achieve greater heights. Xianxiaodiobook conveyed meaningfully. Thank you, Sect Master. I shall keep your teachings close to heart, Qin Huaian expressed, appreciating Xianxiaodiobook's integrity. By the Sect Master's account, the Huangshan Sword Sect values disciples from all strata and provides ample opportunities. However, Xianxiaodiobook had misjudged one aspect. Qin Huaian mused that with sufficient time and spiritual resources, he could excel in many areas, such as alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman creation. Yet, those thoughts remained confined to his mind. He lacked both the time and resources. His pursuit of skills was solely to serve the purpose of enhancing his cultivation, for higher cultivation was the foundation of all. Observing Qin Huaian's humble demeanor, Xianxiaodiobook felt a deep sense of relief. In recent years, the Huangshan Sword Sect had nurtured numerous promising talents. First, they had accepted a disciple with an exceptional spiritual root, and now, Qin Huaian, a disciple with extraordinary comprehension, emerged. Indeed, in Xianxiaodiobook's view, Qin Huaian epitomized extraordinary comprehension. Yet, he refrained from overtly praising Qin Huaian's talent, believing it prudent to temper his expectations. The combination of their strengths was a prospect too formidable to fathom. In the annals of Huangshan Sword Sect history, there had once been a figure of such caliber, the founding patriarch, Huangshan Sword Sovereign. Not only was he blessed with exceptional comprehension, but he was also rumored to possess extraordinary aptitude, having ascended to the heavens in less than a millennium. A hint of a smile graced Xianxiaodiobook's once serious countenance, the furrows of his brow easing as he continued. Huaian, upon your arrival at the sect, you and Tianming will be formally accepted as direct disciples. Only the masters of each main peak and the grand elders are qualified to accept direct disciples. You may want to contemplate under whose tutelage you wish to place yourself. Given your exceptional comprehension, I am confident that many would be eager to accept you as their disciple. That will be all for today. You may return now. Yes. Thank you, Sect Master. After stepping out of the reception hall, Qin Huaian felt a slight relaxation within. The most significant gain today was establishing a persona of extraordinary perceptiveness. Understanding is distinct from spiritual roots. It is enigmatic and cannot be gauged. Some individuals might possess a profound understanding of certain techniques or skills, swiftly mastering them to advanced levels, while struggling in other areas. Conversely, there are those who toil for years with little progress, only to achieve a sudden epiphany and ascend. He had learned and comprehended through the projection of his mirrored self, swiftly grasping profound realms, which is strikingly similar to having high comprehension. If he could solidify this persona of high understanding, his future endeavors would be considerably facilitated. Of course, there exists a notable flaw. He would require a substantial amount of spirit stones. This could easily be explained as a consequence of poor spiritual root quality. To expedite cultivation, one resorts to the direct absorption of spirit stones for enhancement. Though the efficacy of mid and low-tier spirit stones has diminished significantly, it is of little concern. For as an alchemist, he is not lacking in financial resources. As long as it accelerates his cultivation, he is willing to expend resources generously. Upon returning to his private cabin, Qin Huaian sat cross-legged and assessed his remaining spirit stones. Before entering the Taiching domain, he possessed approximately 25 million spirit stones. And among the spoils obtained in the Taiching domain, he acquired around 160,000 spirit stones. To cultivate the cultivation expansion true technique, he employed a time-reducing method, expending 30,000 spirit stones. Now he retained roughly 55 million spirit stones. Although it appeared to be a considerable sum, the thought that the entry-level carefree art required 200,000 spirit stones made Qin Huaian feel overwhelmed. He pondered how many spirit stones would be needed to deduce the Taiching Ascendant Scripture. Determined, he decided to try deducing the Taiching Ascendant Scripture. Costing 100,000 spirit stones, the mirrored self can deduce the Taiching Ascendant Scripture to entry level, taking half a year, costing 200,000 spirit stones. The time can be halved. To reach entry level in the Taiching Ascendant Scripture, 100,000 spirit stones are required, which is half of what carefree art demands. According to the rules of the mirrored self's deductions, the higher the level and the more complex the technique, the more spirit stones will be consumed. Could it be that the Taiching Ascendant Scripture is of a lower tier than the carefree art? Qin Huaian mused, though he soon dismissed this line of thought. Regardless of which technique it was, both were of exceedingly high caliber for a cultivator at the Qi refining stage like him, considered treasures. His next course of action was to find ways to earn spirit stones to cultivate both techniques. He could not afford for his persona of high comprehension to falter. Spending 100,000 spirit stones, he began deducing the Taiching Ascendant Scripture. Qin Huaian silently recited in his mind. Chapter 75, Return and Sell Spirit Herbs. The reason Qin Huaian chose to deduce the Taiching Ascendant Scripture first was twofold. Firstly, he believed that foundational techniques are the most essential and fundamental. Secondly, he wished to ascertain whether the Taiching Ascendant Scripture would assist in foundation establishment. The sect provides each direct disciple with a free foundation establishment pill, and he planned to claim his after becoming a direct disciple, then attempt to establish his foundation. However, possessing a foundation establishment pill does not guarantee success. It merely enhances the probability of success, and many still fail even with the pill. Qin Huaian wanted to deduce the Taiching Ascendant Scripture first. If a more advanced foundational technique could improve the chances of successful foundation establishment, it would be all the better. The flying vessel would return to the sect in 2 days, so after instructing his mirrored self to deduce the Taiching Ascendant Scripture, his main body focused on practicing the divine forging technique. Now at the peak of the Qi refining stage, his strength was increasing, and his spiritual consciousness was expanding, currently perceiving up to 20 zhang in distance. Opening his data panel, Cultivation, Qi refining, 9th layer 100-100. Perception, mid-stage 51-100. Techniques, Imu true technique, perfected. Divine forging technique, major achievement, optimizable. Fireball technique, perfected. Spiritual eye technique, perfected. Heavenly transformation technique, perfected. Sword intent, minor achievement 91-100. Skills, first stage alchemist, recovery pill, minor achievement 3100, deductible, breaking yuan pill, major achievement, optimizable, cultivation pill, minor achievement 51-100. Although his cultivation level remained at the peak of Qi refining, this peak had been enhanced through the cultivation expansion true technique, rendering it significantly stronger than the ordinary peak level. His spiritual consciousness had also progressed to the second realm of mid-stage perception, equivalent to the intensity of a typical Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator's consciousness. The divine forging technique is indeed formidable. 2 days later, the flying vessel gently descended at the trial square. Numerous cultivators disembarked, aside from those who suffered considerable losses near the Taiqing Hall due to beast attacks. The casualties among the other cultivators were relatively minor. This was primarily because the duration of their entry into the Taiqing domain was only 2 months, and they had been abruptly teleported out. Generally, conflicts among cultivators occur in the 2 weeks leading up to their teleportation out of the Taiqing domain. In the first 2.5 months after entering, cultivators typically focus on seeking spirit herbs. Although skirmishes over resources do occur, they are generally limited in scope. It is only as they approach the teleportation period that large-scale conflicts arise. Given that this time they were unexpectedly teleported out after only 2 months, the losses were not substantial. All disciples emerging from the Taiqing domain are mandated to sell all spirit herbs acquired during their time in the domain to the Sect. The Sect will calculate your corresponding contribution value based on the quantity and type of herbs sold. After all had disembarked from the vessel, the team leader of this expedition, Qin Huaian, announced, his voice resonating across the square. Qin Huaian observed that the Sect had established dozens of spirit herb purchasing points around the square. Each point was manned by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators responsible for appraisal and acquisition. Qin Huaian received no special treatment. He joined a line with others, waiting patiently. Despite his newfound fame, few had seen him, and hardly anyone approached him for conversation, which he found quite agreeable. In contrast, Yi Tianming, who had been an inner Sect disciple for over a decade and currently ranked first among Qi refining disciples in the trial tower, was surrounded by admirers due to his outstanding performance in the inheritance space of the Taiqing Hall. He appeared to be enjoying the attention. The efficiency of the cultivators was remarkable, and soon it was Qin Huaian's turn. He had stored the high-value third-tier spirit herbs, Tianquan flower and 9-leaf lotus, in his seed space, while the remaining herbs were concentrated in a mid-level storage bag. Other unused storage bags were also placed in the seed space. Both of these third-tier spirit herbs were relatively rare, with the 9-leaf lotus being particularly precious due to its association with core formation. He intended to reserve them for his future use. During his time in the Taiqing domain, Qin Huaian had not obtained the xianyang flower or the purpleine fruit. However, 9 wealth-bringing children had presented him with numerous first- and second-tier spirit herbs. Coupled with his own foraging, his collection of spirit herbs was considerable. He planned to sell all these first- and second-tier spirit herbs to the Sect, both as a contribution and to accumulate contribution value. The disciples of the Huangshan Sword Sect, besides receiving a foundational elixir free of charge, may also spend 20,000 and 40,000 Sect contribution points respectively to acquire a second and third foundational elixir. Qin Huaian, concerned that a single elixir might prove insufficient to breach the barriers of the foundational realm, sought to prepare himself thoroughly. Next, commanded the foundational realm cultivator in charge of the elixir collection. As he gestured for Qin Huaian to empty the spirit herbs from his storage bag onto the adjacent empty ground and then open the bag. Obediently, Qin Huaian complied, pouring forth an abundance of spirit herbs that nearly filled the area, many of which were housed in jade boxes. Certain spirit herbs required containment within jade boxes to prevent the dissipation of their spiritual essence, and the Sect had distributed numerous such boxes to cultivators entering the Taiqing domain. The foundational realm cultivators, along with the Qi refining cultivators waiting in line, were astounded by the volume of spirit herbs Qin Huaian presented. The quantity he offered was 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary Qi refining disciple. Qin Huaian harbored no concern regarding the envy of others for his spirit herbs, for he was well aware that once his true identity was revealed, these mere herbs would pale in significance. After emptying his spirit herbs, he handed over his storage bag, stating, "Senior brother, please verify." "Ah, certainly," one of the 3 foundational realm cultivators replied, quickly regaining composure after their brief astonishment. Although Qin Huaian's spirit herbs were plentiful, he was not the most abundant contributor. There were indeed a few cultivators who had submitted quantities exceeding his own. As the 9 cultivators who had provoked Qin Huaian had not been in the small spirit domain for long, and therefore possessed limited spirit herbs, other disciples of the Huangshan Sword Sect occasionally seized the opportunity to harvest from fellow cultivators, for the world of cultivation was rife with ruthless individuals. The 3 cultivators conducted a thorough examination of Qin Huaian's storage bag, and after confirming its contents, they began to tally the types and quantities of spirit herbs he had provided. After approximately half a stick of incense, a foundational realm cultivator announced, "Junior brother, after our calculations, the value of your spirit herbs amounts to 75,053 Sect contribution points. Do you have any objections?" "No objections," Qin Huaian replied. Although his spirit herbs were numerous, They lacked high-value varieties such as the Xianyang flower and Ziying fruit. And he had secured the most valuable Tier 3 spirit herbs for himself, resulting in an overall valuation that was not particularly high. Now, please present your identity token so that I may record your sect contribution points, the foundational realm cultivator instructed. Qin Huaian handed over his identity token, which the cultivator scanned with a formation device. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "You are Qin Huaian of Dongxi Peak?" Upon hearing this foundational cultivator's words, the surrounding cultivators turned their gazes toward Qin Huaian. Chapter 76. The Introduction of Hijiping. In recent times, the news had spread that the small spirit domain was actually known as the Taixing domain. Furthermore, the early opening of the Taixing domain had revealed the existence of a Taixing hall. The rumors surrounding the inheritance space within the Taixing hall had circulated throughout the cultivation world. Among the cultivators who had acquired formidable techniques within the inheritance space, the names of Qin Huaian from Huangshan Sword Sect and Xianxian from the Snowflake Palace had become well known as they ascended to the 800th level of the thousand-tiered staircase, allegedly obtaining a heavenly grade technique. As disciples of Huangshan Sword Sect, many had not previously heard of Qin Huaian, but his sudden emergence had caused quite a stir within the sect. After all, heavenly grade techniques were not even guaranteed to exist within their own sect. When the foundational realm cultivator called out Qin Huaian's name, the nearby cultivators turned to look at him. Although Qin Huaian wished to remain inconspicuous, this was now beyond his control. Seeing everyone's attention directed towards him, Qin Huaian clasped his fists and addressed the foundational realm cultivator. "I am indeed Qin Huaian. Thank you for assisting me with the assessment of my spirit herbs." "Oh, it's a trivial matter. Junior brother, keep your identity token safe." The foundational realm cultivator replied before recording the sect contribution points and returning the token to Qin Huaian. "Thank you, senior brother." Qin Huaian expressed his gratitude as he accepted the token. "Haha, junior brother Qin, no need for formality. I am Xianxiaaudiobooks from Qingzhou Peak, and I welcome you to visit Qingzhou Peak in the future," the foundational realm cultivator said. "I shall," Qin Huaian responded, exchanging pleasantries with the other two foundational realm cultivators before departing the trial square to return to his cave dwelling on Dongxi Peak. Upon disembarking from the flying vessel, he received a private transmission from Xianxiaaudiobooks, instructing him to return to Dongxi Peak first, as someone would escort him to the sect's grand hall on Tiandu Peak the following day. Just as he exited the trial square, he spotted the chubby boy waiting at the entrance. "Brother Qin, you're incredible. Everyone is buzzing about your exploits," the chubby boy exclaimed as he rushed over. "Come, let us talk in my cave," Qin Huaian replied. Dongxi Peak, cave dwelling area. The details of Qin Huaian's experiences had spread widely, and the chubby boy recounted his own adventures in the Taixing domain, revealing that he had obtained a Xianyang flower, which he had already submitted to the sect. After the chubby boy finished sharing, there came a knock at the door. "Brother Qin." It was Lin Xianxian. Since joining the Huangshan Sword Sect, the two had interacted frequently, and Qin Huaian considered her a friend, generously imparting insights into sword techniques. Friends were scarce since his arrival in this world, and he cherished them dearly. "Come in," Qin Huaian said, opening the door to welcome Lin Xianxian inside. The chubby boy and Lin Xianxian had met several times and were somewhat familiar with each other. The three engaged in conversation about their experiences in the Taixing domain. "Junior sister Lin, chubby, the Taixing domain will open once every 5 years. If we can access the inheritance space of the Taixing hall, it will undoubtedly aid us immensely in our future cultivation paths. My primary reliance was on the accumulation expansion technique to enhance my spiritual power, enabling me to reach the 800th level. If you wish to attempt it, you may refer to this method for your own practice." "Brother Qin, did you acquire the accumulation expansion technique from the library?" the chubby boy inquired. "Indeed. You both should consider studying it as well. Allow me to share my insights on the technique, which you can utilize as a reference for your cultivation in the future," Qin Huaian offered. For him, such insights were easily attained. Over the next few hours, Qin Huaian imparted his understanding of the accumulation expansion technique to the two of them. By the time he finished, the sun was setting in the west. Naturally, how much they could comprehend depended on their own aptitude. At that moment, another knock echoed at the door. Qin Huaian rose to open it, only to find Hijiping, the senior brother from Dongxi Peak, standing outside. "Greetings, senior brother He." Qin Huaian greeted with a bow. Hijiping smiled and said, "Won't you invite me in for a seat, junior brother Qin?" "Please, senior brother." Qin Huaian hastily ushered Hijiping inside. The chubby boy and Lin Xianxian stood to greet Hijiping upon his arrival. "Brother Qin, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave," the chubby boy remarked, sensing that Hijiping had business with Qin Huaian, and excused himself. "Thank you for your guidance, brother Qin. I will also take my leave," Lin Xianxian said, recognizing that Hijiping had something to discuss with Qin Huaian. After casting one last lingering glance at Qin Huaian, she exited his cave dwelling. As Lin Qingxian opened her own courtyard door, she turned to glance back at Qin Huaian's cave. Then she stepped into her small courtyard, leaning against the door with a wistful sigh. After seeing off the chubby boy and Lin Qingxian, Qin Huaian invited He Zhiping to sit in the reception area. He Zhiping chuckled and asked, "Am I interrupting anything, junior brother Qin?" "Not at all. We were merely discussing some cultivation matters." Qin Huaian replied as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to He Zhiping. "Haha, I just finished handling the spirit herb acquisitions and came to find you." "Junior brother Qin," He Zhiping said with a smile. "I have come to extend my heartfelt congratulations to junior brother Qin. You have indeed brought honor to our Huangshan sword sect within the Taiqing domain," laughed He Zhiping. "I have just heard from our master that you have been promoted to a direct disciple by the sect leader and will formally take your vows tomorrow," He Zhiping continued. "Thank you, brother He. Elder Xia has indeed informed me about the matter of going to the main hall at Tiandu Peak tomorrow," Qin Huaian responded politely. "Have you considered which peak master or elder you wish to take as your mentor?" "I have not yet thought about it. As I am still unfamiliar with the esteemed seniors of our sect, it would be an honor for me to be accepted as a disciple by any of them. I have come here precisely for this purpose," He Zhiping remarked after taking a sip of tea. "As soon as I return to Dongxi Peak, our master instructed me to visit you, junior brother Qin. He is aware that you have recently joined the sect and have been preoccupied with cultivation, thus lacking substantial knowledge about our sect. He specifically asked me to engage you in conversation." Qin Huaian's heart stirred. He indeed needed to gain a deeper understanding of the various peaks, but had been struggling due to a lack of connections. He quickly clasped his fists and said, "I am grateful to Master Han and thank you, brother He. You should know that aside from the bright summit at the back mountain, our Huangshan sword sect comprises 8 major peaks." "Indeed, I have only a rudimentary understanding of this," Qin Huaian admitted, as he was aware of the existence of the 8 major peaks and the bright summit but did not know much about their specifics. "Allow me to elaborate in detail for you," He Zhiping said, taking another sip of tea before continuing his narrative. Qin Huaian listened attentively, genuinely focused on the discourse. The bright summit at the back mountain primarily serves as a sanctuary for venerating the predecessors of our sect. Disciples are generally prohibited from entering except during sacrificial ceremonies. Each of the other 8 major peaks, apart from Tiandu Peak, which is the residence of the sect leader, has 1 peak master and 1 grand elder, along with several elders. Except for Tiandu Peak, each major peak has a limit of 7 direct disciples, who may choose to be disciples of either the peak master or the grand elder. Although there is no restriction on the number of direct disciples at Tiandu Peak, the sect leader typically keeps this number below 7. "So, if that is the case, our sect has only a little over 50 direct disciples," Qin Huaian remarked. "Considering that in a grand sect with a population of around 40 to 50,000, spanning several 100,000 miles, this number indeed seems rather modest." He Zhiping chuckled. "It is not that many. The actual number of direct disciples at each peak usually hovers around 5 or 6. Some major peaks might have as few as 2 or 3 direct disciples. In total, our sect has only 41 direct disciples." "Oh, why so few?" Qin Huaian asked, puzzled. On one hand, the sect has stringent requirements for direct disciples, with few meeting the criteria. Additionally, each peak typically leaves 1 or 2 slots vacant to accommodate any exceptional talents that may arise. On the other hand, some peak masters and grand elders are so engrossed in their own cultivation that they are reluctant to personally accept and instruct disciples. "Could you provide me with an overview of the various major peaks?" This was what Qin Huaian was most eager to learn. "This is precisely the primary purpose of my visit," He Zhiping replied, lifting his teacup for another sip. "Tiandu Peak is self-evident. It serves as the core and central hub of our Huangshan sword sect. You are likely familiar with Baoda Peak, as the trial tower holds significant importance within our sect. The peak master, Elder Lin Tianyu, is a true genius of the sword at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. It is said that his actual combat prowess is comparable to that of the sect leader at the peak of the nascent soul realm. However, Elder Lin seems to spend much of his time in seclusion and has little opportunity to mentor disciples. Our Dongxi Peak primarily focuses on nurturing newly admitted outer disciples. Strictly speaking, the outer disciples of Dongxi are not affiliated with our peak for the first 10 years. After that, they are assigned to the various major peaks. Our master specifically instructed me to convey his admiration for you, junior brother Qin, and extend a warm welcome for you to join Dongxi Peak." "Thank you, Master Han. I will certainly give it serious consideration," Qin Huaian replied ambiguously, not committing immediately. The peak master of Shixin Peak, Elder Nan Yunyu, is also a formidable sword practitioner. Unlike Elder Lin, she is quite passionate about teaching her disciples and currently has 5 direct disciples. The peak master of Qingshu Peak, Elder Chuyu, excels in the art of formations. "Ah, isn't Qingshu Peak the mountain where the chubby boy resides?" Qin Huaian thought momentarily before refocusing on He Zhiping's exposition. The peak master of Hezhong Peak, Elder Ruan Xingwei, is a craftsman, while the Grand Elder, Elder Xiongfei, specializes in talisman crafting. Most of the magical artifacts and talismans of our Huangshan sword sect originate from Hezhong Peak. Rongqing Peak houses the sect's library, which differs from the library in Dongxi Square. The latter primarily serves the outer disciples of Dongxi in their first 10 years, whereas Rongqing Peak's library is accessible to all disciples of the sect. The Peak Master, Elder Sun Haoshuan, is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The Peak Master of Weiyun Peak, Elder Jiangming, is a fourth-tier alchemist. And Weiyun Peak is also known as the Alchemy Peak, serving as the primary source of medicinal pills for our sect. Each mountain peak possesses its unique characteristics. I encourage you to ponder this carefully, Junior Brother Qin. Thank you, Brother He. Qin Huaian expressed his profound gratitude. You are too polite, Junior Brother. You will learn all of this in due time. I merely wanted to provide you with a head start, He Zhiping said with a smile. Though He Zhiping conveyed it this way, Qin Huaian held a different perspective. Understanding the circumstances of each peak prior to selecting a mentor was far more crucial than learning afterward. He remained deeply appreciative of Master Han and He Zhiping. At that moment, the sky had unknowingly darkened, and the illumination array within the room had activated. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, He Zhiping bid farewell and departed. After He Zhiping left, Qin Huaian sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, reflecting thoughtfully. Although he had gained a general understanding of the major peaks, he remained unaware of the personalities of the peak masters or grand elders, making it difficult to make a decision. In fact, joining Weiyun Peak would be a promising choice, as it is primarily focused on alchemy. Given that Qin Huaian was already a first-tier alchemist, he should be able to integrate into that environment swiftly. Similarly, Hezhong Peak's craftsmanship and talisman making also presented an enticing option. As Qin Huaian contemplated while cultivating, the night passed swiftly. The following morning, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by a voice asking, "Is Junior Brother Qin present?" It was a voice unfamiliar to him, likely belonging to a disciple sent to escort him to Tiandu Peak. Qin Huaian rose and exited the cultivation room, opening the courtyard door to find a young cultivator in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Upon seeing Qin Huaian open the door, the cultivator said, "Junior Brother Qin, the sect leader has dispatched me to escort you to the main hall. Please follow me." After speaking, he produced a flying sword, which expanded significantly. The cultivator leaped onto the sword, gesturing for Qin Huaian to join him. "Thank you, brother." Qin Huaian expressed his thanks with a clasped fist before also stepping onto the flying sword. A streak of sword light cut through the sky as they soared toward Tiandu Peak. The speed of the foundation establishment cultivator's sword control far surpassed Qin Huaian's. Although Qin Huaian's spiritual sense was equivalent to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, his own cultivation level and spiritual energy were comparatively lacking, resulting in a noticeable disparity in speed. Before long, the cultivator had brought Qin Huaian to a magnificent and awe-inspiring grand hall, which was approached via 100 steps of white jade stairs. Following the cultivator, Qin Huaian ascended the steps and soon entered the hall. At this point, numerous cultivators had already gathered within the hall, most of whom were high-ranking practitioners. Qin Huaian could not discern their cultivation levels, but surmised that they were likely the peak masters and grand elders of the various major peaks. Xianxiaaudiobooks sat at the main seat. Sect leader, Junior Brother Qin has arrived, the disciple who brought Qin Huaian announced respectfully. Qin Huaian offered his greetings to the sect leader and to the esteemed elders present. "Good, Huaian, please take a seat for now." Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Huaian was brought to a chair, and soon several cultivators entered the grand hall. He noticed that Yi Tianming also entered alongside the other cultivators. Once everyone had gathered, Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke. "You should all be aware of the recent developments regarding the opening of the minor spirit domain. According to the disciples who emerged from the inheritance space, this minor spirit domain is now known as the Taijing domain. After discussions with other sects, we have decided to officially rename the minor spirit domain to Taijing domain and the Lingyu mountain to Taiqing mountain. The early opening of the Taijing domain has led to significant changes, which I believe you have all heard about. Our sect disciples Qin Huaian and Yi Tianming have excelled in the Qi refinement inheritance space of the Taijing Hall, each obtaining heavenly and earthly level techniques. Huaian, please elaborate on your experience entering the inheritance space of the Taijing Hall for the Peak Masters." "Yes, Sect Master." Qin Huaian recounted his experience from the initial assault by the demonic beasts to his subsequent transmission from the inheritance space. Although the general sequence of events was already known, hearing it from the person involved deeply moved the Peak Masters and the Elder. Such a powerful inheritance space indeed existed. If Qin Huaian and Yi Tianming can each cultivate to the integration and divine transformation stages, they will be able to impart the heavenly and earthly level techniques to others, significantly enhancing our sect's foundation. Xianxiaaudiobooks continued. Yi Tianming has been in the sect for 13 years and is now an inner disciple. currently ranked first in the Qi Refinement Trial Tower and has begun to glimpse the threshold of sword intent. Qin Huaian has been in the sect for 3 years and is still at Dongxi Peak. He has achieved minor success in sword intent and has cultivated the power accumulation expansion technique Animu True Technique to the consummate level within a mere 3 years, demonstrating exceptional comprehension of various techniques, and he is also a first-tier alchemist. Therefore, I have decided to accept Qin Huaian and Yi Tianming as my direct disciples. Is there anyone among you interested in taking them under your wing? Chapter 77 Lin Tianyu. Sect Master, Yi Tianming is a disciple of Rongqing Peak, and we are willing to accept him as a direct disciple, spoke a middle-aged cultivator, whom Qin Huaian surmised to be Sun Haoshuan, the Peak Master of Rongqing Peak. Very well, Junior Brother Sunday. Since Rongqing Peak is willing to accept him as a direct disciple, he shall belong to your peak, Shun Kanglin replied. Generally, as long as the peak the disciple belongs to is willing to accept them as a direct disciple, other peaks do not compete. Junior Brother Zhou, shall we have Tianming become your disciple? Sun Haoshuan remarked to an elder nearby. The elder nodded and turned to Yi Tianming. Tianming, do you wish to take me as your master? Qin Huaian recognized this elder as Zhou Chonglao, whom he had encountered years ago in Yuntian Market during the Spirit Root assessment, and who was also the Grand Elder of Rongqing Peak. Disciple Yi Tianming pays respects to Master. Yi Tianming hurriedly bowed to Zhou Chonglao. After performing the customary greeting, he took a seat behind the elder. Sect Master, Rongqing Peak would also like to accept Qin Huaian as a direct disciple, Sun Haoshuan said with a smile. My Dongxi Peak also wishes to take Qin Huaian as a direct disciple, since he has been with us since entering the sect. He is essentially a disciple of Dongxi Peak, said Han Yunting, the Peak Master of Dongxi Peak, casting a glance at Sun Haoshuan. Brother Han, your statement is misguided. Although Qin Huaian has cultivated at Dongxi Peak, he is a disciple of the Dongxi tenure period and does not belong solely to Dongxi Peak. Qin Huaian, being so young and already a first-tier alchemist, is someone we at Weiyun Peak wish to accept as a direct disciple. Subsequently, several major peaks expressed their desire to take Qin Huaian as a disciple. Huaian, since each peak wishes to accept you as a direct disciple, under which master do you wish to take your leave? Shin Kanglin inquired. Respectfully, Sect Master, I wish to join Master Lin of Baoda Peak. Qin Huaian stood and clasped his fists. He had pondered this decision. His primary goal was cultivation and enhancing his prowess. Alchemy and artifact crafting could serve as supplementary skills, but he did not intend to focus on these areas. From He Jiping, Qin Huaian learned that the Peak Master of Baoda Peak, Lin Tianyu, was deeply engrossed in the sword path and often neglected teaching his disciples, having only one disciple under his tutelage. Qin Huaian felt that a lack of attention to disciples was not a flaw. He simply desired a tranquil environment for cultivation. Hence his inclination to join the somewhat hands-off Lin Tianyu. Shin Kanglin regarded Qin Huaian with mild astonishment before turning to Lin Tianyu. What are your thoughts, Junior Brother Lin? Lin Tianyu, with sword-like brows and a cold demeanor, clad in a white robe, glanced at Qin Huaian. Their gazes met, and Qin Huaian maintained his composure, showing no signs of trepidation. Lin Tianyu nodded, no problem. Qin Huaian stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Qin Huaian pays respects to Master. After performing the customary greeting, Xie Qingchuan, seated beside Lin Tianyu, smiled and said, Huaian, come here and sit on this side. Yes, Uncle Master. Qin Huaian, now considered a disciple of Baoda Peak, took a seat beside them. Congratulations to Tianming and Huaian for becoming direct disciples of our Huangshan Sword Sect. Congratulations to Junior Brother Zhou and Junior Brother Lin for welcoming favored disciples, Shin Kanglin continued. Everyone, the recent events in the Taijing domain will profoundly influence the landscape of the cultivation world. The Taijing domain will now open every 5 years, and we must intensify our training of talented disciples. The power accumulation expansion technique will be freely available to all disciples at the later stages of Qi refinement and above. Furthermore, regarding the quotas for entering the Taijing domain, there may be restrictions on the disciples eligible to enter, which will be finalized after discussions with other major sections. Is there anything else anyone wishes to discuss? Shin Kanglin surveyed the room. Sect Master, although the losses among disciples in this Taijing domain expedition were minimal, the spiritual herbs collected were only about 60% of what we usually gather. Will the sect's supply of pills be tightened? Ji Yongming from Weiyun Peak inquired. We cannot tighten supplies. Rather, we must increase them. We will reassess our inventory before making further decisions. The next opening of the Taijing domain will be in 5 years, at which point new supplies will be available. Additionally, we will enhance our efforts to procure spiritual herbs and pills in the market to replenish our resources. In the coming period, the cultivation world may experience significant turmoil, and we must be prepared, Shin Kanglin added, his brow furrowing slightly deeper. After leaving the Grand Hall of Tiandu Peak, Qin Huaian did not return to Dongxi Peak. He followed Xie Qingchuan to the Sect's Affairs Hall to register as a direct disciple and exchange his identity token. The token for direct disciples differed from the reddish-brown one for outer disciples of Dongxi Peak. It was golden and striking. Baoda Peak is divided into two areas. One is the Trial Square, and the other is the cultivation area of the Baoda Peak Caves. The cave abodes of the Peak Master, Elders, and direct disciples are located in a separate area, while the remaining inner disciples' caves are in another area. And the outer disciples' caves are in yet another area. Within Lin Tianyu's cave abode, he sat at the head position while Qin Huaian and a woman in green stood below. Ingzhu, this is my newly accepted disciple Qin Huaian. You should have heard of his name in recent days, Lin Tianyu introduced. Greetings, senior sister Min. Qin Huaian bowed respectfully to Min Ingzhu. Welcome, junior brother Qin, to Baoda Peak. Min Ingzhu replied with a hint of indifference. Huaian, this is a welcoming gift from me to you. Please accept it. Lin Tianyu presented a flying sword to Qin Huaian. Thank you, master. It turned out to be a mid-grade spirit weapon flying sword. How generous. If there is nothing else, let your senior sister guide you in selecting a cave abode. Indeed. My master conducts affairs with remarkable efficiency, leaving no room for hesitation. Qin Huaian mused to himself. Master, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. Having always practiced in solitude, he was now on the cusp of foundation establishment and sought his master's wisdom on the subject. Go ahead, Lin Tianyu replied. Master, I have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and am preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Is there anything I need to be cautious about during the process of consuming the foundation establishment pill? Qin Huaian inquired. Do you still need to consume the foundation establishment pill? Lin Tianyu hesitated briefly, recalling that he had once broken through the barriers with his spiritual energy transformed into sword qi, establishing his foundation without such aids. He glanced at Min Ingzhu, who interpreted his gaze and shrugged helplessly. How was she to know? Wasn't foundation establishment supposed to be a natural progression? She had no experience with foundation establishment pills. Qin Huaian looked at Lin Tianyu with hopeful eyes. He had heard that many cultivators failed their first attempt at foundation establishment, some damaging their roots, while others, even if unharmed, required years of recuperation before trying again. With a great master of the nascent soul stage guiding him, he would not squander this invaluable opportunity. Chapter 78. My junior brother is truly cautious. Lin Tianyu, noticing the same helplessness in his eldest disciple's expression, recalled the preparations of other cultivators during their qi refinement phase. Clearing his throat, he said, Huaian, first proceed to the affairs hall to acquire a foundation establishment pill, and also prepare a pulse protection pill to safeguard against any potential damage to your meridians during the foundation establishment process. When you are ready to commence, return to me, and I shall provide protection for you. Lin Tianyu resolved to consult his fellow senior brothers about the precautions associated with consuming the foundation establishment pill, ensuring that Qin Huaian succeeded on his first attempt. After all, as the esteemed master of Baoda Peak, it would be quite embarrassing if his direct disciple were to fail in foundation establishment. Upon hearing that Lin Tianyu would personally safeguard him, Qin Huaian felt a swell of gratitude. Yes, thank you, master. He began to doubt the rumors of Lin Tianyu being neglectful in teaching his disciples. Just after becoming his disciple, the master showed such concern for his foundation establishment, even offering to personally protect him. A grandmaster of the nascent soul stage providing protection for a qi refinement disciple, who would dare to claim that master was neglectful in his teachings. All right, Ingzhu, take your junior brother to select a cave dwelling. Yes, master. Qin junior brother, let us go. With that, Min Ingzhu turned and exited Lin Tianyu's cave dwelling, with Qin Huaian hastily following in her wake. The area where the master of Baoda Peak, the elders, and their direct disciples resided was not far from the trial square, separated only by an expanse of dense bamboo forest. This bamboo grove effectively muted the clamor of the trial square, rendering the cave dwelling area extraordinarily tranquil. Nestled among ancient pines and cypress trees were several quaint courtyards, each spaced generously apart, ensuring no interference among them. Junior brother Qin, this area houses the cave dwellings of my direct disciples. Currently, only 3 are occupied, mine and 2 belonging to Elder Xia's disciples. The rest are unoccupied, so you may choose freely. Though Min Ingzhu's demeanor was cool, almost aloof, she provided a thorough introduction. Qin Huaian observed that there were 11 cave dwellings designated for direct disciples. Even if Baoda Peak filled all 7 of its direct disciple slots, there would still be room to spare. He pointed to a cave dwelling at the edge, adjacent to the mountainside. Sister Ingzhu, I would like to reside in that one. Very well. She then retrieved a jade token from her storage pouch. This is the control token for the cave dwellings formation. Should you require assistance, you may reach out to me. Thank you, sister. Qin Huaian accepted the jade token with gratitude. By the way, junior brother Qin, are you certain about consuming a foundation establishment pill for your breakthrough? It's not strictly necessary. I believe so, Qin Huaian replied. Min Ingzhu nodded slightly. considering that he was among the Qi refinement cultivators who had ascended the highest on the 1,000 steps to the Taixing domain. So his breakthrough should indeed be a natural progression. I still have enough contribution points to purchase 2 more foundation establishment pills. So I plan to prepare 3 in total for my foundation establishment. Qin Huaian added. I'll head back now, farewell. With that, Min Yingzhu turned and walked toward her cave dwelling. Was it really necessary for junior brother Qin to prepare 3 foundation establishment pills? How excessively cautious. Qin Huaian clasped his hands in farewell. Sister, you conduct your affairs with such efficiency. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that there had been a hint of disdain in her gaze as she departed. Not dwelling on it, he used the jade token to unlock the restrictions of the cave dwelling and stepped inside. This courtyard was significantly larger than his dwelling at Dongxi Peak, with exquisitely adorned rooms, featuring intricately carved beams and painted pillars, exuding an air of grandeur. Most importantly, he noted that the concentration of spiritual energy within this courtyard was a remarkable 30% higher than outside. A term flashed in Qin Huaian's mind, spirit gathering array. This cave dwelling had been arranged with a spirit gathering formation. The treatment of direct disciples was indeed extraordinary. There were numerous rooms, including a reception area, a master bedroom, and several guest rooms, along with dedicated spaces for cultivation, alchemy, and artifact forging. To his astonishment, he discovered that the alchemy and artifact forging rooms were equipped with access to underground fire. In the past, he had relied on his own spiritual fire for alchemy, but underground fire was a rare resource typically reserved for major sections. Qin Huaian felt as though he had awoken to find that the might of the world was now his own. However, he quickly composed himself, regardless of external conditions. One's true strength ultimately mattered most. After organizing his thoughts, he settled into the cultivation room and began his practice. His mirrored self was currently deducing the Taixing Ascension scripture, and having reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, he could no longer increase his cultivation with the Tai Chi True formula. Thus, he focused on cultivating the divine refinement technique, aiming to enhance his spiritual consciousness. His spiritual consciousness was already comparable to that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, and enhancing it through the divine refinement technique was a gradual process. Qin Huaian was not in a hurry. Cultivation required a methodical approach. Time in cultivation often slips away swiftly, and before long, half a year had passed. One day, a surge of profound insights flooded into Qin Huaian's mind, interrupting his practice of the divine refinement technique. He realized that he had completed the introductory level of the Taixing Ascension scripture. A cascade of realizations regarding his cultivation surged into his consciousness, as if he had practiced the Taixing Ascension scripture countless times before. The content of the Taixing Ascension scripture was far more extensive than that of the Tai Chi True formula. A day later, having fully absorbed the insights from the Taixing Ascension scripture, he attempted to operate it. A novel route of spiritual energy began to circulate within him, traversing many meridians and acupoints he had not previously utilized. After several cycles, Qin Huaian felt the surrounding spiritual energy being rapidly drawn into his body. He suddenly sensed that the dantian, which had been expanded by the power accumulation technique, was subtly trending towards further expansion. The spiritual energy within his dantian, under the operation of the Taixing Ascension scripture, began to compress and transform, gradually enhancing its potency once more. Qin Huaian was secretly astonished. He discovered that the spiritual energy transformed by the Taixing Ascension scripture was denser and more powerful. The scripture could even facilitate further expansion of the dantian, and this was merely the introductory level of the Taixing Ascension scripture. At this moment, his cultivation speed had already exceeded that of the perfected Tai Chi True formula by more than double. Was this the power of what appeared to be a heavenly grade technique? Qin Huaian soon became entranced by the exquisite sensation of his growing strength. As he progressed in his cultivation, he found his realm gradually diminishing, yet he sensed that his strength was steadily augmenting. Days passed by, and after a fortnight, Qin Huaian's realm finally stabilized. His panel now reflecting a cultivation level of Qi refinement, 9th layer, 50100. Chapter 79, Preparation. Although Qin Huaian's cultivation progress had reached 50,100, he felt that his strength had improved by at least 50% compared to before. Should he cultivate to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, his power would be approximately tripled. With less than 2 bottles of spiritual spring water remaining, he retrieved one, taking a small sip, and both his corporeal and mirrored selves began to absorb and refine it. 3 days later, the spiritual spring was nearly depleted, with Qin Huaian's cultivation having increased by merely 15 points, indicating that the resources consumed were becoming increasingly substantial. With no more spiritual spring water or high-grade spiritual stones left, he could only proceed with his cultivation in a methodical manner. Fortunately, the concentration of spiritual energy in his cave abode was 30% higher than in the outside world, allowing him to absorb it at twice the speed he previously could. Qin Huaian commenced the operation of the Ta Qing Ascension scripture with both his corporeal and mirrored selves, and he still possessed some true essence pills, diligently consuming one each day as time elapsed unbeknownst to him. A month later, his cultivation progressed to Qi refinement, 9th layer, 75100. After 2 months, it advanced to Qi refinement, 9th layer, 85100. On this day, Qin Huaian finally reached the consummate state of Qi refinement. At this juncture, it had been 10 months since he departed from the Ta Qing domain. His divine sense now extended to a radius of 40 zhang. Upon accessing his data panel, it revealed Cultivation, Qi refinement, 9th layer 100100. Perception, late stage 14100. Techniques, Ta Qing Ascension Scripture, beginner 2100, can be deduced. Divine Forging Technique, great accomplishment, can be optimized. Fireball Technique, perfected. Spirit Eye Technique, perfected. Heavenly Transformation, perfected. Sword Intent, minor accomplishment 9100, can be deduced. Skills, first level Alchemist, Return Shi Pill, minor accomplishment 30100, can be deduced. Breaking Yuan Pill, great accomplishment, can be optimized. Cultivation Pill, minor accomplishment 5100. Qin Huaian finally emerged from his cave abode, making his way towards the Sect's Affairs Hall. The Affairs Hall was located on the summit of Tiandu Peak. On a grand platform halfway up the peak stood 3 majestic halls: the Affairs Hall, the Trading Hall, and the Task Hall. The Affairs Hall at Tiandu Peak was significantly larger than that at Dongxi Peak, serving the entire sect, while the latter catered solely to the outer disciples of Dongxi for 10 years. Upon arriving at the resource distribution area of the Affairs Hall, Qin Huaian was eligible to claim his free Foundation Establishment Pill. The hall was bustling with people, comprising both inner and outer disciples. Excluding the disciples of Dongxi for 10 years, the remaining 40,000 disciples collected their resource quotas here. Each resource collection point witnessed long queues. However, Qin Huaian did not join the throng. Instead, he proceeded directly to a separate chamber designated for direct disciples. It was here that he had previously exchanged his identity token for that of a direct disciple. Inside the room, a disciple at the early stage of Foundation establishment and another at the 9th layer of Qi refinement were present. Upon noticing Qin Huaian's entrance, the Qi refinement disciple hurriedly approached him, welcoming him with warmth. "Welcome, senior brother Qin. Are you here to collect resources?" The disciples on duty had seen portraits of all direct disciples and recognized him instantly, given that there were only over 40 direct disciples in the entire sect. The early stage Foundation disciple also stood to greet Qin Huaian, exhibiting no arrogance despite his superior cultivation level. Xiao Yi, a newly initiated direct disciple, had swiftly advanced from the early stage of Qi refinement to successfully establishing his foundation in just 1 year. Thus they treated every direct disciple with utmost respect. Qin Huaian clasped his fists in return, stating, "I have come to claim my resource quota and a Foundation Establishment Pill." Direct disciples received a monthly allocation of resources. At the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he was entitled to 90 mid-grade spiritual stones each month, with additional rewards in Sect contribution points upon breakthroughs. As he had not achieved a breakthrough, he was only eligible for his monthly allocation of spiritual stones. "Very well, senior brother Qin. Please hand me your identity token," the Qi refinement disciple courteously requested. Qin Huaian produced his identity token and handed it over. The disciple placed it on the array instrument, which promptly displayed the quantity of unclaimed resource allocations for Qin Huaian. "Senior brother Qin, would you like to claim them all?" "Yes, please," Qin Huaian replied. "All right. Please wait a moment." The disciple dashed towards the storeroom to retrieve the resources. Soon, he returned with 900 mid-grade spiritual stones and a pill bottle. "Senior brother, please verify." After confirming the contents were correct, Qin Huaian stored them in his spatial pouch, expressing his gratitude. Exiting the Affairs Hall, Qin Huaian proceeded to the Trading Hall of the Sect. He needed to purchase 2 more Foundation Establishment Pills there. The Trading Hall was equally crowded as the Affairs Hall. With no special services available, Qin Huaian silently joined a queue. Before long, it was his turn. "I would like 2 Foundation Establishment Pills and 1 Pulse Protecting Pill," he stated. The disciple on duty was taken aback. Since the return of disciples from the Ta Qing domain, many had been exchanging for Foundation Establishment Pills, but he had never witnessed anyone exchange for 2 at once. Could it be that a certain inner disciple had struck it rich in the Ta Qing domain? As the disciple pondered this, he took Qin Huaian's identity token. Upon seeing its golden hue, he realized it was the token of a direct disciple. Scanning it with the array instrument, he exclaimed, "You are Qin." "Hush," Qin Huaian gestured for silence, not wishing to attract attention. The disciple quickly comprehended the signal and altered his tone. "Ah, yes, please wait, senior brother." After checking Qin Huaian's Sect contribution points, he reported, "Senior brother, a total of 650,000 contribution points will be deducted. Please wait." In no time, he retrieved 2 pill bottles, 2 foundation establishment pills, and 1 pulse-protecting pill. "Senior brother, please verify." Qin Huaian inspected them and, satisfied, stored the pills and his identity token, thanking the disciple once more. As he exited the trading hall, Qin Huaian did not linger at Tiandu Peak, but headed straight back to Baoda Peak. Now that he had acquired the foundation establishment pills and attained the consummate level of qi refinement, further cultivation within this phase would no longer enhance his realm. Of course, Qin Huaian was uncertain whether mastering the Ta Ching Ascension scripture would allow him to compress spiritual energy once more, thereby amplifying his strength. However, he was not inclined to wait any longer. After some research, he discovered that refining the Ta Ching Ascension scripture to mastery required a staggering 400,000 spiritual stones and 2 years of time. Other techniques needed only double the spiritual stones consumed in the previous stage for progression. Yet the Ta Ching Ascension scripture demanded quadruple. Qin Huaian speculated that this technique must be a fundamental one for the Ta Ching domain. Likely designed for ease of entry but difficulty in mastery, it encouraged a larger base of Sect disciples at the grassroots level, while aspiring to higher levels of cultivation necessitated exceptional comprehension or a significant investment of time. Not wishing to dwell further on these thoughts, Qin Huaian made slight adjustments to his state in his cave abode before departing towards his master Lin Tianyu's cave. Chapter 80. Is the space set for an upgrade? Qin Huaian knocked on Lin Tianyu's door. After a brief moment, the door opened automatically, and Lin Tianyu's voice resonated in the air. "Enter, proceed to the reception room." "Yes, master." Qin Huaian looked at this method of opening doors with great envy. This was indeed the sophistication befitting a cultivator. Inside the reception room, Lin Tianyu remained clad in his white robes, his expression icy. Upon Qin Huaian's entrance, Lin Tianyu scrutinized him, his gaze sharpening. "Huaian, have you made a breakthrough in your power accumulation and expansion technique?" "No, that can't be right. The power accumulation and expansion technique is limited by the level of the cultivation method, so it shouldn't have such a significant effect." Before Qin Huaian could respond, Lin Tianyu continued to muse. At that moment, Lin Tianyu's demeanor shifted from cold to one of surprise tinged with delight. "Huaian, your strength has increased tremendously since you emerged from the Ta Ching domain. Have you perhaps grasped the fundamentals of the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra? Reporting to Master, your disciple has indeed caught a glimpse of its principles. Excellent. Truly, your comprehension is extraordinary. To cultivate a technique above the heavenly level to such an extent in such a short time." Lin Tianyu, now standing from his chair, spoke with evident excitement. "Master, I intend to challenge the foundation establishment stage. I wonder if you have the time to assist me?" Qin Huaian interjected, revealing the primary purpose of his visit. "Very well, Huaian, you shall establish your foundation in my cave dwelling, and I will guard you." With that, Lin Tianyu began to walk towards the exit, instructing Qin Huaian, "Come, let us proceed to the training chamber." Qin Huaian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed Lin Tianyu out of the reception room. His master was as efficient as ever, taking swift action without delay. In the training chamber, Qin Huaian sat cross-legged on the ground, while Lin Tianyu positioned himself not far away, stating, "Huaian, although I will guard you, the breakthrough ultimately relies on your own efforts. I can only ensure your meridian foundation is protected in the event of failure." "Yes, disciple understands," Qin Huaian replied with a solemn expression. Lin Tianyu continued, "Foundation establishment consists of 3 steps. First, the cleansing of the meridians and marrow. Second, the transformation of spiritual power into liquid. And finally, the projection of consciousness beyond the body. The cleansing of the meridians is closely related to one's inherent constitution, meaning it correlates with the quality of one's spiritual roots. The better the aptitude, the easier the cleansing process. Once the cleansing is complete, you will harness the spiritual power from your dantian to break through the invisible barriers of foundation establishment. Upon breaching these barriers, the spiritual energy within the dantian will transform into a liquid state. This step primarily depends on the strength of your spiritual power. The final step requires your consciousness to break free from the confines of the Niwen Palace, reaching a state of external perception. All 3 steps must be executed in one continuous flow. Any interruption may result in failure. The consequences could be as mild as reverting to the 9th level of qi refinement, or as severe as damaging your foundational cultivation, and in the worst cases, it could even lead to death. Therefore, one must not be careless during foundation establishment. Huaian, your spiritual power exceeds that of an ordinary perfected qi refinement cultivator. You may first attempt to challenge the foundation establishment with your own spiritual power. If any issues arise, consuming a foundation establishment pill would not be too late. Additionally, should you truly feel unable to successfully establish your foundation, promptly take a pulse guarding pill to minimize the damage caused by failure. Yes, disciple will remember. Qin Huaian was already somewhat familiar with the process of foundation establishment, but after Lin Tianyu's explanation, it became even clearer. This was the advantage of having a master. With his state of mind properly adjusted, Qin Huaian officially began to challenge the foundation establishment. Most foundational cultivation methods include a prescribed route for this endeavor. When one's internal spiritual power reaches a perfected state of qi refinement, they can follow a specific cultivation path to attempt foundation establishment. The first step of cleansing the meridians and marrow is essentially about purifying and widening the meridians. Following the methods recorded in the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra, Qin Huaian began to guide the spiritual power within him to flow repeatedly through his entire meridian system. Before long, impurities began to be expelled from his body through the pores. Each circulation of spiritual power through the meridians carried away a portion of the impurities. After half a day, feeling that the impurities had been largely expelled, Qin Huaian began to circulate his spiritual power to widen the meridians. The process of widening the meridians was agonizing. Each inch felt as if 100 claws were scratching at his heart, both itchy and painful. Sweat beads formed on Qin Huaian's forehead, and as the meridians expanded, more impurities were expelled from his body. At last, according to the records of the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra, he had successfully widened each inch of his meridians. He felt that if his previous meridians resembled narrow paths, they were now akin to vast expressways. Uncertain if he could widen them further, Qin Huaian pondered and then consumed a foundation establishment pill. Lin Tianyu, momentarily taken aback, had been closely monitoring Qin Huaian's progress. He sensed that Qin Huaian had executed the first step of cleansing the meridians and marrow perfectly, widening his meridians to a level that most newly established cultivators could not reach. Why then, he wondered, was he suddenly consuming a foundation establishment pill? Then, to Lin Tianyu's astonishment, Qin Huaian prepared to commence the cleansing process once more. The foundation establishment pill dissolved instantly, its effects rapidly permeating his body, the essence circulating through the meridians. At this moment, the meridians were wide and pure, seemingly devoid of any space for the medicinal effects to manifest. The medicinal essence converged towards the dantian, and under the impact of the foundation establishment pill's potency, the dantian fluctuated between cold and hot, allowing Qin Huaian to experience a sensation akin to being engulfed by both ice and fire. At this juncture, the barriers to foundation establishment became increasingly clear, and the medicinal strength of the foundation establishment pill swiftly harmonized with the energies within the dantian, surging towards the intangible barrier. Qin Huaian hastily activated his internal spiritual power to strike against it. Under the combined force of the foundation establishment pill's potency and his own formidable spiritual power, the barrier of foundation establishment crumbled. Qin Huaian then sensed the gaseous spiritual power within his dantian gradually compressing, transforming into liquid. Drops of spiritual liquid coalesced, suspending themselves within the dantian. He realized he had successfully transformed his spiritual power into liquid. The potency of this liquid spiritual power was exponentially greater than that of its gaseous form. Qin Huaian then connected with his Niwen Palace, feigning an effort to break through the barriers of consciousness, ultimately projecting beyond his physical form. At that moment, the surrounding spiritual power was instantaneously drawn into his body, forming a small vortex of spiritual energy around him. Foundation establishment was successful. Qin Huaian felt akin to a parched traveler in a desert who had stumbled upon an oasis, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual power, which transformed through his meridians into droplets of liquid stored within his dantian. At this moment, Lin Tianyu performed several hand seals in the air, fully activating the spirit-gathering array in his cave dwelling to gather the spiritual energy from the surrounding area. Qin Huaian suddenly felt the concentration of spiritual energy around him intensifying, which he greedily absorbed and converted. A day later, tranquility returned, and Qin Huaian's foundation establishment realm stabilized. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply to Lin Tianyu. "Thank you, master." "Very well, change your clothes first. Your senior sister awaits outside. I shall meet her in the reception room," Lin Tianyu instructed before swiftly exiting the training chamber. Qin Huaian suddenly realized he was covered in grime and likely reeked. It was no wonder his master hurried away. He cast a cleansing talisman and a purifying water talisman, refreshing himself before changing into a clean set of robes and heading towards the reception room. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Seed Space No.7 is upgrading, upgrade time, 3 days." Chapter 81, Floating Island. As Qin Huaian stepped into the reception room, he heard Min Ingzhu exclaim, "Master, do you mean to say that Qin Shidi has successfully established his foundation?" "You may inquire him." Lin Tianyu gestured towards Min Ingzhu. "I have successfully established my foundation." "Thank you for your concern, senior sister." Qin Huaian's voice resonated from the entrance of the reception room. Min Ingzhu turned to face Qin Huaian. her previously cold demeanor softening slightly with relief, before teasingly inquiring, "Have you consumed all 3 of the Foundation establishment pills you prepared, Qin Huaian? Did you prepare 3 Foundation establishment pills? Given your current state, it is likely that even without consuming the Foundation establishment pill, you would still succeed in establishing your foundation." Lin Tianyu remarked unexpectedly. "Merely utilizing 1 pill proved sufficient for the successful establishment, Master. I felt that my aptitude was rather dull, and thus prepared an extra 1 as a precaution." The earlier part of this statement was directed at Min Yingzhu, while the latter part was addressed to Lin Tianyu. In retrospect, it indeed seems that I could have saved a pill, which now feels somewhat wasteful. In the realm of cultivation, unforeseen circumstances may arise at any moment. It is prudent to remain vigilant even in times of peace, Lin Tianyu commended. Min Yingzhu's lips curled slightly, not dwelling on the matter, for in her eyes, establishing a foundation was merely a minor hurdle on the path of cultivation. "Master, I have come regarding the conflict between our sect's jurisdiction over Zheng Nation and the neighboring Wu Nation," Min Yingzhu stated earnestly. "Oh, you are the point of contact for Zheng Nation, are you not? Have they sought our assistance amidst their warfare?" Lin Tianyu inquired. "Indeed, Master. Generally, we refrain from intervening in the wars of mortal nations. However, this skirmish involves local cultivation families, and reports suggest that the Guiyuan Sect may be behind it." Min Yingzhu explained. "Guiyuan Sect? Do they intend to interfere in our affairs at Huangshan Sword Sect?" "Yingzhu, take a few inner disciples and visit Zheng Nation to ascertain the situation," Lin Tianyu commanded. "Yes, Master." Min Yingzhu prepared to depart. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Tianyu added, "I shall have Uncle Peng accompany you." "Understood, I will fetch Uncle Peng," Min Yingzhu responded as she exited the meeting room. Observing Min Yingzhu's resolute figure, Qin Huaian marveled, "Truly, she is a disciple of our master. Her efficiency is commendable." He then added, "Master, I too shall return and stabilize my realm." "Very well. Go ahead," Lin Tianyu replied. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Huaian sat cross-legged within his cultivation chamber. As he practiced the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy had increased exponentially compared to the Qi refinement stage. The spiritual power coursed through his meridians along designated pathways, ultimately coalescing into a liquid form that flowed into his dantian. Despite the accelerated refinement of spiritual energy, the accumulation of liquid spiritual power remained exceedingly slow after several weeks. The increase within his dantian was negligible. Qin Huaian remained unperturbed. After establishing his foundation, a cultivator's lifespan extended to a remarkable 240 years. Typically, foundation stage cultivators required over a century of cultivation to reach the core formation stage, yet he felt confident that his current pace would far surpass that of his peers. Following the successful establishment of his foundation, Qin Huaian's range of spiritual perception had expanded to a radius of approximately 100 zhang. While practicing the divine perception technique, he noted that his perception range had ceased to grow, leading him to speculate that he had reached the threshold of this realm and would require a catalyst to break through and continue expanding. He continued to cultivate the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra while awaiting the upgrade of his seed space. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. "Seed space upgrade complete." At last, the upgrade was complete. Qin Huaian's consciousness entered the seed space. "Would you like to construct a body mirror image? Huh, is another construction necessary?" Qin Huaian pondered. Soon, he realized that it was to increase the number of mirror images. Construct. In no time, a brand new mirror image appeared within the space. Qin Huaian gazed with satisfaction at the 2 mirror images suspended in the space. This meant he could now have one engaged in cultivation while the other focused on deducing techniques, or both could be utilized for cultivation. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Huaian began to examine the space, discovering that it had expanded into a spherical area spanning 100 miles. Such an expansive space seemed to hold little practical utility. Qin Huaian mused. At the center of this vast space, a colossal circular stone, approximately 1 mile in diameter and 10 zhang thick, materialized. To illustrate, Qin Huaian likened this stone to a gigantic mooncake. The stone, entirely gray-black, floated in the center of the space like a solitary asteroid in the cosmos. "Is this land in space?" Qin Huaian was astounded. The upgrade had introduced land, albeit a small expanse resembling a floating island. He attached his consciousness to the first mirror image, designating it as Image 1, while the newly constructed one was labeled Image 2. Image 1 raised an arm, gently clenched its fist, and felt remarkably similar to his own body. He could consciously inhabit the mirror image, but since the space was merely an open area, there was little need for possession. Now, he longed to explore the newly appeared land. With a mere thought, he found himself standing on the floating island. Crouching down, Qin Huaian touched the ground. which felt as solid as black iron. Now that land had emerged, he wondered if the upgraded space would allow for the cultivation of spiritual herbs. He aspired to be a man with a portable medicinal garden. However, the hardness of the ground suggested that ordinary plants would struggle to thrive. What if he could cover it with soil from the outside? It was worth a try. Qin Huaian surveyed the area once more, but no further changes were apparent. Slowly, he opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. He decided to test his cultivation techniques. Both his original body and the two mirror images practiced the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra, resulting in a tripling of the speed at which spiritual power accumulated in his dantian. The sensation was exhilarating. Next, he attempted to deduce techniques. Deducing the carefree technique. Cost: 200,000 spirit stones. Image can deduce the carefree technique to entry level. Duration: 6 months. Cost: 400,000 spirit stones. Duration halved. He chose to expend 200,000 spirit stones for the deduction. Although the expenditure of spirit stones remained unchanged, the time required was cut in half compared to before the upgrade. Qin Huaian employed Image 1 to deduce the carefree technique, a crucial survival technique. Mastering it was imperative. After the deduction, he was left with only 50,000 spirit stones. It was time to replenish his reserves. It had been over 10 months since he exited the Ta Ching realm, and he had yet to utilize his annual opportunity to enter. After emerging from Ta Ching Mountain, he had sensed the hidden mark on his wrist. Through this mark, he could teleport to the Ta Ching realm at any time. He could not afford to squander this opportunity. It was time to explore the Ta Ching realm in search of additional resources. Even if he did not find an abundance of resources, the doubled concentration of spiritual energy within the realm would still be worthwhile. Chapter 82. The Desert. Qin Huaian did not directly teleport into the Ta Ching realm. Instead, he first made his way to the Sect's trading hall. There, he expended 5,000 points of Sect contribution to exchange for 50 bottles of True Essence pills. Having depleted his supply, the True Essence pills were still of considerable benefit during the early stages of Foundation establishment. In addition to the pills, Qin Huaian also procured various offensive and defensive talismans. Exiting the trading hall, he proceeded toward Rongqing Peak, intending to inquire with Yi Tianming about his experiences in the Ta Ching realm and where he had been teleported upon entry. Upon arriving at Rongqing Peak, Qin Huaian easily learned of Yi Tianming's residence. The cave dwellings of direct disciples of Rongqing Peak were situated in the same area as those of the Peak Master and Elders. At the entrance of this area, a disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement stood guard. Generally, without an invitation, ordinary disciples were not permitted entry. Qin Huaian presented his identity token to the disciple, who promptly clasped his fists and said, "Ah, it is Senior Brother Qin. May I ask who you are seeking?" "I am looking for Senior Brother Yi Tianming. I wonder if I might be allowed to enter," Qin Huaian inquired. The complexities orchestrated by Rongqing Peak stand in stark contrast to the nonchalance exhibited by Baoda Peak, where disciples of the sect can freely access their cave dwelling area. Yet, typically, the ordinary disciples refrain from intruding. "No problem, Senior Brother Qin. Please hold on a moment while I check if Brother Yi is in his cave," stated one disciple, who promptly dashed into the cave area. Before long, this disciple emerged alongside Yi Tianming. "Haha, welcome, Brother Qin, to Rongqing Peak." Yi Tianming called out from a distance, greeting Qin Huaian warmly. "I have a few matters I wish to consult with Brother Yi. I hope it is convenient," Qin Huaian replied with a smile. "Of course, Brother Qin, please." Yi Tianming gestured for him to follow. Upon arriving at Yi Tianming's abode and taking their respective seats, Yi Tianming inquired, "What would you like to ask, Brother Qin?" "Brother Yi, ever since your return from Taiching Mountain, have you ventured back into the Taiching domain?" Qin Huaian asked straightforwardly. "Indeed, I have. After my return, I acquired a foundation establishment pill, which allowed me to successfully establish my foundation. Following that, I entered the Taiching domain once again," Yi Tianming responded. "May I inquire where the teleportation point to the Taiching domain is located?" Qin Huaian pressed further. "Since I only teleported once, I am unsure if the location is random. Upon entering, I found myself near an unfamiliar mountain range," Yi Tianming elaborated. "During my 2-month stay, I traversed many places on my sword, and though I discovered some commendable spirit herbs, I did not encounter any of the locations marked on the previous maps. It seemed as if I had entered an entirely alien region. This area harbors a greater number of second-tier demonic beasts, and I even sensed the oppressive aura of a third-tier beast from a distance. If you decide to enter, Brother Qin, exercise extreme caution. However, we can teleport out at any moment. Should any danger arise, simply teleport away. Upon teleportation, one returns to the position from which they entered. I teleported from this cave, and I reappeared within it as well," Yi Tianming continued. "Brother Qin, this is a map I drew after my return, which I have submitted to the sect. I hope it proves useful to you." With that, Yi Tianming produced a map and handed it to Qin Huaian. "Thank you, Brother Yi." Qin Huaian expressed his gratitude as he accepted the map. The information Yi Tianming provided was invaluable and greatly aided Qin Huaian. After conversing for a while longer, Qin Huaian took his leave. Upon returning to Baoda Peak, Qin Huaian made his way to Lin Tianyu's cave dwelling, intending to inform him of his upcoming venture into the Taiqing domain, especially since he would suddenly vanish from the cave. As the door opened, Qin Huaian entered the reception area and conveyed his purpose. "Huaian, take this. It can withstand an attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator. Prioritize your safety above all else," Lin Tianyu instructed, presenting Qin Huaian with a talisman. To Qin Huaian's astonishment, it was a fourth-tier talisman, an exceedingly precious item. "Do not be overly cautious. While you can teleport out at any time, this may buy you precious moments in an emergency," Lin Tianyu remarked with a stern expression. "Thank you, Master." Qin Huaian bowed deeply, accepting the talisman, fully aware of its significance. After returning to his own cave dwelling and making some preparations, Qin Huaian activated the willow leaf-shaped mark on his wrist. A moment of dizziness overtook him, and he found himself in the midst of a vast desert. A desert? Qin Huaian gasped inwardly, for neither the previous maps nor the one provided by Yi Tianming indicated the existence of such a barren landscape. Prior accounts depicted mountains, forests, grasslands, and lakes, all vibrant and teeming with life, perfectly aligning with the former designation of the minor spirit domain. Assessing the concentration of spiritual energy in this place, he found it satisfactory, approximately double that of the outside world. Ascending on his sword to a higher altitude, he surveyed the endless expanse of sand before him, occasionally spotting clusters of low shrubs or cacti, but no sign of the desert's boundary. This posed a dilemma. If the entirety of this realm consisted of desert, how could he seek out spirit herbs? Few could thrive in such arid conditions. Just then, Qin Huaian noticed a flock of birds approaching in the distance. As they drew nearer, he discerned they were a group of white-tailed sand falcons. He cursed his bad luck. Before he could find any spirit herbs, he was confronted by a pack of demonic beasts. He had read about them in the tomes of the East Shi Peaks Library. Adult white-tailed sand falcons were first-tier avian demonic beasts, while the white-tailed sand falcon king was a second-tier beast, characterized by its distinctive white tail and head. Among the approaching birds, the leader was indeed a white-tailed sand falcon king. Qin Huaian swiftly turned and fled, his speed on the sword surpassing that of the flock. Yet the Falcon King was remarkably swift, rapidly closing the gap. He could not allow himself to be surrounded by the avian beasts. Channeling his spiritual power, he quickened his pace. While he could not shake off the Falcon King, the distance between him and the rest of the flock widened. As the Falcon King drew nearer, Qin Huaian discerned its cultivation level, a mid-second tier, one small realm above his own. Just as the Falcon King approached, Qin Huaian made a sudden descent to the ground. The Falcon King, noticing his descent, dove downwards as well, flapping its wings to unleash several wind blades toward Qin Huaian. Utilizing a second-tier shield talisman he had exchanged at the Sect, Qin Huaian deflected the incoming wind blades. As the Falcon King closed in, he unleashed a fireball he had been charging. The Falcon King's dive was fierce, and as the fireball neared, it found itself unable to change course, a protective barrier manifesting before it in an attempt to block the projectile. Upon collision, the fireball erupted violently, sending shockwaves that destabilized the Falcon King's flight. "Now's my chance." Qin Huaian brandished his mid-grade spiritual weapon sword, slicing through the air with a dazzling beam of sword light that cleaved the Falcon King's left wing. With a mournful cry, the left wing severed from its body. Seizing the moment, Qin Huaian delivered a second strike, dispatching the white-tailed sand Falcon King. A mid-second-tier demonic beast is hardly a challenge, he mused triumphantly. At that moment, the remaining flock of white-tailed sand falcons was fast approaching. Qin Huaian swiftly stored the Falcon King's corpse and took to the skies, determined to avoid being overwhelmed by the onslaught. Altering his course multiple times, he flew for several hours until he caught sight of a verdant oasis in the distance, with a small lake at its center, an oasis amidst the desert. Qin Huaian soared toward this promising site. As he neared the oasis, he noted its considerable expanse, nearly 10 miles in circumference. He landed at the edge of the oasis, having traveled thousands of miles in search of this sanctuary. Yet wary of potential formidable beasts lurking within, he hesitated to enter directly. In the vast expanse of several thousand miles, this oasis might be the only place where spirit herbs could be found, prompting him to venture inside. Should he encounter insurmountable threats, he could always teleport back. With determination, Qin Huaian stepped into the oasis, expanding his spiritual sense to survey his surroundings. Although termed an oasis, the outer areas were sparsely populated with trees and vegetation, becoming somewhat denser near the lake. Upon entering the oasis, Qin Huaian, guided by his spiritual sense, discovered several spirit herbs, thousand spirit grass, sandwood roots, and purple fire blossoms. Most were first-tier herbs, with occasional second-tier varieties. As he ventured deeper into the oasis, he noticed a slightly higher quantity of second-tier herbs. He surmised that during his previous visit to the Taiqing domain, this location had likely been untouched. Otherwise, the spirit herb count would not have been so abundant in less than a year's time. Recalling Yi Tianming's words, Qin Huaian pondered whether they had indeed teleported to entirely different regions. The Taiqing domain has graced the realm of cultivation for 5 millennia. Yet no soul has ever reached its boundaries, leaving the extent of this domain an enigma within the cultivation world. As Qin Huaian pondered, he diligently searched for spiritual herbs. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a thicket of thorny shrubs. Their leaves were a muted yellow, veined with delicate green, and the branches bristled with rigid thorns. Dangling from the tips were a dozen golden fruits, each the size of a longan, their semi-translucent skins revealing dark purple patterns that coursed through the golden flesh like veins. The sandthorn spirit fruit. Qin Huaian instantly recognized this precious herb, classified as a Tier 3 spiritual herb. It could be consumed directly and was known to significantly enhance the physical strength of cultivators. Without a moment's hesitation, he collected the fruits into his seed space. At that instant, 3 scorpion-like venomous creatures burst forth from the semi-sandy soil, charging directly at Qin Huaian. The Xianxia Scorpion King, a Tier 2 demonic beast. Its tough skin and formidable tail bore an immensely potent venom. Of the 3, one possessed mid-tier cultivation of the second stage, while the others were at the initial stage, each measuring over half a meter in length. Qin Huaian executed the heavenly transformation technique, swiftly evading the onslaught of the Xianxia Scorpion Kings and distancing himself from them. Realizing that Qin Huaian had dodged their ambush, the 3 Scorpion Kings rapidly maneuvered to encircle him from 3 directions. Though Tier 2 beasts cannot morph their forms, their intelligence rivaled that of ordinary humans. The Xianxia Scorpion King's most formidable attack was its venomous tail. Qin Huaian cast a Tier 2 shield talisman upon himself and drew forth his mid-grade spirit weapon, a flying sword, charging towards the one with mid-tier cultivation. He refrained from fleeing on his sword, knowing full well that escaping amidst the assault of 3 Tier 2 beasts would prove perilous. On the ground, however, he wielded the perfected heavenly transformation technique, which, although not of the highest tier, granted him greater agility than in the air. Seizing the opportunity to capture the leader first, Qin Huaian deftly approached the mid-tier Xianxia Scorpion King, unleashing his sword intent with a direct thrust. The Scorpion King, confident in its tough carapace, did not evade but instead braced its back against the flying sword's assault, while its tail's barbs sought to strike Qin Huaian. Simultaneously, the other 2 Xianxia Scorpion Kings unleashed their spells, sending twin whirlwinds of yellow sand spiraling toward him, with his shield safeguarding him from behind. Qin Huaian chose to disregard the approaching sandstorms for the moment, intent on eliminating the strongest adversary first. The collision of the Scorpion King's tail with Qin Huaian's shield resulted in a slight crack, yet it underestimated the potency of Qin Huaian's flying sword. Having cultivated the power accumulation technique and the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra, his dantian brimmed with a capacity and strength of spiritual energy that far exceeded that of a typical initial stage cultivator. The tip of his flying sword collided with the Scorpion King's back, sending it hurtling away, its carapace cracking along the point of impact. In a furious roar, the Scorpion King released a mist of azure fog, indicating that it was attempting to heal its wounds. All of this transpired in a mere heartbeat. As the mid-tier Xianxia Scorpion King was sent flying, the twin whirlwinds of yellow sand crashed against Qin Huaian's shield. The shield, already weakened by the Scorpion King's tail, shattered instantly. Seizing the moment, Qin Huaian deftly maneuvered to evade the residual force of the sandstorm. He could not afford to allow the wounded Scorpion King to recuperate. Thus, he activated another shield talisman and pressed forward. The injured Scorpion King, sensing Qin Huaian's renewed assault, attempted to evade, but its speed had considerably diminished due to its injuries. Qin Huaian seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword once more into the location of his previous strike. A sharp crack echoed as the Scorpion King's back armor shattered. With another swift strike, he cleaved the creature in two, its lifeless body crashing to the ground. At this juncture, the remaining 2 Scorpion Kings arrived, halting in their tracks upon witnessing their leader's swift demise. They were not foolish. Instinctively, they sought to retreat. Qin Huaian, however, had no intentions of letting them escape. The Xianxia Scorpion Kings possessed 3 treasures: the tail stinger, the carapace, and the Wandu pearl. The stinger and carapace were invaluable materials for crafting offensive and defensive artifacts, while the Wandu pill could counteract myriad poisons and served as a crucial alchemical ingredient. As Qin Huaian advanced towards them, the 2 Scorpion Kings turned to flee. Employing the heavenly transformation technique, he quickly closed the distance to 1, swinging his sword in a decisive arc. At that moment, the fleeing Scorpion King unleashed its tail stinger, and Qin Huaian hastily parried, shattering the projectile with a swift strike. Following the release of its stinger, the Scorpion King rapidly weakened, its speed waning. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Huaian lunged forward, piercing the creature's head with his sword. The final xianxia Scorpion King, sensing its dire predicament, burrowed swiftly into the sandy earth, attempting to evade Qin Huaian's spiritual sense by hiding beneath the surface. Little did it know, had it confronted any other initial stage cultivator, it might have successfully escaped. Alas, it faced Qin Huaian. At this moment, his spiritual perception extended to 100 feet. His flying sword shot forth with precision, piercing the ground where the Scorpion King had hidden. Following suit with the heavenly transformation technique, Qin Huaian retrieved the corpse of the Scorpion King from the earth. As he extracted the creature, a metallic object resembling a token emerged from the sand. Picking it up, he brushed away the dirt to reveal an ancient character for command engraved on one side, while the reverse bore an intricate pattern encircling a vividly carved flame. Chapter 84, The Underwater Palace. Has someone ventured here before? Qin Huaian examined the token repeatedly, finding no discernible information of value. Could it be that someone from the cultivation realm had once been transported to this place? Or perhaps it was once the site of human activity? He temporarily set aside his internal queries, processing the remains of the 3 xianxia Scorpion Kings and storing their useful materials in his storage bag. After some contemplation, he decided to place the abundant sandy soil and the sandthorn tree bearing the sandthorn spirit fruits into the Seed Space's floating island, uncertain if they would thrive. He then retrieved the flying sword that housed the sky-swallowing python, who was currently in slumber. Little python, awaken and get to work, Qin Huaian gently prodded. Flicking the sword's body, a small serpent apparition materialized upon the sword, followed by the ancient python's voice. Master, your cultivation has advanced once again. Truly, you are a prodigy, achieving foundational success in such a short span. Enough flattery, I know my own capabilities. Tell me, do you recognize this token? Qin Huaian inquired, presenting the token he had just discovered. Master, the material of this token does not seem to be of any precious origin, nor does it bear the marks of cultivation techniques. I suspect it may be an item used by mortals, the ancient python replied. Mortals? Could it be that there are still humans living within the Ta Ching domain? Qin Huaian mused silently. Little python, having resided here for centuries, have you ever witnessed any mortal activity? None. Before you took me away from that area, I remained in the vicinity, the python responded. Have you heard of the Huangshan Sword Sovereign? Qin Huaian queried further. Never heard of him. Is he formidable? The sky-swallowing python inquired. The Huangshan Sword Sovereign was a genius from 10,000 years ago, who reached the tribulation stage in less than a millennium before ascending to the immortal realm. Qin Huaian explained. I began my cultivation a millennium ago, and I failed my tribulation several centuries back. One would expect such a formidable figure to be renowned. Yet I have not heard of them. You underwent tribulation several centuries ago? Qin Huaian inquired, a flicker of understanding illuminating his expression. Indeed, master, after my failure, I should have dissipated into nothingness. However, for reasons unknown, a fragment of my soul found its way to this world. I can sense that this realm is undeniably different from the one I once inhabited, the heaven-devouring python communicated. Are you aware that no cultivator has ascended in the realm of cultivation for 5 millennia? Qin Huaian remarked. What? No cultivator has ascended for 5,000 years. This cannot be, for before my tribulation, cultivators or demonic beasts would ascend every century or so. Could it be that we do not inhabit the same realm of cultivation? The python expressed its astonishment. I too harbor doubts about our worlds being one and the same. The realm we currently dwell in is known as the Tai Ching domain, which manifested in our cultivation world 5,000 years ago, after which there have been no recorded ascensions. Qin Huaian elaborated. I too arrived here via a form of transmission. Cross-realm transmission? Master, even within the same realm of cultivation, a teleportation array spanning 1,000,000 miles belongs to the 9th tier of transmission, which is already the pinnacle of what our cultivation world can achieve. Cross-realm transmission is beyond our realm's capabilities, the python stated. The Tai Ching domain, the Tai Ching palace. The Tai Ching Ascension Sutra. Such a power named Tai Ching must undoubtedly be an extraordinary force. Qin Huaian returned the heaven-devouring python to his storage bag, choosing not to delve further into the matter, for it was beyond his current means to resolve. Moreover, with the python reduced to a mere wisp of a soul, it could no longer devour the souls of cultivators and required prolonged periods of slumber, thus limiting its time spent outside. Qin Huaian, unperturbed, settled into meditation to restore his spiritual energy before resuming his search for spiritual herbs within this oasis. After 2 days of thorough exploration, He had gathered an array of first and second-tier spiritual herbs, but found nothing of greater value. Now standing by the edge of a lake, its water shallow and crystal clear, he observed only ordinary fish and shrimp swimming within, with no sign of demonic beasts. Just as he prepared to depart, he caught sight of a metallic plate resting upon the lake bed, glimmering under the sun's rays. Qin Huaian guided his flying sword into the water, intent on retrieving the plate for closer inspection. Upon touching the lake bed, he discovered a mere thin layer of soft silt, beneath which lay a vast expanse of flat, hard stone, clearly marked by signs of human craftsmanship. As he hoisted the plate with his sword, he noted its similarity to another he had previously found, albeit with slightly differing patterns. Diving into the water, a foundation-building cultivator could now hold their breath for an extended duration. He sank to the bottom, examining the flat stone. After a few taps with the sword's hilt, he discerned a hollow sound beneath. A few swift strokes of his sword soon cleaved through the stone, revealing an opening that led into a vast hall, reminiscent of a mundane palace. In the center of the hall stood what appeared to be a throne for a king. He entered through the opening, which he had just carved, realizing it was the ceiling of the hall. The interior was also filled with lake water, and he swam to the throne. Beside the throne lay another identical plate, accompanied by a line of small script. I am the 13th king of the kingdom of divine flame. A calamity has befallen us, and my kingdom is destined to be buried beneath the sands. Alas, if the national master could return, please retrieve my national flame and rendezvous with the Eastern Empire. This kingdom of divine flame must have been a small nation, now buried beneath the sands. No wonder the plate was engraved with a flame motif, Qin Huaian mused. According to this message, their national flame still remains here? He scanned the hall and its surroundings with his spiritual sense. Suddenly, he detected an area at the back of the hall encircled by a rudimentary formation. This must be the national flame referred to in the message. The king may not have taken it directly, possibly due to this formation. Intrigued, Qin Huaian noted that the formation indicated traces of cultivators. Being a simple first-tier formation, it should pose little danger. He approached with caution, yet remained vigilant. With one hand grasping a protective talisman and the other wielding his flying sword, he navigated to the location indicated by his spiritual sense. Behind the throne was a back door. Upon pushing it open, he traversed a long corridor into a smaller rear hall. In the center of this hall stood an altar adorned with various sacrificial vessels. Above the altar, alongside the spirit tablets of the kingdom's past kings, was an exquisitely crafted bronze lamp. The surrounding area was fortified with a formation, preventing the lake water from encroaching. As he swam near the bronze lamp, he noticed a small dark red flame, roughly the size of a soybean, flickering within. Chapter 85, Strange Fire. Qin Huaian gazed at the tiny flame, utterly astonished. This grand hall appeared to have been abandoned for many years, yet the flame within the bronze lamp remained alight. Though unversed in formations, this first-tier formation posed no challenge for him. Qin Huaian withdrew his flying sword and gently prodded the protective formation, which shattered instantly. At that moment, a wave of intense heat surged forth, while the lake water rushed towards the bronze lamp. Upon contact, an abundance of bubbles erupted, yet the small flame showed no signs of extinguishing. Qin Huaian mobilized his spiritual energy to withstand the oncoming heat wave. Scanning the bronze lamp with his spiritual sense, he discovered no fuel within, nor any traces of formations. Suddenly, he recalled descriptions he had read about heavenly fires, which are formless and sourced from nature itself. Ordinary water cannot extinguish such fires, as they can absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, remaining alight indefinitely. Could this be a celestial fire? Qin Huaian felt a surge of excitement. Celestial fire can be refined, yet he was unaware of how to do so. He retrieved the flying sword that housed the heaven-devouring python and inquired, "What is this?" The ancient python manifested a fleeting shadow upon the sword before retreating, communicating, "Master, this is a celestial fire, a fragment of heaven's fire. Though still weak, I cannot approach it closely due to my soul state." "Indeed, it is celestial fire." Qin Huaian asked, "How can it be refined?" This celestial fire seemed to have been imprisoned for a long time and was exceedingly weak. "You can refine it as you would a flying sword," the ancient python responded, imparting a refining technique to Qin Huaian. As he enveloped the celestial fire with his spiritual sense and commenced the refinement process, the flame initially exhibited a hint of resistance. However, its weakness soon succumbed to Qin Huaian's efforts. Following the refinement, the flame manifested within his dantian, and the surrounding temperature gradually began to cool. With a subtle shift of his mind, a flame appeared upon his fingertip, radiating warmth without any sensation of burning. He had truly acquired a piece of celestial fire, a rarity in the realm of cultivation. Such fires are so scarce that one could count them on a single hand. It is said that a certain nascent soul cultivator, having obtained a piece of celestial fire, faced no rival among peers, wielding its formidable power. However, ever since the news of his possession of the spread, he vanished from the realm of cultivation within a few years, and thereafter, the tales of this particular cultivator ceased to circulate. After Qin Huaian refined this, he became privy to its information. This is known as the crimson ash-flowing sand flame, classified as a. Qin Huaian was secretly astonished that it was indeed a. The of heaven and earth is divided into, and, previously, only had appeared in the realm of cultivation and had never been encountered before. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring the of heaven and earth. Those who obtain such are destined for great fortune. You shall surely expand your ambitions and dominate the realm of cultivation. The ancient serpent remarked upon witnessing Qin Huaian's refinement of the. If those who acquire are indeed great fortune bearers, then it is likely that the rumored would not have disappeared. Qin Huaian disregarded the ancient serpent's words and inquired, "Little serpent, have you heard of? Could it be that Master has acquired a type of?" The ancient serpent exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, based on the information about the flame, it is known as the crimson ash-flowing sand flame. It is actually a. Master, it is said that only can be born in the realm of cultivation, while can only emerge in the celestial realm. Yet this flame is so feeble, as if it has just been born and has yet to evolve. Could it have originated in this space? What exactly is this place? Could it be that my tribulation was not entirely unsuccessful, and this is the celestial realm? The ancient serpent mused. Qin Huaian was unable to provide an answer, as he too was uncertain of their whereabouts. He did not dwell on whether this flame was born of the celestial realm. After all, it now belonged to him. He continued to inquire, can advance? How does it do so? Can gradually grow stronger alongside its master's cultivation level. This is a common method of advancement. Additionally, there are two other methods. One is to devour other, and the other is to consume rare celestial treasures that can facilitate its advancement. However, such treasures are exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain, the ancient serpent communicated, then proceeded to describe several treasures that could promote the advancement of Qin Huaian. Qin Huaian chose not to linger at the lake's bottom. He surfaced, dried his clothes using his magical powers, and departed on his sword. He had thoroughly scoured this oasis and had garnered a satisfactory harvest. It had only been 3 days since he entered and he could not afford to waste time here. As he flew, he felt the within his dantian, with the acquisition of any future alchemy or artifact forging he undertook would undoubtedly reach a higher standard. Most importantly, in combat, if his spiritual energy were to be infused with the might of, its lethality would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, he must not disclose this lightly. This served as a cautionary tale, and he did not wish to vanish inexplicably. Furthermore, Qin Huaian was equally astonished by the ancient serpent's assertion that only the celestial realm could give rise to. The emergence of the had always been shrouded in mystery, and it now appeared even more enigmatic. Moreover, since the appearance of no one had ascended from the realm of cultivation, which was undoubtedly not mere coincidence. Yet, if there were indeed the celestial realm, Qin Huaian felt otherwise. Although the spiritual energy here was twice that of the external world and quite dense. In the realm of cultivation, one could easily enhance its concentration twofold using large-scale spirit-gathering formations. Qin Huaian sensed that the legendary celestial realm should be far superior to the current. The expanse of this desert was vast. After 3 days of flight, Qin Huaian encountered occasional avian demon beasts and small oases along the way, yet the end of the desert remained elusive. He descended at each of these small oases to search, but they yielded only a scant few spiritual herbs. Initially, Qin Huaian contemplated that if he could not exit this desert, he could take advantage of this doubled spiritual energy concentration to meditate for 2 months. That would not be an unwise choice. However, the message he observed in the lake's grand hall instilled in him a glimmer of hope. When their kingdom was engulfed by the sandstorm, they fled eastward. According to the message, there lay the Eastern dynasty, which he assumed would not be situated within the desert's confines. Qin Huaian instructed his mirror clone number 2 to cultivate, while he continued his journey eastward on his sword. Chapter 86. Cultivators from Other Realms. 3 days later, Qin Huaian felt he had traversed numerous tens of thousands of miles. At this point, the desert gradually transformed into a vast gobi, where sparse vegetation dotted the landscape. Although the gobi lacked spiritual herbs, he had finally emerged from the desert, and Qin Huaian felt a renewed sense of hope. After another day of flight, he spotted a massive mountain range in the distance, which starkly contrasted with the lush mountains he had previously encountered in the realm of cultivation. These mountains were sparse with vegetation, exuding an aura of grandeur and desolation. Arriving at the foot of the mountains, he found them towering thousands of feet high, far exceeding any mountains he had witnessed in his previous life. Drawing from his earlier experiences he deemed that large mountains typically held an abundance of spiritual herbs, prompting him to search here. However, After a day of exploration, Qin Huaian abandoned the endeavor. This mountain bore no resemblance to those he had seen in the trees were lowly, primarily composed of rocky outcrops. He encountered only a few first-tier spiritual herbs and, on rare occasions, a handful of low-tier demon beasts. Just as he was preparing to depart, he suddenly detected two individuals within the range of his spiritual awareness. Throughout his search for spiritual herbs, he had been vigilant, extending his spiritual senses over a radius of 100 feet. These two cultivators, a man and a woman, were unfamiliar to him. He was certain they were not the same individuals who had ascended the 1,000 steps with him in the of the female cultivator was strikingly beautiful. As for the male, one could say that while Qin Huaian disdained judging by appearances, the sight of them deepened his understanding of the phrase a flower among cow dung. Both were in the early stages of foundation establishment, seemingly searching for something within the mountains. Suddenly, the male cultivator wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the female cultivator, who struggled slightly and reproached, "Senior brother son." The male cultivator replied, "Junior sister Qingyao, you should know that I have long held affections for you. That is why I specifically brought you to the female cultivator smiled politely. "Qingyao is indeed aware of your attentiveness, senior brother, but such matters of life should be decided by the master. I hope you will have mercy." The male cultivator laughed heartily. "Very well. Upon our return to the sect, I shall inform our master and have him propose to Uncle G. With my talent, Uncle G will undoubtedly agree." A fleeting shadow crossed the female cultivator's face, yet she quickly resumed her smile. "Senior brother's talent is unparalleled in our entire realm of cultivation. Only you have ascended to the 1,000th step of the Qi refinement inheritance space. In the future, you shall surely be the cornerstone of our sect." The male cultivator beamed with pride. "Indeed, I shall never neglect you in the future." Upon hearing this, Qin Huaian's heart trembled greatly. He had actually ascended to the 1,000th step. No, this individual was definitely not someone who had ascended alongside him, and furthermore, the next Qi refinement inheritance in his realm would not commence for another 4 years. Coupled with the fact that there was not from the same realm of cultivation as him, it was highly probable that these two were from another world. Moreover, the cultivator who had ascended to the 1,000th step could bring others into the. Could it be a special reward? However, Qin Huaian no longer had the opportunity to enter the Qi refinement inheritance space again, and he was uncertain what rewards awaited in the foundation establishment inheritance space. At that moment, the female cultivator continued, "Senior brother son, while this mountain is indeed majestic, it lacks any spiritual herbs or treasures. Perhaps we should continue forward?" As she spoke, the female cultivator subtly detached herself from the male cultivator's grasp. The male cultivator discerned the subtle movements of the female cultivator, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further and remarked, "Very well, let us proceed." According to the records on the talisman and the parchment, it was highly likely that within the grand hall of the royal capital lay a rare, celestial fire. Should we obtain this celestial fire, my strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, and my standing within the sect would be further solidified. Qin Huaian silently gasped in astonishment. They were on a quest for the celestial fire, which, if he was not mistaken, was already firmly within his grasp. After the two conversed, they mounted their flying swords and headed westward, the very direction in which Qin Huaian was concealed, hidden behind a massive rock. He observed that the duo had not directed their gaze towards his hiding spot. He planned to wait until they moved further away before continuing his journey eastward. As they approached his location, the male cultivator suddenly unleashed a fiery talisman. Qin Huaian had been vigilantly monitoring their movements. Upon witnessing the male cultivator's sudden attack, he promptly executed the technique of heavenly transformation to retreat. The fiery talisman detonated, shattering the boulder into a myriad of fragments. "Kid, what are you scheming, lurking over there?" the male cultivator bellowed. Without uttering a word, Qin Huaian unsheathed his flying sword, fixing a cold glare upon the two, and declared, "I am here to gather herbs. I shall walk my own path, while you traverse yours. I had no intention of entangling with you, yet you dared to launch a sneak attack on me. Surrender your magical artifact, and leave at once." Qin Huaian had no desire to confront them. His only aim was to gather more cultivation resources. However, since the two had chosen to provoke him, he would not hold back. From the male cultivator's reaction, it appeared he was unaware that Qin Huaian had been observing them for some time. The male cultivator, taken aback by Qin Huaian's audacity, scoffed, "Very well. I return your words." He brandished his mid-grade spiritual weapon, a large blade, directing his attention towards Qin Huaian. Qin Huaian parried with his sword, and the two were forced to step back from the impact. Qin Huaian had assumed his spiritual power was formidable amongst his peers, yet he discovered that the male cultivator's strength was equally matched. The male cultivator staggered back, displaying a grave expression. At that moment, The female cultivator also brandished her flying sword, positioning herself beside him. "Ah, so it's 2 against 1, is it?" Qin Huaian's expression hardened as he quietly gathered fireballs. Without a moment's hesitation, the two advanced in unison. Utilizing heavenly transformation, Qin Huaian retreated a few steps to evade their assaults. The male cultivator, employing his own movement technique, pursued him with comparable speed. Qin Huaian unleashed his sword intent, and the male cultivator found himself repelled by Qin Huaian's superior swordsmanship. After a few exchanges, the female cultivator joined the fray. Seeing them both approaching, Qin Huaian activated a protective talisman, bracing his sword to block the male cultivator's attack, while allowing the female cultivator's sword to strike. Just as her flying sword was about to collide with the shield, Qin Huaian seized the opportunity to release the fireball he had been accumulating. The explosion occurred before the female cultivator could react, resulting in a deep wound in her chest that sent her crashing to the ground without a sound. The residual force of the explosion forced both Qin Huaian and the male cultivator to stagger back a few steps. "Junior sister," the male cultivator exclaimed, his eyes reddening with fury. A thread-like magical artifact was hurled towards Qin Huaian, followed closely by a charge from the male cultivator wielding his blade. Qin Huaian swiftly maneuvered his sword, forming a barrier of sword light that intercepted the incoming thread. At that moment, the male cultivator had already reached him. Channeling the power of the celestial fire within him, Qin Huaian brought his sword down, infused with the might of the extraordinary flames. Realizing the imminent threat, the male cultivator was seized by panic, yet he was too late to withdraw his blade, and his technique faltered in alarm. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Huaian altered his strike slightly, landing a blow on the male cultivator's forearm. The large blade flew from his grasp, far away. Raising his sword once more, imbued with the essence of the celestial fire, Qin Huaian aimed for the male cultivator again. A shield materialized, sending Qin Huaian staggering back. In that instant, the male cultivator vanished without a trace. He had teleported away. Qin Huaian sighed. "I warned you to leave your artifact, yet you refused to listen. Now you've lost even an arm." Chapter 87. The Purple Yin Fruit. Qin Huaian collected the female cultivator's storage bag and the male cultivator's large blade artifact, incinerating the scene with a burst of flames. He then ascended on his sword, heading south. He intended to change direction before proceeding eastward. He pondered how many individuals the male cultivator could lead into the Ta Ching domain and whether there were any restrictions on their cultivation levels. He was also uncertain if the male cultivator could make multiple trips within a year. Caution was indeed prudent. In truth, Qin Huaian wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. He only desired a serene quest for resources and to cultivate his skills. However, should anyone impede his cultivation pursuits, he would not hesitate to treat them as adversaries. After a day of travel, Qin Huaian arrived at a barren hill, having flown south for an entire day without exiting the vast desert. He decided to find a suitable spot to rest. Retrieving the female cultivator's storage bag, he discovered it bore a simple restriction, which he easily dispelled. Inside, he found over 500 mid-grade spirit stones and nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Besides the spirit stones, there were various medicinal pills, spiritual talismans, and some garments belonging to the female cultivator. Additionally, he uncovered several manuals and a talisman. The manuals were of no profound merit, failing to pique his interest. The talisman bore the female cultivator's name on one side and the characters for Tianlan's sect on the other, indicating the name of her sect. Qin Huaian had never heard of this sect, confirming it was not affiliated with the cultivation world he belonged to. Indeed, foundation-building cultivators were extraordinary. Their quantities of spirit stones were exponentially greater than those of Qi refinement cultivators. Qin Huaian stored the spirit stones, pills, and talismans in his seed space, sighing to himself. After entering the Ta Ching domain, Qin Huaian had slain several second-tier beasts, even some at the mid-second tier. He believed his prowess in the early stage of foundation building was commendable. Yet, he found this otherworldly early-stage foundation cultivator to be a formidable match, with impressive agility. Nevertheless, he sensed that the cultivator's spiritual power was not derived from the Ta Ching Ascension Sutra, likely stemming from a more advanced foundational technique or an enhancement method superior to power accumulation expansion technique. Fortunately, he had recently acquired the Crimson Ash Quicksand Flame, which enabled him to triumph over his opponent. After a day of recuperation, Qin Huaian set off again towards the east. With only one opportunity to enter each year, he could not afford to squander it. For several days, he traversed eastward, observing the vegetation gradually becoming more abundant. Along the way, he frequently paused atop hills and within thickets to gather spiritual herbs. He encountered several beasts, the majority being first and second tier, with a few third-tier beasts. Whenever confronted with third-tier beasts, Qin Huaian would keep his distance, as they typically ignored him. Remarkably, He had not encountered any human cultivators or ordinary humans throughout his journey, as if the vast expanse of this world harbored no human life. One day, he beheld an endless chain of mountains ahead, densely forested between them. Qin Huaian halted, descending at the foot of one of the mountains. Having been in the Ta-Qing domain for over 20 days, he resolved to explore this mountain range thoroughly. The mountainous terrain bore a striking resemblance to the one Qin Huaian first encountered alongside his companions upon entering the Ta-Qing domain. Both landscapes were densely forested, not quite teeming with spiritual herbs, yet undeniably more abundant than those found in the realm of cultivation. However, it did not take long for Qin Huaian to discern notable differences. The quantity of second-tier spiritual herbs here was markedly greater than in the initial regions of the Ta-Qing domain. The likelihood of encountering second-tier demonic beasts had also significantly increased, with even some third-tier beasts lurking nearby. Presently, Qin Huaian would engage with early to mid-stage second-tier beasts, while he would prudently evade late-stage second-tier or third-tier entities whenever possible. As for first-tier demonic beasts, he had grown disinterested in hunting them, provided they did not provoke him. On one particular day, while scouring a valley for spiritual herbs, Qin Huaian's consciousness was suddenly drawn to a small tree, towering at an impressive height of over a person. Adorned with 3 fist-sized purple fruits, it was a purple Yin fruit. Cautiously, he approached the vicinity, sweeping his senses around to ensure no traces of demonic beasts were present. Once reassured, he plucked the 3 purple Yin fruits and placed them into his seed space. His previous venture into the Ta-Qing domain had yielded no such fruits. Thus, this time felt like a fortuitous compensation. After harvesting the fruits, Qin Huaian proceeded to transfer a substantial amount of soil into his seed space, subsequently relocating the purple Yin fruit tree within. Following his earlier experience of transplanting a seed buckthorn spiritual fruit tree, he had observed that while the tree could survive, its growth was exceedingly slow. He suspected this was due, in part, to the lack of an environment conducive to the plant's growth within the space, and in part to an insufficient energy supply to spur its development. After all, the energy within the seed space could not simply manifest from thin air. Nevertheless, Qin Huaian resolved to transplant the purple Yin fruit tree, contemplating whether he might one day cultivate an environment suitable for its growth, or if an upgrade to the space could potentially resolve the issue. He exerted considerable effort to move more soil into the space, even creating a small pond spanning several tens of feet on the floating island. He planted some of the higher-value spiritual herbs he had harvested within this space. After all, should his space eventually yield a plethora of spiritual herbs, he would no longer need to fret over the scarcity of cultivation resources. The mountains were indeed rich in spiritual herbs, and subsequently, Qin Huaian managed to harvest 3 additional purple Yin fruits and 3 Xianyang flowers. After a little over a month, he sought a secluded spot to excavate a cave, which he then sealed entirely with massive stones. With the 2-month time frame nearing its end, Qin Huaian was uncertain if his next teleportation would deposit him in his current location or elsewhere. Thus, he dug this cave as a precautionary measure, ensuring some semblance of safety should he be transported here. If only he possessed a modicum of knowledge and formations, he mused, he could set up a concealment array for added security. Since arriving in the realm of cultivation, he had been preoccupied with acquiring spiritual stones, deducing techniques, and enhancing his cultivation level, leaving him with little energy to devote to skills such as array formation, weapon forging, or talisman creation. He decided to set those thoughts aside for the time being, resolving to revisit them when opportunities arose. Seated cross-legged within the cave, Qin Huaian took stock of his recent harvest. During his 2-month excursion into the Ta-Qing domain, he had not received as many spiritual herbs as in his previous endeavor, due to the absence of the financial spirit boy's generous contributions. However, the quality of the herbs he had gathered this time was markedly superior, with a significant proportion being second-tier spiritual herbs and a fair number of third-tier ones, which should yield considerable resources in exchange. With a focused thought, Qin Huaian initiated the teleportation process.